In the realm of Tianxian, at the demon sect on St. Child Peak, an uproar erupted. Mo Suishing, you despicable author, your arrogance knows no bounds. You not only leave your plots unfinished, but also shamelessly neglect timely updates. Feigning ignorance, abandoning stories, and fleeing without a trace. None of these vices have escaped you. Mo, if I, Yi Jiuxiao, do not deal with you today, I shall take your surname. Meanwhile, a struggling writer under the pseudonym Mo Suishing sat at his computer desk, oblivious to the ire he had provoked from a powerful figure in a realm of cultivation. As he gazed at the neatly arranged icons on his screen, Mo Suishing hesitated, his mouse hovering over the tomato novel platform. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, he guilt-riddenly opened an anime-themed game called Mingqiao. Do not underestimate the bond between she and me, little uncoronated one. Celestial Garden Light. Just as Mo Suishing was engrossed in a fierce battle with a game boss, Yi Jiuxiao, a figure of transcendent power, tore through the fabric of reality and appeared behind him. With a dark expression, he glared at Mo Suishing, who was engrossed in gaming instead of updating his novel, his fists clenched tightly. In a fleeting thought, Yi Jiuxiao summoned a wooden stick from his small world. Despicable author, I command you to play games. With a furious shout, Yi Jiuxiao struck. Hearing the rush of air behind him, Mo Suishing murmured, "What was that sound?" Ah! Feeling an immense force strike the back of his head, Mo Suixing's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. 7 days later, in an elegantly adorned room, Mo Suishing slowly opened his eyes. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, he instinctively scratched his head. And when did my hair grow so long? Wait, why does my voice sound like a girl's? What on earth is happening? Before he could fully process his shock, a strikingly handsome man appeared before him, having shattered the void. Despicable author, have you been sleeping well these days? In response, Mo Suishing nodded in confusion. Seeing the bewildered expression on the woman in bed, Yi Jiuxiao's handsome face curled into a sly smile. Since you seem so curious, allow me to share some good news. At the mention of good news, Mo Suishing sprang upright, his watery eyes sparkling with excitement. What is it? Yi Jiuxiao did not immediately answer the woman's question. Instead, he crossed his arms and scrutinized her from head to toe with eyes that seemed to hold galaxies. Feeling the man's predatory gaze, Mo Suishing instinctively swallowed hard. There's something wrong with me, brother? Amused by the author's timid demeanor, Yi Jiuxiao's smile widened. Nothing is wrong. The surgery was a resounding success. Congratulations. You are now a beautiful girl. Oh, and you've become the white-haired beauty you always adored. Upon hearing Yi Jiuxiao's words, Mo Suixing's azure eyes widened in shock, and she could not help but scream. What? Surgery a girl? As a writer of gender-bending tales, Mo Suishing quickly grasped the implications of the man's words. She hurriedly looked down, only to find that her firm chest muscles had vanished, replaced by two soft, round mounds. In a panic, Mo Suishing disregarded the man before her and instinctively reached for her chest. Feeling the soft texture beneath her fingertips, Mo Suishing screamed, what the hell? What is happening? Observing the beautiful woman's state of chaos and shock, Yi Jiuxiao kindly reminded her, Despicable author, there's still one area you haven't checked. Would you like to take a look? At his words, Mo Suixing's body jolted. She raised her head to meet the man's mischievous grin and reached to close the bed curtains. At that moment, Yi Jiuxiao lunged at her like a leopard. Get away! Mo Suishing exclaimed, attempting to resist, yet her meager strength was no match for the transcendent being. Yi Jiuxiao grinned as he seized the woman's delicate wrist, lifting her chin with his other hand. Why not let me see? Feeling the warmth of his breath on her face, Mo Suishing turned her head away in exasperation. Isn't that obvious? At that moment, she was entirely unaware of the gravity of her predicament. Yi Jiuxiao regarded the charming, delicate author beneath him and smirked. Despicable author, I didn't expect you to be so defiant. I hope that you can remain as resolute in the future. As Mo Suishing pondered the meaning behind his words, a sharp pain struck her, nearly taking her breath away. Despicable author, I warned you about not updating. I warned you about leaving plots unfinished. I warned you about abandoning stories. I warned you about fleeing without notice. I warned you about feigning ignorance. I warned you about playing games. I swear I will not let you off lightly. Feeling the waves of agony coursing through her body, Mo Suashing felt utterly frustrated. Was it really necessary to react this way, just because she had abandoned a few stories? You little Blackheart fan, this is too much. While struggling, she shouted, "Get out, you bastard. If you keep this up, I will report you." In response to Mo Suxing's threats, Yi Jiuxiao laughed mockingly. "Are you threatening me? Do you know that those who threaten me do not see another sunrise? Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. In the realm of cultivation, there are no police." Upon hearing the man's threat, Mo Suashing whimpered, "Big brother, can I just update? Could you please leave? I truly regret it. I will never stop updating again." In the face of the author's pleas, Yi Jiuxiao showed no mercy on his handsome face. "To be honest, I preferred your rebellious attitude from earlier. And you don't merely know you were wrong. You know you are in peril. You've hit a tree. And do you realize you've veered off course? Let me assure you, it is too late. But rest assured, I have no intention of killing you in the near future. After all, you are the slave I painstakingly brought from the mundane world." As the first light of dawn painted the sky, Murongyu, succumbing to the embrace of slumber, nestled beside her paramour. The fleeting beauty of night gives way to the sun's ascent, a siren call to indolence for monarchs. Despite her role as the nation's regent, Murongyu harbored no intention of attending the day's court proceedings, viewing such mundane affairs of state with disdain, a sentiment befitting her dragon lineage, confident in their unparalleled strength. In this realm, cultivators were stratified into 4 distinct tiers. The zenith was occupied by the celestial grade, a realm not only of earth-shattering abilities, but also of coveted immortality. A prize that drove countless aspirants to the brink of obsession. Yet, for those bereft of innate talent, the celestial grade remained an insurmountable barrier, regardless of their fervent devotion. Next in the hierarchy was the terrestrial grade, a level attained by the elite among humanity. However, the dragons, blessed with untainted bloodlines, were born into this echelon. Further down the ladder was the profound grade, whose practitioners could only wield rudimentary spells. Nonetheless, even a profound grade cultivator commanded respect and renown throughout the land. Finally, there was the unranked grade, the level occupied by the majority of cultivators, where aptitude, rather than diligence, dictated one's destiny. Yu Wuxiao, a prodigy whose brilliance graced humanity but once in millennia, had achieved the lower echelons of the celestial grade at a tender age. However, he concealed his true potential behind the Jade Bracelet, an artifact of the Chu Kingdom, which masked his abilities, rendering him an unassuming figure in the eyes of others. Murongyu, a scion of the Dragon Empress, possessed an unadulterated lineage, allowing her to ascend to the celestial grade in her youth, reaching its pinnacle in due course. Outside the latticed windows, the sun-kissed clouds danced in the azure expanse, while the plum blossoms reveled in the aftermath of the first snowfall. Within the purple cloud pavilion, Murongyu gazed upon the serene countenance of her bedmate, whose face bore the remnants of tears. A pang of longing stirred within her. Although tempted to caress him, she reconsidered, mindful of the previous night's exertions. The poor dear, she mused, let him rest. After all, these humans were but fragile ornaments, easily broken by the slightest breeze or rain, hardly resilient playthings. He sleeps soundly, she pondered. I shall punish him again tonight. With these thoughts, she gingerly rose, donned her garments, and exited the chamber. Upon awakening, Yu Wuxiao glanced at the sunlit sky, acknowledging the lateness of the hour. Despite Murongyu's assurances of leniency, he felt uneasy about his tardiness. Finding himself alone, he hastily threw back the covers and began to dress, his body bearing the marks of Murongyu's passionate embrace. She is a beast, he thought, then corrected himself. No, she is a dragon, naturally a beast. He was so sore that even sitting was an ordeal. As he donned his inner robe, Qing Shan, his attending maid, anticipating his awakening, entered with his garments, ready to assist him. Having overheard her master's pleas and cries throughout the night, Qing Shan blushed at the sight of the love bites adorning his neck, recalling his impassioned utterances from the previous night. Overcome with embarrassment, she inadvertently tugged at his hair while combing it. Ouch! Yu Wuxiao hissed, furrowing his brow. Qing Shan, did you not rest well last night? Forgive me. Young master, Qing Shan stammered, dropping to her knees. Despite Yu Wuxiao's gentle nature, she was mindful of their respective stations and the importance of decorum. Get up, Yu Wuxiao instructed. Qing Shan complied, resuming her task. Soon, Yanyu joined them, their names, Qing Shan and Yanyu, being the origin of the phrase Qing Shan Yanyu Ku. Having served Yu Wuxiao for years, they had, under his guidance, attained the lower echelons of the terrestrial grade. Once they had completed their duties, they escorted Yu Wuxiao to his meal. Having fasted the previous day and endured a night of passion, he eagerly partook of the sustenance. The eastern palace was sparsely populated with servants. After Yanyu had served him his meal, rinsed his mouth, and wiped his lips, she could not help but tease him about the previous night's events. Young master is truly blessed, Yanyu jested. Your cries were so loud last night. The princess consort is indeed fond of you. Qing Shan chimed in, her face beaming, indeed. She possesses great stamina. But what else can one expect from a dragon? Having served him for so long, the two maids often spoke with candor. Yu Wuxia's cheeks flushed crimson, and he cast a reproachful glance at them, retorting, "Silence. Must you two also make sport of me?" Upon their return to the Purple Cloud Pavilion, they were greeted by a lady-in-waiting dispatched by Murong-Yu. Her golden hair, azure eyes, and prominent nose betrayed her Western origins. The lady-in-waiting curtsied and announced, "I have been instructed by the princess consort to teach the young master to dance." Despite his reservations, Yu Wuxia acquiesced. Knowing that his fate in the Eastern Palace rested on appeasing his wife, Murong-Yu. "I am in your debt, madam," he replied. "Please, call me Tuank," she responded. Although embarrassed by the prospect of being tutored in dance by a woman, Yu Wuxia knew that he must appease Murong-Yu, who had proven to be a demanding lover. "Lead the way, Tuank." Tuank obeyed, leading Yu Wuxia to a quiet and spacious chamber. "You two may wait outside," she instructed Qing Shan and Yin Yu. "I shall attend to the young master alone." The two maids reluctantly withdrew. Tuank was an accomplished dancer, known for her gentleness and attentiveness. However, the difference in gender and Yu Wuxia's lack of experience made him feel awkward. He blushed profusely as she guided him through the steps. Seeing his discomfort, Tuank suggested that he rest while she performed for him. She danced an exotic dance, her movements accompanied by a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Her lithe figure, swaying hips, and alluring expressions were captivating. Truly a Western dancer, Yu Wuxia thought. Overwhelmed by her performance, Yu Wuxia became even more self-conscious, his breathing quickening. He reached for his teacup, seeking to compose himself. "So, this is the kind of dance she wants me to learn," he thought. The prospect of performing such a dance, perhaps even unclothed, filled him with shame. The depraved creature. As the dance concluded, Tuank gazed at Yu Wuxia expectantly. "Did you understand, young master?" "No," Yu Wuxia admitted. Tuank smiled and offered, "Then I shall perform it again." She was delighted to dance for such a beautiful man. His bashful and timid demeanor was indeed captivating. "There is no need," Yu Wuxia demurred. "Watching will not help me learn." Tuank reassured him, "Young master, your slender waist and snow-white skin are as exquisite as jade. You will surely be a sight to behold when you dance." She secretly hoped that he would learn quickly. Normally, a man would be entrusted with teaching the young master to dance. However, Yu Wuxia had always expressed a disdain for men, preferring the company of women, whom he deemed made of water and bone, a refreshing sight. He had never allowed men to serve him, although it was unconventional. Murong-Yu believed that sending a man to teach him would be met with resistance. Furthermore, Tuank was known for her intelligence, talent, and loyalty, making her the perfect choice for the task. Chapter 3. An erotic bath. Observing that Yu Wuxia remained unmoved, the titmouse persisted in its enticements. "My lord is blessed with captivating beauty and a delicate frame. Your dancing is exceptionally graceful. Should you amuse his highness, you shall have every desire fulfilled." Yu Wuxia, noting her expectant gaze, reluctantly rose to his feet and mimicked her instructions. The titmouse offered meticulous and patient guidance. As the dance involved physical intimacy, and being an erotic dance, Yu Wuxia, a novice, was soon overwhelmed with embarrassment, blushing profusely. He felt as though the titmouse was deliberately teasing him. "Yes, elevate. Yes," the titmouse encouraged, evidently pleased with his progress. "Faster, faster. A true prodigy," she exclaimed. Her eyes fixated on him, nearly drooling. Such a feast for the eyes. If only I could instruct him for a few more days, she mused wistfully. Alas, with his tender frame and quick learning, he'll soon outgrow my tutelage. The thought brought her a tinge of melancholy. Outside, Qing Shan sat on the steps, cradling her face in her hands, grumbling, "That wretched titmouse. Shameless hussy. Is our lord, a person of unparalleled refinement, meant to learn such dances?" Yin Yu, seated nearby, concurred. "Indeed. At this rate, he'll be transformed into a courtesan." Qing Shan retorted, "Hush. What nonsense are you spouting? Our lord is destined to be a celebrated courtesan." As dusk descended, Murong-Yu arrived, having concluded her affairs. Her draconic senses, far surpassing those of humans, had clearly discerned the maid's conversation. Startled by Murong-Yu's sudden appearance, Qing Shan and Yin Yu hastily rose, standing with bowed heads, filled with trepidation. Murong-Yu, radiating an aura of authority, rebuked them. "Is this how you speak of your master behind his back?" Yu Wuxia, after all, was her consort, and she would not tolerate such gossip from her servants. Qing Shan and Yin Yu prostrated themselves, begging for forgiveness. "Your Highness, we spoke rashly. We shall not do so again. We beseech your Highness to punish us." Murong-Yu commanded, "Seek punishment from the palace steward." Yu Wuxia, having just completed his dance practice, was panting softly, his body drenched in fragrant sweat. Whether due to the jade bracelet's restriction on his powers or the previous night's exertions, he felt utterly enervated after the 2-hour session. Hearing their pleas from within, and anxious to protect the maids, he hastily opened the door, intending to intercede on their behalf. However, still fatigued and weakened, he stumbled on the threshold, falling into Murong-Yu's embrace. He felt deeply humiliated, especially as a celestial being. Murong-Yu, beholding the beauty nestled against her bosom, felt a surge of affection. Lightly stroking his hair, she teased, so eager for an embrace. Was last night not enough? Yu Wuxia, mortified, lifted his head, his face flushed with shame, and pleaded, Your Highness, please forgive them. Mo Rongyu, considering it a minor matter, was about to concede. However, an impish thought struck her. Why not seize this opportunity to tease him? She produced a handkerchief, gently dabbing the perspiration from his brow, and said, I might consider pardoning them, but you shall be punished tonight. Qing Shan, fiercely protective of her master, failed to recognize the jest and hastily interjected, Your Highness, I am willing to bear the punishment, lest my lord suffer on our account. Mo Rongyu cast a sidelong glance at them, then led Yu Wuxiao away, remarking sarcastically, such loyal servants, indeed. Only after they had departed did Qing Shan and Yin Yu rise, whispering to each other, Shall we still seek punishment? The titmouse, amused by their naivety, jested, I believe not. Your lord shall undoubtedly suffer on your behalf in bed. How pitiable. Yin Yu sighed, realizing that even without their burden, Yu Wuxia would inevitably face retribution. The titmouse lamented, such is the fate of the beautiful. Later, Yu Wuxia accompanied Mo Rongyu to a meal with evident constraint. Mo Rongyu declared, Accompany me to the warm pavilion's waterside bath. Without waiting for his assent, she led him to the pool. Even the pampered Yu Wuxia was struck by the size of the hot spring within the Eastern Palace. However, recalling the previous night's events, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Your Highness, he ventured, it is not advisable to bathe immediately after dining. I have never heard of such a thing, Mo Rongyu responded candidly. As such customs were unknown among her draconic kin, Yu Wuxia sighed inwardly. Naturally, you thick-skinned dragons would be unaware. Mo Rongyu instructed the waiting maids outside, enter and assist. 8 maids promptly entered, their eyes lowered, to assist with undressing, while others stood by with trays of fruit and wine. One maid approached Yu Wuxia to help him disrobe, causing him considerable embarrassment. He had always bathed alone, and the presence of so many maids made him self-conscious. Could you perhaps ask them to leave? He requested timidly. Mo Rongyu, merely testing him, was pleased to see that he retained a sense of modesty, unlike the libertine she had feared. Content, she waved her hand, and the 8 maids quietly withdrew, closing the door behind them. Mo Rongyu scrutinized Yu Wuxia, noting his hair styled in a 2 hearts entwined knot, his ochre-red, high-collared, asymmetrical robe, his peach-pink skirt, and his embroidered shoes. He was the epitome of beauty, utterly captivating. His bashful demeanor only intensified the desire to tease him. In that case, she declared, You shall assist me with my bath. Yu Wuxia obediently complied. Once both were unclad, Mo Rongyu stepped into the hot spring, pulling him in with her. The winter in Qin was harsh, colder than in Chu. The water rippled gently, enveloped in mist. Yu Wuxia was submerged up to his neck, his damp hair clinging to his skin. The water was perfectly warm, releasing tendrils of steam, which accentuated the allure of his almond eyes. Mo Rongyu reclined against the edge of the spring, reaching for a goblet of wine, savoring it with an air of contentment. Your maids committed a grave offense, she remarked playfully. How shall I punish them? Yu Wuxia suspected she was deliberately provoking him. Is that truly a grave offense? It is my fault for failing to govern them properly. Punish me, Your Highness. Amidst the mist, Mo Rongyu smiled, setting down her goblet. She beckoned to him. Come here. You offered yourself, after all. Chapter 4. Warm springs caressed delicate skin. The thermal waters within the pavilion's pool were comfortably warm, enveloped in a misty haze. Mo Rongyu, embracing the boneless litheness of Yu Wuxia, scrutinized him with her crimson gold phoenix eyes. Soaked in the hot spring, he retained his bashful, subservient demeanor. His damp, raven locks and cheeks flushed a delicate rose by the thermal heat enhanced his captivating beauty. Mo Rongyu, her dragon blood stirring, playfully toyed with a strand of his hair, burying her face in his neck. Wuxia, you possessed such a captivating fragrance. From whence did you acquire such alluring arts? Yu Wuxia, unable to discern the emotion in her words, surmised that she found his cosmetics overpowering. I have done nothing of the sort. It is merely the scent of ordinary cosmetics. If your highness dislikes it, I shall refrain from using them henceforth. As he spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed Yu Wuxia's countenance. The desire for beauty is intrinsic to human nature, especially for a youth in the bloom of his years, who naturally revels in the application of rouge and powder, and the adornment of fine raiment. Soon, Mo Rongyu's ministrations caused him to tremble delicately beneath her touch, his breath growing more rapid. Truly, he was a scion of nobility, with skin like jade and a lineage as precious as golden boughs and jade leaves. Nonsense, I find your scent quite pleasing. Yu Wuxia's vermilion lips parted slightly, but he remained silent. Mo Rongyu sensed that this alluring fox was in need of discipline. Thus, she leaned in to kiss him, at first tenderly, then with increasing ardor. Before long, her kisses had rendered Yu Wuxia's lips bruised and swollen, his eyes glistening with desire. Mo Rongyu's blood surged, consumed by a burning passion. The warm spring waters rippled and swayed. Yu Wuxia, his voice tinged with tears, pleaded, "My consort, I am afraid." Mo Rongyu, her breath still ragged, retorted, "I shall do as I please. You would do well to be obedient." His soft, tearful tone ignited a burning sensation in Murongyu's heart. Truly, this possessed an exceptional talent for seduction. Was this little fox feigning reluctance while secretly desiring more? Morongyu, her mind set on mischief, released his hands and pressed his head against the jade steps, distorting his delicate features. The dragon race, by nature fierce and domineering, found the thrill of conquest most appealing. Tears welled in Yu Wuxia's eyes. With dusk fast approaching, another endless night of torment seemed inevitable. Soon, his small hands flailed wildly, his cries becoming incoherent. Murongyu, in high spirits, playfully slapped his posterior, taunting, "Why do you not beg for mercy if you find it unbearable? I beg my consort to be merciful." Merciful? Why should I be? Is this not the duty of a consort? Murongyu spoke with blunt honesty. Yu Wuxia found it increasingly difficult to endure. He had heard that such encounters were pleasurable, but with Murongyu, the torment far outweighed the joy. Esteemed consort, I implore you to be gentle. The sounds of splashing water, pained cries, and ecstatic moans mingled in the air, stirring the desires of the palace maids outside the chamber. Some even daring to steal a glance in hopes of glimpsing the intimate scene. The head maid, Kong Kei, lowered her voice, remarking, "Observe our seductive ways. I wonder how long he can endure. If Her Highness tires of him and grants us the pleasure of his company, that would be most delightful." Qingshan, Yanyu, and Tuan Kei, having arrived to attend to matters, overheard their lascivious gossip and felt deeply uncomfortable. Tuan Kei frowned, chiding, "Kong Kei, your words are becoming excessive." Kong Kei rolled her eyes, retorting, "Sister Tuan Kei, the coveted task of teaching that little seducer to dance fell to you. Are you the only one allowed to take advantage, while we are forbidden even the pleasure of indulging in idle talk?" Qing Shan's eyebrows furrowed in anger as she pointed at Kong Kei, scolding, "Who are you calling a little seducer?" Kong Kei, her chest puffed out, declared, "I am referring to you. What of it? Are you going to strike me?" Slap, Yanyu delivered a sharp slap to Kong Kei's face. How could anyone utter such impertinent words? Inside the warm chamber, within the pavilion's pool, Murongyu, fearing that he might catch a chill in the cold Qin winter, given his delicate constitution and fragile appearance, seized his hair and plunged him into the warm spring waters to ward off the cold. Submerged in the thermal waters, Yu Wuxia choked, overwhelmed by suffocation, discomfort, and a wave of despair. He struggled desperately. Water splashed wildly within the pool. Murongyu, fearing that she might truly drown him, quickly released her grip. Yu Wuxia emerged from the water, smoothing his disheveled locks. Murongyu, observing his reddened eyes and the water cascading from his tangled hair, a picture of disarray and vulnerability, found it amusing. She teased, "What is this? Is the little fox weeping? Are you feeling aggrieved?" Upon hearing this, Yu Wuxia wept even more bitterly, wishing to slay Murongyu, that beastly creature. She was forever devising new ways to torment him. He had once fantasized about his future consort, envisioning a woman of beauty and virtue, gentleness and grace, a relationship marked by mutual respect and harmony. Little did he know that he would be saddled with such a beastly creature. He longed to return home. Murongyu, irritated by his silent sobs, found herself growing impatient. "You humans are so delicate. You cannot even endure this much. How tiresome. Get up." As she spoke, Murongyu rose, casually toweling herself dry before donning a bathrobe. Seeing him still weeping in the pool, Murongyu threatened, "If you do not rise and attend to me at once, you shall suffer my wrath tonight." Yu Wuxia deemed it best to comply, lest his life become unbearable. He hastily splashed some water on his face, clambered out of the pool, and began to dry himself and dress. Murongyu could not help but muse, the consorts of the human race are so easily bullied. She was eager to entangle with Yu Wuxia in the bedchamber. She could not explain why, but she sensed that Yu Wuxia was different from other men. Yu Wuxia, a member of the royal family and a peerless master, possessed a natural grace and ethereal beauty. Murongyu took his hand and led him out, asking, "Why were you crying just now? Did I hurt you?" Yu Wuxia nodded slightly, silently cursing, "Dragon scum. You only know how to torment me. Is that not obvious?" Chapter 5. The delicate demeanor as Murongyu pushed open the door, the night unfolded like a canvas of ink, adorned with the pristine blossoms of plum trees and the soft glow of lanterns beneath the eaves. Attentive maids and palace attendants, such as Kong Kei, Tuan, Qingshan, and Yanyu, promptly approached, bearing lanterns to attend to her needs. Murongyu, her face radiant with amusement, instructed, "The two of you should also lend your support to your young master. He was just in the hot spring." Here, she paused deliberately, her phoenix eyes scrutinizing Yu Wuxia's countenance. TSK, so easily flustered? Yu Wuxia's cheeks flushed crimson. How could she divulge such intimate details? Shameless creature. Qingshan hastened to Yu Wuxia's side, offering her arm for support. Yu Wuxia, mortified by the attention of the numerous palace maids, whispered, "There's no need. I can manage on my own." Murongyu retorted, "So? It seems young master you was feigning surrender earlier? Playing hard to get with me, you sly fox? I must commend your audacity." The retinue of palace maids, though their eyes remained lowered, couldn't suppress their amusement. Yu Wuxia's eyes welled with tears, his voice trembling with indignation. It was one thing to be relentlessly teased in private, but to be humiliated in front of the servants was unbearable. Where do you conjure such preposterous tales? Am I merely here to amuse you? Morong Yu teased. Oh, is the young gentleman feeling bashful? As they reached the entrance of Ziyun Pavilion, Morong Yu dismissed all but Kong Ke, Tuank, Qing Shan, and Yin Yu. Eagerly, she pulled Yu Wuxiao into the room, pushed him onto the couch, and commanded, "Remove your garments and prepare for slumber." Yu Wuxiao pleaded softly, "May I sleep without disrobing?" Morong Yu was firm, "No." Yu Wuxiao, taking the initiative, pulled a scarlet brocade quilt over himself, feigning innocence. "My esteemed consort, the covers are cold. I wish to sleep with my clothes on." He hoped, as his handmaiden Qing Shan had suggested, that a touch of coquetry would sway her. Morong Yu's heart melted at his gentle words. Yet, she harbored a penchant for teasing men. The more compliant, the more she desired to provoke, the more defiant, the more she yearned to conquer. A subtle smile played on Morong Yu's lips as she yanked the quilt away, her expression turning fierce. "Dare you defy me? Have you considered the consequences? Remember your place. You are merely the feeble and incompetent Prince of Chu, sent to gratify my desires." Yu Wuxiao's eyes reddened, his slender hands clenching the scarlet brocade quilt as he met her golden gaze. "Do not insult my mother." Morong Yu's gaze was piercing. It amused her that he, so frail, so utterly mortal, dared to challenge her. Was it his allure that emboldened him? With a sharp crack, Morong Yu struck him across the face. "How dare you glare at me?" Yu Wuxiao, unable to contain himself, sobbed, clutching his cheek. "You abusive harpy, I demand to return to Chu." Initially, it was Morong Yu who had intruded upon his chambers, and he had treated her with utmost courtesy. Yet, he had received a marriage proposal from the Dragon Empress, forcing him to travel to the Qin Kingdom under the Dragon Clan's dominion to marry Morong Yu. Despite Morong Yu's infamous reputation, Yu Wuxiao had held on to a sliver of hope. Seeing him weep and attempt to flee, Morong Yu restrained herself no longer. She seized his hair and forced him back onto the couch, whispering a threat in his ear. "Please, do not cause a commotion." Yu Wuxiao, in agony, retorted, "It is one thing to humiliate me, but to insult Chu." Morong Yu, realizing she had gone too far, offered him a handkerchief. "I was wrong. Is that sufficient?" Yu Wuxiao ignored her. Morong Yu concluded that the little fox was in need of discipline and would soon beg for mercy. She gently caressed his hair. Yu Wuxiao recoiled, exclaiming, "Do not touch me." "Oh, so you are untouchable?" "Tuank, who instructs you in dance, is permitted to touch you, but I am not." Although the intention was for Tuank to teach him dance to entertain her, Morong Yu felt a twinge of unease at the thought of physical contact. Soon, they were in a state of undress. Morong Yu, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, taunted, "If you count out 3 times and declare the Prince of Chu is a useless wretch thrice, I shall spare you tonight." Yu Wuxiao retorted, death before dishonor. He could not bring himself to submit to such humiliation. Morong Yu's lips curled into a smile as she struck him again. "I trust your body is as resilient as your words." Yu Wuxiao's face paled with terror, and he scrambled backward. Morong Yu easily restrained him. "You are despicable. Release me." Yu Wuxiao cried. Morong Yu teased, "Say the Prince of Chu is a useless wretch 3 times, and I shall release you." "You may as well kill me," Yu Wuxiao spat. He had lost all hope for the woman straddling him. "As you wish," Morong Yu replied with a smile. Yu Wuxiao was soon trembling, his thin undergarments soaked with cold sweat. Despite his clenched teeth, he nearly cried out. Morong Yu was displeased. Yu Wuxiao, overwhelmed by pain and fear, was terrified of being toyed to death in this bed, of never returning to his homeland, of never seeing his mother and sisters again. Moreover, he was afraid of the dark. He recalled his mother's words, "When under another's roof, one must bow one's head." And so, Yu Wuxiao made a fateful decision, one that would cost him his dignity and inflict further torment. "Esteemed consort, spare me." The plaintive plea, tinged with tears, softened Morong Yu's heart, and she ceased her torment. She did not know why, but she felt a pang of pity for the little fox. "Let's see if you still have that stubborn tongue." Yu Wuxiao lay limp on the couch, utterly spent. It was too much to bear. Morong Yu slapped him, causing him to cower under the quilt, whispering, "Esteemed consort, have mercy." Morong Yu commanded, "Kneel and declare the Prince of Chu is a useless wretch 3 times, and I shall spare you." Yu Wuxiao reasoned that his mother would forgive him. As he was forced to do so, it was just words. Under Morong Yu's oppressive power, he knelt on the ground and uttered the words in humiliation. "The Prince of Chu is a useless wretch. The Prince of Chu is a useless wretch. The Prince of Chu is a useless wretch." Chapter 6. A tender fragrant jade. Morong Yu reclined elegantly on the bedside, her legs crossed, observing the nude beauty before her. Tears welled in his eyes, a mixture of resignation, grievance, and stoicism etched upon his face. With a casual flick of her leg, Morong Yu sent him tumbling to his knees. "Your voice is too faint. Repeat it thrice." She intended to torment him, to dissuade him from ever glaring at her again. "The Prince of Chu is a dolt. The Prince of Chu is a dolt. The Prince of Chu is a dolt." Jade Wuxiao's knees ached from kneeling. His voice grew slightly louder, and tears welled up, blurring his vision. "Why do you weep?" Morong Yu inquired. "Are you resentful?" Indeed, His aggrieved mien was captivating. Jade Wuxia, resigned to his fate, responded, I dare not. Morong Yu continued her teasing, bestow upon me a smile. Jade Wuxia, his eyes reddened, forced a smile that seemed on the verge of tears. Morong Yu, pleased, commanded, ascend the bed and slumber. Men's tears are worthless, she mused. Why should I pity him? How peculiar. Once they were both lying down, Morong Yu considered that she had tormented him enough and ought to placate him. Humankind, after all, was fragile, both physically and emotionally. What if the fair one, unable to bear the humiliation, took his own life? Tomorrow would be devoid of amusement. She could not afford to squander such a rare and resilient beauty in a mere 2 days. Morong Yu gently embraced Jade Wuxia, causing him to tremble. Has he developed a trauma response? She wondered. The poor dear, summoned from the Chu kingdom by a marriage proposal, only to face such abuse. Truly pitiable. In the blink of an eye, Jade Wuxia had transformed from the esteemed scion of Chu into a plaything for her whims. Ultimately, Chu's weakness was to blame. Even without the Dragon Clan's intervention, the Qin kingdom alone could readily annex Chu. Morong Yu understood that power and authority were the most paramount things in the world. She whispered soothingly, be good and sleep. If you are obedient, I will cherish you. Though she spoke of sleep, her hands were far from idle. Her expertise was considerable. Jade Wuxia writhed, his cheeks flushed, his pearly teeth biting his crimson lips, his slender hands clenching the scarlet silk covers. After the recent torment, Jade Wuxia was increasingly afraid of her. Yet, it was unbearable. Unable to endure any longer, Jade Wuxia gently grasped her wandering hand, pleading, my liege. Did you not say we would sleep? The plaintive, seductive tone, to Morong Yu's ears, sounded more like coy resistance than supplication. She teased, indeed, sleep. What is amiss? Why do you clutch my hand? How am I to sleep? Jade Wuxia blushed and released her hand. Morong Yu resumed her shamelessness, prompting Jade Wuxia to beg tearfully. My liege, spare me, I beseech you. Morong Yu seized his hair, pulling him to her side, and commanded, appease me, and then we shall sleep. Jade Wuxia could only serve Morong Yu with tears in his eyes, his heart filled with unspeakable anguish. The interminable night finally drew to a close. In a mere 2 days, he felt as though he were on the verge of collapse. He yearned to return to the carefree days in the Chu palace. As beautiful as a dream. In that dream, he had a mother, the Prince of Chu, who cherished him, and sisters with whom he jested. In the Chu palace, no one would dare to mistreat him. In dreams, ancient melodies play. Outside, tears stain rouged cheeks. Morong Yu, unable to sleep, stared at the porcelain face beside her, still glistening with tears. Even in slumber, he cannot cease his weeping. Is he fashioned from water? Does my presence cause him such distress? Morong Yu resisted the urge to wipe away his tears, fearing she would startle him. The following day, Morong Yu awoke before him and departed. For the Qin court awaited her. Soon after her departure, Jade Wuxia awoke. Green Robe, he croaked, his voice hoarse. Coming. Green Robe and Soot Rain hurried in with attire to assist him. Their faces appeared glum. After they had sullenly helped him dress and wash, they accompanied him to dine. Jade Wuxia found their silence peculiar, as they were usually quite loquacious. What afflicts you both? Why so morose? Green Robe whispered, Master, we grieve for you. Their bond was profound, and they had heard everything that transpired the previous night from the outer chamber. Soot Rain's eyes reddened as she said, Master is a treasure, yet she abuses him daily. They believed that the Prince of Chu was a fool to offer such a celestial being to the Dragon Clan. Our great nation, with its million soldiers and thousands of generals, has no need for this marital alliance. Jade Wuxia's eyes welled with tears. Cease your words, he ordered, it is fate. Green Robe, on the verge of tears, retorted, I refuse to believe that Master's fate is so bleak. He lost his father at a young age, and though the Prince of Chu cherished him, now he faces this outcome. Soot Rain chided, silence. Speak no more, lest you cause Master to weep and harm his health. Jade Wuxia's mood soured. Even the lavish delicacies tasted like ash. He had fallen so low as to be pitied by his maids. After the meal, Oriole still awaited him. Master, this way, Oriole said. Jade Wuxia silently headed to the dance studio. Oriole noticed his reddened eyes and knew he had been crying. During the dance practice, he was distracted. Oriole gently consoled, Master, dancing can soothe the mind. Try to concentrate. The princess consort is, in truth, quite kind. Appease her, and all will be well. After all, the princess consort treated them, the servants, fairly well, but she was too harsh on the princess consort's husband. Jade Wuxia softly replied, I heed your words. Oriole resumed instructing him in dance. Yet, she was drawn to the sweet fragrance emanating from him. Inadvertently, she drew closer, guiding him hand in hand, touching and pointing. Wrong. No, not like that. Oriole's gentle, scolding tone, whispered near his ear, felt like feathers tickling him, causing him to blush. Although this was not the first time he had learned dance from Oriole, he felt ashamed to have such a maiden so close. Before long, Jade Wuxia seemed as though he could drip with shyness. Oriole noticed, but how could she, a maiden, resist the temptation of such a fragrant jade before her? Chapter 7. The Beauty's Dance. Like a lotus in bloom, although Yu Wuxia learned quickly and diligently, he still fell short in the eyes of Tuan Ke, the esteemed master of Western region dance. Tuan Ke taught a new movement, but Yu Wuxia, blushing deeply, couldn't quite execute it properly. She gently consoled him, "Young master, it's all right. There's no need to be embarrassed. Once you've mastered it and performed for Her Highness, the Crown Princess, she's bound to reward you handsomely." Though it's a dance to please a woman, it is, at its core, an art. Tuan Ke was persuasively encouraging. Yu Wuxiao felt a shiver of dread just thinking about Mu Rongyu. Only yesterday, Mu Rongyu had publicly humiliated him with crude remarks in front of the servants. When he merely chided her, he was subjected to her torment in the bedchamber. It was evident that the Dragon Clan was indeed devoid of humanity, prone to cruelty and capriciousness. Under the eaves, one must bow one's head. He had best learn the dance well to appease her. Yu Wuxiao expressed his gratitude. "Then I shall trouble you, madam." Tuan Ke responded, "Not at all. Allow me to demonstrate once more." With hurried, swaying movements, her silk robe slipped halfway off her shoulder. The scene was suggestive, and Tuan Ke felt parched. His fair, delicate skin still bore the crown princess's hickeys, like plum blossoms on snow. Tuan Ke instructed, "Ah, young master, you must do it like this." She then physically guided him. Though Yu Wuxiao was mortified, he had no choice but to comply. Tuan Ke circled him, scrutinizing him. Indeed, young master Yu was slender where he should be, and ample where he ought to be. If she could only steal a touch, it would bring her joy all day. Maintaining the mortifying pose, Yu Wuxia, seeing her delay in teaching the next step, inquired, "Tuan Ke, what comes next?" Tuan Ke snapped back to attention and began teaching him hands-on, like this. The afternoon sun streamed through the latticed window, casting a warm glow into the otherwise frigid eastern palace. After much practice, Yu Wuxia was weary. As the dance concluded, Tuan Ke hastened to help him sit down and rest. Tuan Ke smiled enchantingly, deliberately whispering near his ear, "Young master, you smell divine, intoxicatingly so." Yu Wuxia subtly distanced himself, replying, "Really? I hadn't noticed." Though he felt she was overstepping, he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. After all, who doesn't love compliments? Seeing that evening was approaching, they ceased their practice. Yu Wuxia returned to the Ziyun Pavilion, where Qi Shan and Yin Yu attended to his grooming. Awaiting Mu Rongyu's return, the thought of Mu Rongyu's incessant torment each night filled him with dread. What kind of depraved spouse was she, deriving pleasure solely from bullying him? As Mu Rongyu returned to the Eastern Palace, the head palace maid, Kong Ke, was already waiting at the palace gates. Kong Ke harbored resentment ever since she had gossiped about Yu Wuxiao and received a slap from one of his maids. How arrogant! That shameless Yu Wuxiao, defying gender norms, surrounded himself with female attendants, even having Tuan Ke teach him to dance. How brazen! Though Her Highness indulged him, she was also a jealous woman. A few well-chosen words would surely ensure Yu Wuxiao a miserable night. Upon seeing Mu Rongyu, Kong Ke knelt and said, "Your Highness, I have something to say, though I'm not sure if I should." Mu Rongyu instructed, "Speak." Kong Ke stated, "Your Highness sent Tuan Ke to teach the young master to dance. It seemed to me that they were rather too intimate." Mu Rongyu smiled wryly. How intimate? Was Tuan Ke unable to restrain her hands? Or was he throwing himself into her arms? "Did you see clearly?" Kong Ke whispered, "Not quite, though young master Yu is known to loathe men. However, men and women should maintain a respectful distance, yet all his attendants are women. Is this not inappropriate?" After all, she had known Tuan Ke for a long time and didn't wish to harm her. Mu Rongyu felt a twinge of unease, asking, "Do you suspect impropriety between him and his two dowry maids, or between him and Tuan Ke?" Terrified, Kong Ke kowtowed repeatedly, "I dare not." Mu Rongyu retorted, "Mind your own business." Inside the Ziyun Pavilion, Yu Wuxiao was lost in thought before the mirror when Kong Ke entered to announce, "Her Highness, the Crown Princess, has returned and requests the young master to join her for dinner in the delicacies hall." Yu Wuxiao had no choice but to follow her. Silence was observed during meals. Yu Wuxiao, noticing Mu Rongyu's displeasure, felt increasingly anxious. Later, during their evening bath in the waterside pavilion, they met in the nude. Mist swirled in the air, and the hot spring water was warm. Yu Wuxiao felt that he should appease her quickly, lest he be tormented again. "Your Highness, you seem unhappy," he ventured. Mu Rongyu, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, picked up a wine cup and splashed its contents onto him. Yu Wuxiao instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, but failed, and the wine splattered across his face. He submerged himself in the hot spring, emerging after a moment, like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally adorned. Mu Rongyu couldn't help but admire, truly a pure and exquisite beauty. Mu Rongyu raised her eyes to examine him. He was completely unadorned, save for a white jade bracelet on his left wrist. How peculiar. Regardless of the occasion, he always wore that bracelet. If it were a precious memento, why would he wear it even in the hot spring? Mu Rongyu beckoned him closer. "Come here." Yu Wuxiao obediently nestled into her embrace, as docile as could be. Though Mu Rongyu believed that no one in the Eastern Palace would dare to be intimate with him, Kong Ke's words had left her with a sense of unease. "How was your dance lesson today?" she inquired. "Tuan Ke said that I learned quickly," Yu Wuxiao replied truthfully. Dance it for me, she commanded. Amidst the rippling water, Yu Wuxiao rose from the pool, cast his eyes downward, and performed the dance. Murong Yu sipped her tea, remarking, without music, it lacks something. As the mist swirled, Murong Yu stood, and Yu Wuxiao hastened to dry her body. With a sudden, sharp strike, Murong Yu delivered a forceful slap, causing his delicate frame to tremble and nearly cry out. A red handprint marked his alabaster skin, and his eyes welled up with tears. Whether from the steam or from impending tears, it was unclear. Murong Yu teased, why are you so obedient today? So thoughtful, even knowing to ingratiate yourself with me. My wife is jesting with me again, Yu Wuxiao replied. Upon returning to the bedchamber, Murong Yu seized his left hand, asking, little seductress, why do you never remove this bracelet, even when sleeping? Doesn't it bother you? Yu Wuxiao felt a pang of guilt, replying, it doesn't. Removing the bracelet would reveal his celestial level cultivation, something his mother had repeatedly warned him against. He was to avoid attention and live a peaceful life. In this world, humans were the lowest of the low, the weakest of races. Moreover, only women could cultivate, hence the matriarchal society. Murong Yu surmised that the bracelet must be of great importance to him. Could it be a token of love from a past paramour? Chapter 8. The white jade bangle. Murong Yu clasped his wrist tightly, her face frigid as she interrogated, where did this jade bangle come from? Yu Wuxiao's wrist throbbed under her grasp, deeming her a boorish and uncouth brute. My mother bestowed it upon me. The Prince of Chu? Tears welled in Yu Wuxiao's eyes as he affirmed softly, yes. Remove it. I wish to examine it. Yu Wuxiao trembled, feigning reluctance. I cannot remove it. Murong Yu seized his wrist, feigning to rise, and taunted, shall I assist you in smashing it, then? My esteemed consort, Yu Wuxiao pleaded, verging on tears. I am loath to part with it. What business was it of this shameless scoundrel if he wore a jade bangle? Murong Yu pressed. Are you certain it was a gift from your mother? Indeed, Yu Wuxiao affirmed, tears brimming. Little seducer, she mused. You haven't taken to calling some other woman mother, have you? I have not. Yu Wuxiao demurred, his gaze lowered, tears blurring his vision. This beast was intent on nothing but humiliating him. Murong Yu jested, enough, enough, why the tears? We've barely begun, you'll have ample cause for weeping later. Yu Wuxiao knew the inevitable was approaching. He was obedient, his face flushed with shame as he submissively indulged Murong Yu's perverse whims. Peals of silvery laughter, intertwined with his whimpers and cries, echoed within the confines of the Ziyun pavilion. Murong Yu mused that he had become docile and submissive in such a short time, which she found rather dull. With this thought, she turned him over. Their eyes met. Perhaps it was the nature of Yu Wuxiao's almond-shaped eyes, but he seemed to gaze at everyone with affection. Murong Yu fancied she saw a hint of insatiability in his eyes. This little seducer was still trying to entice her. Murong Yu commanded with perverse delight, open your mouth. Yu Wuxiao complied. Murong Yu spat vehemently. Yu Wuxiao's countenance was so aggrieved he seemed on the verge of tears. He dabbed his face silently with a handkerchief. Murong Yu felt that his lack of tears and protest diminished the experience. She seized his hair, pressing his face against the couch as she demanded, what? Are you so aggrieved? Yu Wuxiao winced in pain as his hair was pulled. I dare not. Murong Yu interrogated, do you relish it or not? Yu Wuxiao dared not contradict her, replying, I relish it. Murong Yu pressed, truly or falsely. Dare to deceive me, and you shall suffer. Though he was already comely. Murong Yu's lips curled upward involuntarily. Yu Wuxiao replied with humiliation, truly. Little seducer, you shall be rewarded again tomorrow, come yourself. Murong Yu released him, settling into the bed. The red candles flickered, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Afterward, Murong Yu was satisfied, instructing, lie still and sleep. Yu Wuxiao felt a strange sensation on his face and moved to wipe it, but found the golden eyes of the person beside him fixed upon him. And he meekly withdrew his hand. Murong Yu closed her eyes, knowing that he had declared he would not be disgusted, and so could blame no one else. Throughout the long night, the beautiful man silently crumbled. He had once yearned for love, for a harmonious marriage. Who would have foreseen such an outcome? The following morning, Murong Yu awoke. Yu Wuxiao was still asleep, clinging to her like an octopus. As she moved to rise, Yu Wuxiao nuzzled her slightly, murmuring softly, sister, don't go. Looking at the fragrant and tender Yu Wuxiao, Murong Yu felt her heart melt. But as a proud and cold-blooded dragon, with her sights set on the world, why should she indulge in such tenderness? Truly, he was a ravishing enchantress. Why had he called her sister just now? Should he not address her as consort? Perhaps it was because she had just woken up, but Murong Yu realized that he was lying beside her, longing for another woman. How detestable. Murong Yu was filled with rage and slapped him awake. His beautiful dream shattered, Yu Wuxiao opened his tearful eyes, his face full of innocence. He raised his hand to cover his cheek, which throbbed with pain, and tasted salt on his lips. He did not know what he had done wrong again. How long would this torment last? Murong Yu dressed, taunting, Wuxiao, what were you dreaming about? You sounded so sweet. Say it again for me to hear. Yu Wuxiao sat up, his eyes downcast as he replied, I dreamt of my royal sister. His voice was hoarse and tearful from just waking up. Combined with his tear-filled almond eyes, flushed cheeks, and disheveled hair. He was truly pitiable. Morong Yu inquired, "Royal sister?" Yu Wuxia dared not move, remaining seated on the bed, revealing an expanse of fair skin. "Yes." Morong Yu sat on the edge of the bed, instructing, "Come, assist me in putting on my shoes." Though Yu Wuxia was unclothed, he dared not disobey. He scrambled to kneel and assist her in putting on her shoes and socks. Morong Yu was pleased and kicked him lightly. "Oh, Wuxia, what's wrong with you? Are you always so insatiable?" "I am not." Morong Yu said, "You are so wanton. How did you endure your solitary confinement before?" Yu Wuxia did not know how to respond, remaining kneeling on the ground. Morong Yu smiled faintly, pressing down with her foot, deliberately insulting him. "Could it be that your royal sister assisted you?" Yu Wuxia clutched her leg in pain. "I did not." Morong Yu refused to let him off easily. "You are the only prince in the Chu royal family, are you not?" "I am." Morong Yu laughed. "Then you are their plaything. No wonder you were dressed like that when we first met." "I was not." Yu Wuxia could no longer bear it, tears streaming down his face. She could insult him. But why did she repeatedly insult his family? Was he not allowed to dress beautifully in his own home? Morong Yu rose to leave. "Do not cry. Get back in bed." The poor darling, she thought. She would favor him again tonight. Yu Wuxiao wiped away his tears and returned to bed, burying himself in the covers and continuing to weep. How had he ever suffered such humiliation? Why had Morong Yu, such a scoundrel, taken a fancy to him? He longed to return to Chu. But if he defied Morong Yu, he would suffer. And if Chu were implicated, he would rather die. Moreover, the dragon race was inherently violent and bloodthirsty, viewing human lives as expendable. He could not see through Morong Yu's cultivation. But it was clear that the dragon princess could not be without cultivation. There could only be one conclusion. Morong Yu's strength was superior to his own. Yu Wuxia cried until he was exhausted before rising to dress. "Qingshan, Yin Yu come." Two people entered with sorrowful expressions to assist him in his grooming. Yin Yu said, "My prince, take heart. Shed fewer tears, and do not harm your health." Chapter 9, Hostage. Jade Wuxia gazed into the ornate mirror, his eyes brimming with tears, and choked out, "Qingshan, Yin Yu, how I long to return." Qingshan and Yin Yu, their gazes lowered, felt a lump form in their throats, rendering them speechless. His birthday was merely days away. Shortly thereafter, having composed himself, Jade Wuxia partook of his morning meal in silence, the three of them still subdued. Qishan proposed, "The plum blossoms in the courtyard are in full bloom. Shall we accompany you for a stroll, young master, to ease your mind?" Jade Wuxia softly acquiesced, "Yes." Upon reaching the courtyard, though the sunlight was faint, the air was redolent with the fragrance of plum blossoms. Jade Wuxia lamented, preferring to perish on the branch, embracing fragrance, rather than being scattered by the north wind. He bemoaned his futile cultivation, which could only lead to subservience beneath Morong Yu's dominion. What hope remained for such an existence? He was merely a plaything offered by his mother to appease the dragon clan. Yet, bound by years of nurturing, he could not abandon her. Should he abscond, Morong Yu's wrath would fall upon his mother. Qingshan's eyes welled with tears. Her young master, of noble lineage and gentle disposition, had come to the Qing kingdom only to be exploited and humiliated by Morong Yu. It pained her to witness his suffering. Qingshan blurted out, "The crown princess constantly mistreats you, young master. You possessed celestial cultivation. Why not confront her in battle?" Yin Yu retorted, "Ignorant fool. Do you imagine Morong Yu is not of the same celestial rank? In a contest between a human and a dragon of equal power, the advantage invariably lies with the dragon. Indeed, the dragon clan possessed an innate superiority over humans. In equal combat, they invariably prevailed. Furthermore, even if he were victorious, what then? Morong Yu had the Empress as her shield, the zenith of the dragon clan's power, and below her were 8 sisters, each also of celestial rank. Even if he were to triumph, he would face certain death. Since the enigmatic demise of the sovereign 30 years prior, order had collapsed, and the human race, fragmented and vulnerable, suffered oppression, enslavement, and plunder. The rare celestial masters among humans either secluded themselves from the world, wandered in search of the former sovereign's treasures, or defected to the dragon, demon, or other clans. The Chu kingdom, where Jade Wuxia resided, was merely a haven, struggling for survival. At that moment, he stood lost in contemplation, gazing at the plum blossoms. Twonk, intruding upon his reverie, softly announced, "Young master, it is time for dance practice." Jade Wuxia reluctantly followed her to the dance studio. The morning's events weighed heavily on his mind. He had been awakened from a pleasant dream by Morong Yu's cruel slap, and the subsequent humiliation. Previously, he could indulge in leisurely mornings, but now, even his sleep was disrupted by abuse. Twonk was, of course, aware of Jade Wuxia's plight, but she was powerless to assist him. Today, a new palace maid named Kong Ke was present in the dance studio, cradling a pipa and bowing her head demurely. "Young master, Her Highness has instructed me to provide music for your practice." Jade Wuxiao felt that being critiqued by Twonk was humiliating enough, but the presence of Kong Ke amplified his unease. Kong Ke sat poised, her fingers dancing across the strings of the pipa with practiced skill, never glancing down at the instrument. Her eyes were fixed on Jade Wuxiao, devouring his every move. Such a captivating countenance, such a lithe and delicate figure, she mused. No wonder the crown princess is so enamored. A sly fox indeed. Where did he learn to be so alluring? Perhaps he always possessed this talent, feigning innocence before her highness. Twonk, familiar with Conque, remained composed as usual. As the music concluded, Conque surmised, once the crown princess tires of him, or finds a new infatuation, let's see how he maintains his facade. I shall first deal with those two insolent maids at his side, and then properly discipline him. Jade Wuxia, unnerved by her gaze, found himself unable to retort. Seeing his bashful and timid demeanor, Conque grew even more presumptuous, joining Twonk in offering unsolicited critiques and even patting him forcefully. You. The touch startled Jade Wuxia, and his face flushed with indignation. Conque, her face brimming with flattery, exclaimed, young master's dancing is truly exquisite. If you were to participate in next year's Lantern Festival beauty pageant, you would surely be crowned the most captivating, enchanting all of Xianyang. Jade Wuxia, even tempered as he was, could no longer restrain himself. How dare Conque compare him to those common courtesans? He retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Conque immediately knelt, begging for forgiveness. I misspoke. Young master, please forgive me. Having served Murong Yu for so long, she had grown accustomed to impudence within the Eastern Palace. Moreover, she was confident that Jade Wuxia would not punish her, hence her audacity. Jade Wuxia, unwilling to escalate the situation, cautioned, there shall be no next time. If she continued to disregard decorum and offend him, she would meet her demise at his hands. Later that evening, Murong Yu, noticing his sullen mood, surmised that he must be longing for his kin. Perhaps granting his wish would be a magnanimous gesture. Wuxia, she began, since you yearn so for your royal sister, I shall request the empress to allow her to join you. Jade Wuxia, nestled beneath the covers, whispered, I dare not trouble your highness. Murong Yu replied playfully, nonsense. Let her come to Xianyang as a hostage. It will assuage your loneliness. She knew that humans placed great value on familial bonds. Bringing his useless sister as a hostage would both control him and the king of Chu, while also alleviating his longing. Truly a threefold benefit. Jade Wuxia, his gaze lowered, demurred, I dare not trouble your highness. He did not wish to endanger his sister. Murong Yu, observing his reaction, resolved to bring his sister as a hostage. What? She teased. Am I not being kind? Reuniting you with your sibling? Are you unwilling? Jade Wuxia desperately sought an excuse. My sister is accustomed to a pampered and unrestrained life. I fear she might displease my consort. Then beg me, Murong Yu challenged, and I shall refrain from bringing her. Jade Wuxia, his delicate hands clutching the silken quilt, fluttered his watery, almond-shaped eyes. He pleaded softly, I beg my consort to spare her. I shall always obey my consort's commands and diligently practice my dancing every day. A beast. Jade Wuxia cursed inwardly. Murong Yu found him utterly captivating, his alluring charm melting her heart. You are a sly fox, she teased. One does not beg without kneeling. Jade Wuxia hastily scrambled out of bed and knelt on the floor, relieved that the carpet provided some insulation from the cold. I beg your highness to spare her, he implored. Murong Yu, reclining on the bed, crossed her legs and declared, insufficient. There is no sincerity. Jade Wuxia, on the verge of tears, did not know how to demonstrate sincerity. Clearly, this venomous woman was deliberately tormenting him. Cease your weeping, Murong Yu commanded. Attend to me in bed. Yes, Jade Wuxia replied, wiping away his tears and returning to the bed. Following an evening of revelry and graceful dance, Murong Yu murmured intimately, in 3 days, it will be your natal day. What token of affection have you prepared for me? Blushing profoundly, and with eyes brimming with tears, Yu Wuxia, visibly stirred, softly replied. This humble one is unaware of what pleases my esteemed consort. Impudent knave. Should it not be her who bestows gifts upon him? Murong Yu administered a light slap, chiding. Truly deserving. Your performance will determine whether I extend leniency to your sister. Such a docile and exquisite beauty was, in her eyes, meant for nothing other than playful torment. Why harbor any sympathy? Tears welled uncontrollably in Yu Wuxia's eyes as he dutifully responded, yes, this one shall endeavor to please. The subsequent 3 days unfolded in a similar vein. On this day, Yu Wuxia's birthday, they found themselves by a shimmering pond, enveloped in a delicate mist. Murong Yu, reclining languidly by the water's edge, teased, little seductress, you weep and beg for mercy daily, yet your body betrays you, clinging to the sheets with fervor. Surely, you find some enjoyment in this, no? Submerging himself further into the water, Yu Wuxia softly demurred, this one does not. Murong Yu seemed to revel in uttering such provocative words, a routine to which he had grown accustomed. Drawing him into her embrace, Murong Yu pressed him against her chest, remarking, your artful dance of resistance and surrender is utterly captivating. Yu Wuxia, nearly breathless, managed a faint, I dare not. He had come to realize that regardless of his actions, Murong Yu would find pretext to torment and abuse him. Murong Yu eased her grip slightly, observing, you adorn yourself in such flamboyant attire, flaunting your delicate charm. The swaying of your hips as you walk, your frail and alluring figure. and the sweet fragrance that clings to you, truly captivating. You are inherently base, in my estimation. You crave a woman's touch. Morong Yu's excitement grew with each word, golden glints dancing within her phoenix eyes. As she spoke, she pinched Yu Wuxia sharply, causing him to tremble and the water to ripple. Naughty again, Morong Yu scolded. Plucking a strand of his hair, she threatened, should you prove unmanageable and commit an act of disloyalty, your entire lineage shall face dire consequences. Yu Wuxia sobbed softly. This one would not dare. If my consort disapproves, I shall adopt more modest attire in the future. He had hoped that by presenting himself as beautiful and obedient, Morong Yu might show him some semblance of kindness. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged, pushing him to the brink of despair. Morong Yu gazed upon the beauty beside her, his body trembling slightly from pain and sorrow, his legs pressed tightly together as he wept. A smile played on her lips as she declared, I find it delightful. Should you ever fail to meet my standards of beauty, I shall ensure you do. Noticing his continued weeping, Morong Yu's tone sharpened. Did I grant you permission to cry? Yu Wuxia quickly corrected himself, abasingly admitting, no, you did not. This one is at fault. Morong Yu, mindful of it being his birthday, decided to offer some solace to the one she had so tormented. With a grand gesture, she embraced him, laughing, I have a gift prepared for you. I wonder if it will meet with your approval. Yu Wuxia nestled obediently in her arms, replying, I am sure I shall cherish whatever my consort bestows upon me. In his heart, he doubted that a woman as cruel as Morong Yu would offer him anything of value, likely another instrument of his suffering. Morong Yu instructed, rise and dress. Upon their return to the Violet Cloud Pavilion, Yu Wuxia detected a subtle, enchanting fragrance. The warm, spring-like atmosphere of the room, in stark contrast to the frigid outdoors, brought a blush to his cheeks. Morong Yu retrieved a small garment, tossing it to Yu Wuxia. This is your birthday gift. Put it on and show it to me. Examining the garment in his hands, Yu Wuxia blushed even more deeply. To call this a birthday gift was audacious, clearly meant to satisfy her perverse whims. Yet, mindful of Morong Yu's methods, he complied without protest. As the saying goes, burning the boats. 102 Qin passes ultimately belong to Chu. Sleeping on firewood and tasting gall, 3,000 Yu armor can swallow Wu. Morong Yu scrutinized him, pleased with the result. Wuxia, grace me with a dance to enliven the atmosphere. Yu Wuxia dutifully obeyed, his movements fluid and elegant. In the flickering candlelight, his face bloomed with youthful beauty, his skin glistened like snow, his waist swayed with captivating grace, and a sweet, alluring fragrance wafted through the air. Before he could complete the dance, Morong Yu, unable to restrain herself, swept him into her arms and onto the bed. She then struck him lightly, teasing, little seductress. You have learned well. How did you acquire such skill? Did you perhaps learn it during your time in the Chu Kingdom? No, it was Tuan Ke who taught me well, he stammered. Morong Yu pressed, a hands-on lesson? Yu Wuxia hesitated, knowing that it was indeed a hands-on lesson. Yet fearing to implicate Tuan Quebec, he softly demurred, no. Morong Yu held him firmly in place, laughing, so you were naturally skilled, merely feigning innocence before me. I see you are deserving of a beating. She then rained down a series of blows, though careful to avoid his face. Soon, his fair skin was flushed with red. After more than a dozen strikes, noticing the intensity of the redness and fearing she might break the skin, Morong Yu softened her tone. Does it hurt? Yu Wuxia replied with aggrieved innocence. Yes, it hurts. Morong Yu drew him into her embrace, chiding, if it hurts, why did you not beg for mercy? This one dare not. Consort, spare me. A wave of tenderness washed over Morong Yu. How could she desire to torment him so harshly, yet simultaneously feel such sympathy? This little seductress truly knew how to captivate. Morong Yu inquired, do you like the garment I gifted you? Yu Wuxia obsequiously replied, yes. I do. Truly like it, or merely pretending. Truly like it. Morong Yu's lips curled into a smile. Truly deserving. If you like it so much, there are many more. Wear them for me each night before bed. Yu Wuxia dutifully responded, this one understands. Morong Yu smiled indulgently, remarking, it must be lonely for you in the Eastern Palace, surrounded by strangers. I shall bring your elder sister here to keep you company. She still harbored resentment over the time Yu Wuxia had called out for his sister in his dreams. Yu Wuxia quickly placated her. I am not surrounded by strangers. Is my esteemed consort not my family? Morong Yu's spirits lifted. Oh, you are quite the charmer. I am in a generous mood. As the year draws to a close, I shall bring your entire family here, allowing you to reunite. Yu Wuxia blushed, protesting, I was not attempting to charm my consort, merely stating a fact. Morong Yu gently stroked his hair, so obedient. Counting the days, your elder sister should be here to join you soon. A shadow of melancholy crossed Yu Wuxia's eyes, which welled with tears. Did my consort not promise that she would not bring her here? His tone was gentle, yet laced with a hint of reproach, stirring a pang of guilt within Morong Yu. Chapter 11. Can words spoken in bed be taken seriously? With a derisive expression, Morong Yu patted Yu Wuxia's face, sneering. You believed words spoken in bed. Yesterday, you were begging to be put to death. Should those words also be taken as truth? Yu Wuxia, enveloped in a scarlet brocade quilt, silently crumbled. She had clearly agreed to his request, Yet she went back on her word, which was utterly excessive. Morongyu reproached, honestly. I'm wholeheartedly trying to reunite you with your sister, yet you repay kindness with ingratitude. Yu Wuxia gently dabbed at his tears. Morongyu lifted a strand of his hair, playing with it as she scolded, hurry and thank me. It seems the Prince of Chu didn't teach you well. You have no manners whatsoever. Yu Wuxia choked back sobs. This servant thanks the princess consort. The die was cast. This venomous woman had forced his sister to become a hostage and now compelled him to express gratitude. How could a consort bully her husband in such a way? Morongyu spoke with pointed intent, forcefully patting him through the quilt, saying, that's more like it. How do you plan to thank me? Yu Wuxia surmised that she probably wouldn't care for clothes, hairpins, or jewelry. But, aside from those, he had nothing else. He peeked his head out from the quilt, whispering, this servant possesses a priceless night-shining pearl, willing to offer it to the princess consort. Morongyu smiled wryly, mocking, what worthless trinket? Calling it priceless and presenting it like a treasure? How embarrassing. Yu Wuxiao realized that, to his dragon kin, it might not be a rare item. He longed to return home, away from the frigid eastern palace, where he was tormented by Morongyu daily, with only Qing Shan, Yin and Tuang to converse with. Seeing him weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Morongyu feigned displeasure, scolding, crying again. Did I permit you to cry? Get up. Yu Wuxiao understood that Morongyu intended to punish him. He hastily rose to his knees, tears still streaming down his face uncontrollably. Morongyu scrutinized Yu Wuxiao, noting his disheveled hair and naked form kneeling on the crimson floral carpet, a striking contrast. His eyes were lowered, and his hands rested in front of him. TSK, she mused, my little husband is truly obedient and tantalizing. It would be a waste not to mistreat him. Yu Wuxiao continued to weep with downcast eyes. Smack. Morongyu showed no mercy. The pain was excruciating. Please, princess consort, be gentler. The burning sensation caused Yu Wuxiao's face to flush instantly. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, then, realizing his impropriety, tremulously lowered it. Morongyu was pleased but remained unrelenting, saying, extend the hand with the bracelet. Yu Wuxiao panicked. He wore a white jade bracelet on his left wrist, and he couldn't bear the thought of it being shattered. Although the bracelet was a magical artifact and not easily broken, Morongyu was too terrifying. Morongyu's lips curved slightly upward as she teased, still not learning, are we? Yu Wuxiao knelt on the ground, extending both hands with lowered eyes, pleading softly, my princess consort, this jade bracelet was a gift from my mother. Please, be gentle. Morongyu thought that, since he cherished the bracelet so much, shattering it into dust would surely cause him to weep inconsolably. However, she decided that today was not the day to break it, but rather to save it for when Yu Wuxiao truly angered her. Morongyu picked up the black ruler, showing no leniency. Seeing the trembling, tearful figure kneeling before her, still obediently accepting the punishment, she felt somewhat satisfied. Yu Wuxiao clenched his teeth but couldn't suppress a muffled groan of pain, his entire body drenched in sweat from the agony. Strands of his hair, damp with perspiration, clung to his fair skin, a truly pitiful sight. Morongyu asked, does it hurt? Yu Wuxiao whispered, it hurts. Smack. Yu Wuxiao finally broke down, sobbing, spare me, please. It hurts so much. My hand is going to break. With a wave of her hand, Yu Wuxiao felt a surge of warmth in his hands, and the burning pain instantly vanished. His hands were also perfectly restored. Despite being beaten so severely, Yu Wuxiao couldn't help but admire the profound magic of the Dragon Clan. His own meager skills were no match for Morongyu, a true celestial being. Indeed, there was a vast difference even among celestial beings. Morongyu commanded, thank me and wipe away your tears. What are you kneeling for? If outsiders find out, they'll say I'm bullying you. Thank you, princess consort. Yu Wuxiao wiped away his tears. His legs were numb from kneeling for so long, and he struggled to stand. Morongyu then ordered, wait. Go bathe and change before returning. Yes. Inside the warm pavilion, steam rose from the shimmering turquoise waters of the pool. It was Yu Wuxiao's first time bathing alone in the hot spring. This wretched woman not only beat him, but also forced him to apologize. No consort in the world was as outrageous as she was. While bathing alone in the hot spring was pleasant, he dared not linger, fearing further torment from Morongyu upon his return. As Yu Wuxiao emerged from the pool, having just dried himself, he sensed two pairs of eyes watching him from the shadows. Nonsense, he thought. I must be imagining things. He had only married her a few days ago and had already become paranoid from Morongyu's abuse. He quickly donned his clothes and opened the door, where Qing Shan and Yin Yu were already waiting with lanterns. After Yu Wuxiao left, the candlelight in the warm pavilion flickered dimly, casting shadows in the corners. Conque whispered in admiration. Every gesture is enchanting. No wonder Her Highness treats him so well. After all, she had served in the Eastern Palace for a long time and knew that Morongyu was relatively gentle with Yu Wuxiao. Tuang said, he almost caught us. How frightening. I feel like he's not an ordinary person. Since teaching Yu Wuxiao to dance for a few days, the relationship between Conque and Tuang had grown closer. Today, they had become audacious, seizing the opportunity to watch him bathe together. Conque responded, so what if he caught us? He's so delicate and timid that he wouldn't dare speak loudly. He would just beg for forgiveness. Although he's nominally the princess consort's husband, who really takes him seriously. In my opinion, he's nothing more than a male concubine, or rather, a foot warmer. When Her Highness the princess consort isn't here during the day, we'll find a chance to force ourselves on him. I bet he wouldn't dare make a sound and would only cry secretly. Twonk frowned, saying, "You're going too far. Dare to touch the princess consort's husband, and I fear you've grown tired of living." Conke said seriously, "Sister, I'm serious. He's so weak. And our princess consort has such a temper. If we force ourselves on him, would he dare to complain? As long as he doesn't go for broke. Can't we have some fun? Besides, you've had your fill during dance practice every day, touching his body and giving instructions. But I suffer." Holding the cold pipa and feeling sad, Twonk blushed, pointing at her and scolding, "I warn you, watch your mouth. Dare to have such thoughts again. And be careful that the princess consort doesn't grind you to dust." Conke rolled her eyes, thinking that Twonk was a coward and no fun. She treated her as a sister, but she pretended to be virtuous. Chapter 12, The Night Deepens. And the flowers slumber as the poetic lines suggest. In the deep of night, the flowers fall into slumber, the heavy dew, unbeknownst to the chill. The autumn moon shines like frost upon the sleepless. Yet, winter has firmly taken hold. The East Palace is enveloped in an eerie stillness. The flickering candlelight casting shadows amidst the swirling white mist, as if it belonged to another realm. Clad in azure garments, Qing Shan and Yin Yu accompany Yu Wuxia, holding a delicate hexagonal carved lantern of purple sandalwood. Though the lantern offers little illumination, its exquisite craftsmanship captivates. The two companions yearn to offer words of comfort to Yu Wuxia, yet find themselves at a loss, their thoughts unspoken, preserving the tranquility that envelopes them. Upon reaching Ziyun Pavilion, they take their leave, and Yu Wuxia enters alone. The red candle flickers, casting a warm glow beneath the crimson gauze canopy. Morong Yu lies quietly within, wrapped in a resplendent red brocade quilt, her eyes gently closed, as if she has just drifted into slumber. The candlelight filters through the gauze, illuminating her delicate features with a warm hue. A sigh of relief escapes Yu Wuxia. Perhaps tonight he may find solace in sleep, hoping to evade punishment come morning. He cannot deny that, despite her cruelty, his wife is undeniably beautiful. With utmost caution, he loosens his garments and slips beneath the quilt beside her. Yet, Morong Yu remains undisturbed. Perhaps the warmth of the hot spring still lingers, and Yu Wuxia soon succumbs to the embrace of sleep. However, his companion, Morong Yu, slowly opens her eyes, her golden irises shimmering with a captivating light, fixated upon him. After her nightly exertions with Yu Wuxia, she finds her solace during the day in the emperor's study, thus she is wide awake now, having merely rested her eyes. As she gazes at the tranquil figure beside her, a line of poetry flits through her mind, in fear that the night deepens and the flowers fall asleep. Hence I burn the high candle to illuminate the red makeup. Morong Yu muses to herself, how could she, burdened with countless responsibilities, feel fatigued, while this idle little fox sleeps so soundly? It is infuriating. With a swift motion, she strikes Yu Wuxia, who, startled from his slumber, instinctively pleads for mercy. "My lady, please spare me." Morong Yu chuckles, "Have you fallen asleep?" Yu Wuxia responds softly, "Yes." Just as he drifts off, he is abruptly awakened. His doe-like eyes glistening with unshed tears, a picture of innocence and vulnerability. Yet he knows that crying could lead to further punishment, so he suppresses his emotions. Morong Yu pinches his cheek and inquires, "Are you still tired?" "No longer, my lady. What are your commands?" His gentle tone is laced with a hint of sorrow. His gaze cast downwards, evoking sympathy even from the most stoic of women. Morong Yu smiles and instructs, "Good, now sleep." He quietly replies, "Yes." Yet within the confines of the quilt, he silently crumbles, feeling unjustly treated. He struggles to believe that his fate could be so harsh. Having lost his father at a young age, he was fortunate to receive his mother's affection, yet here he finds himself in this predicament. Suddenly, the vibrant red quilt is yanked away, startling him, and he shivers as Morong Yu reveals his bare form beneath the sheets. With a teasing tone, she remarks, "Wuxia, are you crying again? It shatters my heart. Thus, I shall bring you joy. And no, I would not trouble my lady. Be obedient. Before long." She has him in a state of ecstasy, his soul soaring beyond the mortal realm. The following morning, upon awakening, he finds Morong Yu has already departed. As usual, he dresses, washes up, and partakes in breakfast. In the afternoon, while practicing dance under the attentive guidance of Tuan Ke and Kong Ke, his skills blossom, far surpassing that of a novice. The two are left in wonder, questioning if he possesses an innate talent. Yet, as the wife of a noble, Yu Wuxia remains restrained. And despite their yearning, the two dare not overstep their bounds. That evening, as Yu Wuxia dutifully attends to Morong Yu, she playfully chides, "Tomorrow night, your sister arrives in Xianyang. Are you not excited?" Yu Wuxia forces a smile, "I am delighted, thank you, my lady." How could he be joyful knowing he has dragged his sister into such hardship? It is merely a fade. The next day, within Ziyun Pavilion, before the mirror, Qing Shan and Yin Yu meticulously groom Yu Wuxia. intent on brightening Murongyu's spirits, hoping that it may ease his sister's plight in Xianyang. The two mates, aware of his circumstances, feel a pang of sympathy for their master, who endures such humiliation yet still cares for others. Despite Murongyu's relentless torment, she spares no expense in his attire and comfort. Yu Wuxian naively dreams. If only Murongyu could show him a modicum of affection, he would be content. During meals, while appreciating the blossoms and practicing dance, Yu Wuxia finds himself distracted, reminiscent of those he longs for. He nearly stumbles, but fortunately, Kong Ke is quick to catch him. Tuan Ke, Qing Shan, and Yin Yu rush over, concerned. Yu Wuxia, noticing Kong Ke's unwavering support, gratefully says, "Thank you, Miss Kong." He has always been gentle with his servants. Yet Kong Ke does not release her grip, smiling playfully. Has the prince's leg grown weak from the princess's bullying? Perhaps I should help you back. Yu Wuxia's face flushes crimson, caught off guard. Qing Shan and Yin Yu have long sensed Kong Ke's discomfort and dare to speak out. Qing Shan scolds, "Your hands are not for him to hold. Release him at once." Kong Ke, realizing her folly, quickly kneels and apologizes, "I misspoke. Please allow me to be punished." Yu Wuxia, concerned about the potential gossip, instructs, "Rise, and be mindful of your words in the future." "Yes, I shall remember," she replies, though her outward humility belies her disdain for her master. As twilight descends, the night brings forth Yu Wuxia's greatest fears and helplessness. Murongyu returns, her demeanor unexpectedly cheerful. During dinner, she smiles and instructs, "Wuxia, come sit beside me." Yu Wuxia, feeling anxious, approaches her side. He reassures himself, "It is nothing, merely verbal insults. I can endure." Or perhaps, it is just playful banter. Though he appears delicate, his strength is formidable, and he remains unscathed. Murongyu notices his attire, a snow-white collarless robe adorned with delicate embroidery, complemented by a pale pink skirt, exuding a gentle and graceful charm. She playfully tugs at his hair, questioning, "What is this? Dressed so splendidly, are you eager to see your sister?" Feigning composure, Yu Wuxia offers a gentle smile. "I wore this for you, my lady. If you do not favor it, I shall change tomorrow." Chapter 13. Obediently taking medicine, Murongyu playfully twirled a lock of his hair around her fingers, remarking with a smile, "So smooth, such a delightful texture. It's a pity not to tug on it." No sooner had the words left her lips than she pulled him into her embrace by his hair. Tears welled in Yu Wuxia's eyes from the sharp pain. As he softly pleaded, "My consort, would you care to dine first?" Murongyu responded with a gentle smile, but her grip on his hair tightened, forcing him into a position that exposed his fair, delicate neck. "I shall feed you myself," she declared. Yu Wuxia's beautiful eyes, brimming with tears, gazed helplessly at the ceiling as he whispered, "I dare not, my consort, be gentle." Murongyu found his pleading, aggrieved demeanor utterly captivating, and silenced him with a kiss. To Yu Wuxia, her kiss felt like the chilling, venomous strike of a serpent. Murongyu savored the kiss, finding it exquisitely fragrant. Satisfied, she released him, observing the flush on his face as he lowered his gaze and carefully adjusted his hair. Pleased, Murongyu instructed, "Let us eat. Your sister will be visiting you soon." "Yes," Yu Wuxia replied. Having just been subjected to such treatment and hearing those words, Yu Wuxia had lost his appetite. Although he longed to see his sister, Murongyu's presence loomed like a poisonous cloud. He could only pray that Murongyu would not humiliate him in front of his sister, lest it cause her distress. Yet, as fate would have it, his fears materialized. Yu Wuxia listlessly picked at his food, managing only half a bowl before setting down his chopsticks. He summoned a waiting maid to assist him with rinsing his mouth and cleansing his hands. Murongyu, having also finished her meal, ordered, "Clear the table." The attending maid promptly complied. Once Murongyu had completed her ablutions, she dismissed the maid with a simple, "Leave us." Soon, only Murongyu and Yu Wuxia remained in the room. She conjured a delicate jade vial, its surface shimmering in the candlelight. Uncorking it, she coldly commanded, "Wuxia, open your mouth." Yu Wuxia's beautiful eyes widened with terror. Even a child knew better than to ingest unknown substances. Seeing his hesitation, Murongyu smiled wryly and gently tapped his cheek, threatening, "Do you require another slap? Speak." Yu Wuxia remembered his impending meeting with his sister and the distress a bruised face would cause her. Yet, the vial's contents appeared far from benign. Torn between the two, he remained silent. After a moment, Yu Wuxia spoke in a hushed tone, "I beg my consort, in consideration of my many days of service, to spare my face." He desperately clung to his remaining dignity. Murongyu coldly retorted, "So, you stubbornly refused to take the medicine?" Before the words had fully escaped her lips, her left hand was raised high. Yu Wuxia flinched, squeezing his eyes shut, his body trembling. His nose stung, and tears welled in his eyes. He had endured Murongyu's slaps before and knew what to expect. He simply could not bear the thought of his sister seeing his swollen face and worrying about him. Tears streamed down his face. Yet, the expected blow never came. Murongyu scrutinized the trembling figure before her, his delicate hands clutching his gown. She found the scene amusing. The Dragon Clan never needed a reason to mistreat humans. In their eyes, aside from a select few, The rest were as easily crushed as ants. Yu Wuxiao, sensing the delayed blow, opened his eyes. Mo Rongyu baited him. I shall grant you one final chance. Would you prefer to greet your sister with 2 swollen welts, or obediently take the medicine? Yu Wuxiao reasoned that with his advanced cultivation, he should survive the effects of the drug, and it was better to obey. He whispered, I will take the medicine. Mo Rongyu handed him the vial, saying, that's a good boy. Consume it all, not a single drop spared. Yu Wuxiao complied without hesitation. The liquid dissolved instantly in his mouth, cool and sweet, like candy. Perhaps Mo Rongyu was simply trying to intimidate him. After all, she occasionally showed a hint of humanity. Mo Rongyu gently helped him up, a faint smile playing on her lips. Let us await your sister in the council hall, she said. Outside, dusk had fallen, and a cold wind blew, yet Yu Wuxiao felt no chill. He attributed it to his improved cultivation. The council hall was austere and solemn, sparsely furnished with a long, dark table, a circle of chairs, and an ancient bronze incense burner. As they settled in, Yu Wuxiao glanced at Mo Rongyu. Despite her cruelty, she possessed undeniable beauty. He found the hall remarkably warm, even warmer than the hot springs in the warm pavilion, and he felt an urge to remove his outer garments. Soon, a peacock led the crown princess of Chu, Yu Wuxiao's sister, Yu Wufei, into the hall. Upon entering, Yu Wufei offered a perfunctory bow, saying, I am Yu Wufei. Greetings to the crown princess and consort. May you both. Mo Rongyu interrupted with a smile. Enough formalities, please, be seated. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yu Wufei relented and took a seat opposite them. She observed Yu Wuxiao's flushed cheeks, trembling form, and the way he nestled against Mo Rongyu. His almond-shaped eyes were filled with a watery, seductive allure, his face practically screaming, I desire a woman. He exuded a pitiful charm, making one yearn to indulge him. He had not been like this before. He had been so innocent. Had only a few days of marriage transformed him? This seductive air must be the result of Mo Rongyu's influence. Yu Wufei surmised that he must have been given something like a love potion. Mo Rongyu, that beast, dared to feed him something meant for brothels. How utterly shameless. She felt helpless. Having been forced to watch Wuxiao be sent to marry against his will, and now witnessing his abuse at the hands of Mo Rongyu, Yu Wufei felt like a failure as a sister and as the crown princess of Chu. Guilt and rage welled up within her. Across the table, Yu Wuxiao struggled to suppress the urge to disrobe. He felt unbearably uncomfortable, as if he were on fire. His senses were blurring, and he saw double. Mo Rongyu nonchalantly played with his hair while surreptitiously pinching his waist. Yu Wuxiao cried out instinctively, my consort, please, it hurts. His tone was sweet and coquettish, more like a lover's plea than a genuine protest. Realizing that Yu Wufei was watching, he quickly fell silent, weakly tugging at Mo Rongyu's sleeve, attempting to stop her. Yu Wuxiao felt that, for the sake of his remaining dignity, he should rebuke Mo Rongyu or even end his life to prove his resolve. Better to be a shattered jade than a whole tile, as the saying goes. But he did not want to die. Tears welled up in his eyes once more. The scene grew increasingly suggestive. Yu Wuxiao's face was flushed with desire, his collar slightly open, revealing snowy skin adorned with kiss marks, like red plums scattered on snow. A stark and provocative sight. Yet, the scene stirred no desire in Yu Wufei, only shame. If they were not so powerless, Yu Wuxiao would not have been pushed into the arms of such a beast. Initially, the king of Chu had intended to offer Yu Wuxiao to the Dragon Empress to solidify the alliance between Qin and Chu. He had even consulted Yu Wufei on the matter. Though she was unwilling, she had no choice. But fate had intervened when Mo Rongyu entered the palace and took a liking to Yu Wuxiao. Chapter 14. Trembling with fear within the solemn and austere council chamber. An ancient bronze incense burner exuded wisps of invisible fragrance, permeating the entire room. Observing the scene before her, Yu Wufei felt her face flush with embarrassment as she watched Yu Wuxiao cozily nestled in the embrace of the dragon clan, a sight more unbearable than death itself. Rising to bow, Yu Wufei declared, I shall not intrude upon your enjoyment any longer. I take my leave. Mo Rongyu threatened, are you so eager to depart? Next, we shall invite your mother, the princess of Chu, to join us. Upon hearing this, Yu Wufei froze in place, rendered helpless. Mo Rongyu playfully pinched Yu Wuxiao's cheek, teasing, you two siblings have finally reunited. Why not reminisce a little? What are you standing there for? Sit down. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Yu Wufei returned to her seat. Her expression as tranquil as still water, betraying no hint of joy or sorrow. Yu Wuxiao, slender and fragile, leaned against Mo Rongyu, his cheeks flushed, lips pressed tightly together. His gaze filled with longing, nearly speaking several times. He could not comprehend why Mo Rongyu, his wife, would seek to crush the last remnants of his dignity. Such a situation was incomprehensibly absurd. Mo Rongyu remarked with a hint of mischief, just days ago, Wuxiao was dreaming of calling you sister. Why is he now silent in your presence? The sister he had longed for was right in front of him, yet Yu Wuxiao had no desire to reminisce. Only wishing to hasten through this moment of shame. Mo Rongyu's icy fingertip traced his skin, causing Yu Wuxiao to gasp in shock, trembling uncontrollably. Across the long table, Yu Wufei closed her eyes in despair, unwilling to witness or hear the unfolding events. Her delicate hands clenched into fists, nails digging into her palms. However, she soon released her grip, her rationality prevailing as she recognized the disparity in their strengths. The more powerless and enraged she felt, the more pleased Mu Rongyu became, and the more heartbroken Yu Wuxiao appeared. She refused to partake in actions that would bring joy to her enemies. Seeing his sister squeeze her eyes shut, avoiding his gaze, offered Yu Wuxiao a slight sense of relief. He wondered if she might think less of him, vowing to explain himself thoroughly when the opportunity arose. He was not devoid of shame. As Yu Wuxiao's consciousness began to blur, the cold winter felt like an unbearable summer to him. Meanwhile, Mu Rongyu radiated a chilling aura, prompting him to instinctively clutch her tightly, burying his head in her bosom. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to do so, yet at this moment, he felt that even death at her hands would be preferable to the current torment. Mu Rongyu gazed at his exposed, pale skin and delicate arms, suddenly wishing to shield Yu Wufei from the sight. How disgraceful it was to behave so brazenly before his sister. Just as Yu Wuxiao's mind was clouded, Mu Rongyu's icy palm struck his face, a wave of chill penetrating to his very bones, snapping him back to reality. Pushing him away, she furrowed her elegant brows, spat at him, and scolded, "Shameless wretch, put on your clothes properly." Yu Wuxiao hastily adjusted his attire, lowering his eyes in overwhelming shame, unable to face his sister. Feeling flustered, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe his face, fighting back tears. Yet, his disheveled appearance still revealed his distress. Mu Rongyu sipped her tea, her golden eyes scrutinizing Yu Wufei. The siblings bore some resemblance, and such restraint suggested that they would eventually become a significant threat. Despite their human race's weakness, their cunning was unparalleled. Vengeance and enduring humiliation were mere trifles to them. Mu Rongyu sensed that Yu Wuxiao and Yu Wufei were perhaps not as feeble as they appeared, likely harboring hidden claws of vengeance. She resolved to tease. Are all the young lords of the Chu kingdom so shameless? She was eager to see if Yu Wuxiao was truly as easy to bully as he seemed. Unwilling to resist, and only knowing how to cry for mercy, Yu Wufei remained composed, replying, "A sister is like a mother. If your highness finds him lacking, you may dismiss him. It would spare you the sight of him here." Mu Rongyu smiled, taking a sip of her maple tea, saying, "No need for that. Despite his shortcomings, our bond is profound. He cannot do without me, nor I without him." Internally, Yu Wufei rolled her eyes, feeling disgusted by the deliberate mockery aimed at their plight. Mu Rongyu reached up to adjust Yu Wuxiao's hair, causing him to instinctively shut his eyes in fear. Mu Rongyu, in an unusual display of gentleness, asked softly, "Wuxiao, would you like to return to the Chu kingdom with your sister?" How he longed to return. He dreamed of it. Unable to endure the fear of being struck while sleeping next to Mu Rongyu, even the peasant, Conke, dared to speak to him with disdain. Such a life was unbearable. Perhaps Mu Rongyu, having grown tired of him, might consider allowing him to return out of marital affection. Yet, Yu Wuxiao also felt that this venal woman would never let him go easily. Noticing his silence, Mu Rongyu coaxed gently, "Seeing you cry daily, perhaps it would be best for you to return, to spare you further grievances." Although he sensed her ulterior motives, Yu Wuxiao was reluctant to relinquish even a glimmer of hope. Like a drowning man grasping at any object for salvation, he clutched the hem of his garment tightly. With a timid voice, he said, "I thank my wife for her kindness." Upon uttering these words, he attempted to rise to bow. However, Mu Rongyu swiftly placed her hand on his shoulder, pressing him back down. "Oh, is that so? Just a plaything sent from a defeated nation, and you dare to leave? Very well, even if you return, that weak and inept mother of yours, the Princess of Chu, will likely send you back here again. Only then will you comprehend who your true support is in this world. Or perhaps, they share a deep bond. If so, how amusing it would be to humiliate you in front of the Princess of Chu. I wonder whether you would collapse in tears or seek to end your life either way. It would be entertaining." Yet, Mu Rongyu felt an unsettling fear of truly losing him. With a delicate smile, she softly urged, upon further reflection, "I find it hard to part with you, given our marital bond. Wuxiao, my dear, shall we return next year to visit your mother?" Though her tone was filled with gentleness, Yu Wuxiao felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss, chills creeping through him. He had known that this venomous woman would not easily let him go. That night, Yu Wuxiao wandered through a haze, unable to recall how he bid farewell to his sister or how he returned to his chambers, only remembering that Mu Rongyu ruthlessly tormented him once more upon his arrival. Beneath the placid, profound expanse of night, a shimmering luminescence pervaded the air, as the cool moonlight cascaded gently. Within the confines of the Ziyun Pavilion, Yu Wuxiao's gaze was unfocused, his form disheveled from Mu Rongyu's relentless torment. Yu Wuxiao resigned himself to his fate, reflecting that regardless of his supplications and obsequious behavior, the outcome remained unchanged. He was invariably berated, struck, and treated as a common courtesan. What, then, was the point? Perhaps, should he eschew such fawning conduct, his days might prove more bearable. At length, Mu Rongyu, her amusement sated, pinched his nose and spat forcefully into his open mouth. "Clean yourself," she commanded, and returned to slumber. With that, she released him, delivering a sharp kick that sent him sprawling onto the floor. Or perhaps, she added tauntingly, remain in the woodshed for the night. Her words were intended merely as a jest, a means of intimidating Yu Wuxia. Yet, he genuinely desired to cease his entreaties, for they consistently proved futile. Sleeping in the woodshed was, therefore, acceptable. Despite the presence of a carpet, the unexpected shove from Murong Yu caused him considerable pain. Wordlessly, he rose from the ground, preparing to depart. He mused that the night was finally drawing to a close. Observing his lack of supplication, Murong Yu concluded that her punishment had been insufficient. With swiftness, she snatched Yu Wuxia's garments and shoes, bundling them together and tossing them out the window. As if discarding refuse. Reclining upon the couch, she reveled in Yu Wuxia's bewildered countenance. Bereft of attire, Yu Wuxia was too ashamed to venture outside. Nor did he dare employ his magic in Murong Yu's presence without removing the jade bracelet. Standing naked and vulnerable, he was at a loss. After a moment, Yu Wuxia steeled his resolve. Though it was late, he reluctantly decided to seek assistance from Qin Shan and Yin Yu. Remaining in the room would only provoke Murong Yu further, leading to dire consequences. He tiptoed to the door, opening it just enough to peek through, and whispered, Qin Shan, Yin Yu. His actions only piqued Murong Yu's interest once more. Before he could finish, she silenced him with her hand. In a dizzying turn, he found himself back on the bed, nestled in Murong Yu's embrace. Caressing his hair, Murong Yu purred, why, would you rather sleep in the woodshed than beg for my mercy? Is my delicate little darling displeased with me? Yu Wuxia responded meekly, I would never dare. If my mistress is displeased, I shall sleep in the woodshed. Murong Yu chuckled, very well, I shall spare you. Yu Wuxia retorted stubbornly, I shall sleep in the woodshed regardless. As the saying goes, even a clay figure possesses a modicum of anger, and even Buddha can display wrath. How much more so a scion of the Chu kingdom? Yu Wuxia murmured, I am but a lowly servant, unworthy of attending to my mistress. Henceforth, I shall sleep in the woodshed. As he spoke, he struggled to free himself from Murong Yu's grasp. However, Murong Yu perceived his actions as mere coy resistance. Are you being disobedient again? Daring to defy me? She teased. When your sister arrives tomorrow, I shall show you how I discipline you in her presence. Yu Wuxia's heart sank. His sister was already aware of his plight, and having been humiliated today, he no longer cared. As my mistress pleases, he replied listlessly. Murong Yu threatened in a low voice. Are you seeking another dose of medicine? She relished Yu Wuxia's abject pleas. She believed that the fragile, pitiable Yu Wuxia would soon dissolve into tears, begging for her mercy. With that in mind, she produced a jade vial, twice the size of the previous one. Yu Wuxia's beautiful eyes widened in terror, and he struggled to escape Murong Yu's embrace. Murong Yu removed the stopper and pinched Yu Wuxia's delicate nose. Let us see how long you can maintain your innocent fade, she taunted. Soon, fear eclipsed pride. Yu Wuxia pleaded, his voice muffled. No, I will die. Murong Yu remained silent, casting a simple spell to immobilize Yu Wuxia on the bed. She coaxed him, be a good Wuxia, open your mouth. As if coaxing a child to take medicine. Yu Wuxia felt utterly humiliated. He closed his eyes in despair, clenching his teeth, unwilling to endure that agonizing sensation once more. If he truly displeased Murong Yu, might she, in a fit of pique, beat him to death? If she killed him, it would not be considered suicide, and he would not have failed his mother. Seeing his obstinacy, Murong Yu gently placed her hand on Yu Wuxia's chest and exerted her will. Yu Wuxia felt an immense weight pressing down on him, suffocating him. He gasped for air. His mind blank. The instinct for survival compelled him to open his mouth and inhale deeply. Murong Yu, satisfied, withdrew her magic. She had only intended to frighten him. Humans were too fragile. If she truly killed him, she would regret it. Murong Yu smiled and said, beg me, and I shall spare you this time. Having narrowly escaped death, Yu Wuxia could no longer bear it. He broke down, sobbing, just kill me. Why do you torment me so? Murong Yu realized that she needed to soothe him before he harmed himself. She was not yet tired of him. How could she bear to let him die? Even if she grew weary, she would keep him as a memento. Seeing his distress, Murong Yu hastened to wipe away his tears with a handkerchief. Be good, Wuxia. Do not cry. Shall I take you to see your sister tomorrow? She coaxed. She is alone and helpless in Xianyang City, with no one but you. If you do not care for her in this bitter winter, she may freeze to death, and no one will claim her body. Yu Wuxia could not abandon his sister, and fell for her ruse. He choked out, if you treat me with respect, I shall go. He wanted to see his sister but refused to be humiliated in her presence. It was too mortifying. Murong Yu smiled, naturally. Yu Wuxia whispered, do not deceive me. Murong Yu feigned helplessness. If you do not trust me, there is nothing I can do. She paused, then added, shall we pinky swear? Yu Wuxia was indignant. Do you take me for a child? I will not go, just kill me. Murong Yu, losing patience, slapped him hard and commanded, dress nicely tomorrow evening to visit your sister. If you dare to play tricks or attempt suicide, consider your family and friends. Moreover, have I ever mistreated you? You are insatiable. Seeing that Yu Wuxia remained unresponsive, she grew angrier. I shall kill that slut Yu Wufei, and see if your heart is made of ice, she threatened. Rising to her feet, as she sat up, Yu Wuxia embraced her from behind, pleading, "Please, mistress, do not do this." He thought that if he persisted, he might provoke Mo Rongyu to the point of leaving him alone. But he could not risk his sister's life. In the end, Yu Wuxia chose to yield. Mo Rongyu smiled. "That is more like it. Sleep now." In the early hours of a winter day, the warm sun cascaded under the eaves, its gentle light filtering through the latticed windows into the Ziyun pavilion. Yu Wuxiao awoke to find his bed partner already gone. He sat up slowly, his raven hair disheveled. Feeling somewhat listless, raising a hand, he massaged his aching temples, perhaps from a crick in his neck or a touch of the cold, which only deepened his melancholy. Mo Rongyu tormented him nightly for so long, yet she invariably rose early each day, truly remarkable. Perhaps such was the way of the Dragon Clan, requiring little sleep. Meanwhile, within the imperial study, Mo Rongyu, having concluded the morning audience, reclined upon the couch, seeking to catch up on lost sleep. She mused that Yu Wuxia was indeed a captivating creature and resolved to devise a means to excuse herself from the daily court sessions. She wondered if he would appreciate the new attire she had commissioned for him. Yu Wuxia arose and noticed a set of new garments placed nearby. Assuming they had been delivered by Qing Shan, the fabric appeared quite unique. As he donned the attire and pushed open the door, he found the two maids awaiting him. Qing Shan, still holding a set of clothes, silently returned them upon seeing Yu Wuxia already dressed. Yu Wuxia suddenly recalled the previous night's events and inquired, "Did you retrieve the garment that was cast out yesterday?" Qing Shan retorted indignantly, "Yes, we did. It was truly outrageous, the act of a beast utterly unworthy of you. Young master, even I, your servant, could not bear to witness it. Such behavior is unheard of." Yu Wuxia, resigned to his fate, sighed, "Enough. Let us proceed with washing and dining." Thereupon, the two maids fetched water and attended to his needs. Yin Yu, her face etched with concern, remarked, "One embroidered shoe is missing. We have searched the room, but it is nowhere to be found." Yu Wuxia replied, "Let it be lost. It is nothing of great consequence, merely a worn-out shoe." After the meal, as they assisted Yu Wuxia with his toilette, Yin Yu whispered, "Young master, I have something to say, though it may be inappropriate." Yu Wuxia, absorbed in admiring his reflection in the bronze mirror, responded absently, "Speak." Despite the hardships he endured, his vanity remained undiminished. Yin Yu murmured, "Could it be that another palace maid has found it?" Before the mirror, Yu Wuxia, engrossed in his own beauty, inquired distractedly, "What do you mean? Found by a palace maid?" Yin Yu replied, "Surely, young master, you understand what I imply." She suspected this was the case. Otherwise, where could it have gone, grown wings and flown away? Her words caused Yu Wuxiao a moment of discomfort. He had heard that in the Qin kingdom ruled by the Dragon Clan, not only was the wife considered the master, and the 3 obediences and 4 virtues were upheld, but also a man's chastity was valued above all else. This was clearly the doing of Mo Rongyu, that scoundrel, and if she were to find out, she would undoubtedly humiliate him. Yet, if he were to conceal it and it reached her ears, it would be equally troublesome. Torn between these dilemmas, Yu Wuxia helplessly conceded, "Let it be. It is but a lost shoe." Meanwhile, in the side chamber, Kong Ke was scrutinizing the pristine embroidered shoe in her hand. Sighing, she lamented, "Sister Twonk, now there is no need to teach him to dance. How dull." Twonk, sipping her tea, scolded, "Shameless girl, return it secretly at once or cast it far away. Keeping a worn-out shoe will only lead to trouble." Kong Ke tucked the shoe away, retorting, "After a few days of dancing, you have had your fill of liberties, while I can only stand by, hugging my pipa and drooling." Twonk was growing weary of her. Kong Ke was becoming repugnant, like a leech. She regretted befriending her, especially since she clung like a burr, impossible to shake off. Kong Ke continued, "Ah, do you think the young master is bored during the day? What is it to you whether he is bored or not?" Twonk rolled her eyes, then added, "You had best not entertain inappropriate thoughts." Kong Ke replied, all right, why so serious?" She had offended Yu Wuxia several times, but had never been punished, leading her to believe that he harbored some affection for her as well. Moreover, Yu Wuxia was so pliant and defenseless that she would eventually find an opportunity, hindered only by her fear of Mo Rongyu. Twonk wanted to dissuade her further, but good advice is wasted on those destined for ruin. In the afternoon, Mo Rongyu returned. The Yu Wuxia cursed her inwardly. He maintained a gentle demeanor. Mo Rongyu commanded, "Come, let us visit your sister." Yu Wuxia lowered his voice, "Yes." Mo Rongyu scrutinized Yu Wuxia, then ordered, "Change your attire." Yu Wuxia asked, puzzled, "Is this not pleasing?" "Wear this one," Mo Rongyu said, tossing a set of garments from her chinkoan bag. Yu Wuxia caught the clothes and carefully changed. Before leaving, he grasped Mo Rongyu's hand and pleaded, "My mistress, I am so cold." The attire was too flimsy for winter. Snap! Mo Rongyu slapped his buttocks playfully, teasing, "Must you be disciplined daily to obey?" Startled, he immediately knelt at Mo Rongyu's feet, his eyes reddening. "I obey. I beg you, mistress, please don't." Mo Rongyu replied, "That's better." Then, she lifted Yu Wuxia and seated him before the bronze mirror, saying, "I shall assist you with your toilette." Yu Wuxia, terrified, dared not move, yet Mo Rongyu, uncharacteristically, did not tease him but devoted herself to his grooming. As dusk approached, Yu Wuxia had been transformed into a vision of spring, enchantingly alluring, resembling a courtesan. Mu Rongyu was pleased, her spirits lifted, a faint smile gracing her lips. Taking Yu Wuxia's hand, she left the palace, even thoughtfully helping him into the carriage. Yu Wuxia anticipated some torment later. In the carriage, they sat facing each other. Yu Wuxia noticed her phoenix eyes fixed on him. He felt uneasy, raising a hand to adjust his hair, and asked, "Mistress, why have you returned so early today?" Mu Rongyu teased, "Of course. I wish to return early to keep you company, lest you grow lonely in your solitary chamber and flirt with other women." As she spoke, she moved closer to Yu Wuxia. Instinctively, Yu Wuxia wanted to move away but dared not, fearing a slap on his face. He clutched the hem of his skirt nervously, avoiding her gaze. After a moment, his eyes reddened, and he whispered, "I did not. I beg you, mistress, do not strike me later. I will allow you to vent your anger in any way you wish." Mu Rongyu teased, "What do you mean? Do you think I am fond of domestic violence?" As she spoke, she patted Yu Wuxia's face, her words laced with threat. Yu Wuxia nearly wept, whispering no. Truly shameless, she was nothing like a dragon clan princess. Behaving like a ruffian, intent on bullying. Mu Rongyu pressed, "Then why do you say such things?" She thought it would be amusing to torment him in front of his sister later, so she would be patient for now. Playing the part of gentleness would only make his tears flow more freely. Chapter 17. Dismissal is preferable. A resplendent carriage, drawn by spirited steeds, glided through the thoroughfares with effortless grace, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. It marked the maiden voyage beyond the confines of the Eastern Palace for Yu Wuxia since his union. An impulse surged within him to draw back the curtains and behold the cityscape, yet he restrained, anticipating retribution. Mu Rongyu seldom required justification to inflict humiliation. Yu Wuxia's heart was a maelstrom of conflicting emotions, elation, sorrow, and resignation. Elation at the prospect of reuniting with his beloved sister, with whom he had shared an intimate bond since childhood. Sorrow, for he knew Mu Rongyu would seize the opportunity to torment him mercilessly, and resignation, as he reflected on his transformation from the carefree scion of the Chu kingdom to a mere concubine, a plaything for Mu Rongyu's amusement. Though nominally the grand princess consort, Yu Wuxia recognized the parallel between his station and that of a male concubine. Ancient wisdom dictates that those who rely on their beauty to gain favor will find that favor fleeting as their beauty fades. Though Yu Wuxia possessed the celestial rank, ensuring his eternal youth, he was certain Mu Rongyu would tire of him eventually. Even without the ravages of time, he was already emotionally and physically drained by her abuse. He feared for his survival when she inevitably grew weary of him. The carriage drew to a halt before the depository of the hostage princess, jolting Yu Wuxia from his reverie. Mu Rongyu alighted first, then extended a hand to assist Yu Wuxia, a gesture laced with mockery. The driver was none other than Tuan Ke, who perceived the couple as a match made in heaven, yet lamented her highness's cruelty towards the grand princess consort. Were she fortunate enough to wed a celestial being like him, she would cherish him beyond measure. Mu Rongyu seized Yu Wuxia's hand and led him into the depository. The guards at the entrance, undoubtedly her loyal subjects, bowed in deference. Yu Wuxia surveyed the surroundings, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. The dilapidated courtyard was a mere facade, a hollow shell where his sister was forced to reside, a testament to her precarious situation. The newly erected walls, tall and formidable, were reinforced with arcane enchantments to prevent any escape. Was this truly a residence for a hostage princess, or simply a prison? The courtyard was small, and Yu Wufei soon emerged to greet them. The three exchanged greetings and settled inside, where a timid maidservant, who followed Yu Wufei, hastily served tea and stood by, trembling. The furnishings were antiquated, and the room was drafty. Had Yu Wuxia not been wearing the jade bracelet, his celestial constitution would have rendered him impervious to the cold. However, the bracelet sapped his strength, leaving him vulnerable, and his attire was woefully inadequate for the frigid night. His sister, always susceptible to the cold, lacked even a fire to warm her. He, the grand princess consort in name only, endured daily beatings and insults, forced to feign subservience and force smiles from Mu Rongyu. Mu Rongyu remained silent, observing them, which in turn silenced Yu Wuxia, fearing further humiliation. Yu Wufei chided, "Wuxia, why are you dressed so lightly? Even vanity has its limits." Yu Wuxia cast a plaintive glance at Mu Rongyu, and Yu Wufei understood immediately that the heartless woman was deliberately tormenting him. Yu Wuxia lamented, "There is no fire here, and the windows are drafty." He trembled, whether from the cold or from anguish, it was hard to say. He knew his sister was frail and susceptible to the cold, her hands like icicles in winter. Yu Wufei offered a wan smile, protesting, "I am not cold, but you should return before you catch a chill." Mu Rongyu scoffed, "How wretched. Tuan Ke, instruct the guards to bring in the items." Tuan Ke acknowledged the command and withdrew to carry it out. Yu Wufei resisted accepting Mu Rongyu's paltry favors, but she was at her mercy. Mu Rongyu, finding their silence tiresome, noticed Yu Wuxia's elaborate hairstyle, the Feishan bun, and was seized by the urge to seize it. Mu Rongyu reached out and grasped Yu Wuxia's bun, yanking him into her embrace. Yu Wufei frowned, protesting, "Your Highness. What are you doing? This is unseemly. What kind of grand princess behaves like a beast?" Mu Rongyu tightened her grip on Yu Wuxia's hair, taunting. Such smooth hair is meant to be pulled. Yu Wuxia silently despaired. Mu Rongyu, dissatisfied with their muted reaction, desired to witness their utter devastation. She yanked Yu Wuxia to his feet and delivered a series of brutal slaps. Yu Wuxia suppressed his tears, remaining silent, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth. He had grown accustomed to it. Mu Rongyu rarely struck his face. Seeing his disheveled appearance, his hair askew, blood trickling from his lips, his face marred by welts, Mu Rongyu felt a twinge of pity. Usually, he would beg for mercy after a single slap. He was putting on a show of strength for his sister. Clearly, Yu Wufei held significant sway over him. Mu Rongyu mocked, "Such a beautiful face is wasted if it is not beaten." With that, she shoved him to the ground and departed, leaving them to their reunion. Yu Wufei helped him up and gently smoothed his hair. Their eyes met, brimming with tears, and they were lost for words. Yu Wufei's tears flowed freely. "Wuxia, I am powerless to prevent your suffering." Yu Wuxia offered a pathetic smile through his tears. "It is nothing, sister. She is not always like this." Yu Wufei knew better, imagining the depths of Mu Rongyu's cruelty. "Wuxia, be patient. One day, Yu Wuxia silenced her with a gentle hand. "I believe in you." When Tuan Ke returned for the third time to summon him, Yu Wuxia choked out. "We know not how many more times we will be able to speak, yet you hound us like a harbinger of death." Tuan Ke tried to console him, "My lord. It is not so dire." After a pause, she added, "If you tarry longer, Her Highness may." The two bid farewell, consumed by sorrow. As Yu Wuxia re-entered the carriage, he anticipated another beating for his tardiness. He saw no glimmer of hope. If the sovereign still reigned, the Dragon Clan would not be so arrogant, and he would not have been offered as a gift. Mu Rongyu caressed his bloodied lips, pressing down on them. "Wuxia, does it hurt?" "Yes." Mu Rongyu smiled faintly. "Why did you not beg for mercy? You were so stoic. I thought you felt no pain." Yu Wuxia lowered his gaze. "I dare not." A wave of warmth washed over Yu Wuxia's face, and his injuries vanished, leaving him unmarked. Mu Rongyu soothed, "Be good, and I will bring you to see your sister next year." They traveled in silence. Later that night, spent, Yu Wuxia lay limp upon the bed, his voice hoarse, muttering, "My liege, if you despise me, then dismiss me." Chapter 18. No further mention. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongyu drew Yu Wuxia into her embrace. Her frigid fingertips tracing the lines of his battered body, lingering over his wounds, eliciting shivers and beads of cold sweat. Mu Rongyu jested, "What? You do not find favor with this empress?" Tears welled in Yu Wuxia's eyes as he choked out. "My empress perpetually punishes me without cause, resorting to beatings at every turn. I surmise that I have fallen from your grace. It would be better if you were to release me from your service, allowing us to part ways amicably." Though Yu Wuxia yearned for her consent, he simultaneously dreaded it. After all, he was nominally the empress's consort. Severing that bond would likely render him a subjugated captive within days. Yet, he could scarcely endure the daily barrage of inventive torments and reprimands. Confined within the Eastern Palace, he existed in a perpetual state of dread and trepidation, where no amount of meticulous service could avert the inevitable, her ruthless abuse and castigation. Each time he suffered a beating or a scolding, Yu Wuxia was compelled to offer obsequious flattery and forced compliance. She possessed an inexhaustible arsenal of tactics. Yu Wuxia felt utterly drained, both in body and spirit, teetering on the brink of madness, with no glimmer of hope in sight. Even after a decade, a century, the Chu kingdom, nay, even the combined forces of Qi, Zhao, Han, Wei, and Yan, could not rival the Qin Empire. Their empress, after all, was rumored to possess a strength that rivaled that of the former overlord of the realm, a position she had relinquished due to a prior understanding between them. Now, the former overlord had been deceased for over 30 years, the cause of their demise shrouded in mystery. Yu Wuxia perceived that the Chu kingdom was merely biding its time, and he was doing the same. At the empress's whim, she could obliterate the 6 kingdoms, unify the eastern continent, and proceed to conquer the remaining 4 seas and 8 continents, thereby becoming the new overlord of the realm. A trifling kingdom like Chu was inconsequential to her. Mu Rongyu casually healed his wounds, cradling him and cooing, "Cease your lamentations. I have been remiss in the past, but I am truly fond of you. Be a dear, and forgive your empress, won't you?" Yu Wuxia was acutely aware that she was merely offering empty platitudes. He had long heard tales of consorts who abused their consorts without cause, proving incorrigible. Mu Rongyu's words filled Yu Wuxia with revulsion. He flailed, attempting to extricate himself from Mu Rongyu's suffocating embrace, gritting his teeth as he declared, "It would please me more if my empress would release me from her service." Mu Rongyu did not release him, retorting, "Enough with the theatrics. You adorn yourself so seductively each day, and your entreaties are so mellifluous. Now you speak of release. Are you merely feigning reluctance?" She surmised that this must be the case, for Yu Wuxia was typically so docile. Yu Wuxia's eyes welled with tears of frustration as he protested, "Nay, you are the one who compels me." Mu Rongyu chided, "Are you presuming to test my patience? I, a Dragon Clan empress, of celestial pinnacle strength, have deigned to favor you. It is your fortune. Why would you object? Yu Wuxiao murmured. Because you subject me to daily beatings. Murong Yu teased. Are you pining to return to the Chu kingdom and live in blissful union with your sister Wu Fei? I am not. Yu Wuxiao's face flushed crimson, perhaps from the heat. He was not a beast devoid of morality. How could he harbor such thoughts? Murong Yu suspected he was being untruthful and deliberately teased. Oh? Why the blush? Surely you two shared some tender moments within the Chu palace? Yu Wuxiao's eyes reddened as he weakly pleaded. Truly, there were none. Cease your torment. Murong Yu stated matter-of-factly. The dishes have been prepared. Introductions have been made to the family, and now you wish for me to release you? Would that not make me your mother? Yu Wuxiao weakly retorted. You force my hand. You explicitly stated that words uttered in the throes of passion should not be taken as truth. Murong Yu observed his reddened eyes, his trembling form, and his feeble posture within her embrace. Her grip tightened as she commanded, sleep. Let no further mention of this be made. Yu Wuxiao softly begged for release. You are as warm as a furnace. Release me. He knew that reasoning with a rogue like Murong Yu was futile. Murong Yu scolded. Cease your fidgeting. You are unbearably tiresome. Have you forgotten the pain so quickly? Do not provoke me to strike you. The night stretched on, leaving Yu Wuxiao to silently succumb to despair. Finally, Murong Yu, growing impatient, shoved him aside, snarling, crying. What good does it do to cry? Go cry elsewhere. Take care that you do not weep yourself blind. The following day, once Yu Wuxiao had groomed himself and partaken of his morning meal, Peacock and Ren approached, bowing, Young master. Her Highness has instructed us to accompany you on a stroll through the Imperial Garden to clear your mind. Yu Wuxiao testily replied, I shall not go. Alas, if young master refuses, it will displease Her Highness. Peacock spoke, her eyes scrutinizing Yu Wuxiao. Tut tu tang, a touch of pique, is there? Your complexion is radiant. Clearly, Murong Yu has been providing ample care. Qing Shan, one of the attendants, scolded, where do your roving eyes wander? Have you no sense of propriety? Yin Yu remained silent, but swiftly delivered a slap to Peacock's face, demanding, still staring? Do you seek death? The two had long been wary of Peacock's indiscretions, her penchant for gossip, and her audacity in ogling their young master. Peacock suppressed her anger, her cheek bearing the mark of the slap, and gritted her teeth. I dare not. Though Yu Wuxiao was meek and easily bullied, his two maids were sharp-tongued and possessed terrestrial cultivation, making them formidable adversaries. Nevertheless, Peacock believed her opportunity would come. Ren urged, Young master, let us depart. We must not tarry longer. Yu Wuxiao sighed, very well. Otherwise, Murong Yu would seize upon this as an excuse to punish him severely that evening. Ren advised, pray, wait a moment. Young master may not be aware, but the Imperial Garden enjoys perpetual spring. Pray, dress lightly. Yu Wuxiao dismissed the four of them, absently changing his attire. Only then did he proceed to the Imperial Garden with Qing Shan, Yin Yu, Peacock, and Ren. The sky above was overcast, a somber gray as if threatening snow. Yu Wuxiao wore a crimson cloak embroidered with peony blossoms, making him conspicuously radiant, further enhancing his otherworldly beauty and vibrant complexion. In Peacock's words, a testament to Murong Yu's attentive care. Under such a dismal sky, it was difficult to maintain a cheerful disposition. Yu Wuxiao could not fathom why they were taking a stroll, especially in the dead of winter. Moreover, the Imperial Garden was of limited size. Upon arriving at the Imperial Garden, the air was indeed as balmy as spring, as if one were indoors rather than exposed to the elements. It seemed Ren had not been exaggerating. Yu Wuxiao was forced to admit that he had underestimated this garden. A myriad of blossoms, defying natural seasons, bloomed in a riot of color, yet arranged with meticulous care. Peach blossoms flourished on the hillsides, crabapple trees lined the paths, and lotuses swayed gently in the ponds. The garden was a tapestry of vibrant hues, yet Yu Wuxiao felt a pervasive sense of unease. Chapter 19. A sprig of red apricot extends beyond the wall. The splendor of spring cannot be contained within a garden. A single sprig of red apricot extends beyond the wall. Yu Wuxiao queried, why is there not a soul to be seen in this Imperial Garden? It is truly peculiar. Peacock responded, this servant knows not. Perhaps the denizens of the palace have grown weary of strolling here. Yu Wuxiao was already weighed down by melancholy, and the presence of Peacock, Finch, Azure Robe, and Misty Rain, ever watchful and never straying far, only served to exacerbate his ennui. Though the garden bloomed with vibrant hues, it held little allure for him. Yu Wuxiao instructed, the four of you withdraw. I shall wander alone. Peacock demurred, but this Imperial Garden is intricate and labyrinthine. This servant fears that the young master might lose his way. Moreover, Her Highness, Murong Yu, commanded us to attend to you closely. We dare not shirk our duty, lest something untoward occur. Misty Rain interjected, how could one lose their way? Azure Robe, and I shall accompany him. Finch and Peacock remained resolute, for Murong Yu's orders held paramount importance. Furthermore, the Imperial Garden was enveloped in mist and complexity. Yu Wuxiao would surely become disoriented if left to his own devices. Yu Wuxiao grew increasingly vexed, retorting, there is naught to see. Let us return. As he spoke, he turned and hastened deeper into the garden. Peacock chuckled softly and swiftly caught up to him, grasping his hand, saying, "Young master, the path back lies yonder." As she spoke, she gestured in the opposite direction. Yu Wuxia's cheeks flushed crimson as he shook off Peacock's grasp, scolding, "As if I needed you to tell me." Misty Rain, perceptive and acutely intelligent, sensed the young master's despondency and deemed it best to allow him some solitary respite. Moreover, she thought, how dare this wretched Peacock touch the young master's hand? Misty Rain rebuked sternly, "Peacock, Finch, your audacity is astounding. You were ordered to withdraw, yet you dare to speak out of turn. You show a distinct lack of respect." The weight of this accusation caused Peacock and Finch to hastily apologize and withdraw, awaiting him outside. Once they were gone, Yu Wuxia settled onto a stone bench beneath a crabapple tree, instructing, "You two, also withdraw." After Azure Robe and Misty Rain had departed the garden, Peacock reproached, "What is wrong with the two of you? Where's the young master? Leaving him alone in the garden? How could you dare?" She continued, "Did you not discern that the young master is directionally challenged?" Azure Robe and Misty Rain were rendered speechless by her barrage. Misty Rain retorted, "How dare you call our young master directionally challenged? Be careful, or I shall strike you." The two immediately became embroiled in a heated exchange. Finch hastily intervened. "Let us find him first before we dwell on these matters." The four then retraced their steps in search of him. However, Yu Wuxia had indeed vanished without a trace, causing the four to break out in a sweat from anxiety. Yet, within the Imperial Garden, they could not shout and could only search blindly. The four searched for a long while, and as dusk approached and it was time for the evening meal, they had still not found him. Azure Robe lamented her own foolishness, having served the young master for so many years, yet failing to recognize his lack of direction. Now, not only would the young master be punished, but the four of them would also suffer the consequences. Soon, Azure Robe and Misty Rain also became disoriented. The garden was imbued with a magical formation, preventing those with insufficient cultivation from utilizing even the slightest bit of sorcery. Yu Wuxia gazed at the darkening sky and the crabapple tree before him, which seemed strangely familiar, lost in thought. He had grown weary from walking, but had failed to find his way out. Though the air was filled with the intoxicating fragrance of flowers, it did little to soothe his troubled heart, for he would surely be punished upon his return and subjected to the abuse of that beastly man. Azure Robe and Misty Rain must be worried, and it was all his fault for causing them trouble. Yu Wuxia deliberated whether to remove the white jade bracelet and fly away on the wind. Otherwise, if that viper, Murong Yu, deliberately refused to send someone to find him, would he not be forced to spend the night in this garden? However, spending the night in the garden was not such a bad prospect, for at least he would not be beaten tonight. Yet, if he were seen by others, he would lose face. Moreover, he could evade tonight, but not tomorrow night. Yu Wuxia resolved to use a spell to escape. As he removed the white jade bracelet and placed it in his pocket, he felt a wave of dizziness. In an instant, his aura surged, and a biting wind swept through the garden, carrying snowflakes and flower petals in its wake. Yu Wuxia hastily calmed his mind, stopping the gale. That was close. Harming the flowers and plants was a minor matter, but revealing his strength would be problematic. He was about to ride the wind when a slender, jade-like hand gently pressed against his right shoulder. Yu Wuxia felt his scalp tingle. When had this person arrived? He slowly turned to see a stranger, a woman clad in a crimson, curved collar robe, her hair cascading loosely. Her brow bore a resemblance to Murong Yu. Yet her demeanor was aloof, and her eyes, like Murong Yu's, possessed golden irises. The Empress inquired softly, "Who are you? I do not recall you. Where did you come from, little beauty?" Ordinarily, the Empress and Yu Wuxia should have been acquainted. However, since Yu Wuxia had entered the Eastern Palace, apart from the hostage residence where Yu Wufei resided, this was the first time he had ventured beyond the confines of the Eastern Palace. According to the customs of the Chu Kingdom, the morning after his marriage to Murong Yu, he was to enter the palace to pay his respects to the Empress. However, the Dragon Clan did not adhere to such formalities. Therefore, the two had never met. I am the Crown Princess's husband," Yu Wuxia stammered, feeling inexplicably nervous. Though the person before him spoke kindly, he felt a sense of suffocation. Though he could not discern the depth of her cultivation, he knew from her eyes that she was a member of the Dragon Clan. As a member of the Dragon Clan, she could not be without cultivation. If he could not perceive her strength, then it must be far greater than his own. What was he to do? He had only removed the white jade bracelet for a minute before revealing his strength to another. How could he be so unlucky? If he could persuade the person before him to keep his secret, that would be ideal. He did not know her identity. Murong Yu was the eldest daughter, so this must be one of her younger sisters. But which one? Yu Wuxia could not piece it together. The Empress scrutinized him, noting his almond eyes, willow brows, fair complexion, and rouged lips. The crimson peony cloak he wore added to his delicate beauty. Even the Empress, who had lived for millennia, found him captivating and could not help but steal another glance. Yu Wuxia shifted uncomfortably, asking, "Does the lady know the way out?" The Empress replied, "I do." Yu Wuxia inquired, "May I ask the lady's identity?" The Empress responded, "I am Murong." Yu Wuxia felt a chill run through his body. As he began to prostrate himself, she grasped his arm, preventing him. Spare the formalities. I shall lead you out, she said. Yu Wuxia hastened to say, I dare not trouble your majesty. Morong smiled gently, saying, were you not lost? She paused, adding, I almost forgot, you possess celestial level cultivation. You could easily use a spell to fly out. Yu Wuxia bowed hastily, saying yes. I shall take my leave. Morong's expression hardened as she said, wait, how is it that I recall Morong you saying you had no cultivation? What are you plotting by concealing your strength? Truly, the human clan was weak and contemptible. Chapter 20. A flower in the wind. Yuhua was so terrified that her legs turned to jelly, and she hurriedly knelt down, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. She was of the human race, and being a male, she only wished to remain by the side of the crown princess, serving her without drawing attention, appearing entirely pitiful. Across the 9 provinces, everyone was aware of the fearsome reputation of the Dragon Empress. Yuhua understood that rather than engage in futile resistance, it would be wiser to kneel and plead for mercy, for this might afford her a glimmer of hope. However, like mother, like daughter, if Morong was already so beastly, one could only imagine that Empress Morong was little better. The murderous intent radiating from Morong was enough to send chills down one's spine. Kneeling on the ground, Yuhua averted her gaze, only catching sight of the blood-red hem of the Empress's gown. The crimson robe she wore seemed as if dyed in blood, truly unsettling. Meanwhile, Morong scrutinized Yuhua before her. Although it would be as easy as lifting a finger to take Yuhua's life at this moment, she was, after all, the crown princess's consort, and Morong had yet to act. Furthermore, this delicate and timid demeanor might very well be genuine. Who could say? Though the human race was small and weak, they were inherently cunning and deep in strategy, which made Morong wary of her. She pressed, how do you conceal your strength? Yuhua dared not lie, replying, with the white jade bracelet. Put it on for me to see. Yuhua complied without hesitation. Morong examined her closely, hoping to glean some insight, but found nothing of value. A mere human, yet so young, had managed to break through to the heavenly stage. There was indeed some talent there. Suddenly, Yuhua donned the white jade bracelet, and her entire cultivation was instantly suppressed. Overwhelmed, she felt the world spin and collapse to the ground. She felt lightheaded. Instinctively, she wished to remove the bracelet, yet lacked the strength to do so. The fact that she had reached the heavenly stage was known to few in the Chu kingdom. It seemed she could no longer keep the secret. Morong, feeling a rare moment of compassion, decided to send her back to the Eastern Palace, allowing her time to recover before addressing matters further. As the world spun again, Morong picked her up and flew towards the Eastern Palace. Yuhua, in a daze, felt a softness against her face, accompanied by a faint floral scent, causing her cheeks to flush. To her surprise, Empress Morong displayed a semblance of humanity. Perhaps she could plead for mercy. Your Majesty, please do not tell Morong about my heavenly stage. Yuhua spoke softly, like a feather brushing across the still depths of a chasm. Morong paused, looking down at her as she stopped in a tranquil area of the Eastern Palace, asking, what? Are you afraid she will kill you? Yes, I beseech your Majesty for mercy. I truly fear drawing attention, Yuhua confessed, knowing that should the beastly Morong learn of her cultivation, she might take her anger out on her, rendering all previous efforts futile. Morong studied the beauty in her arms, sensing her honesty, and smiled lightly. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Yuhua dared not meet her gaze, replying meekly. I am not afraid. Your Majesty's reputation is formidable, and you would not stoop to contend with a mere junior. Morong teased, your flattery is quite sweet. No wonder you have captured little Yu's heart. How could a heavenly stage cultivator be so easily dazed? Clearly, you are attempting to charm me. How frivolous the young masters of the Chu kingdom are, she scoffed. Yuhua felt uncomfortable under her gaze, a mix of shame and anger coloring her cheeks. Although her words stung, Yuhua had grown accustomed to enduring since entering the Eastern Palace. Moreover, she was the Empress. Yuhua naturally dared not argue. Your Majesty, might you let me down now? Only then did Morong realize her misstep and gently set Yuhua down. Yuhua adjusted her gown, exclaiming internally, how tiresome to be held for so long. She softly explained, it is merely the white jade bracelet that suppresses my cultivation. It is not as your Majesty imagines. Morong laughed. Very well, I know you are not what you seem. Would you like me to escort you back? Yuhua hastily declined, I dare not. If Morong finds out, who knows what torment she might inflict upon me. Very well, we shall meet another day. With that, Morong turned and vanished. Yuhua let out a breath of relief, returning to Xiun Pavilion, dispatching a few maidservants to search for Qing Shan and the others before entering her chamber. Morong had already bathed and donned her nightgown, reclining on her beauty couch. She inquired, so you have returned. You disappeared the moment you stepped outside. Were you secretly meeting a lover? A lover? Yuhua truly wished to respond honestly, to vex her. Yet, inciting her wrath would only bring consequences upon himself. It was wiser to endure minor suffering. Yuhua replied softly, I did not. The imperial garden is vast, and I lost my way. It was Her Majesty who brought me back. After all, Morong and Morong saw each other daily. One could not hide the truth forever. So it was best to be forthright about their encounter. Upon hearing this, Morong sprang up from her couch, approached him, and mocked. Oh, so it is true. The young masters of the Chu kingdom are indeed frivolous. You deliberately sent the servants away, hoping to climb into my dragon bed. Did you not? Yu Hua cast his eyes downward, hands clasped tightly before him, adopting a demeanor of victimhood. He quietly defended himself. I did not. I merely chanced upon her. I did not. I merely chanced upon her. Morongyu's expression turned to one of disgust as she leaned close to his ear, mockingly mimicking him. She scolded. I kindly sent someone to take you for a stroll, only to discover you were so shameless, such a base thing. Morongyu understood Yu Hua well. With just a few words, she struck at his vulnerabilities. Anguish overwhelmed him, tears streaming uncontrollably as he choked out, I did not. Why do you always treat me this way? Seeing him cry brought Morongyu great delight. She spat on his face and said, Why? Because I enjoy it. As she spoke, she returned to her couch, noticing that Yu Hua remained standing, wiping away tears. Morongyu commanded, What are you still doing? Go wash yourself clean and return to serve me. You reek of other women. Yu Hua wiped his tears and hurried toward the waterside pavilion. Outside, Qingshan and Yin Yu silently picked up clothing, cautiously following behind. They both felt that if this continued, their master would eventually be bullied to death by that venomous woman. Inside the waterside pavilion, the gentle waves rippled. Yu Hua let her hair down and sat in the hot spring, hugging her legs. She felt as though a pair of eyes were watching her from the shadows, making her somewhat uneasy. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. From the shadows, a peacock's eyes sparkled, swallowing hard. Yu Hua felt despondent. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have kept her encounter with Morongyu a secret. She remembered that Yu Hua Fei had once said, such a powerful dragon clan, if they were to be slain from the outside, could not be defeated in one fell swoop. They must first self-destruct from within to achieve utter ruin. But how could she sow discord among them? Outside, Yin Yu gently reminded, Young master, it is late. You should return to rest. Each time they witnessed Yu Hua being humiliated, both felt an ache in their hearts, yet they were utterly powerless to intervene. Chapter 21. Escape from suffering? When an individual harbors aspirations to scale greater heights, they become indifferent to the quagmires beneath their feet. It is in this state of mind that one may confront suffering with an enviable tranquility, which most cannot endure. Yu Wuxiao, absorbed in thought, returned to Ziyun Pavilion. Morongyu had been anxiously awaiting her arrival. As soon as Yu Wuxiao entered, she was hastily seized by her hair and pressed onto the couch. The tugging caused Yu Wuxiao pain, her eyes glistening with tears as she provocatively remarked, Could you be a bit quicker? I am utterly exhausted from the day's toils. This was indeed the truth. After wandering in the Imperial Garden for so long, and just having soaked in a hot spring, fatigue had taken its toll. Morongyu, seething with anger, retorted, You wretched creature. After such a prolonged bath, do you wish to tire me to death? How dare you urge me to hasten? Thus, she resolved to take her time. The flickering red candles cast dancing shadows as the brocade curtains billowed. The following day, after Qingshan and Yin Yu assisted Yu Wuxiao in dressing, they noticed a troubled expression on his face, with red marks adorning his neck. That beast, Morongyu. Yin Yu attempted to console him, suggesting, My lord, shall we take a stroll in the garden or swing on the swings? I assure you it will be refreshing. Suddenly, the Empress Morong appeared behind Yu Wuxiao, teasing him. After a night apart, my little beauty seems to have suffered some grievances. Qingshan and Yin Yu had never encountered the Empress before and thus did not recognize her. However, her striking features and imposing presence indicated she was no ordinary person. Yet, her rudeness in barging into the Lord's chamber was undeniable. Just as Yin Yu was about to inquire, Yu Wuxiao dismissed them. Morong casually took a seat nearby and commanded, Come here and massage my legs. Yu Wuxiao quietly protested, Your Majesty, is that not against protocol? Morong, upon hearing this, beckoned him with a playful gesture and replied, You fear Morongyu, but I do not. After all, it is you who will bear the brunt of it. Was this truly a statement befitting an empress? Yu Wuxiao stood frozen, realizing that she and Morongyu were cut from the same cloth, both equally beastly. Your Majesty, please return. This is my chamber, he implored. Morong teased, It seems you are still half asleep. What do you mean by your chamber? The entire Qin kingdom belongs to me. Come here and massage my legs. She sought to test whether this human, seemingly delicate, was indeed as soft and easily manipulated as he appeared. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Wuxiao approached and knelt beside Morong, obediently attending to her request. It was merely a leg massage, nothing more. However, if Morongyu were to discover this, one could only imagine the tempest that would ensue. After all, their encounter with Morong had only lasted a brief moment. Yet he had already endured half the night at her hands. Morong was pleased, idly tugging at Yu Wuxiao's hair while he continued his task without a hint of discomfort. Well done, she praised sincerely. It appears Morongyu has trained you well. Yu Wuxiao forced a smile, replying, Your Majesty, you flatter me. It seemed true that the dragon race was lecherous. This was no exaggeration. Morong's lips curled into a smile as she playfully pulled Yu Wuxiao closer, asking, Did Morongyu bully you again last night? The fragrance of flowers enveloped Yu Wuxiao, and Morong's bold actions made his cheeks flush crimson. He stammered in a low voice. No, not at all. Such matters were inherently embarrassing to discuss, and given their close relationship, complaining would likely yield no results. Morong coaxed him. It's all right. Speak freely. I will discipline her on your behalf. But if you enjoy being bullied by her, then we shall forget this conversation. Yu Wuxia remained undecided, pleading, Your Majesty. Could you please let go? The intoxicating floral scent that wafted from Murong left him feeling dizzy, his cheeks flushed with color. Murong's demeanor shifted as she asked, What is this? Do you not trust me? Yu Wuxiao longed to affirm that he did not, but the words morphed into a timid, I dare not. Murong cast him a sidelong glance, chuckling lightly. It seems you rather enjoy being bullied. How typical, given that you humans are all lowly creatures. She punctuated her statement with a playful pat on his cheek. Yu Wuxiao's face burned with embarrassment as he stammered, I do not. Murong continued to tempt him. Then why not plead with me to take your side? Yu Wuxiao knelt on the ground, gripping the hem of his skirt tightly. His eyes brimming with tears as he implored, I beg your majesty for help. If she learns of today's events, I shall certainly face her wrath again. He lamented. She is utterly inhumane, relentless in her torment. These grievances had been bottled up within Yu Wuxiao for far too long, and once he began to voice them, the floodgates opened, tears streaming like pearls set loose from a broken string. Murong stifled her laughter, feigning solemnity as she offered him some consolation. Fear not, Wuxia. I shall take matters into my own hands. Please elaborate further so I may confront her. Yu Wuxia, reassured by the possibility that she might indeed advocate for him, detailed every nuance of his plight. When one is drowning, they will grasp desperately at even the faintest glimmer of hope, with tears cascading like rain on a delicate flower. Yu Wuxia articulated his grievances with clarity and reason, eliciting a measure of sympathy from Murong. With a smile, she produced a blue handkerchief and handed it to him, teasing, This is your duty, a matter of course. I am unable to assist you further. Otherwise, how could you aspire to be the consort of the Empress? Yu Wuxia felt his spirit wither inch by inch. He had not anticipated that the formidable Empress would possess such a character. He had hoped for her support, only to discover that she was merely toying with him. Having bared his heart, he had unwittingly become the source of her amusement. Embarrassed and furious, Yu Wuxia could only wipe his tears in frustration, remaining on his knees, unable to utter another word. Murong lifted his chin, forcing him to gaze into her enchanting, watery eyes and inquired, Whom do you find more beautiful, me or Murongyu? Her grip tightened slightly, exuding an aura of intimidation that sent a shiver down Yu Wuxia's spine. He pleaded, Your Majesty, please be gentler. Murong relented slightly, allowing him to respond honestly. Your Majesty is unparalleled in beauty. Naturally, Murongyu pales in comparison. With a playful shove, Murong sent him sprawling to the ground, jesting, That is what you said. I shall inform little Yu and see how she delicately peels the skin from your bones tonight. Although she had released her grip, the invisible threat lingered, suffusing the once warm room with an icy chill. Her menace seemed capable of awakening the deepest fears within one's heart. Yu Wuxiao felt a sense of despair wash over him as he crawled forward, grasping the hem of her dress, softly beseeching, I implore you, do not inform her. Seeing that her intimidation had achieved its purpose, Murong reined in her malice. She smiled sweetly, coaxing him, There is a way for you to escape this torment. But I wonder if you would be willing to follow it. Chapter 22. The Emperor's words are not to be taken lightly. Yu Wuxia, filled with doubt in his heart, had been kneeling for quite some time, causing his legs to ache. Yet, he could not afford to be concerned with such discomfort and hurriedly inquired, What method shall I employ? I beseech your Majesty for guidance. Seeing his pitiful demeanor, Murong could not resist the temptation to tease him. She raised her leg and gave Yu Wuxia a gentle kick, mocking, My shoes are dirty. You know what you must do you not? However, Yu Wuxiao observed that her embroidered shoes were, in fact, spotless, realizing she was merely toying with him. Just as he was about to use his sleeve to wipe the shoes, Murong kicked him away with force. Do not use your hands. Did not Xiaoyu teach you? Yu Wuxiao retracted his pained hand. He lied softly. No, she did not. Murong feigned displeasure, pretending to rise and leave, stating, If you are so ignorant, I am afraid I am unable to assist you. In desperation, Yu Wuxiao crawled over and grasped the hem of her skirt, pleading, Your Majesty, please do not leave. I know what to do. Murong sat back down, observing him kneeling on the ground, slowly lowering his head closer to her feet. With a light push, Murong playfully nudged him away, smiling. Very well, let us forget it. Sipping her tea, she continued, It is quite simple, really. I could take you into the harem and make you my noble consort. A pained smile appeared on Yu Wuxia's face as he replied, Your Majesty jests. How could a female emperor like you risk such disgrace? How could you face the world? Murong's expression turned serious as she stated, The Emperor's words are not to be taken lightly. It seemed she was indeed serious. Yu Wuxia's face betrayed his disappointment. The Dragon Clan truly lacked humanity. How could such a disgraceful proposal exist? Even if Murong were shameless, could he follow suit? Moreover, her reckless behavior was not significantly more gentle than Murong Yu's. Though Murong Yu was indeed beastly, he was the only man in the Eastern Palace. The female Emperor Murong had countless beauties in her harem. a fact Yu Wuxiao was well aware of. Murong smiled gently, helping Yu Wuxiao to his feet, holding his hands tenderly as she gazed into his eyes, saying, I know you are afraid. Do not worry, I will treat you well, and I promise I will not be like Murong Yu. Yet, she would likely be even more tyrannical. The thought made her smile widen. Yu Wuxiao lowered his gaze, unable to meet her intense stare. He murmured, Murong Yu will be angry if she finds out. Murong reproached him. I shall soothe her. There is no need for you to fret. Yu Wuxiao felt tears welling up. Although he did not harbor affection for Murong Yu, he did not wish to leap from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. They shared mutual affection, a deep bond of marriage. He implored, Your Majesty, please show mercy. Murong tightened her grip on his hands, teasingly saying, Mutual affection, you say? Surely, you are not deluded? You lowly creature, even given the opportunity, you hesitate to leave, deserving the bullying you receive. Yu Wuxiao felt it wise to speak favorably of Murong Yu. He demeaned himself, saying, I am but a worn-out shoe left by her. I am unworthy to serve at your majesty's side. Please, do not treat me so. With a gentle tone, Murong coaxed him, Be obedient. I shall not disdain you. Yu Wuxiao thought to himself, Would it not be more appropriate for me to disdain you? Noticing his downcast expression, Murong pressed, Did you not say I am more beautiful than she? Yu Wuxiao affirmed, Yes. While this was the truth, Murong's actions left him with no fondness for her. Leaning closer to his ear, Murong seductively coaxed, As long as you make me happy, I shall grant you whatever you desire. Yu Wuxiao felt a twinge of fear and instinctively took a step back. Murong seized his delicate wrist, pulling him back into her embrace, her voice low and threatening. Do you dare refuse me? Nestled in her arms, the fragrant scent of flowers enveloped him, intoxicating him. He murmured, Your Majesty, I am the Tai Bai's husband. Murong, you will not approve. You cannot do this. Murong scolded, What nonsense? Do I need her consent? In a whirlwind, they found themselves upon the bed. Murong held him firmly, enticing him, As long as you obey, I can grant you status, strength, and power. I merely wish to remain by the side of the Tai Bai princess. My earlier words were mere folly. I implore your majesty to release me. Yu Wuxiao felt a chill run through him, trembling uncontrollably. This woman was evidently far more dangerous than Murong Yu. Suddenly, he recalled how Murong Yu had once healed him with magic whenever he was injured. But wait, if it were not for her, would he have been hurt? Murong inquired. You, a human, have reached the heavenly stage with great difficulty. Who is your mentor? Yu Wuxiao thought it prudent to remain silent, gently shaking his head. Murong patiently tempted him. If you become my noble consort, I shall guide you. Yet, it was merely guidance in bed. The thought made it difficult for Murong to suppress a smile. Yu Wuxiao felt numb from the cold and trembled slightly as he said, I dare not trouble your majesty. Being at the primary heavenly stage is sufficient. After all, a man without talent is virtuous. Though he yearned for strength, he did not wish to resort to such degrading means. The winter sun slowly streamed into the room, filtering through the red gauze curtains, casting a soft glow upon the disheveled bedding. Murong pressed down on him, teasing, Is it here that Murong Yu favored you? There is quite an aroma, is it not? Yu Wuxiao's face flushed crimson as he lied. It is not. Murong noticed the delicate beauty beneath her trembled violently, his alluring eyes glistening with tears. His face flushed with embarrassment. His rosy lips appeared even more enticing, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss him. Yet, Murong restrained herself, having lived for millennia. Her self-control still intact. She jested, Clearly, it is true. Where else could it be? The waterside pavilion? Indeed, that girl loves to play in the water. Be careful not to drown. As she spoke, her gaze bore into him openly. Under the palpable tension, Yu Wuxiao felt increasingly uncomfortable under her scrutiny. He shyly turned his face away, whispering, Your Majesty, Murong Yu will return soon. Murong lifted a hand to pinch his rosy cheek, laughing. Do you truly believe she will protect you? Besides, she has bullied you so. Why do you still think of her? You truly are a despicable creature. Yu Wuxiao, provoked by her reckless actions, shed tears, struggling like a fish unable to escape the cutting board, exposing his smooth belly. He gritted his teeth, Do not move, or I shall take my own life before you. Murong had lived for thousands of years, having countless lovers and still surrounded by numerous beauties in her harem. Deep down, she harbored some disdain for Murong. Yet, she perceived his weak protest as a coy invitation. What's this? You do not wish to be a father to Murong Yu? You prefer warming her feet, do you not? Yu Wuxiao pleaded softly. Yes, I beseech your majesty to spare me. Let us act as if nothing has occurred. I shall not tell her. In truth, he felt a twinge of fear in revealing this to Murong Yu. After all, she had flown into a rage merely after seeing him with Murong for a moment, which was truly heartbreaking. Yu Wuxiao believed Murong Yu could vent her frustrations on him. Yet she would not dare retaliate against Murong. Chapter 23. A Fool's Dream. Murong paused for a moment, then raised her hand, tightly grasping his neck. She was determined to see whether this frail and helpless beauty truly dared to refuse her kind intentions. She threatened. He could only expect to be humiliated. At that point, he would certainly be ruined, and the news would inevitably return to the state of Chu, bringing disgrace upon the entire Yu clan. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like broken tiles. Yu Wuxiao felt that dying at her hands would be preferable. At least he would not lose face. To Murong and Murong Yu, he was merely a plaything. Did she really think she could sow discord between them? It was nothing more than a fool's dream. Murong tightened her grip, her phoenix eyes unabashedly admiring his flushed face, his dazed eyes, and his utterly broken expression. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation made Yu Wuxiao feel as if he were truly on the brink of death. He had once thought he would perish at the hands of Murong Yu, yet he had not anticipated this outcome. Scenes from the past, like a revolving lantern, flashed before his eyes. At the spring banquet, a cup of green wine accompanied a song. I offer 3 wishes. May my lord live 1,000 years. The final image in Yu Wuxiao's mind was of the night before leaving the state of Chu. The autumn wind was bleak, the setting sun blood-red. Murong noticed he seemed to have. This fragile appearance stirred a sense of protectiveness within her. Casually casting a spell, she awakened him before rising to leave. Yet, after taking only a few steps, she vanished without a trace. Qing Shan and Yin Yu arrived at mealtime, only to find Ziyun Pavilion had been enveloped in a barrier. No wonder they had heard no sounds from the two earlier. The two felt uneasy and exerted all their strength to break the barrier, hastily bursting into the room. There lay Yu Wuxiao on the couch, his hair disheveled, shoulders exposed, tears streaming down his face. In his dreams, he had been entwined with Sister Wu Fei, but upon waking, he found himself in the cold Ziyun Pavilion, his clothes half undone, the air still carrying Murong's scent. He felt certain that the vile beast had done this to him. After enduring for so long, he had gained nothing. Qing Shan, unable to bear seeing him cry, comforted him. Do not weep, my lord. When the crown princess returns, she will seek justice for you. She thought that he must have been bullied by that rogue woman. After all, Murong Yu was the lord's wife. Surely she would not allow such indignities to go unpunished. But why had it ended so quickly? It was truly strange. Perhaps that person was afraid of Murong Yu and fled in a panic. Though Yu Wuxiao was of heavenly tier cultivation, to Qing Shan and Yin Yu, he remained a delicate beauty. Clad in a white jade bracelet, it was hardly surprising that this dastardly rogue had taken advantage of him. It was their negligence, after all. Yin Yu cautiously helped him adjust his garments, whispering, "It is our fault for not protecting you, my lord, and allowing you to endure such humiliation." Yu Wuxiao sat up, looking defeated. "It's all right, I do not blame you." Qing Shan inquired, "Should we inform the crown princess? She could seek justice for you." Yu Wuxiao gently shook his head. "Let me think it over." He did not believe that Murong Yu would risk offending Murong for his sake. If he informed Murong Yu, he would likely suffer even more. Yet, the Empress Murong always exuded an aura of murderous intent that instilled deep-rooted fear within him. Yu Wuxiao worried that remnants of Murong's scent still lingered on him, prompting him to instruct, "Qing Shan, bring my garments. I wish to bathe." Yes, Qing Shan and Yin Yu hurriedly gathered clean clothes. Just as Yu Wuxiao stepped out the door, Murong Yu suddenly appeared, yanking his hair from behind and pulling him into her embrace. Yu Wuxiao stumbled into her arms, the abruptness causing him to inadvertently cry out, "Ah, that hurts." Upon recognizing her, he quickly covered his mouth. Murong Yu lifted him effortlessly and tossed him onto the couch. Her gaze fierce as if she were ready to devour him. Coldly, she demanded, "Why do you smell of that woman?" After days of interaction, Yu Wuxiao felt an inexplicable dread towards her. His delicate hands clutched his skirt tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably as he choked out, "I did not." She barged into my chamber, threatening and enticing me. "Your Highness, you must seek justice for me." Though he rationally understood that Murong Yu might not assist him, he still clung to the hope that, as his wife, she would not allow him to be humiliated. Murong Yu was taken aback by his words. After a moment, she slapped him hard, spitting at him as she scolded, "Shameless wretch, trying to sow discord, are you?" She believed she had long mastered the despicable tricks of humanity. The slap was heavy, leaving a distinct mark on Yu Wuxiao's face, which burned painfully. He covered his face, crying harder as he stammered, "I did not." She threatened and coerced me. "Why do you take out your anger on me?" Murong Yu gently stroked his hair, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, you truly are charming. After living for thousands of years, I have encountered all manner of men. For her to threaten and coerce you, you must be quite the catch." Yu Wuxiao, desperate, let tears stream down his face as he held her hand against his cheek. In a low, pleading voice, he implored, "Your Highness, I beg you, do not let her come after me again. I will do whatever you wish." He believed that Murong Yu was inherently better than Murong. After all, Murong's murderous intent was far greater. Submitting to Murong would mean losing his reputation, and refusing her would inevitably lead to death. He wished to return to the state of Chu with Yu Wufei. He was not ready to die. Murong Yu laughed. "You were the one who pursued her. And now you want me to resolve it for you? I cannot believe you think Murong would force herself upon you, even if you were taken by her. It matters little to me. Men are like garments, easily discarded or given away." Yet, despite her words, the thought of him possibly being taken by Murong unsettled her. She resolved to find an opportunity to hand him over to Murong instead. Yu Wuxiao's heart sank, abandoning all resistance. His expression shattered as his gaze turned blank. Staring at the bed curtains, he exhaled softly, his voice laced with seduction, "If you do not believe me, What can I do? The truth is as it is. He explained for a long while, desperately pleading with Murongyu to intervene, but she continued to tease him without a hint of willingness to assist. Truly, she was a creature worse than a beast. What kind of wife was this? How had he drawn such a wretched fate? After finally glimpsing a glimmer of hope, he had fought desperately to reach it, only to find himself once again at the mercy of a beast. Chapter 24. New Year's Eve banquet. Murongyu was filled with an uncontrollable rage, and a murderous intent surged within her. A pair of hands sprouted countless delicate white dragon scales, transforming into sharp claws, seemingly intent on choking the beauty beneath her. Yu Wuxia thought to himself that he could not escape this fate. Yet, Murongyu ultimately refrained from delivering a fatal blow. In truth, she was somewhat reluctant to kill Yu Wuxia. What a seductress she was. Moments later, Murongyu released her grip and inquired, "What is the truth? Speak clearly." Yu Wuxia's face flushed, unable to suppress a light cough due to her earlier grip. After a moment, sensing the intense murderous aura emanating from Murongyu, he forced himself to endure the discomfort and replied, "She forced herself upon me. How many times must I repeat it?" He thought it might be better to be dead, for he had endured enough of such days. Yet, the reality was that Murong had not truly forced him. She had merely taken advantage of his unconscious state to loosen his garments, creating this false impression. Anyone waking up to such a scene would likely think the same, wouldn't they? Finally, Murongyu retracted her murderous intent, though her heart remained uneasy, and she chose to depart without uttering a word, leaving Yu Wuxiao alone on the couch, despondent. After a while, the sky darkened, and Qing Shan and Yin Yu attended to him for dinner. Before finally returning to their quarters after he had washed and changed, the candlelight flickered, and the room was as tranquil as water. Yu Wuxiao lay alone on the couch, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Though Murongyu treated him poorly, he felt a twinge of guilt towards her. After all, no woman could bear the thought of her beloved being forced upon. Moreover, their relationship was such that Murongyu must be heartbroken now, wasn't she? But how could Murongyu possibly be saddened over a man? Perhaps she merely found him filthy and had gone elsewhere for the night. Yu Wuxiao's mind wandered until the third watch, when he concluded that Murongyu was unlikely to return. He finally succumbed to sleep. Murongyu, having left Ziyun Pavilion, went directly to seek the Empress Murong. Upon seeing her rush in without the customary greetings, the Empress immediately understood everything. Murong smiled gently and said, "Little Yu, sit down and speak. I did not sleep with him. It was merely a test." Murongyu casually took a seat and expressed her dissatisfaction. What was there to test? The Empress replied, "He is of the celestial rank. You were unaware, weren't you?" She suspected Yu Wuxia harbored ulterior motives, and not informing Murongyu would eventually lead to trouble. A smile crept onto Murongyu's lips as she said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I truly did not know." She realized that Yu Wuxia's resilience was due to his celestial rank, which explained much. It seemed she had been too lenient with him. The Empress laughed. "With a slight maneuver, I managed to coax him into begging to leave your side, even to the point of licking my shoes. You have no idea how pitiful he looked at that moment. It was utterly charming." At these words, Murongyu's expression turned fierce, her eyes glimmering with a golden light. The Empress teased, "What is this? Have you encountered true love? Let him visit Weiyang Palace more often and serve me as well." Murongyu fell silent for a moment, then knelt and said, "Your Majesty, I have not yet grown tired of him. To truly hand him over would be difficult for me." The Empress smiled and helped her up, saying, "All right, I shall not keep him. Is that not sufficient? Look how anxious you are, little Yu." Murongyu replied, "Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty." The next day, New Year's Eve, when Yu Wuxia awoke, he found Murongyu sleeping beside him. Though he could not recall when she had returned, he dared not disturb her and intended to quietly rise and dress. However, Murongyu pressed down on his hair early in the morning, causing him discomfort. Yet, fearing to wake her and incur her wrath, he remained still, knowing her temper. Especially in bed. As the sun climbed higher, sunlight streamed through the red silk curtains, illuminating Murongyu's face. Unable to sleep any longer, Yu Wuxia gazed at her, swallowing hard. If only she were gentler and treated him better, how wonderful that would be. No, how could he entertain such thoughts? What a wretched beast he was. Perhaps due to the glaring sunlight, Murongyu finally awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Yu Wuxia lying quietly beside her. "Oh, still sleeping?" she said, lightly patting his face. Yu Wuxia feigned surprise, whispering, "My lady has awakened? Is it late? Have I missed the morning court?" Murongyu grasped his hair, pulling him into her embrace, saying, "You need not concern yourself with my affairs." Yu Wuxia buried his face in her embrace, trembling slightly. Murongyu, with a playful tone, asked, "Does it hurt?" Yu Wuxia softly replied, "Yes." Murong then yanked him up and delivered a sharp slap, scolding, "You're as stiff as a log. Show me some affection." A red mark appeared on Yu Wuxia's face, his eyes glistening with tears as he plaintively said, "My lady, please don't do this. It hurts." He knew well that the torment he faced was far from over. After a while, it was afternoon before they finally dressed and prepared for a meal. Murongyu planned to visit the Oath Hall and, before leaving, pushed Yu Wuxia back onto the couch. She gently instructed, "Tonight's banquet will be grand. Dress beautifully. For your beloved sister you also attend. Yu Wuxia suppressed his discomfort and murmured, understood. Upon seeing her leave, Qing Shan and Yin Yu hurried in to assist Yu Wuxia with his grooming. However, he seemed unwell, his cheeks flushed, and he lay languidly on the couch. His almond-shaped eyes both watery and alluring, breathing lightly. You too may leave. I can manage alone, he insisted, even though they attended to him daily. Qing Shan and Yin Yu could not help but swallow hard at his condition. Qing Shan, not understanding the situation, remained and, coupled with Yu Wuxia's sweetly plaintive tone, refused to retreat. You're ill and bedridden. I must stay by your side. They hurriedly helped him to the mirror. Yin Yu, her face filled with concern, asked, Young master, your hands are so warm. Do you feel unwell? Should I fetch the imperial physician? Yu Wuxia softly replied, No need. Yin Yu, gathering her courage, touched his cheek with her cold hand. Young master, you're burning up. I'll go fetch the physician. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to leave. Yu Wuxia quickly grasped her hand, saying, Don't go. Qing Shan, unable to hide her worry, said, But young master, you're in this state. How can you endure it? Yu Wuxia breathed lightly, his eyes glistening. It's nothing. You both go out. I'll dress myself. Yin Yu believed she understood everything and harbored mischievous thoughts. She deliberately scolded, No, you're ill and still throwing a tantrum? Qing Shan and Yin Yu had grown increasingly close to Yu Wuxia, and thus felt emboldened to speak this way. Chapter 25, the lack of etiquette. Yu Wuxia commanded the two of them to leave, but they were resolute in their defiance. With no choice but to relent, Yu Wuxia, feeling rather unwell, experienced a profound sense of weakness and fatigue that he could not oppose. He bore the discomfort and allowed Qing Shan and Yin Yu to fuss over him. Qing Shan found it peculiar that the usually gentle and composed gentleman was now sitting before the mirror, fidgeting and feigning shyness, appearing almost delicately alluring. His eyes, filled with emotion, were captivating, and though his lips were tightly pressed together, he occasionally let out muffled sounds of discomfort. A mere careless movement from either Qing Shan or Yin Yu would send a shiver down his spine. Finding amusement in the situation, Yin Yu playfully inquired, My lord, would you like me to assist you with your attire? Although she posed the question, her actions spoke otherwise. Yu Wuxia typically dressed himself without the aid of servants. Adhering to the principle of propriety, Yin Yu's boldness startled him, causing his delicate form to tremble as he instinctively grasped her hand. Yet, with her considerable strength, Yin Yu, a practitioner of earth-level cultivation, easily overpowered him. Adorned with a white jade bracelet and feeling unwell, Yu Wuxia found himself unable to resist her advances, creating an impression of reluctant acceptance. He ultimately released her hand, his face flushed with embarrassment as he chided, You are becoming increasingly reckless. However, his soft tone lacked any authority, particularly as Yu Wuxia was known for his gentleness. Unsurprisingly, neither Qing Shan nor Yin Yu feared him. Yin Yu, noticing his flustered demeanor and the enticing allure of his slightly parted lips, could not help but swallow hard. Qing Shan, seizing Yin Yu's hand that had overstepped boundaries, pulled her aside and admonished, Have you been learning from the peacock? It is evident, for I cannot fathom how you have become such close companions with that brazen woman. Yu Wuxia, feeling drained, urged, Enough, quickly, do not delay any longer. The two complied, albeit with difficulty. Yin Yu struggled to suppress a smile, convinced that Yu Wuxia was truly tender-hearted and fragile, and resolved to continue such playful antics in the future. Later that evening, within the Oath Hall, Emperor Murong hosted a grand banquet for his officials. The atmosphere was lively, filled with song and dance, as goblets clinked amidst the joyous revelry. Yu Wuxia's cheeks flushed, and sweat dampened his undergarment as he nestled against Murong Yu, shivering slightly. He felt exceedingly unwell, his consciousness clouded as he was treated like a marionette by Murong Yu. With a gentle smile, she once again lifted a full cup of wine to his lips. The wine here was far from the pleasant brews of the Chu kingdom. It was harsh and bitter, akin to swallowing blades. Even a mere sip would leave Yu Wuxia's mouth burning with its acrid taste. Yet, Murong Yu had forcibly fed him 3 cups already, leaving him increasingly disoriented and uncomfortable. At the end of the banquet, Yu Wuxia could do nothing but secretly lament his predicament. He realized that if he continued to drink, he would surely embarrass himself, either by vomiting or collapsing, which would be utterly disgraceful. Furthermore, the foul odor of the Qin wine was unbearable. Turning his head away, he weakly protested, Your Highness, I cannot drink so much. Murong Yu seized his face, forcing him to meet her gaze, unrelenting as she pressed the cup to his lips once more. With a teasing tone, she warned, If you do not finish it, I shall see how I handle you tonight. Yu Wuxia furrowed his brows and downed the drink in one gulp. As it coursed through him, he could not suppress a few coughs, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having eaten little before drinking, his stomach burned, amplifying his discomfort. Murong Yu, a playful smile gracing her lips, poured him yet another cup, offering it to him. She was eager to discover just how much Yu Wuxia could endure. However, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, rendering him unable to straighten up. Just as he swayed, Murong Yu, quick-witted, caught him and drew him into her embrace. With a gentle smile, she poked his nose playfully and raised the cup again, asking, Are you still pretending? Despair filled Yu Wuxia's almond-shaped eyes as he hastily waved his hands in refusal, pleading, I am not pretending. It hurts so much, my lady. May I not drink anymore? His soft voice quivered with emotion, evoking sympathy even from strangers. Morong Yu inquired, are you hiding something from me? She suspected that Yu Wuxia was concealing his true capabilities, believing he harbored ill intentions. Such behavior could not go unpunished. Feeling a flicker of guilt, Yu Wuxia took the cup and drained it, insisting, I am not. He thought to himself that Morong, being a revered empress, would certainly keep his secrets safe. The banquet continued in the Oath Hall, replete with laughter and merriment among the officials. The performers within the hall displayed their skillful dances. Yet some still cast covetous glances at the beautiful figure nestled in Morong Yu's arms. Morong Yu's sister, Morong Hua, sat close to Yu Wuxia, observing their subtle interactions with keen interest. Her fiery eyes scrutinized him, taking note of his crimson robe that accentuated his slender waist. She surmised that Morong Yu must often tease him. This delicate figure, blushing and alluring, with lips slightly parted and eyes shimmering with unshed tears, appeared to have recently been cherished. Occasionally, Yu Wuxia would shudder, and Morong Hua could not help but feel a pang of envy. Morong Yu, it seemed, was naturally gifted at manipulation, and one could only imagine the torment this beauty endured by her side. Such thoughts stirred discomfort within Morong Hua, who lamented how all good fortune seemed to favor her elder sister. Sensing Yu Wuxia's reluctance to drink further, Morong Yu, wishing to spare him from the embarrassment of drunkenness or sickness, decided to show mercy. On the dragon throne, Morong raised a bronze cup, its crimson contents swirling within. Little Yu, the daughter of the noble lady, with beauty that eclipses the moon, might I request a dance from you to enliven our spirits? Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the grand hall, striking fear into the hearts of many. The courtesans within the hall hastily bowed and retreated. Morong Yu, smiling, replied, then it would be remiss of me to refuse. She turned to Yu Wuxia, her expression shifting, commanding, what are you waiting for? Go. Yu Wuxia longed to decline. Dancing in front of so many was beyond his capabilities. Moreover, his body felt as though it were made of jelly, with one part of him defying the weakness that left him unsteady on his feet. Summoning his courage, he began, Your Majesty, I am unwell and implore you to spare me. Before he could finish, a sharp slap echoed against his face, courtesy of Morong Yu. Grasping his hair, she pushed his head down onto the table, contorting his handsome features. With a playful smirk, she addressed Morong, please forgive us, Your Majesty. This young lord from the Chu Kingdom is lacking in decorum. We humbly ask for your understanding. Chapter 26. Contempt for the heroes. Yu Wuxia had grown accustomed to public humiliation. However, Morong Yu's audacity in striking his face and pinning him to the table was one thing. Her further degradation of stripping him before a crowd was intolerable. Yu Wuxia pleaded for mercy, saying, please, not here. Yet in Morong Yu's eyes, humanity was not but a hypocritical creature, wearing a mask of desire while protesting. A true display of insincerity. Morong Yu's reckless actions incited terror within his almond-shaped eyes. Yu Wuxia exerted every ounce of strength to thwart her, but to her, it appeared as though he was merely playing hard to get. He mused, indeed the dragon clan were untamed beasts, incessantly priding themselves on superiority, which incited a visceral disgust within him. Clinging desperately to his garments, he felt a fleeting sense of shame when Morong Yu recognized his modesty and withdrew her hands, teasingly suggesting he should perform for the emperor instead of pretending to be ill. Yu Wuxia, concealing his face, softly sobbed, I am not ill. You know well what you have done. You are worse than a beast. Are you throwing a tantrum now? She retorted, just you wait. Morong Yu pulled him into her embrace, whispering a threat, tonight is New Year's Eve. Shall I invite your mother and the others over for a reunion? Buried in her embrace, Yu Wuxia murmured, no, you only know how to threaten me with them. Morong Yu, locking eyes with him, chuckled, what if I do? Are you seeking an opportunity to kill me for vengeance? Seeing the loathing in Yu Wuxia's gaze, tempered with helplessness and flattery, Morong Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Ultimately, Yu Wuxia surrendered. I have nothing left, spare me this time. I am unwell today, let us discuss this another day, shall we? Sitting nearby, Morong Hua inexplicably felt a pang of pity. Compelled by an unexplainable impulse, she interjected, Your Highness, the Crown Prince truly does not seem well. Please forgive him this time. Morong Yu, taken aback, responded politely, since you feel sorry for him, why not take him for yourself? How shameless of Yu Wuxia to have entangled himself with Morong Yu and now to be eyeing Morong Hua. Morong Hua raised her cup, declaring, I dare not take what belongs to another. I wish you both a harmonious union. I shall drink first, and you may follow. Though Morong Yu felt a twinge of discomfort, her smile remained. Nonsense. If you do not mind, I would gladly gift Yu Wuxia to you. Before either could respond, she shoved Yu Wuxia forcefully towards Morong Hua. Yu Wuxia stumbled and fell, quickly rising to grasp Morong Yu's arm, pleading in a low voice, Your Highness, please don't do this. After this ordeal, Yu Wuxia concluded that following Morong Yu had become his best option, despite her eccentricity. Being with her posed no threat to his life, and allowed him to maintain a semblance of reputation. Yet, Morong Yu's words deepened his despair. He had sacrificed his most treasured purity to her, indulging her every whim, only to receive such a fate in return. Perhaps Morong Yu had planned this from the start. while he foolishly harbored a glimmer of hope. Anyone else would have long since turned their heart cold. So be it, Morongyu. No. The Dragon Clan were simply born of malevolence. Morong Huanhua smiled faintly, uncertain if Morongyu genuinely intended to gift Yu Wuxia or was merely being courteous. She had heard tales of the Crown Prince's unparalleled beauty, a siren who could ensnare hearts, and now, seeing him in person, the rumors were undeniably true. Noticing their silence, Morongyu playfully patted Yu Wuxia's flushed face, addressing Morong Huanhua. Do visit him often in the Eastern Palace. It would spare him the loneliness. Morong Huanhua felt a twinge of embarrassment, her face flushing, and she responded with a bow. I dare not. Morongyu teased. Oh? Is there anything under the heavens you dare not do? Morong Huanhua laughed. Then I shall obey. As night descended, Empress Morong bid her guests farewell, dismissing all except for the pure-blooded Dragon Clan. Naturally, Yu Wuxia was to return to the Eastern Palace first. Initially, sitting still was manageable, but as soon as he moved, the effects of the wine surged, causing nausea that nearly made him retch within the swearing hall. Thankfully, his handmaidens, Qingshan and Yinyu, hurriedly assisted him outside. Once inside the sedan chair, Qingshan, visibly distressed, could not refrain from complaining. Your Highness, knowing full well the prince cannot hold his liquor, this is too much. Yinyu agreed. Indeed, it is excessive. Yu Wuxia, seated within the chair, felt even the slightest motion churn his stomach violently. Pale and weakened, he commanded, enough. Steady it, I feel nauseous. These two oblivious ones were unaware that should their words reach Morongyu's ears, it would spell trouble. In the grand and imposing swearing hall, only the pure-blooded Dragon Clan remained, enveloped in silence, each seemingly lost in their own thoughts, starkly contrasting the earlier festive atmosphere. The North Sea Dragon King raised his cup, gazing at Morong, breaking the silence first. As the ancient saying goes, whatever is united must eventually divide, and whatever is divided must unite again. Your Majesty has long held dominion over the Qin state, encompassing the 4 seas, with 1,000,000 soldiers and countless generals. I implore your Majesty to annihilate the 6 nations and unify the Eastern continent. What is wrong with becoming the sovereign of the world? Morong did not even glance in his direction, remaining seated upon the dragon throne, calmly assessing the blood-red wine in her cup. The North Sea Dragon King, seeing her disregard, seemed to expect such indifference and downed his drink in one gulp. After all, during the 30 years since the last sovereign's demise, this matter had been proposed multiple times. Each time, Morong either expressed reluctance to instigate conflict and harm innocents or feared the resurrection of the last sovereign. In short, she had a plethora of excuses. However, the 6 nations were sharpening their blades and preparing for action, making it difficult to argue that they did not harbor ambitions of unifying the Eastern continent. Most within the Dragon Clan believed it prudent to strike first, swiftly obliterating the 6 nations before they could pose a threat. The East Sea Dragon King rose slowly, stating earnestly, in this chaotic world, the populace is sparse, and only your Majesty can bring an end to this turmoil. Morong took a sip of her wine, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she scoffed. How many times must I say it? The lives of those lowly commoners hold no significance to me. The assembly fell into a stunned silence. Such was the nature of Morong. After all, she possessed the power to disdain the heroes. The South Sea Dragon King hastily urged. A tiny crack can bring down a 1,000-mile dam. Your Majesty must not underestimate humanity. They excel in hiding their strength, enduring humiliation, if we do not fully subjugate them. It could lead to future troubles. Chapter 27. Morong Huanhua. Morong lightly sipped her wine before carelessly tossing the bronze cup aside. A sudden wave of murderous intent surged within her, and with a mere glance at the Dragon King of the South Sea, she made him feel as though he bore a heavy burden upon his back. Morong remarked with a hint of amusement. A 1,000-mile dam can be breached by an ant's nest. Do you truly believe that our dominion could be toppled by the feeble human race? The Dragon King of the South Sea hastily knelt, bowing his head heavily to the ground, and said, I have misspoken, your Majesty. I merely advise you to guard against potential threats. Morong commanded, rise. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the Dragon King replied, yes, I am grateful for your mercy. Your Majesty. Morong Huanhua licked her lips and said, Your Majesty, during the banquet, I caught a whiff of an unfamiliar celestial aura from the human race, so strange. Yet upon closer inspection, I saw no one. It is truly peculiar. She had an insatiable appetite for humans, particularly as her cultivation grew stronger. Yet, she harbored no suspicions about Yu Wuxia, as celestial beings from the human race are indeed a rarity. Moreover, he was but a frail male, having been bullied so thoroughly by Morongyu that it truly stirred her sympathy. Both Morong and Morongyu understood the situation well. Morong disclosed this matter to Morongyu, as she was Yu Wuxia's wife. Morong felt she had the right to know, and the two had previously conspired to temporarily conceal Yu Wuxia's strength, feigning ignorance. Morongyu chuckled, an unfamiliar celestial being from the human race? How could I possibly be unaware? Perhaps you were simply desperate to consume celestial beings. Morong Huanhua frowned slightly, responding, perhaps. Despite her exceptional talent, she felt a tinge of uncertainty. After all, that faint aura eluded her grasp, appearing and disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Never mind. It was hardly worth pondering such ethereal matters. If only Morong Yu could present the crown princess to her, she would certainly cherish and adore him. How delightful that would be. Meanwhile, after Yu Wuxia was carried back to Ziyun Pavilion, he had long lost consciousness. Seizing a rare opportunity, Tuank and Kongke, emboldened by mischief, devised an excuse to send away Qing Shan and Yin Yu. They helped him onto the couch, clumsily removing his shoes. After all, he was in a stupor. They could always claim he had done it himself. Tuank, unable to resist the allure of his crimson lips, impulsively kissed him. Moments later, she released him. Kong's eyes sparkled as she surveyed him, saying, "I told you, our young master can't survive without a woman." Tuank replied with a grin, "You speak the truth." With Yu Wuxia unconscious, his body was beyond his control. Kongke had waited long for this day. Perseverance had finally paid off. She and Tuank could no longer contain themselves. Ready to take action, Qing Shan, sensing unease, hurried back only to be struck by the scene before her, as if struck by lightning. Kongke laughed. "Sister, you're back. We were just missing you." Furious, Qing Shan retorted, "You two better wait. I shall inform the crown princess. Just see if she won't flay you both alive." The two girls hurriedly knelt, pleading with her, desperately clinging to her skirts, resembling two stubborn patches of sticky medicine, showering her with sweet words and flattery. Ultimately, the situation concluded with both girls swearing an oath, promising there would be no next time. Qing Shan hastily adjusted Yu Wuxia's clothing, splashed him with cold water, and roused him from his slumber. With her gaze lowered in embarrassment, she said, "Young master, please go bathe. I shall prepare your bedding." Yu Wuxia's hand rested on the bed, and feeling a sudden warmth made his face flush with shame. The gazes of the three girls upon him felt distinctly unsettling, causing him discomfort. In a soft voice, Yu Wuxia instructed, "Qi Shan, tidy my clothes. I wish to bathe." At that moment, Yin Yu also returned, and the four prepared to accompany him to bathe. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, alerting everyone to turn and gaze. There appeared a young lady clad in a spring garment adorned with pink lotus patterns, beneath which flowed a richly embroidered golden skirt, her head crowned with a phoenix headdress. Her adornment shimmering in the candlelight, her expression a delicate blend of mirth. Before Yu Wuxia could speak, she commanded, "Kongke, you four may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with your young master." Kongke and Tuank, recognizing her, quickly pulled Qing Shan and Yin Yu away. Yu Wuxia felt uneasy and shifted to the side, saying, "May I ask your esteemed name?" The visitor was none other than Murong Hua, who had just moments ago been engaged in lively conversation with Murong Yu at the banquet. Murong Hua feigned profundity, "The mountains have Fusua, and the marshes have Hua." Yu Wuxia inquired, "Are you perhaps named Murong Fusua?" Feeling unwell, he wished only to hasten the departure of this unwelcome visitor, to bathe away the stench of wine and alleviate his fatigue. Murong Hua chuckled softly. "I am called Murong Hua." Yu Wuxia's assumption was incorrect, leading to an awkward atmosphere. Though Murong Hua appeared even more beautiful than at the banquet, he had little inclination to appreciate it. With playful banter, Murong Hua teased, "Young master, will you not even brew me a cup of tea?" As Yu Wuxia grew increasingly uncomfortable, he reluctantly prepared tea for her, offering it with both hands. Murong Hua set the tea aside and suddenly grasped Yu Wuxia's hand, pulling him into her embrace. He gasped in surprise, powerless to resist. Murong Hua held him tightly, using her other hand to pinch his face, teasingly saying, "Murong Yu is truly something. She has married such a beautiful companion yet still bullies you so." Yu Wuxia, blushing and flustered, protested, "What are you doing? This is the Eastern Palace. If Murong Yu finds out, she won't spare you." Murong Hua, amused by his reaction, could not resist planting a deep kiss on him. A strong scent of blood overwhelmed Yu Wuxia, leaving him nearly faint. His delicate hands futilely beat against her. With a hiss, Murong Hua abruptly ended the kiss, a displeased expression crossing her face. "Murong, you just mentioned she would give you to me. I am to be your future wife. You would do well to behave." "Someone." Yu Wuxia's mouth was tightly covered, leaving him to gaze at her with pleading eyes. Murong Hua teased, "What are you shouting about? Do you wish for everyone in the Eastern Palace to come and witness this?" Tears welled up in Yu Wuxia's eyes, and he shook his head helplessly. He did not want every servant in the Eastern Palace to regard him with such prying eyes. He disliked it. Murong Hua released him, playfully chiding, "Look at you. How can you not control yourself? You are quite disobedient. I came here tonight to meet you privately, yet you are in such a state. How disgusting." Chapter 28. Distasteful Murong Hua, seeing his face flushed with shame, felt a sense of satisfaction. She gestured dismissively at the disheveled bed and remarked with disdain, "Look at this mess, yet you still pretend to be pure in front of me. It's utterly revolting." Yu Wuxia, filled with mortification, replied with a hint of anger, "If I am so disgusting, why do you seek me out?" Murong Hua teased, "Your wife has proclaimed in the oath hall that she intends to gift you to me. Naturally, I came to inspect the merchandise." As she spoke, her eyes scrutinized Yu Wuxia as if he were an item for sale, or perhaps a delectable dish. Even though Yu Wuxia appeared weak and easy to bully, he could not endure the relentless humiliation from the Murong clan. Furrowing his brow, he raised his hand and slapped her hard, stating, "Show some respect. It was merely her drunken ramblings. Why take it seriously?" Murong Hua felt the slap but was unfazed, retorting, "Oh, are you pretending to be a virtuous husband? Hoping for Murong Yu to rescue you? Let me tell you, She is currently discussing military affairs with the Empress in the Oath Hall and won't be back anytime soon. So, you better behave and please me, and you might just find yourself rewarded. Though Murong Hwa appeared dignified and gentle, she was, in truth, a voracious predator with a temperament to match. No, I am the Taifu. How can you touch me? Yet, before Yu Wuxia could fully comprehend the situation, his refusal only made her desire him more. Murong Hwa couldn't help but laugh, mocking, "Oh, do you truly see yourself as the Taifu? Have you looked around to see who truly values you? Murong Yu? Or perhaps the Empress Murong? Everyone knows you are merely a trophy, a thing akin to a courtesan, pretending to be noble. It's laughable." It was hard to fathom such acerbic words coming from the lips of a seemingly refined beauty like Murong Hwa. The faint scent of the celestial realm lingered in the air. Although she lacked the strength of the Murong clan, her innate talent in sensing energy was indeed remarkable. Yu Wuxia clenched his dress tightly, threatening weakly, "If Murong Yu finds out, she will not let you off easily." Murong Hwa probed, "You are, in fact, of celestial descent. Are you not?" Yu Wuxia was taken aback by her question, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, and hastily replied, I am not." Murong Hwa understood her position clearly. Since he dared not reveal his true nature, she could not be blamed. A gentle breeze swept through, and suddenly, Murong Yu appeared. Grasping Murong Hwa's hand, "Sister, you arrive unannounced, and do not even mention it?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Murong Hwa quickly released her grip. Yu Wuxia, feeling utterly humiliated, stood up and adjusted his clothes, saying, I shall take my leave." Without even glancing at him, Murong Yu waved her hand dismissively, "Get out." Yu Wuxia hurriedly made for the exit, but Murong Yu pointed at him, freezing him in place, unable to move a muscle. He glanced back at her, pleading softly, "Your Highness, I cannot move." He felt as though his body were laden with lead, heavy and unyielding, despite his efforts to budge. Murong Yu released Murong Hwa's hand, smiled sweetly, and casually sat down, teasing, "I told you to leave, but I did not say you could go." She was curious to see just how much Yu Wuxia could endure, or what purpose he had in bearing such humiliation. In truth, Yu Wuxia had no grand designs. He merely wished to preserve his life and survive. Tears streamed down his face like pearls slipping from a broken string as he choked out, "I understand." He could not fathom what he had done wrong, having never wronged Murong Yu since her arrival. Yet, he found himself in this predicament. Perhaps the Dragon Clan was inherently malevolent. While Murong Hwa displayed a semblance of humanity, her words echoed those of Murong Yu and the Empress, revealing a shared disposition. Exhausted from the day's tribulations, Yu Wuxia submerged himself in the hot spring, drifting into a deep slumber. Outside, Jing Shan and Yin Yu waited, noting his prolonged absence. Hesitant, Yin Yu softly called, "Young master? It is late. Shall we return to rest?" "Yes, young master, the bed has been prepared." Awakened by their voices, Yu Wuxia responded softly. The trio then returned to Ziyun Pavilion. Murong Hwa had long departed, and what transpired between her and Murong Yu remained shrouded in mystery. Murong Yu, foregoing a bath, loosened her garments and embraced the soft and fragrant Yu Wuxia as he slept. Though her embrace was warm, Yu Wuxia understood that this venomous woman might very well devise a scheme against him come morning. Despite the tumult of the night, Murong Yu was not tired. She tenderly pinched Yu Wuxia's face, asking, "Why do you conceal your celestial nature from me?" Chapter 29. Another instance of domestic violence? Upon hearing these words, Yu Wuxia felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. He murmured softly, "I am merely fearful and wish to avoid drawing attention." Murong Yu's grip was akin to an iron vice, contorting his delicate visage. Truly afraid, Yu Wuxia pleaded in a whisper, "Mistress, it hurts. My face may be marred." Murong Yu released her hold and remarked, "There is no need to conceal your strength any longer." This little wretch, provoking a sense of pity within her, was indeed a curious case. "Yes, I thank you, mistress." Yu Wuxia managed a strained sigh of relief. Murong Yu inquired, "Have you developed feelings for Murong?" Yu Wuxia replied honestly, "No." Murong Yu pressed further, "What of Murong Hwa? I observe she seems quite taken with you." Lying beside her, Yu Wuxia knew he had to flatter her with words. Otherwise, he could only imagine the torment that awaited him. "I have given my first to His Highness. I implore you, do not treat me thus. Under the eaves of another, one must bow their head." If he did not submit, he would eventually be tormented to death by this pack of beasts. Murong Yu playfully poked his nose and teased, "Little vixen, why do you flirt with everyone? Are you so insatiable?" Yu Wuxia softly explained, "I am not, it is clearly them." Murong Yu understood. Pulling him into her embrace, she stated, "Flies do not alight on seamless eggs. If you do not conduct yourself properly, do not seek excuses." Yu Wuxia replied, "Then I shall dress more modestly and refrain from wandering about." Murong Yu tightened her hold on him, saying, "That will not do. If you ever appear less than beautiful, be prepared for me to enhance your allure." The following day at noon, the two finally awakened late. Murong Yu, just roused from slumber, spoke with a hoarse yet sweet voice, "Cannot you remove that wretched bracelet? Does it not bother you while you sleep?" Yu Wuxia reasoned that since the two key figures of the Dragon Clan, Murong and Murong Yu, were aware of his true identity, there was no longer any need for pretense. He gently removed the white jade bracelet and returned it to his storage pouch. Once they had risen, dressed, washed, and partaken of breakfast, Yu Wuxiao questioned, "Your Highness, will you not attend court today?" Morongyu, having rinsed her mouth, replied playfully, "No. I find myself with nothing to do. Since you are at the celestial level, how about we have a spar?" Yu Wuxia, frightened, turned pale and replied, "I dare not." Morongyu proposed, "If you defeat me, I shall allow your sister to return to Chu." Yu Wuxia quietly said, "That is unwise. I cannot fight your highness." Who knew her intentions? Even if he did manage to win, the outcome would surely be dire. Moreover, how could he possibly overcome her? Yu Wuxia felt that the classification of cultivation levels was too vague. Though he and Morongyu were all at the celestial level, any reasonable person would understand that he was worlds apart from them. Morongyu teased, "Very well, then I shall seek out Yu Wufei for practice." Yu Wuxia quickly embraced her from behind, weakly saying, "Your Highness, do not go." Morongyu gently extricated his arms, saying, "In that case, let us engage in a contest." Yu Wuxia feebly pleaded, "I concede. Must we really compete?" Morongyu frowned slightly, turning to push him off balance, saying, "You chatter too much. Do you not understand when I ask you to fight?" Yu Wuxia responded, "Yes, I beseech you, mistress, show mercy." Such sweet dreams. Morongyu shook her head with a smile, her murderous intent no longer concealed. Before he could fully comprehend her movement, a sharp pain struck his chest, and he was sent sprawling to the ground, crashing heavily onto the courtyard. With a single strike, Yu Wuxiao fell, struggling to rise on trembling hands, but to no avail. A bitter taste filled his mouth, followed by violent coughing that shook his entire body. Morongyu strolled leisurely towards him, stepping on him and slowly rubbing her foot against him. She mocked, "Is this all you can do? Look at you in such a pitiful state. Yet you claim to be at the celestial level. You are fit only to warm my feet." Since he was at the celestial level, she could unleash her full strength upon him. After all, it was not so easy to mar the visage of one at that level, nor to bring about their demise. Morongyu summoned the god-eating whip. With a series of slicing sounds, she left Yu Wuxia curled up on the ground, covering his face, weeping and begging for mercy. "Pardon me, it hurts so much. Please, stop." Morongyu's mood brightened, her smile growing ever more radiant as she helped him up, saying, again. Yu Wuxia thought, since she wished to fight, he would oblige. He would show this wicked woman that he was not to be trifled with. With a mere thought, an aura of coldness enveloped him, intent to kill radiating from his being, devoid of warmth. Outside the courtyard, the sky was clear, yet inside, the air was frigid, swirling with ice and snow. "You have offended?" Morongyu remained undaunted, teasing, "Shall I allow you to use one hand?" Just as she spoke, a snowflake grazed her cheek. Drawing blood, the humiliation of recent days ignited a fiery rage within Yu Wuxia. The biting wind and snow encircled Morongyu, blinding her and rendering her immobile. In but a moment, she stood frozen, an icy statue, a trace of a smile lingering on her lips. As dusk fell, the setting sun bled crimson. Morongyu summoned Yu Wufei to admire her masterpiece. At this moment, Yu Wuxia lay in disarray, his hair tangled, drenched from the snow, clinging to his pale skin. His face devoid of color, barely clinging to life. His once immaculate snow-white attire was now soiled. Morongyu splashed a basin of cold water upon him, saying, "Stop pretending. Your sister has come to see you, so crawl over." Yu Wuxia shivered from the cold, scrambling to grasp her garment, pleading with a quivering voice, "Mistress, spare me." Having been mercilessly beaten by Morongyu for half the day, he was truly at his breaking point, no longer concerned with his dignity, which had long been discarded. He lamented, had he known it would come to this, he should have thrown himself into Moronghua's embrace. At least she had cared for him that day. Unlike this beast, Morongyu, Yu Wufei's eyes were red, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh, but soon she relaxed her grip. The Yu Wuxia she cherished had been so cruelly tormented by this fiend. Morongyu had merely intended to spar lightly, but she had not anticipated his fragility. After just a few exchanges, he was on his knees begging for mercy. The more pitiful he became, the more thrilled Morongyu felt, and before she knew it, he was left in such a state. Now that he was in such a condition, she decided to summon Yu Wufei to enjoy the spectacle together. Looking down at Yu Wuxia, she taunted, "Such a weak celestial level, truly a rare sight." Noticing Yu Wufei's disinterested demeanor, she found it tedious and decided to dismiss her. With a casual wave of her hand, she healed Yu Wuxia, saying, "How dull. Go clean yourself up and return to serve." Yes, on the 30th Lantern Festival. Within the purple cloud pavilion, atop the bed, Yu Wuxia lay enveloped in a scarlet brocade quilt, his spirit utterly desolate. He vowed inwardly never to acknowledge Morongyu, that venomous woman, again. Thus, he silently turned his back to her. Morongyu reached out to pat Yu Wuxia, saying with a smile, "One must endure what others cannot to achieve what others cannot. Wuxia, your esteemed sister harbors considerable ambition." Yu Wuxia understood that regardless of her sister's actions, Morongyu would always find reason to torment him. Life felt exceedingly weary. Morongyu sensed she had gone too far today and needed to placate him lest he contemplate ending his life once more. Resolving this, Morongyu slipped into his quilt, embracing him tightly, and teased, "Little beauty, still angry, aren't we?" Perhaps she was somewhat cold, causing Yu Wuxia to tremble slightly. His eyes vacant, he finally spoke. His voice weak. Wuxia would not dare to be angry with your highness. That's good. Murong Yu held him, pleased, and further instructed. The female emperor favors those who are flowery and delicate, much like yourself. During the day, take a stroll in the imperial garden. Perhaps you'll encounter her. Yu Wuxiao murmured. I dare not go. Murong Yu remained as beastly as ever, showing no concern for his potential defilement. Perhaps this was inherent to the dragon clan. Moreover, the murderous intent emanating from Murong was chilling to even contemplate. Seeing his reluctance, Murong Yu grew displeased. She stated, as the empress consort, isn't it your duty to serve her? Besides, I won't always be around. Yu Wuxia is so frail. Without my protection, something will happen to him sooner or later. Yu Wuxia, failing to grasp her intentions, revealed a hint of despair in his eyes, saying, I will go, then. In recent days, Murong Yu had been leaving early and returning late, lacking time for Yu Wuxia. Yet, she treated him with more gentleness than before, constantly coaxing him with sweet words, leaving Yu Wuxia somewhat unaccustomed to it. Strangely, after Murong Yu ceased her cruelty, Yu Wuxia felt uneasy within half a month. He vaguely sensed that he preferred the former Murong Yu. He slapped himself harshly, attempting to awaken from this delusion. How could he entertain such bizarre thoughts? It was utterly debasing. Surely, he had been poisoned by the floral toxin, and the lingering effects were clouding his mind. Murong Yu, on the other hand, found the strategy of playing hard to get quite amusing. Seeing him adorn himself daily like a flower, she deliberately avoided him, curious to see how long he could endure and maintain his composure. One afternoon, Yu Wuxia, with nothing to do, sat before the bronze mirror. He asked Qingshan and Yanyu, do you think that although her highness has been treating me well lately, something is missing? Qingshan tilted her head, puzzled. Isn't it good this way? Missing what? Yu Wuxia, blushing, found it difficult to articulate, whispering, it's just that. We've shared a bed for several nights, and she hasn't touched me. Yanyu chuckled. This servant understands. Her highness must have found a new love. Master must devise a plan to win back her heart, or you'll truly fall out of favor. That evening, upon Murong Yu's return to Purple Cloud Pavilion, she found Yu Wuxiao once again adorned, his hair styled in a celestial bond, his face painted with peach blossom makeup. He wore a pink embroidered floral patterned cardigan over a light green pleated skirt. The ensemble of peach and willow hues accentuated his fresh elegance and playful charm. Yu Wuxiao, seeing her return, eagerly approached, offering a gentle smile. Your highness has returned. I have been waiting anxiously. In the flickering candlelight, he was truly a vision, a face like peach blossoms, cheeks flushed with rouge, a captivating smile that intoxicates like the spring breeze. Murong Yu's blood surged, momentarily forgetting her strategy of playing hard to get. She would not be a woman if she didn't properly discipline Yu Wuxia tonight. She hastily scooped up Yu Wuxia and tossed him onto the bed. Yu Wuxia was slightly pricked by a hairpin but paid it no mind. He feigned discontent, furrowing his delicate brows, tightly clutching his garments, and weakly protested, not like this, your highness. Yet, a hint of anticipation flickered within his almond eyes. He understood that the more a man says no, the more a woman desires. Murong Yu indeed fell for the ploy. The following day was the Lantern Festival. Yu Wuxia, confined to the palace for so long, had grown weary. Coincidentally, Murong Yu had recently been indulging him with affection and sweet words, causing Yu Wuxia to feel as though he had tasted honey, completely forgetting her true nature. Thus, that evening, upon Murong Yu's return, he sat beside Murong Yu, shamelessly clinging to her and acting coy. This servant wishes to stroll outside the palace. According to the laws of our dynasty, the empress consort cannot casually leave the palace gates. Yu Wuxia grasped her hand, batting his almond eyes, and asked, not even during the Lantern Festival? Murong Yu composed herself, enunciating each word. The laws of our dynasty do not permit it. Yu Wuxia turned away, unable to conceal the disappointment on his face. Murong Yu suddenly leaned in, pinching his cheek, and chuckled. Making an exception once in a while isn't impossible. Yu Wuxia turned his head away in a huff, saying, I'm not going. Murong Yu's expression changed, and she nudged him, scolding, I see you're testing my patience again. Startled, Yu Wuxia embraced her arm, cooing, this servant will obey my consort's wishes. Murong Yu was pleased, smiling, that's more like it. We'll go tonight. Yu Wuxia sensed that something unpleasant was about to occur. As expected, Murong Yu produced a red string anklet adorned with a golden bell. She said with a grin, Wuxia, with this magical treasure, you can command the wind and summon the rain, soar through the clouds and ride the mist. How about I bestow it upon you? Yu Wuxia was speechless. He already possessed the ability to soar through the clouds and ride the mist. As for commanding the wind and summoning the rain, it seemed of little use. Nevertheless, he feigned admiration, eagerly accepting the anklet and caressing the bell. He said, thank you, your highness. Murong Yu seized his ankle, lifted it onto her lap, and took the red string from Yu Wuxia's hand. She said, be good, let me put it on for you. Before Yu Wuxia could respond, the red string had already been tied by Murong Yu. Yu Wuxia asked softly, isn't it supposed to be worn on the wrist? He felt that something was amiss but couldn't quite pinpoint it. Murong Yu tightened the red string, chuckling, an anklet. What were you thinking? After a pause, she instructed. Do not remove it without my permission. Yu Wuxiao responded quietly, yes. He felt a twinge of displeasure. Mo Rongyu feigned discontent, saying, who are you making that mournful face for? Don't you like it? Yu Wuxiao forced a faint smile, saying, I like it. Mo Rongyu was quite satisfied, taking his hand and saying, that's good. This palace will take you out for a stroll. Yu Wuxiao felt a dizzying sensation. Mo Rongyu raised her hand to cover his eyes. After a brief moment, Mo Rongyu released her hand. The two had already appeared on the bustling street. Mo Rongyu, holding his hand, sized him up, hinting, I've given you a gift and taken you out. How will you repay my kindness? You're annoying. Chapter 31. Qing Yuan, Lantern Festival. The east wind graces the night, unleashing a myriad of blossoms, scattering stars like rain. Carriages, adorned with precious metals, perfume the boulevards. The melodies of phoenix flutes resonate as jade vessels reflect the light, illuminating a night of aquatic revelry. Amidst the throngs, women wear ornaments of snow willow and golden thread, their laughter and subtle fragrances lingering in the air. On this lantern festival, the main thoroughfare is adorned with radiant lanterns. As twilight descends, a spectacle of fiery trees and silver blossoms unfolds, while vendors line the ancient stone streets, their voices rising in a symphony of commerce. A troupe of wandering performers entertains the bustling crowd. Noticing Yu Wuxiao's apparent interest, Mo Rongyu tightly grasped his hand, navigating through the throng. Her grip caused Yu Wuxiao discomfort, and he abhorred being jostled in the crowd. Pray, be gentler, he implored softly, as if fearing my disappearance. Mo Rongyu loosened her hold slightly. They watched as the performers directed a blue-maned lion to leap through rings of fire. With a resounding roar, the lion soared through the blazing hoops. Such creatures were a rare sight in the eastern continent, and Yu Wuxiao found the spectacle captivating. Were it not for his status and upbringing, he would have succumbed to the urge to cheer and applaud with the masses. Mo Rongyu, however, was bored. She longed to return to the eastern palace and attend to her duties, and only the prospect of a future transgression against Yu Wuxiao motivated her to indulge him. Yu Wuxiao tugged at her sleeve, inquiring, Your Highness, is that blue-maned lion a demon? Mo Rongyu casually agreed. Indeed. She found his question rather simple, and thought that Yu Wuxiao, despite his long hair, lacked worldly knowledge. Yu Wuxiao noticed her perfunctory response, and a shadow of disappointment crossed his eyes. Having spent most of his life confined to the palace, he found everything outside novel and fascinating. Finding the scene tedious, Mo Rongyu led Yu Wuxiao away. Casting a glance at a nearby refreshment stall, she asked, My dear, would you care for some sherbet? Nay, Yu Wuxiao replied, thinking to himself that offering him sherbet on such a frigid night was either intentional or careless. Mo Rongyu, as if deaf to his refusal, purchased 2 plum sherbets and handed one to Yu Wuxiao. On this 15th day of the first month, amidst the biting cold, they strolled aimlessly, each with a sherbet in hand. Yu Wuxiao, susceptible to the cold, consumed his treat far more slowly than Mo Rongyu. Soon, Mo Rongyu had finished hers and, noticing that Yu Wuxiao had barely touched his, she inquired with a hint of perplexity, What ails thee? Dost thou not relish it? I do, Yu Wuxiao replied with resignation. Then gingerly licked the icy plum sherbet. Mo Rongyu teased, Why dost thou savor thy sherbet so delicately? Is there a certain inclination at play? Her words caused Yu Wuxiao to clutch his sherbet self-consciously, as he stammered, Nay, it is merely too cold to consume quickly. Mo Rongyu affectionately stroked his hair, jesting, Finish it obediently, or I shall punish thee upon our return. Yu Wuxiao, his eyes brimming with tears, dutifully complied. He knew that Mo Rongyu was often cruel and capricious. What reason was there to force someone to eat sherbet in the dead of winter? Her recent kindness was surely a prelude to some new mischief. The street vendors, shops, and peculiar trinkets no longer held his interest. As they reached the end of the thoroughfare, they found themselves in a secluded, dimly lit area. A stark contrast to the vibrant, well-lit streets they had just left behind. He finally finished the plum sherbet. The night air was piercingly cold. His fingers were numb from holding the frozen treat for so long. Yu Wuxiao softly inquired, Your Highness, we have reached the end. Shall we return? Mo Rongyu replied with genuine praise, Well done, my dear. Shall we walk back? She produced a green handkerchief and wiped the corners of his mouth. Her gentle gesture made Yu Wuxiao uneasy. Perhaps this was her way of alternating between cruelty and kindness. Yu Wuxiao, his hands cold, clasped them together in front of him, lowered his gaze, and obediently replied, As your Highness commands. Mo Rongyu took his cold hand and led him back toward the eastern palace. Although it was the 15th day of the first month, a full moon was obscured by dark clouds. The area was deserted, and the only sounds were the distant calls of vendors and the gentle murmur of flowing water. Unnoticed in the shadows, a figure clad in black had been following them. She had trailed them silently, like a shadow. Yu Wuxiao's left ankle bore a red string anklet, a gift from Mo Rongyu. A small golden bell was attached to it, chiming softly with each step, a sound that was amplified in the quiet alleyway. The sound grated on the black-clad figure's ears. In her eyes, Yu Wuxiao was nothing more than a base creature, not a noble from the Chu kingdom, but a courtesan from a brothel. She believed that he was using his seductive wiles to make Mo Rongyu forget her own brother. Her brother had secretly harbored feelings for Mo Rongyu, and had even declared his intention to marry her. Her mother had been distraught by his infatuation, But since Morong Yu had taken Yu Wuxia as her consort, she had not given her brother a second glance, which was infuriating. Today, she would avenge her brother and, for the sake of the Dragon Clan's future, she would slay Yu Wuxia. A gust of wind swept through, parting the clouds and bathing the world in the cold light of the moon. Her murderous intent surged, and she slowly drew her long sword. The blade was slender and gleamed coldly in the moonlight. She unleashed her suppressed aura, her heart pounding like a war drum. She raised her sword, holding her breath, and silently stalked the pair. Morong Yu smiled faintly, tightening her grip on Yu Wuxia's hand. She was puzzled by how Yu Wuxia, a celestial being, could have been followed for so long without noticing. She wondered what his skills were. Could it be that all his talents were focused on his charm? Morong Yu asked playfully, Yu Wuxia, would you like to eat some glutinous rice balls before we return? She knew that it was a custom to eat them on the Lantern Festival. Yu Wuxia replied softly, is there none in the palace? Morong Yu said, it is a rare opportunity to venture out. Let us partake before returning. The black-clad figure was about to emerge from the shadows. She knew that if she did not act now, she would lose her chance. Resolving to strike, she gripped the hilt of her sword. Her murderous intent surged, locking onto Yu Wuxia. In an instant, she charged forward, leaving no trace of her presence. She leaped high into the air, bringing her sword down in a powerful strike. The blade crackling with violet lightning, aimed at Yu Wuxia. Yu Wuxia, belatedly aware of the overwhelming killing intent behind him, instinctively tried to dodge. But his body seemed to be bound by an invisible force, preventing him from moving. In that critical moment, his beautiful eyes were filled with terror. As a celestial being, he was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Morong Yu, however, remained composed, a smile playing on her lips, and easily pulled Yu Wuxia out of the path of a deadly blow. Chapter 32. Crimson Cord. The black-clad assailant's forceful strike missed its mark, the blade embedding itself in the earth with a resounding thud. Observing Morong Yu's protective embrace, Yu Wuxia feigned timidity, imploring in a hushed tone, my consort, protect me. Morong Yu scrutinized the attacker, her voice laced with disdain. Will you take your own life, or shall I expedite your journey? With that, she unleashed her suppressed aura, invoking an arcane art. The assailant was instantly burdened as if carrying mountains, collapsing to her knees, blood trickling from her lips. Her hands clenched the sword hilt, the blade biting deep into the ground as she desperately sought to alleviate the crushing pressure. With labored breath, she begged for mercy. Your Highness, spare me for my mother's sake. Next time, none of your kin shall survive. Morong Yu's words were a decree, and she released her hold, leading Yu Wuxia away by the hand. Clutching her hand tightly, Yu Wuxia, once they had distanced themselves, inquired softly, are we simply letting her go? What else would you have me do? Rest assured, it shall be dealt with. Yu Wuxia was unconvinced, wondering how they had incurred such enmity. As the saying goes, it is not the thief but the lurking threat that one should fear. Morong Yu led him to a humble eatery, where they ordered 2 servings of glutinous rice balls. Yu Wuxia, having not tasted them in some time, savored the treat. After their repast, they strolled hand in hand towards the Eastern Palace. As they traversed the long street, Yu Wuxia mused how wonderful it would be if this path could stretch on indefinitely, for the Eastern Palace was a place of coldness and solitude. Upon their return, Yu Wuxia became acutely aware of the crimson cord adorning his ankle, its golden bell chiming with each step. While unnoticed amidst the bustling marketplace, its sound was jarring within the silent confines of the Eastern Palace. It dawned on Yu Wuxia that only canines were typically adorned with such trinkets. He surmised that Morong Yu's intentions were less than pure, and that her claims of it being a magical artifact were likely false. Her recent sweet words now seemed like mere deceptions, leaving him disheartened. Moreover, the servants of the Eastern Palace seemed to be surreptitiously observing him, with Kong Ke even stifling a smile. It was all due to the wretched cord, which only intensified his unease. He vowed to deal with the impudent Kong Ke at the earliest opportunity. Morong Yu, however, appeared oblivious to these matters. Later that evening, at the waterside pavilion, Yu Wuxia slowly disrobed, inquiring softly, may I remove this cord? Morong Yu was already immersed in the pool. She countered, would you discard a gift so readily? I would not dare. Yu Wuxia stood rooted to the spot, unnerved by her gaze, and reluctantly entered the water, drawing his knees to his chest. Water splashed and rippled. Morong Yu demanded, then why do you wish to remove it? Yu Wuxia, eyes downcast, replied, I do not wish to. Morong Yu was displeased with the response. Without warning, she seized his hair, plunging his head beneath the water. The tepid water flooded his nasal passages, causing intense discomfort. Yu Wuxia instinctively thrashed, scattering droplets. Moments later, the hand released him. Yu Wuxia scrambled to the edge, coughing and gasping for air, his eyes reddened. Morong Yu scooped up water and splashed it on him, asking, why do you wish to remove it? Have you become disobedient again? Yu Wuxia, already soaked, remained impassive. I feared the water would damage it, he murmured. Then why did you wear it into the water? Are you no longer afraid? If memory serves, you entered of your own accord, did you not? Yu Wuxia was speechless. Having already disrobed, what choice did he have but to enter the water, lest he stand shivering on the bank? Morong Yu drew closer, gently caressing his cheek and brushing aside stray strands of hair. Seeing the fear and grievance in his eyes, she lightly tapped his face, feigning displeasure. Are you mute? Answer me. No, he whispered. Morong Yu pressed on. Why do you wish to remove it? Tell me truthfully. Yu Wuxia, hugging his knees, eyes downcast, said softly. I feel as though only cats and dogs wear such things. How am I to face others? His voice was tinged with tears. He feared that Morong Yu, the beast, would strike him again. Yet, she had been so kind in recent days. Had it all been a charade? Morong Yu soothed. Nonsense. Others wear them as well. Yu Wuxia remained silent, unconvinced that anyone would willingly wear something so demeaning. Morong Yu elaborated patiently. For instance, courtesans in brothels. To preserve their last vestige of dignity, they would tie a crimson cord around their ankles to signify that they are not entirely exposed. As she spoke, she observed Yu Wuxia's countenance. Yu Wuxia, accustomed to such pronouncements, remained impassive, listening obediently. He now understood that the cord was not the magical artifact Morong Yu had claimed, but merely a trinket to humiliate him. The recent sweet words had been nothing more than a deception, to offer a glimmer of hope, only to crush it. Morong Yu must be taking great pleasure in his torment. Seeing his ashen face, Morong Yu coaxed, There. It looks beautiful on you. Besides, it offers protection and blessings. Yu Wuxia nodded tearfully. As my consort says. He would agree with whatever she said to avoid punishment. Later, in the bedchamber, Morong Yu, holding him close, instructed, Tomorrow, go to the Imperial Garden and converse with Morong. Yu Wuxia protested softly, May I decline? The beast was pushing him into the fire once more. Who would dare to converse with the capricious and bloodthirsty Empress Morong? Morong Yu explained, If I am ever gone, I would not feel at ease without her protection. Yu Wuxia's eyes welled up. Is my consort abandoning me? You promised a lifetime together. He was genuinely afraid of further contact with the infamous Empress Morong. Morong Yu teased, Indeed, I no longer want you. From now on, you shall become her consort. Though meant as a jest, Yu Wuxia took the words to heart. So your vows were all lies? Morong Yu chuckled softly. Look at you. Crying again. I shall be leaving on business for a time and cannot take you with me. Without Morong to protect you, I would be uneasy. Besides, she is not as terrible as the rumors suggest. Chapter 33. Seeking His Majesty's affection, Morong Yu appealed to him with both emotion and reason, essentially urging him to curry favor with the Empress Morong. Frightened, Yu Wuxia clung tightly to Morong Yu, burying his face in her embrace, and softly pleaded, Must I go? Although he harbored little affection for Morong Yu, she was, after all, his wife and his sole support within the Dragon Clan. Moreover, having narrowly escaped an assassination attempt just hours prior, without Morong Yu, he knew his life would be at stake. Yet, with a serious expression, Morong Yu firmly refused. No. There were certain matters she had to attend to, and besides, she was not one to be swayed by mere beauty. Naturally, she would not divulge her plans to Yu Wuxia. Should her scheme be exposed, it might attract Morong's attention to Yu Wuxia, potentially ensuring his survival. This was a last resort, born out of necessity. The following morning, the Wutong tree stood in the drizzle, a perfect embodiment of melancholy. Such weather was most disheartening. By the time Yu Wuxia awoke, the rain had nearly ceased. He felt a dull ache in his head, perhaps a result of last night's restless tossing and turning. Or maybe he had simply slept poorly. He rubbed his temples and slowly sat up, hoarsely calling for someone to attend to him. Qing Shan and Yin Yu entered to assist him with dressing and washing up. Once Yu Wuxia was ready and had partaken of breakfast, he instructed the two, Accompany me for a stroll in the Imperial Garden. Perhaps Morong Yu had already given her instructions, as the peacock entourage did not deter him. Since Morong Yu and Morong were informed, Yu Wuxia no longer needed to conceal his cultivation with the white jade bracelet, which granted him a sense of ease. However, it seemed that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If only he could coax Morong or Morong Yu into offering guidance, it would be ideal. With this thought, he led Qing Shan and Yin Yu to the Imperial Garden. Peach blossoms bloomed in clusters, some deep red, some light pink, painting a charming scene. The garden, refreshed by the rain, was filled with a fragrant aroma, invigorating and intoxicating. Yu Wuxia wandered for some time, but did not encounter Morong. He could not understand why Morong Yu did not simply ask Morong to look after him. Why go to such lengths to orchestrate this chance encounter in the Imperial Garden? It was truly perplexing. He also wondered why she placed such trust in Morong. It was indeed strange. Yin Yu suggested, Young master, shall we return? It is time for lunch. Yu Wuxia replied, Yes, it is indeed time to return. As expected, such fortuitous coincidences were rare. Distracted, he turned a corner and unexpectedly came face to face with Morong. The sudden encounter startled all three of them, and Yu Wuxia quickly lowered his gaze and bowed respectfully. I have seen your majesty. Morong appeared to be in good spirits, a smile gracing her lips as she gently helped him up, her phoenix eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe. After assisting Yu Wuxia to his feet, she did not let go of his delicate hand, but instead began to caress it gently. With a subtle smile, she remarked, You should move to Weiyang Palace. It would be more convenient for me to take care of you. Yu Wuxia, sitting beside Morong, felt exceedingly awkward. He wanted to withdraw his hand but dared not do so. Blushing deeply, he stammered, I cannot trouble your majesty. Morong playfully patted his rosy cheek, feigning ignorance. What are you embarrassed about? Yu Wuxiao cast his eyes down, trembling at her boldness, and mustered the courage to protest softly, I am not. Please do not act this way, Your Majesty. Morong responded candidly, I am an elder. You are a junior. It is only natural for an elder to cherish a younger one, is it not? Yu Wuxiao found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to counter her statement. He attempted to pull away his hand, but Morong held on tightly. Displeased with his reaction, Morong's expression turned stern as she scolded, do not be ungrateful. Hurry and thank me. Thank you, Your Majesty. Morong was still not satisfied with this response, insisting, what are you thanking me for? Be specific. Yu Wuxiao meekly replied. Thank you for your affection, Your Majesty. His eyes glistened with tears, and it seemed he might cry again. Finally, Morong relented and released her grip. But with a hint of discontent, she remarked, what is this? Are you unhappy now? You seem rather aloof. I dare not, he replied, leaning closer. Morong whispered threateningly in his ear, if you dare to speak carelessly in front of Morongyu, and sow discord between her and me. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. This only heightened Yu Wuxiao's fear, and the thin garment he wore was soon damp with cold sweat. He quietly assured her, I understand, and I will not speak out of turn. Satisfied, Morong gently pulled Yu Wuxiao closer, signaling him to rest his head on her shoulder. Yu Wuxiao dared not defy her and complied with great humiliation. The two fell into a comfortable silence. The air filled with the fragrance of blossoming flowers as the spring breeze scattered petals like confetti. Morong broke the silence, asking, you are at the celestial stage. Why do you not seek my counsel? Do you look down on me? Yu Wuxiao replied, I do not dare. I regard you as my own child. Yet you choose to distance yourself from me, Morong lamented. Yu Wuxiao protested, I would never dare to distance myself from your majesty. Morong's expression darkened. Her phoenix eyes fixed on him, her lips glistening as she licked them. The hand that wrapped around Yu Wuxiao's shoulder bore the color of dark dragon scales. She teased. What are you afraid of? Do you fear I will devour you? She did not understand why she felt compelled to tease Yu Wuxiao so. Yu Wuxiao was thoroughly frightened. His almond-shaped eyes shimmering with tears and allure as he trembled. No, please do not act this way, your majesty. What is there to be shy about? Morong's blood surged, and she uncontrollably pinched his face, forcing him to open his small mouth. Suddenly, she produced a large, sour plum and fed it to him. Yu Wuxiao struggled to speak. His brow furrowed as he held the plum, tears streaming down his cheeks. He wished to remove the plum from his mouth, but felt too intimidated by Morong's presence to act. He realized that Morong had not changed at all. Morongyu, in her foolishness, placed such trust in Morong. Perhaps it was simply because he was of little consequence to her. Morong found his present expression to be quite endearing and cherished. Sensing the moment was right, she commanded, spit it out. Yu Wuxiao hurriedly complied. But he did not dare to discard the plum, instead clutching it in his hand. His rosy lips parted slightly, glistening with moisture. Morong felt an overwhelming desire to kiss him, but restrained herself. She inquired, do you have no questions for me? Wiping away his tears. Yu Wuxiao briefly pondered asking about Morongyu's dangerous outing. Yet, he recalled Morongyu's strict instructions not to mention this to Empress Morong. Chapter 34. Conspiracy. Yu Wuxiao inquired. Your Majesty, I find myself unable to make even the slightest progress in my cultivation. He did not wish to be the weakest celestial of all time. Morong replied. Once you reach a certain threshold, talent cannot be compensated for by mere effort. You are already a celestial. What more could you desire? Yu Wuxiao feigned contentment, saying, I am content. A man devoid of talent is indeed virtuous. Morong, suddenly enlightened, rose slowly, her phoenix eyes fixed on his flawless visage. A surge of murderous intent welling up within her. You wish to grow stronger, not simply because I and Morongyu have bullied you, but because you seek revenge. Do you not? Yu Wuxiao murmured, no. Yet deep down, he sensed that if he were strong enough, perhaps he would not be bullied. As soon as he spoke, Morong seized him by the collar and lifted him, striking his face with a slap that sent him staggering, before pushing him to the ground. Yu Wuxiao fell onto the cold floor, his cheek ablaze with pain, tears spilling forth like pearls from a broken string. Accusations could be easily fabricated. It was Morong who had urged him to seek her counsel, yet she treated him thus. Could it be that women are inherently capricious and unpredictable? Once her anger subsided, Morong, seeing his pitiable state, bent down to help him up. She gently reassured him, There, why are you crying? It is getting late. You should return now. And I shall come to see you tomorrow. Yes. After Yu Wuxiao finished his evening meal and completed his ablutions, he returned to Ziyun Pavilion, where Morongyu had been waiting for some time. He felt somewhat displeased, remaining silent as he quietly burrowed back into his blanket. Morongyu wrapped her arm around his shoulder, softly comforting him. Wuxiao, have you been wronged in front of the Empress? My dear little lord should only be bullied by me. This possessiveness was something she had never felt before. Suddenly, she regretted her earlier actions. Had she known it would come to this, she would have let Yu Wuxiao leave the eastern continent to find a secluded place that only she could locate. And after she had resolved her matters, she would return to find him. Although this would be unfair to Yu Wuxiao, it was, in a sense, a personal grievance. On a larger scale, it was for the expansion of territory, for the absolute dominance of the Dragon Clan in the eastern continent. She planned to seek the emperor's decree soon to eradicate the Six Kingdoms, which naturally included Yu Wuxia's homeland, the Chu Kingdom. She hoped that the king of Chu and his men would not resist fiercely, sparing her the need for a drawn-out conflict. Yet, the human race often fights to the death for a concept called integrity, pursuing hollow fame, which could pose quite a challenge. She hoped the king of Chu was not among such men. Moreover, the Six Kingdoms, if left unchecked, would eventually become a significant threat. She and Murong Hua had already conspired to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the remaining 7 sisters. This would prevent them from continuously undermining her, secretly accumulating strength, and forming factions. After killing them, with Murong Hua's secret technique, she believed she could enhance her own strength. Although it was 2 against 7, Murong Yu felt confident. Yet, she feared that their plan might be exposed to the Empress Murong, whose temperament could lead her to execute both Murong Yu and Murong Hua to uphold clan law. Without a second thought, there was no certainty. What if Murong, upon discovering this matter, killed her and Murong Hua, inadvertently implicating Yu Wuxia? That would be quite embarrassing. She did not wish for Yu Wuxia to be buried alongside her at such a young age. Moreover, while she could be reborn with her memories and strength, Yu Wuxia could not. Thus, she resorted to the desperate measure of having him ingratiate himself before Murong. Murong Yu felt that she had truly exerted herself for the sake of preserving his life. Beside her, Yu Wuxia felt the palpable killing intent emanating from Murong Yu. Weakly, he said, "I am fine. I will do as my wife commands." Serving amidst these capricious beasts daily made him feel utterly exhausted. He wondered how Yu Wuxia had fared in recent days. Murong Yu struggled to calm her emotions and asked, "Did she touch you?" "No." Murong Yu's tone revealed no trace of joy or sorrow, and Yu Wuxia naturally dared not speak the truth. Murong Yu frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. Was it truly possible that someone as boundaryless and reckless as Murong would not touch Yu Wuxia? She questioned, "You aren't lying, are you? Do not be afraid. Speak your mind. I will not be angry." Yu Wuxia quietly confessed. She held my hand and allowed me to lean on her shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Yu shifted slightly, causing him to shut his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth, as if bracing for a beating. He wanted to see just how much restraint Murong Yu possessed. The Empress had struck him. In the past, Murong Yu would have surely punished him. But this time, perhaps due to her own guilt, she could not bring herself to do so. She gently reassured him. Murong certainly knows her limits. "You need not worry too much." Yu Wuxia obediently replied, "Yes, my wife is right." Suddenly, Murong Yu felt a pang of sadness. Tears welling in her eyes as she said, "I will be leaving tomorrow. Do not miss me too much." Yu Wuxia suddenly realized something, grasping her hand, imploring, "Your Highness." "If the Empress," Murong Yu interrupted, "you can simply yield to her. After all, men are like clothes. If necessary, one can just change them." She could not fathom why she had felt such pity for him, this little scoundrel. Yu Wuxia comprehended that Murong Yu's words had merely been to placate him. Perhaps from the very beginning, he should never have harbored any illusions about her. The following day, Murong Yu departed early. When Yu Wuxia awoke, he felt the lingering warmth of her presence in the bedding. A sense of unease crept into his heart, as if something unfortunate were about to transpire. Outside the window, the spring sunlight was radiant. He threw off the covers and sat up. A series of melodious chimes rang out, causing Yu Wuxia to furrow his brow. Since Murong Yu had left, there was no need for him to wear the red string anymore. He hurriedly attempted to untie the red cord around his ankle. But no matter how he pulled, it would not come loose. After struggling for a while without success, he became increasingly frustrated and called out, "Qingshan, Yin Yu, come in and help." The two hurriedly entered, only to find Yu Wuxia clad in a sheer white undergarment, his long black hair cascading over the bed. The exposed skin, pale as snow, bore remnants of purple bruises. Yu Wuxia, oblivious to their unabashed gaze, continued fiddling with the red cord around his ankle. Yin Yu marveled inwardly. He truly is mesmerizing. Yu Wuxia urged, "You two, please help me see how I can remove this." Qingshan and Yin Yu knelt by the bed, carefully examining how to untangle the red cord. Soon, Qingshan withdrew her hands, concluding, "This is clearly a dead knot." Yu Wuxia inquired, "Is it impossible to untie?" Yin Yu shook her head, still trying to figure out the knot, but she had likely already given up hope. Qingshan suggested, "If you find it bothersome, just cut it off." Yin Yu complained, "Indeed, it is clearly something worn by courtesans, the prince is being too excessive." Yu Wuxia sighed, "Fine, if it cannot be removed, then so be it." After the two attended to Yu Wuxia's dressing and grooming, they had their meal before continuing their efforts to untie the red cord. Initially, they merely tugged and pulled, but soon they began employing various techniques to unravel the cord. Untie, open, free. After much effort, just before dinner, they finally succeeded. Yu Wuxia carefully wrapped the red cord in a handkerchief and placed it in the drawer of his dressing table for safekeeping. He was merely apprehensive about how to report back if Murong Yu were to return, rather than being sentimentally attached to her. Certainly, it was not a fear of being reminded of the past. With Murong Yu gone, Yu Wuxia let out a reluctant sigh of relief. He felt that this was the most untroubled day he had experienced since entering the Eastern Palace. Chapter 35, National Grievances and Family Hatred. The small hills overlapped. their golden shimmer flickering as the clouds delicately brushed against the fragrant snow-like cheeks. She languidly rose, reluctant to paint her exquisite brows, taking her time to groom and adorn herself. Before the mirror, amidst the blossoms, her visage was reflected in harmony. Clad in a new embroidered silk gown, she resembled a pair of golden partridges. In the absence of Murongyu, Yu Wuxiao spent her days in the Eastern Palace, indulging in the beauty of flowers, listening to music, playing the qin, and savoring tea. Such leisure brought her great comfort. Perhaps due to Murongyu's absence, Murong was notably restrained, possibly distracted by a new affection, or simply busy, but he had not sought her out. In turn, Yu Wuxiao, with dignity, would not shamelessly pursue Murong. Murongyu had long decreed that anyone who dared to leak even a whisper to Yu Wuxiao and her companions would face annihilation, their entire lineage doomed, followed by a torturous death. Naturally, Yu Wuxiao found herself confined within the confines of the Xin Pavilion. She dared not defy the palace's rules by secretly meeting with Murong. Ultimately, this monumental event, widely known throughout Dongzhou, remained concealed from both of them. At that time, Murongyu, alongside Murong Hehua, had already led the Qin army to conquer the states of Han, Zhao, Wei, and Qi, leaving only a river, the Yishui, between them and the state of Yin. Perhaps out of respect for Yu Wuxiao, Murongyu intended to deal with the state of Chu last. Murong Hehua, with a dragon-like ferocity, was particularly bloodthirsty. With a single breath of flame, she turned the capital of Yin into a sea of fire. Even hundreds of miles away, one could still hear the wails of the Yin people. Thus, the state of Yin fell completely. On their way to Chu, Murongyu and Murong Hehua felt that if they did not act soon, the opportunity would vanish. They led the remaining 7 sisters to a border city in Chu, claiming urgent matters to discuss. After Murong Hehua turned the city into a fiery inferno, she and Murongyu suddenly launched an attack, annihilating the remaining 7. They feasted upon their blood and flesh, their powers surging, nearly spiraling out of control. The operation proceeded remarkably smoothly, lifting Murongyu's spirits. It seemed they only awaited the surrender of the Chu king before returning to the palace to be with Yu Wuxiao. Eagerly, Murongyu flew toward the capital of Chu, with Murong Hehua closely following. In such a brief span, they had swept through 5 states, their murderous intent palpable. During the annihilation of the 5 states, numerous human-tiered beings, setting aside past grievances, allied against them, but to what avail? They were all devoured by the Dragon Clan. Across the entirety of Dongzhou, no one dared to oppose the dragons. Surely, the cowardly Chu king, even if blind, had heard of their formidable reputation, even in his incompetence. He must have recognized the dire situation. By the time Murongyu and Murong Hehua stormed into the royal palace of Chu, dusk had descended, the setting sun resembling blood. The fear of the Dragon Clan among the human populace had reached its zenith. Many inhabitants of Chu witnessed 2 colossal dragons, one blue and one white, resembling blazing comets, crashing into the palace. The Chu king, pale with fright, accidentally dropped his wine vessel, spilling precious liquid everywhere. He had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. The moment Murongyu and Murong Hehua landed, they transformed into human form. Murong Hehua smiled sweetly, addressing the Chu king, "Your Majesty, have you considered whether to fight or to surrender?" Overwhelmed by their formidable bloodlust, the Chu king faltered, collapsing to the ground, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, rendering him speechless. Meanwhile, Murongyu casually seated herself, stating, "If you choose to ally with us, you will soon reunite with your children. Should you refuse, you are well aware of the consequences. I have drafted a formal surrender," she continued. "For 700 years, the 6 states have ceased to exist. Now, Dongzhou consists of but one nation. The celestial realm pursued by the people should be devoid of conflict and strife." However, Murongyu was not in the mood to contemplate such matters. Her sole desire was to return to the Eastern Palace. She instructed her subordinates to handle the affairs pertaining to the 6 states and proceeded with Murong Hehua to report back to the palace. Upon their return to the Wei'ang Palace to meet with the Empress Murong, Murong Hehua, with her head bowed, hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, Murong Lingxi and her 6 companions perished at the hands of the humans. This is my failure. I beseech your Majesty to punish me." Murong, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow and inquired, "What of the corpses?" Murongyu feigned sorrow, replying, "They were reduced to mere flesh and blood amidst the chaos, or turned to ashes." Her expression did not betray falsehood. Murong appeared indifferent to the fate of the 7. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I am aware. You may all retire for the night." By this hour, night had deepened. Yu Wuxiao lay upon her couch, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Recently, an inexplicable worry gnawed at her. With each day of leisure, she felt closer to Murongyu's return, as if her death was imminent. This thought alone dampened her spirits. A gentle breeze swept through the room, extinguishing several red candles. An unfamiliar yet potent aura enveloped her, startling Yu Wuxiao into an upright position. The visitor was none other than Murongyu, who stood at the bedside, gazing at Yu Wuxiao with a subtle smile. Their eyes met, and the affection in Murongyu's gaze made Yu Wuxiao hastily avert his own. How vexing! Who wished to engage in such a tender exchange with this venomous woman, whose presence was inexplicably chilling? Morong Yu pondered how to broach the subject of Chu's surrender. Knowing that Yu Wuxia would not take kindly to the humiliation of the state of Chu, Yu Wuxia felt the weight of Murong Yu's icy stare, rendering him uneasy. The air still bore a faint scent of blood, reminiscent of Murong Hua. Feeling scrutinized, Yu Wuxia was at a loss. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. The current Murong Yu evoked a sense of familiarity mixed with strangeness within him. It would be best to soothe her, lest she take it out on him later. Dressed in delicate, snow-white undergarments, he hurriedly approached and embraced Murong Yu. He endeavored to mask his nervousness, adopting a sweet tone as he said, "Your Highness has returned. I think of you every day." Murong Yu replied softly, "So do I." After some contemplation, she realized it was merely a matter of conquering the state of Chu. There was no reason to hesitate. She pushed Yu Wuxia onto the couch, observing the mixture of anticipation and trepidation in his eyes, which brought her great satisfaction. "The Chu king has bowed in submission to us." Upon hearing this, Yu Wuxia felt a chill seep through him, asking, "And the Chu king?" Murong Yu reassured him, "He is unharmed. The Chu king remains the Chu king." A twinge of sorrow flickered within Yu Wuxia. Murong Yu comforted him, "Do not worry. You are now the consort of our clan." With no ties to the state of Chu, Yu Wuxia felt a lump in his throat, forcing a faint smile as he replied, "Indeed, as my lady says." Murong Yu detected a hint of a sob in his voice. How tiresome. He was so prone to tears, she needed to bring him joy promptly. After settling matters, Murong Yu inquired, "While I was away, did Empress Murong visit you?" Yu Wuxia responded, "No." Murong Yu pressed, "Not once?" Yu Wuxia replied truthfully, "Not a single time." This revelation fell well within Murong Yu's expectations. Chapter 36. Flights of Fancy. That night, Yu Wuxia pondered for a long time, contemplating whether he ought to visit his sister. He wondered if she was aware of the news regarding the surrender of the state of Chu. If she was not informed, it would indeed be a difficult matter to broach, for he feared it might wound her heart. Gazing at Murong Yu beside him, he steeled himself. After all, merely mentioning Yu Wufei in her presence would surely displease her. He thought, "It matters not. If she refuses, I shall simply endure the consequences." Yu Wuxia's delicate hands tightly grasped the brocade blanket as he mustered his courage and cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, might you permit me to leave the palace tomorrow?" Murong Yu remained silent. "Your Highness?" he called softly. Yet, she continued to say nothing. Turning his head, he discovered she had already fallen asleep. Alas! What a waste of emotions. He had prepared himself for so long. It was ironic that the very person by his side had caused his kingdom's downfall. Yet he had to tread carefully in seeking her permission to step outside. This thought filled Yu Wuxia's heart with bitterness. The following day, upon waking, Yu Wuxia found that Murong Yu had already departed. He was left to patiently wait in the Eastern Palace for her return. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Oaths, the voices echoed on the court, unifying the four seas, ruling Dongzhou. "From this day forth, there shall be no more 6 kingdoms, only Qin." The cold voice reverberated through the hall. On the golden throne, Empress Murong appeared indifferent to the hollow titles and trivial gains. She felt that as the sovereign of Dongzhou, the existing palace was far too modest to befit her status. Thus, she decreed the construction of a magnificent new palace, spanning over 300 miles. Shielding her from the sun, she was unconcerned about the labor and expense involved. Naturally, no official dared to voice any objection. It was decided that there would be a grand banquet that night to celebrate. After the morning audience, Murong Yu returned directly to the Eastern Palace. Upon seeing her, Yu Wuxia hurriedly paid his respects, bowing his head as he said, "Your Highness, I wish to visit my sister, and I hope you will grant me this favor." Murong Yu helped him to his feet, her voice gentle, "You shall see her tonight. There is no need to rush. Take your time to prepare. And accompany me to the banquet this evening." Perhaps she had inexplicably taken a liking to him, or perhaps she felt a twinge of guilt towards Yu Wuxia. Regardless, she was reluctant to bully him at this moment. Yu Wuxia lowered his gaze and replied, "Your Highness, I am not proficient in drinking." He understood that with the Dragon Clan having vanquished the 6 kingdoms, a grand celebration was to be expected. It was lamentable that he, having lost his kingdom, was compelled to join in their revelry. Such a situation seemed absurd. Murong Yu soothingly reassured him, "Do not worry, Wuxia. I will not force you as I did last time." Yu Wuxia felt tears welling up as he responded, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness." "Wuxia, why are you not wearing the red string I gave you?" Murong Yu suddenly recalled something was amiss. Yu Wuxia quietly covered, "The string came undone. So I put it away." "You scoundrel, finding excuses again?" Murong Yu suppressed her impulse to slap him. It was truly frustrating. Just as she had shown him a hint of kindness, he managed to provoke her ire. It was indeed the fault of the leniency she had shown him these past few days. Murong Yu firmly pressed him down onto the couch. Yu Wuxia's soft face contorted under the pressure. "I did not. It truly came undone by itself." He continued to feign innocence. Murong Yu thought to herself, such resilient material. Tied in a knot, how could it simply come apart? She was determined to discover whether it was his stubbornness or his body that was truly unyielding. With a wicked smile, she unleashed her ferocity, employing various means until Yu Wuxia was left battered and bruised, crying out in anguish, his eyes red from weeping. As dusk approached, just before the banquet, Yu Wuxia reminded her, "Your Highness, it is getting late. We must attend the feast. While he sobbed and crawled towards the edge of the bed in an attempt to change, Murong Yu would not let him escape, grabbing his ankle and pulling him back. She teased, "Are you so reluctant to accompany me?" Yu Wuxia could no longer endure the unending torment, choking back his words. "No. But we truly are running out of time. Look outside. It is getting dark." Murong Yu glanced out the window, noticing the sun had indeed set. Finally, she relinquished her hold, saying, "Very well, I shall assist you in dressing." With gentle hands, she helped Yu Wuxia into his attire, guiding him to the mirror to carefully apply his makeup. After the earlier ordeal, Yu Wuxia understood that this beast had not changed in the slightest. Observing the shy demeanor of the beauty in her arms, Murong Yu felt a renewed interest. However, fate had other plans. There was little time for tender moments now. An hour later, as darkness enveloped the land, the two made their way to the Hall of Oaths for the banquet. Inside, the sound of phoenix flutes filled the air. Dancers twirled gracefully, their garments billowing, setting a jade feast with flowers, drinking from feathered goblets beneath the moonlight. Every official, both civil and military, wore expressions of delight. It was clear that with the expansion of the Qin territory, their own statuses had risen alongside it. Murong Yu maintained her usual nonchalant demeanor, so no one paid any mind to their tardiness. The news of the Dragon Clan's unification of Dongzhou spread rapidly to the remaining 8 provinces. Amidst clinking cups and exchanged toasts, although the banquet was lively, Yu Wuxia felt only bitterness in his heart. Even the sumptuous delicacies before him were difficult to swallow. He thought, while my mother is safe, as the former ruler of a fallen kingdom, she must be suffering immensely. Seated beside him, Murong Yu basked in the praises of the officials, her lips curling into a faint smile. Yu Wufei, at the end of the banquet table, remained silent, her gaze distant, her expression inscrutable. Yet Yu Wuxia sensed she appeared more haggard, resembling a desolate well with no ripples. She sipped her wine quietly, seemingly unfazed by the revelry surrounding her. Meanwhile, Murong Yu embraced Yu Wuxia, basking in the admiration of the officials, her smile barely contained. Yet some officials, uninterested in the dancers or the beauties beside them, took the opportunity to scrutinize Yu Wuxia while conversing with Murong Yu. Yu Wuxia despised this feeling of being stared at, especially by those unattractive individuals. However, he could not voice his discomfort, assuming Murong Yu was indifferent to it. To her, their lewd gazes only served to satisfy her. She believed if anyone were to blame, it was Yu Wuxia for being so exquisitely beautiful that it incited others' fantasies. Thus, in the midst of the crowd, she deliberately acted flirtatiously towards him, tugging at his hair and pulling him into her embrace while caressing his flawless visage, leaving the officials slack-jawed with desire. One particularly unattractive fellow, seemingly close to Murong Yu, jested, "Your Highness is truly a prodigy. Not only did you conquer the state of Chu, but you also captured the heart of its young master." Chapter 37. Fear of the Dark. Murong Yu gently patted Yu Wuxia's face, fixing her gaze upon him with a smile. "Lord Wei has overpraised you. Look, our little beauty is not pleased." Their unrestrained laughter pierced the air, leaving Yu Wuxia feeling both embarrassed and furious, unable to express his ire. Only managing to dab at his eyes, reddened with unshed tears. He could not fathom why Murong Yu refused to take charge on his behalf, choosing instead to belittle him. Why was power in the hands of these unprincipled beings, while their own state of Chu, a realm of poetry, books, and propriety, had fallen to such depths? As night deepened, after the banquet concluded, Murong Yu wrapped her arm around Yu Wuxia's shoulders and gave him a gentle shake. With such upheaval, will you not speak to your sister? Offer her some comfort? Yu Wuxia thought it best to refrain from revealing his concern for his sister in Murong Yu's presence, fearing it would only provoke her ire and lead to accusations of his unworthiness, of harboring affections for another woman while disregarding his own sister. The very thought of her malicious words filled him with resentment. Suppressing his anger, he replied softly, "I appreciate your kindness, Your Highness, but there is nothing to discuss between us." After a moment's contemplation, Murong Yu suggested, "Shall I summon your mother, the King of Chu, to join you? A reunion for your family?" "No, Your Highness, you are far too busy. I would not dare burden you with such matters." Murong Yu retorted, "I am your wife. What burden is it to attend to my own family?" Yu Wuxia rolled his eyes inwardly, noting her sudden claim of being his wife, wondering what she had been doing just moments ago. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Murong Yu's eyes, as if she could see through Yu Wuxia's thoughts. She comforted him softly. "Is it for such trifles that you are upset? If you must blame someone, blame your own beauty, for it incites the fantasies of others. You should be pleased, not angry." Yu Wuxia, hearing her words, felt a slight smile tug at his lips. Yet he understood that this was merely Murong Yu's flowery rhetoric meant to placate him, a nauseating endeavor. As they spoke, Murong Yu had already taken his hand, leading him out of the Oath Hall, preparing to return to the East Palace. At that moment, a maid approached and whispered something to Murong Yu, who promptly released Yu Wuxia's hand. "Wuxia, you may return first. I shall come back later." "Very well, Your Highness," he replied, a faint smile on his face, internally cursing. The later, the better. By the time he arrived at the East Palace, night was well advanced. Yu Wuxia, distracted, undressed, and washed up, perhaps exhausted from the day's tribulations, soon fell into a deep slumber before Murong Yu's return. Upon her arrival, she found him sound asleep and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This ungrateful man. While she toiled tirelessly, luxuriated in comfort, doing nothing. Not only did he neglect to serve her, but he also dared to defy her. He was in dire need of discipline. Wake up and go back to sleep, Murong Yu commanded, delivering a sharp slap that roused him from his dreams. Yu Wuxia, bleary-eyed and disheveled, croaked, Your Highness, you have returned? Murong Yu's expression was inscrutable as she replied, Yes, I have returned. Having just received a slap. Yu Wuxia sensed her displeasure and quickly scrambled out of bed, clad in thin white undergarments, eager to assist Murong Yu in undressing. Murong Yu seized his hands, asking, Are you so desperate? No, it is only my duty to assist my wife, he replied, attempting to withdraw his hands, but her grip tightened. In an instant, she pushed him onto the bed, shed her garments with swift efficiency, and nestled beneath the covers. Yu Wuxia, bewildered, wrapped himself in the bedding. His almond-shaped eyes clouded with trepidation. Murong Yu noticed his discomfort and teased, What are you dawdling for? Go to the end of the bed and warm my feet. Yes, Your Highness, he complied, his eyes reddening, wishing for the arrival of spring so he might cease this servitude. With a mischievous glint, Murong Yu kicked him sharply. Unprepared. Yu Wuxia let out a muffled groan. Murong Yu's laughter rang like silver bells. Hadol, come here. Yu Wuxia, accustomed to this routine, hurriedly crawled into her embrace. Murong Yu spoke softly, Wuxia, I shall send for your mother to join us. Yu Wuxia quietly declined, No, please. He suspected that Murong Yu sought to gain another leverage over him or to humiliate him before his mother, indulging her predatory desires. Murong Yu gently stroked his hair and reassured him, Do not worry. When I bring her here, I will still bestow upon her the title of Queen of Chu. Shall I? Yu Wuxia, puzzled, asked, What does her current status in Chu signify, then? She remains the queen, as we have not expelled them from the palace, truly. Murong Yu replied. She patted Yu Wuxia's face, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to fetch her. You need only wait. No more words. Sleep? Naturally, Yu Wuxia dared not speak further. He understood he must resign himself to his fate. He could neither fight nor flee. And with Murong Yu's capricious nature, remaining by her side would surely lead to his demise. Feeling wronged, yet unable to voice his grievances for fear of disturbing her, Yu Wuxia silently crumbled. Gradually, tears cascaded down his cheeks, his eyes reddening, dampening his hair. Murong Yu had not yet fallen asleep, and casually conjured a formless hand from behind to gently pat his shoulder. Yu Wuxia stiffened in fear, slowly turning to see Murong Yu seemingly lost in slumber, which only heightened his anxiety. Logically, with a being of her caliber sharing his bed, no malevolent spirits would dare intrude upon the East Palace. Murong Yu struggled to suppress a smile, turning her back to Yu Wuxia to avoid giving away any clues. Convincing himself he was merely overthinking, Yu Wuxia wiped his tears and cocooned himself in the blankets. However, the earlier incident left him feeling inexplicably fearful, extinguishing any lingering sorrow. Though he possessed celestial-level abilities, his timid nature rendered him especially uneasy in the dark. Murong Yu, feeling mischievous, willed a breeze to sweep through the room, extinguishing all the candles within the purple cloud pavilion, leaving only curling wisps of smoke. The moonlight filtered through the lattice windows, casting an eerie chill over the chamber. Yu Wuxia tried to suppress his fear, but he was genuinely terrified of the dark. The candles in the purple cloud pavilion were never extinguished at night, and there was no wind within the chamber. Had Qing Shan and Yin Yu forgotten to close the windows? Yet they had never done so before. The memory of the disembodied hand that had patted him earlier sent shivers down his spine. Yu Wuxia cautiously inched closer to Murong Yu. Chapter 38. Escape? Murong Yu radiated warmth, yet Yu Wuxia dared not approach her too closely, fearing that he might wake her and invite her wrath. He thought perhaps his lack of rest was causing his paranoia. Was it conceivable that there were demons lurking in the Eastern Palace? He reassured himself that, being of the heavenly tier, there was nothing to fear. Moreover, it was common knowledge that this was the territory of the Dragon Clan. There was nothing to worry about. In such a state, Murong Yu lay beside him, appearing as if she were lifeless. A normal wife would not behave this way. This thought brought tears to Yu Wuxia's eyes. After all, what youth does not long for a gentle and powerful consort who dotes upon him every day? Murong Yu felt dissatisfaction with his demeanor. How could he be so frightened? She could sense his trembling presence beside her. Why wouldn't he hold her while he slept? As the night deepened, Murong Yu reflected that perhaps she had not frightened him enough. She conjured 2 embroidered shoes with her will, making them clack rhythmically as they moved across the room. Hearing the sounds, Yu Wuxia slowly sat up, his face paling in terror, nearly fainting. Indeed, there were malevolent entities in the Eastern Palace. He hurriedly shook Murong Yu's shoulder, exclaiming, Your Highness, there is a monster. But as the saying goes, one cannot awaken someone pretending to be asleep. That wretched Murong Yu was utterly useless. Aside from tormenting him, what else could she possibly do? Yu Wuxia realized he could only rely on himself. Thus, he summoned all his strength, his almond-shaped eyes turning as cold as ice. He expanded his senses, becoming acutely aware of everyone's position and state within the Eastern Palace. However, in this moment, aside from himself and Murong Yu, there was nothing else in the room. The fear of the unknown made Yu Wuxia feel a chill creeping through his body. Wife, your highness, please wake up. He continued to shake her shoulder vigorously. Qishan, Yenyu, come quickly. Morongyu struggled to suppress a smile, nearly bursting with laughter. She could not fathom how Yu Wuxia had managed to ascend to the heavenly tier. Despite being at such a level, he was still so timid, an unprecedented sight. Hearing Yu Wuxia's call, Qishan and Yenyu entered the dark room, hastily lighting candles. Well aware of their young master's fear of darkness. At that moment, Morongyu opened her eyes and commanded, "You too, leave." Qishan and Yenyu exchanged bewildered glances but reluctantly stole a glance back at Yu Wuxia before exiting and closing the door. Feigning displeasure, Morongyu remarked, "Why are you shouting like that?" Yu Wuxia disregarded her words and embraced her, lamenting, "There was something vile in the room, but you did not respond when I called." Morongyu's heart was as clear as day. "Something vile? Are you referring to me?" Yu Wuxia quickly protested, "No, I would never dare." Morongyu teased, "Then are you referring to yourself?" With tears brimming in his eyes, Yu Wuxia hurriedly explained, "No, truly, there was something vile. It was the shoes." Seeing his earnest expression, Morongyu could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, gradually escalating into uncontrollable giggles. Her raucous laughter echoed through the room, a sound that struck Yu Wuxia's ears painfully. He should have realized that the Dragon Clan's mastery of such arts far exceeded that of ordinary folk. To Morongyu, these were merely trivial tricks. Yu Wuxia turned away, his back to her, indignant and humiliated. "Is it amusing to toy with me?" He had foolishly hoped that Morongyu would assist him, only to find that she was the cause of his distress. He thought to himself that had she not taken an interest in him, he would still be living an untroubled life in the Chu Palace. Now, with the Chu Kingdom having surrendered, he felt as though he had lost his place in the vast world. All the suffering he had endured stemmed from this beast beside him. Once Morongyu had laughed to her heart's content, she candidly remarked, "Yes, it is indeed quite enjoyable to tease you." Yu Wuxia could no longer contain his frustration. He turned to meet Morongyu's gaze. After a moment, tears streamed down his face as he choked out, "How can there be such a scoundrel in this world? You would kill me." With a gentle smile, Morongyu wiped his tears and said, "If you were to die, I would ensure the entire Yu clan faced a similar fate, accompanying you in death." Yu Wuxia sobbed, "Is that all you can do? Threaten me with them?" Morongyu embraced him tightly, whispering in his ear, "I can also love you. Now, be good. It is getting late. You should sleep." Morongyu always gave a slap followed by a date, and Yu Wuxia had seen through her tactics. He no longer held any hope for her. The thought of spending the rest of his life serving such a person filled him with suffocation. When would this precarious existence end? Perhaps having endured enough torment from her during the day, Yu Wuxia fell into a deep slumber. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, he finally awoke. Qishan and Yenyu inquired about the events of the previous night, and Yu Wuxia recounted his tale, which left the trio's faces drawn with worry. At this moment, Yenyu was combing Yu Wuxia's hair. Unable to bear seeing him suffer, Qishan softly advised, "Young master, why not escape the palace? The world is vast. Why endure torment by staying beside her?" Yenyu countered, "And what of the lives of Prince Chu and the others? Will you simply abandon them?" Qishan retorted, "We can all escape together. Must our young master suffer daily?" Yenyu replied, "The entire eastern continent belongs to the Morong family. Where can we flee with so many people?" While she continued to comb Yu Wuxia's hair, her words became increasingly fervent. In a moment of carelessness, she pulled too hard, causing Yu Wuxia pain. "Ouch!" Yu Wuxia winced, nearly shedding tears. "How many times is this? Can you please focus?" Yenyu quickly bowed her head, apologizing. "I will pay more attention next time." Yu Wuxia sighed, devoid of hope. "Even you bully me. This is so dull." Startled, both women knelt down, lowering their heads and saying, "We dare not." "Get up." "Really?" Yu Wuxia urged. Only then did they stand. Yenyu tried to console him. "Young master, in my opinion, the princess dotes on you alone. What more could you desire? Why trouble yourself daily? It cannot be good for your health." Upon hearing this, Yu Wuxia furrowed his brow, suspecting that Yenyu had been bribed by Morongyu to speak such words. Qishan immediately glared at her, retorting, "You speak nonsense. It is not you who bears the brunt of the punishment. Should our young master endure daily abuse?" Yenyu shot back defiantly, "If the young master behaves, why would he face daily punishment? It is you who instigated him to oppose the princess. The princess visits our young master every night, bestowing great favor. Why bring suffering upon oneself by opposing them?" These words ignited Qishan's anger, and she exclaimed, "That beast! How has she favored our young master? Every day, she finds new ways to torment him. Tonight, she warms his feet. Tomorrow, she punishes him to kneel. Where is the treatment a proper wife should provide? It is as if he were a courtesan, toying with him at will." As their argument escalated, both became increasingly agitated, their faces flushed, ready to engage in a scuffle. Yu Wuxia felt his face grow hot, tears pooling in his eyes. He scolded, "Enough. It is broad daylight. Stop talking about those matters. If word spreads, how will I ever show my face to others?" Yu Wuxia had heard plenty of rumors within the palace. Qishan and Yenyu had no filter in their speech. Sometime soon, their affair with Morongyu would be exposed for all to see, becoming a topic of gossip among the palace staff. Only then did the two reluctantly restrain themselves. Seeing Yu Wuxia weeping, they realized their indiscretion and knelt on the ground, alternately slapping their faces and coaxing him with soothing words. Chapter 39, Thunderous Skies. As evening approached, Qing Shan and Yin Yu finally managed to pacify Yu Wuxia. At this moment, the sky was ominous, with dark clouds looming overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Before long, a torrential downpour began. The world was enveloped in a curtain of rain, as if it sought to cleanse the impurities of the earth. Yu Wuxia sat by the window, sipping maple dew tea, one hand propping up his fragrant cheek, lost in contemplation of the rain's hue. Qing Shan and Yin Yu had long since withdrawn. Such weather inexplicably brought him a sense of tranquility. He had always found joy in rainy days. Were he not in the Eastern Palace, he could hardly imagine the comfort it would bring. Suddenly, Morongyu appeared beside Yu Wuxia, smiling as she said, "Wuxia, if you are afraid, come and take refuge in my embrace." Yu Wuxia thought to himself that he was not one to be frightened easily. Nevertheless, he gently wrapped his arms around Morongyu, burying his head in her bosom and playfully murmuring, "Your Highness, I am weary. May I retire early tonight?" "Absolutely not." Morongyu denied his request, continuing, "You rise so late every day. How can you still feel tired at night? I know. It must be that you do not wish to accompany me and are enamored with someone else, am I right?" Her face, illuminated by the lightning outside, appeared ethereal against the backdrop of the storm. To Yu Wuxia, it seemed as if a demon was sharpening its fangs, thirsting for blood. The rain intensified, and the thunder grew deafening. Yu Wuxia felt a chill run down his spine under Morongyu's penetrating gaze. "Your Highness, aside from you, there is no one else in my heart," he hastily replied, clutching one of her arms, his gaze lowered and trembling in both voice and form. Morongyu gently caressed his head and pinched his cheek, soothingly saying, all right, get some rest in bed." Within Ziyun Pavilion, the candlelight flickered. The rain continued to pour relentlessly outside, accompanied by howling winds and thunder. With a beauty in her embrace, the warmth of jade enveloped them, bringing Morongyu a profound sense of security as she drifted into a deep slumber. Yu Wuxia, however, tossed and turned, feeling an unsettling anxiety. Just as he was on the verge of sleep, a loud knock at the door echoed. "Is your Highness there?" Morongyu was awakened, rubbing her eyes and commanding, "Come in." Morong Huanhua entered, closing the door behind her. She did not bow, but directly sat at the small table, pouring herself a cup of tea. "Sister, did you not notice that someone in the city is ascending to the heavenly realm today and undergoing tribulation? Would you not like to know who it is?" Though Morong Huanhua's strength was not the strongest, her keen perception was unparalleled. Morongyu queried, "Who? What does it have to do with me?" Morong Huanhua took a sip of her tea and replied, "You may not be acquainted with her, but someone has a deep bond with her, having grown up together." Her gaze fixed intently on Yu Wuxia, akin to a connoisseur eyeing a delectable dish. Yu Wuxia understood her implication. Morongyu suddenly realized, rising to dress, "Huanhua, we must go." It was imperative to quell the emerging power of Yu Wufei before she grew too formidable, whether by subduing or recruiting her. Otherwise, she would inevitably become a source of trouble. Morongyu quickly donned her garments, appearing immaculate in her snow-white attire. Yu Wuxia pondered that, according to Morong Huanhua's insinuations, the one breaking through to the heavenly realm today was likely none other than Yu Wufei. It made sense. She had long reached the pinnacle of the earthly stage, and an ascension to the heavenly stage was merely a matter of time. However, Yu Wuxia feared that if these two beasts rushed over, they might mistreat his sister. He anxiously grasped Morongyu's sleeve, timidly saying, "I am frightened." Morong Huanhua chuckled, "Very well, let us take your brother-in-law along." Morongyu commanded, "Get dressed." With matters weighing on his mind, Yu Wuxia donned his clothes slowly. Understanding the situation, Morong Huanhua stepped outside, waiting briefly. As the thunder grew more intense, she remarked, "I will go check first." With such a commotion, it seems that Yu Wufei will indeed be difficult to handle. To save time and effort, it is best to take advantage of the chaos. She opened the door, and a gust of wind howled, sweeping in petals and leaves, causing the silken drapery to flutter and the exquisite windows to creak under the pressure. Not wishing to waste time, Morong Huanhua transformed into a colossal azure dragon. Swirling through the air, enveloped in violet lightning, her scales glistening coldly under the storm's illumination. "I shall proceed ahead." As her words fell, she soared away, leaving behind a streak of azure light across the sky, akin to a comet blazing through the heavens. The door remained ajar, allowing the cold air to rush into the room. Yu Wuxia, startled by her imposing form, felt darkness encroach upon his vision. He disregarded his disheveled attire and hurriedly approached Morongyu, pleading, "Your Highness, let us leave." Morongyu shrugged off his hand and sat at the table. With a teasing tone, she said, "Weren't you just saying you weren't in a hurry to go out?" Yu Wuxia knelt before her, grasping at the hem of her garment, his almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears. "I heard that Morong Huanhua is fond of consuming practitioners. My dear wife, please save my sister." Morongyu had always found Yu Wufei uncomfortable, and Morong Huanhua's closeness to her only intensified his worries. A smile graced Morongyu's lips as she replied, "We are merely going to see her, to keep her company. Why would I consume her?" A glimmer of hope flickered in Yu Wuxia's eyes. "When shall we go?" "I am tired and do not wish to go." Matters like this can be left to Murong Huanhua. She knows how to handle it. As she spoke, Murong Yu tugged at Yu Wuxia's hair, pressing him down onto the couch. Tears streamed down his face, a mixture of grievance and anger. His helpless and anxious demeanor pleased Murong Yu immensely. She teased, such a rainy day is perfect for sleeping. Why are you still awake? Hurry and undress. Yu Wuxia felt certain that Murong Huanhua had already found his sister, and given his understanding of the Dragon Clan, he feared the worst could transpire. His life had been fraught with misfortune, and he did not wish to bring suffering upon his sister as well. Swiftly, he sprang from the bed, hastening to the door and flinging it open, ready to take flight. However, he was seized by Murong Yu, who gripped his neck tightly. Did I permit you to leave? Are you disobeying me again? Her voice dripped with contempt, and after a pause, she continued, to tell you the truth, Murong Huanhua indeed has a taste for devouring humans. The higher her realm, the more she relishes it. Your sister, Yu Wu Fei, and her strength relative to one another is uncertain. Why the haste? Her hand, adorned with white dragon scales, transformed into a claw, tightly gripping Yu Wuxia's delicate neck. It seemed that with a mere exertion of her strength, this heavenly being of the human race would meet her end at her hands. After all, there existed a disparity even among those of the same heavenly stage. Yu Wuxia felt his vision darkening. The sounds of rain, thunder, and wind intertwined into a cacophony. He opened his mouth wide, yet no words escaped. Perhaps death was a form of liberation. Chapter 40. The reverse scale. Murong Yu could not bring herself to kill Yu Wuxia. To simply strangle him would be far too disheartening. Amidst the wind, the echoes of dragon roars resonated, faint yet distinct. Murong Yu sensed that this night bore celestial anomalies. It seemed Yu Wuxia was indeed extraordinary, and it was unlikely he would easily succumb to Murong Huanhua's hands. There was no need for her to rush into the fray. She released her grip on Yu Wuxia's neck, turned, and entered the house, retrieving a jug of wine to fill her cup to the brim. Raising the luminous chalice, she took a delicate sip, savoring the fragrant essence that lingered upon her lips. In silence, Murong Yu gazed out at the torrential rain, an inexplicable unease creeping into her heart. The wine in her cup was as crimson as blood, and her slightly parted lips bore a seductive hue, seemingly inviting one to taste. Yu Wuxia, still weakened from her earlier grasp, collapsed to the ground, his vision clouded and the world spinning around him. He attempted to speak, but could only stifle meaningless coughs. At last, Murong Yu set down her cup, swiftly approached Yu Wuxia, and seized him by the collar, pulling him upright. Why are you dawdling? Come, let us see your sister. The unease within her intensified. Her earlier indulgence in wine was merely an attempt to calm her spirit. Observing that he continued to cough slightly, she lifted him into her arms, soaring into the air towards the residence of the noblewoman. The torrential rain lashed against their faces, rendering Yu Wuxia unable to open his eyes. It was only upon touching down that he began to recover. They were already soaked, water cascading down them. Ignoring the cold, Yu Wuxia rubbed his eyes, scarcely believing the scene before him. They had indeed engaged in combat. In the air, Murong Huanhua, in her dragon form, hovered ominously, fixated upon the noblewoman's residence below, which had transformed into a raging inferno amidst the downpour. This fire was certainly the handiwork of Murong Huanhua. It could not be extinguished by mere water. Instead, it blazed with an intensity that threatened to consume everything in its path. The flames spread from the noblewoman's residence, engulfing surrounding homes and dwellings. Tears mingled with the rain on Yu Wuxia's cheeks, his vision increasingly blurred. He felt certain that his sister was still trapped within the inferno. Without a second thought, he charged towards the flames, but Murong Yu grasped his arm with an iron grip. Furrowing her brow, she questioned, "What is your haste?" "Wait and see." In the sky, Murong Huanhua opened her gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of eternal fire upon the noblewoman's residence. The reflection of the blazing inferno danced in Yu Wuxia's beautiful eyes, and the warmth from the flames began to thaw his drenched body. He felt utterly devastated. Such a conflagration could only mean his sister had perished, reduced to ashes. Struggling fiercely, he attempted to break free from Murong Yu's hold. "Let me go. If she is dead, I cannot survive." Murong Yu, upon hearing his words, was filled with irritation. She tightened her grip on Yu Wuxia's arm and, unable to contain herself, slapped him hard across the face, followed by a contemptuous spit. "You insolent wretch, what are you saying? As if you two were a couple. What's this? If she dies, you wish to follow her into death?" The fear Yu Wuxia felt towards Murong Yu was ingrained deep within him. He spoke submissively. "No, my lady, please save my sister." Seeing his deep concern for Yu Wuxia, Murong Yu replied scornfully, "Save her? What a delightful thought." Despair consumed Yu Wuxia, and he began to thrash desperately, trying to escape Murong Yu's grip. "Let me go. What do you want from me?" Murong Yu remained unyielding, relishing in the sight of Yu Wuxia's despair. The flames raged higher, painting the sky red. The citizens of the city, witnessing the dragon hovering above and the encirclement of dragon guards below, understood the gravity of the situation and fled in terror. In a moment of desperation, Yu Wuxia could no longer contain his pin-up grievances. It had been so long. And with such an inferno, his sister had surely been reduced to nothing. He recalled the vow he had made upon breaking through the heavenly tier to protect her. Yet, ironically, it was he who had brought her suffering, ultimately leading to her demise. No, if blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at those cursed dragons. In a fit of rage, he struck Morongyu across the face, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Beast!" as he summoned his thoughts to draw his sword. He found it would not leave its sheath. In mere moments, Yu Wuxiao was struck by Morongyu, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His cheeks reddened as he collapsed, trembling upon the ground. The muddy water stained his pure white garments. His disheveled hair clung to his snow-white skin, further emphasizing his fragility. "Beast or not, you may as well kill me," he uttered. Morongyu laughed. "Oh, you have a tough tongue, yet your body is soft. Fear not. I have no desire to kill you. Why must you be so obstinate and defy me, bringing this upon yourself?" As she spoke, she approached Yu Wuxiao, tugging his hair to lift him from the mud. Morong Huanhua had reverted to her human form, gently landing beside them. She teased, "Sister, why this cruelty? Unlike me, who only feels pity for my brother." Yu Wuxiao, with tears in his eyes, felt the pain of his hair being tugged mercilessly. He grasped Morong Yu's hand tightly, attempting to alleviate some of the pain. Morong Yu tightened her grip, eliciting a muffled sound of discomfort from him. "Your words are quite revolting," she remarked. "Is Yu Wuxiao dead?" Morong Huanhua's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "No, I can still sense her presence." A flicker of astonishment crossed Morong Yu's eyes. Yet she still held Yu Wuxiao firmly, her murderous intent palpable. Indeed, aside from the three of them, there was a faint presence of heavenly energy nearby. Were it not for the Dragon Clan's heightened senses, coupled with Morong Huanhua's warning, she might not have detected it. Morong Yu gazed into the inferno and jested. "I suppose she is hiding within the flames, unwilling to emerge. Huanhua, isn't your fire said to be eternal, capable of incinerating the world? How is it that you cannot even deal with someone who has merely broken through to the heavenly tier?" Morong Huanhua stifled a laugh. "Eternal? Incinerate the world? You overestimate my abilities." Morong Yu insisted, "Quickly extinguish the flames. Let us see what lies within." With a mere wave of her hand, the raging inferno that had once reached for the heavens dwindled swiftly, extinguished by the relentless downpour. Soon, darkness enveloped the world once more. The dragon guards, clad in armor and armed to the teeth, surged forth, encircling the area. Without commands from Morong Yu or Morong Huanhua, they stood silently, resembling statues. The noblewoman's residence had been reduced to ruins, and the rain washed over the remnants, mingling with the acrid scent of smoke and iron. Recounting the brutal events that had transpired, suddenly, a dark, broken sword shot forth from the ruins, aimed directly at Morong Huanhua. She narrowly avoided it. Yet the sword's energy grazed her neck, blood beginning to flow. The rain seemed to pause for a moment. In that fleeting instant, Yu Wuxiao recognized the blade. It was his sister's reverse scale sword. At that moment, the reverse scale sword was riddled with cracks, swirling with dark malevolence, relentlessly thrusting towards Morong Huanhua, while the guards could only catch glimpses of its shadow. In mere moments, Morong Huanhua was left battered and bleeding. Yet, her expression remained remarkably calm. Summoning a 3-foot-long bronze sword from thin air, she effortlessly deflected the reverse scale sword. Chapter 41. The eternal flame. The reverse scale sword was forcefully thrust into the ground before Morong Yu and Yu Wuxiao, trembling violently and emitting a resonant hum. Morong Huanhua's expression darkened as she felt dozens of sword wounds appear across her body in an instant. Though the injuries were shallow, the pain was excruciating, and wounds inflicted by this sword seemed particularly tormenting. At that moment, her wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Morong Yu reached out to retrieve the reverse scale sword, but her hand was repelled just as she was about to touch it. The sword flew back into Yu Wuxiao's grasp. Having just emerged from the trials of fierce flames, her garments were tattered, presenting the image of a battle-worn beauty. The wild wind tousled her hair, and her face, strikingly similar to Yu Wuxiao's, betrayed no emotion. With the reverse scale sword in hand, she emerged from the ruins, her attire billowing in the tempest. Seeing her alive, Yu Wuxiao felt a weight lift from his heart. "Sister, are you all right?" He struggled desperately, kicking and biting like a frantic little beast. Morong Yu, growing impatient, released him with a reproachful remark. "You little rascal, are you asking for a beating again?" Morong Huanhua had no time to indulge in their playful bickering. Her eyes ignited with a green flame, fixated on Yu Wuxiao. It was astonishing that she could not only ascend to the heavenly stage but also withstand her eternal flame. If so, it would be intriguing to test her newly comprehended Qi-Tian Inferno on her. Suddenly, Yu Wuxiao's frail form shielded Morong Huanhua. He was unaware of the reasons behind the conflict between Yu Wuxiao and Morong Huanhua, but he understood that they were in the territory of the Qin Kingdom, where the Dragon Clan held dominion, and Yu Wuxiao would surely be at a disadvantage. With arms wide open, Yu Wuxiao weakly pleaded, "Please, let her go." Morong Yu, feeling a pang of compassion, inquired, "Huanhua, why have you two come to blows?" Morong Huanhua cast a glance at Yu Wuxiao, paused momentarily, and then, avoiding eye contact, replied, "The Yu clan has mysteriously vanished on the way to Xianyang. I only received word an hour ago, and was about to inform my sister. However, the Tainu's presence has prevented me from doing so." She felt it necessary to prepare Yu Wuxiao psychologically before revealing such news, lest it break his spirit. Morong Yu understood, suspecting that Yu Wuxiao had already received the news, or he would not have chosen to ascend to the heavenly stage today. Upon hearing Murong Hua's words, Yu Wuxiao felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Murong Yu remained composed, swiftly assessing the situation. Without hesitation, she teleported behind Yu Wuxiao and struck him hard on the nape of his neck, rendering him unconscious. She carried him horizontally and flew towards the Eastern Palace. Murong Yu knew she had acted unjustly, but it was an unintended misstep. She had not anticipated it would escalate to this. Yet, it was still too cruel for Yu Wuxiao, and she planned to soothe him once his emotions stabilized. The immediate priority was to capture Yu Wuxiao, with her as leverage. She had no fear of him resisting. In the rain-soaked night, only Murong Hua remained, leading a throng of shadowy Dragon Clan guards in confrontation with Yu Wuxiao. Neither side dared to make a rash move. Yu Wuxiao watched helplessly as Murong Yu carried Yu Wuxiao away, darkness consuming his gaze. The reverse scale sword in his hand creaking ominously. Yet, she understood that in such moments, calmness was imperative. Anger diminishes one's intellect, and hatred blinds the eyes, leading to a loss of judgment. With her current strength, she could scarcely defeat Murong Hua, let alone overthrow the Dragon Clan's dominion to rescue Yu Wuxiao. Finally, Murong Hua could no longer contain herself and decided to employ diplomacy before resorting to violence. After their recent confrontation, she recognized Yu Wuxiao as a prodigious talent, distinct from other human cultivators at the heavenly stage. With Murong and Murong Yu absent, it was prudent to buy time rather than engage in a deadly struggle. The whereabouts of your kin are merely unknown. Their fate remains uncertain. Perhaps they could not bear the anguish of a fallen kingdom and fled to seek refuge. Plotting a resurgence, she proposed, cautiously approaching Yu Wuxiao as he remained silent. A flicker of green light appeared in her phoenix-like eyes as she coaxed. You must be among the elite of your kind. Achieving the heavenly stage is no small feat. Consider aligning with us for a life of ease in the Eastern continent rather than opposing the Dragon Clan. Think it over. Feigning nonchalance, Yu Wuxiao sheathed her sword, suppressing her murderous intent. Do you truly believe you can accommodate me? Are you not worried I might harbor ill intentions regarding the affairs of the King of Chu? Murong Hua smiled gently, saying, that is a misjudgment. Yu Wuxiao is the Tai Nu. In essence, we are kin. Why engage in mutual destruction? You are astute enough to understand that the ones plundering King Chu are not us, but others. Yu Wuxiao's expression remained impassive. Had the Dragon Clan not pursued their selfish desires, swallowing the 6 kingdoms and forcing them into exile, such calamities would not have arisen. Speaking of it now only incited revulsion. Yet, rather than recklessly fighting to the death for fleeting glory, it was wiser to bide her time. Yu Wuxiao glanced at the looming Dragon Clan guards and offered a faint smile to Murong Hua. I apologize for any offense caused earlier. Please forgive me. Not at all. It was I who overstepped. Please, counsel the Tai Nu to prevent her from becoming overly distressed, Murong Hua responded. At that moment, Murong Yu had already carried Yu Wuxiao back to the waterside pavilion, gently removing his damp garments and tossing them aside before submerging him in the warm waves. The soothing spring water washed away the fatigue of the day. Yu Wuxiao slowly opened his eyes, wishing fervently that the events that had just transpired were merely a dream. Murong Yu embraced him softly, whispering, Are you awake? The night is deep. You should rest. She believed that with Murong Hua's strength, she could handle Yu Wuxiao, and given her prudence, it was unlikely chaos would ensue. With matters as they stood, rest was the best option. Yu Wuxiao gazed at her in horror, struggling in her embrace, sending ripples across the pond. What have you done to Sister Wuxiao? What about my mother and the others? Murong Yu, pushed by him, expressed her displeasure, her beautiful brow furrowing. What could possibly happen? Rest assured, we are not responsible for your mother's situation. As for the details, I will investigate thoroughly and provide you with an explanation. Yu Wuxiao was not inclined to trust her words, recalling the adage, a woman's tongue is a deceiver's tool. He now firmly believed in this saying. He huddled by the pool's edge, arms wrapped around his legs, and quietly asked, What has become of Yu Wuxiao? Suppressing her anger, Murong Yu replied, Fear not, Murong Hua is not so foolish. Do you truly perceive our Dragon Clan as mere murderers? However, despite her words, she hurriedly dressed, preparing to seek out Yu Wuxiao. After all, while Murong Hua was cautious, she also possessed a violent and bloodthirsty temperament. Chapter 42. Peony as Murong Yu finished dressing, Yu Wufei entered without knocking. Outside, Murong Hua teased, Here we are, Sister Yu. I merely brought her to seek brother-in-law. I hope we haven't disturbed your elegant gathering. Murong Yu sighed with relief, glad that Yu Wufei was unharmed. Yu Wuxiao also felt relieved, her sister was safe. Fortunately, the screen separated the 3 of them from Yu Wuxiao, preventing any awkwardness. A sound of water splashing prompted him to hurriedly dry himself and put on his clothes. He then turned around the screen, meeting Yu Wufei's gaze, both at a loss for words. With a cold expression, Murong Yu left the room, shutting the door behind her, saying, You two may do as you wish. With her departure, Murong Hua vanished as well. Yu Wuxiao felt an overwhelming flood of emotions trapped within him, yet he could not express them. In silence, tears streamed down his face. Yu Wufei gently wiped his tears, but this only caused him to cry harder, which pained her deeply. She embraced him tightly, offering warmth that Yu Wuxiao had not felt in many days. As he trembled in her arms, She thought of the grievances he must have endured in the Eastern Palace. Someday, she vowed, she would overthrow the tyranny of the Dragon Clan. With misty eyes, Yu Wufei comforted him. Wuxia, it's all right. You need not concern yourself with matters regarding our mother. As she spoke, she blinked discreetly. Yu Wuxia looked up at her. Puzzled. Was something wrong with her eyes? Yu Wufei nearly fainted, then subtly pointed outside, seemingly hinting at something. Understanding her implication that their conversation should be discreet. Yu Wuxia nodded through his tears. Yu Wufei felt that, with their mother's fate uncertain, it was crucial to gain Murong Yu and her sister's trust. She earnestly said, Wuxia, to marry the crown princess as the primary consort is a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes. You must serve her well, understand? Yu Wuxia nodded, feeling aggrieved. He realized her words were meant for Murong Yu's ears, yet he couldn't shake the sadness that enveloped him. Do you remember the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? A wife serves as the foundation for her husband, Yu Wufei inquired. I remember, he replied. You should encourage the crown princess to bring more beauties into the palace. It would help her expand her lineage. Her words piqued the curiosity of Murong Yu and Murong Huahua outside, who exchanged glances. Murong Huahua whispered, Do you think Yu Wufei is sincere? Murong Yu pondered briefly before responding, I doubt it. Murong Huahua agreed. Inside the warm chamber, however, Yu Wuxia took her words to heart, tears flowing freely from his eyes. He choked out, I understand. After a restless night, dawn is approaching. Where will you stay tonight? Sister? Yu Wufei assumed his tears were merely a sign of his emotional turmoil and replied, At Zui Stinlu. I shall come to see you another day. You should rest early. Before leaving, she earnestly advised, You need not worry about our mother. By this time, the sky was already brightening. Exhausted, Murong Yu held Yu Wuxia and fell into a deep sleep. He thought, since his sister said she would investigate, he could only rest now. Yet his disdain for Murong Yu had peaked. He longed to wield the water-cold sword and end her life while she was still dreaming. However, she held him too tightly, leaving him no opportunity. When they awoke later and had a candlelit dinner, Murong Yu realized that with so many recent upheavals, she needed to soothe Yu Wuxia, lest something disastrous occur. She certainly did not wish to be betrayed by her bedfellow, though a few stabs would not be fatal. In the flickering candlelight, a faint smile graced Murong Yu's face as she gently asked, Wuxia, would you like me to summon your sister to keep you company? Seeing her feigned tenderness made Yu Wuxia feel nauseous. Noting his fearful gaze and silence, she reached out to pinch his cheek, curious about his thoughts. But as she raised her hand, Yu Wuxia shut his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth and turning away, fearing he had once again displeased this formidable woman. Expecting a slap that never came, Yu Wuxia slowly opened his eyes to see Murong Yu rising to leave. He thought perhaps she had urgent matters to attend to. Allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, his brows relaxing. After a long day of sleep, the endless night brought no desire for slumber. Murong Yu felt it was rather dull to have been treated so harshly, receiving nothing but silence in return. She made her way to the imperial garden, recalling Yu Wuxia's love for flowers. Selecting a bouquet of peonies, which symbolized deep affection and, parting, she hesitated, deeming it inauspicious. Nevertheless, she reasoned that a day of marriage warrants 100 days of grace. Yu Wuxia surely harbored feelings for her, and if flowers were to be personified, peonies, and he would be most fitting. With patience, she arranged the bouquet and returned to the Eastern Palace's Ziyun Pavilion. The cool moonlight bathed the courtyard, casting ethereal shadows. Unlike the earthly realm, Yu Wuxia sat by the window, lost in thought, failing to notice Murong Yu's entrance. As Murong Yu approached, she saw the lifelessness in his beautiful eyes, the air thick with sorrow. Presenting the bouquet from behind her, she brought it closer to his face, saying, Here. These flowers are for you. Yu Wuxia snapped back to reality, accepting the bouquet with a sad smile, murmuring, Thank you, Your Highness. Murong Yu continued. I have instructed Murong Huahua to investigate the matter regarding the King of Chu. You know, she can see through even your white jade bracelet's power, making her the most suitable choice for this task. What if she fails? Murong Yu sat beside him, her expression grave. The deceased is gone, and the living remain. A sense of unease stirred within her. Without the leverage of the King of Chu, what would happen if Yu Wuxia fled? If they truly perished, it would indirectly be on her conscience. Would it be too cruel to pressure him relentlessly? After all, despite his weakness, he was still a celestial-level being and would eventually seek vengeance against her. Should she act preemptively, crippling his powers? Or perhaps imprison him? Or modify the white jade bracelet so that he could never remove it? No, perhaps it would be better to find an opportunity to confine his dear sister, Yu Wufei. There was no need to rush. With Yu Wuxia in her embrace, Yu Wufei would be unable to devise any schemes. Meanwhile, Yu Wuxia cradled the peony bouquet, silently weeping. Murong Yu held him gently, allowing him to lean on her shoulder as they remained in quietude. Days passed, and for 7 days, Yu Wufei did not return. Murong Yu, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, employed tracking techniques, all in vain. Murong Huahua was equally at a loss. Ultimately, the entire Yu clan, save for Yu Wuxia, had seemingly vanished. Chapter 43. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains map. Murong Yu and Murong Huahua meticulously examined the site of their disappearance. The camp bore no signs of struggle, as if everyone had merely stepped out for a moment. The lingering essence of life was palpable, a half-eaten lotus cake. An uncorked bottle of fine wine, a peeled orange. Everything was frozen in the moment of their vanishing, yet not a trace of Yu Wufan's presence could be found. Baffling the two women, Morong Hua recounted the events in detail to the Empress Morong. After a moment of contemplation, Morong surmised that the old general who had escorted the Yu clan was undoubtedly reliable, having handled matters with utmost prudence for centuries. To abduct so many people within the eastern continent without leaving a trace could only be the work of that particular artifact. Have you two ever heard of the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains map? She inquired. The renowned demon artifact? Of course, Morong Hua replied. Morong stated. If not a single trace can be found, I can think of nothing else besides the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains map. It has a reputation for capriciously engulfing people. And this is not the first time. After all, she has great confidence in their Dragon Clan's tracking skills. Morong Yu asked with a grave expression then. How are we to explain this to you, Wuxia? Morong chided. Whose harebrained scheme was this to begin with? How do you propose we explain it? Should we just eliminate him? She was merely teasing Morong Yu, with no genuine intention of doing so. Upon hearing this, Morong Yu frowned deeply. Morong Hua, taking her words seriously, sipped her tea and suggested, killing Yu Wuxia would be a pity. Why doesn't Elder Sister use a Dragon Clan secret technique to drain his cultivation? Then imprison him? Wouldn't that be delightful? Morong Hua's excitement grew as she spoke, her eyes flashing with emerald light. However, as she reveled in her own cleverness, a sudden chill washed over her. She looked up to see Morong and Morong Yu wearing displeased expressions, and she immediately ceased her words. Morong Hua took a delicate sip of maple dew tea and said, Never mind, I didn't say anything. Morong Yu seemed to have reached a momentous decision. Her furrowed brows relaxed, and she smiled. That makes sense. Empress Morong, however, felt a pang of compassion. She exclaimed indignantly, You too. That's enough. Is it something to be proud of, bullying a weak young master from a fallen kingdom? Why is Yu Wuxia's fate so unkind? To be wedded to a scoundrel like Morong Yu? Enough, I feel sorry for him. Morong Yu and Morong Hua exchanged suspicious glances. They knew Morong's temperament well. How could she possibly show a hint of mercy? Could it be that she harbored inappropriate feelings for Yu Wuxia? Morong discerned their thoughts. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, What are you two thinking? I am merely showing concern for a younger member of the family as an elder. Besides, he is the crown princess's consort. How can you act in such a manner? She shuddered to think what kind of abuse Yu Wuxia would endure without her protection. An old saying goes, handsome men are always ill-fated. Morong was starting to believe it. Morong Yu, feeling somewhat ashamed, quickly said, Your Majesty is right to reprimand me. Morong instructed, Find a way to locate the map and rescue the people. That's all there is to it. Although Morong Yu and Morong Hua shared the same sentiment, they wondered where to begin searching for such an ethereal object. As dusk approached, Morong Yu finally returned to the Ziyun Pavilion. As soon as she arrived, Yu Wuxia grasped her hand, pestering her for news of his mother and sister. Unable to evade the question any longer, she revealed what she knew. Yu Wuxia released her hand in utter despair, staggering backward. His vision blurred, and his body weakened, causing him to collapse to the ground. Morong Yu, with swift reflexes, caught him before he fell, embracing him and carrying him back to the bed. Honestly, she thought, how can he, a cultivator of the heavenly realm, faint so easily? Morong Yu gently undressed him, tucked him into the covers, and laid down beside him, falling into a deep sleep. That night, Morong Yu tossed and turned, unable to find rest. In her hazy state, she felt that she had wronged Yu Wuxia and should do something to compensate for his loss. In the stillness of the night, only the crackling of the candle flame could be heard. On the bed, Yu Wuxia whimpered softly, Your Highness, please don't. Awakened by his cries, Morong Yu studied the person beside her by the candlelight, noticing his furrowed brows, flushed cheeks, and rapid breathing. Along with his restless hands beneath the covers, she surmised that he was having a nightmare. She decided to ignore him, assuming it would pass. However, the more a man says no, the more a woman desires. Morong Yu thought that it would be best to alleviate the suffering of the person beside her. So she sat up and patted Yu Wuxia's face. Wake up. Yu Wuxia shuddered and opened his eyes. His beautiful eyes were filled with terror as he gazed at Morong Yu. His rosy lips parted as if he wanted to say something. But Morong Yu silenced him with a kiss. After a long while, Morong Yu grew weary. Seeing Yu Wuxia lifeless, like a dried-up well, she felt disappointed. Morong Yu kicked him and asked, Are you playing hard to get again? Yu Wuxia could no longer endure the endless torment. He broke down in tears, quickly sitting up and retreating to the corner of the bed, clutching the quilt tightly to shield his slender frame. Don't touch me. Morong Yu frowned, approached Yu Wuxia, and whispered in his ear, You're being naughty again. Her warm breath sent a shiver down Yu Wuxia's spine. Yu Wuxia conjured a dagger out of thin air and pressed it against Morong Yu's neck. The icy intent to kill caused Morong Yu to freeze. She sighed softly and said, Why can't you learn? Isn't it enough that you caused my country to fall? Yu Wuxia's hand trembled as he held the sword, his eyes red and his hair disheveled. Beast. At the same time, he swung the dagger and stabbed it fiercely toward Morong Yu's neck. Morong Yu teleported to the side of the bed, and Yu Wuxia's sword struck the bed. He instinctively tried to pull out the sword to fight Morong Yu. But he suddenly felt that the sword was too heavy and he couldn't pull it out. It was strange. Could it be stuck in the bed? In reality, it was just Mo Rong-Yu's magic at work. This enraged Yu Wuxia even more, causing him to break down further. Seeing him struggling so hard but still unable to move the dagger, Mo Rong-Yu couldn't help but giggle, deliberately mocking. What? You can't even pull out a sword. And you want to kill me? Save your energy, or you'll be begging for mercy under me later. Yu Wuxia gave up on the dagger, conjured the water-cold sword out of thin air, gripped the hilt tightly, and slashed at Mo Rong-Yu. This strike was filled with killing intent. And all the red candles in the room were extinguished. Mo Rong-Yu's expression changed slightly, and she quickly wrapped herself in her clothes, teleported out of the room, and temporarily avoided the attack. Honestly, she thought, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife is 100 days of grace. How could Yu Wuxia even draw the water-cold sword? What a cold-blooded little bitch. In the courtyard, Mo Rong-Yu hastily gathered her garments, her heart sinking. As a member of the Dragon Clan, she was entitled to multiple consorts, yet she had devoted herself solely to Yu Wuxia. However, this ingrate dared to brandish a sword against her, a truly suicidal act. A gust of frigid wind howled, causing the peach blossoms on a nearby tree to flutter and dance. The wind transformed the blossoms into a rain of petals. Yu Wuxia, clad in snow-white attire, advanced slowly, the Shui Han sword in hand, his hair swaying in the wind, carrying a faint, sweet fragrance. Mo Rong-Yu smoothed her robes, her phoenix eyes fixed upon him. With a furrowed brow, she sternly commanded, "How dare you? Drop the sword." Yu Wuxia remained silent, his intent to kill palpable. Mo Rong-Yu smiled wryly, threatening. "You wouldn't want anything to happen to your sister, would you?" Yu Wuxia paused, contemplating. Mo Rong-Yu was a liar, and he couldn't trust her. Seeing her intimidation failing, Mo Rong-Yu coaxed him gently. "As long as you obediently put down the sword and apologize, I will pretend that nothing happened tonight. How does that sound? Besides, without my assistance, how will you find them on your own?" Yu Wuxia faltered, his almond-shaped eyes turning as cold as ice. His sister and mother had vanished without a trace, their fate unknown. What was the point of living? To lay down the sword and continue to debase himself beneath Mo Rong-Yu? A beast? He couldn't do it. Yu Wuxia's sword-wielding hand trembled slightly. The wind howled, carrying a chill that bit to the bone. Instantly, snowflakes filled the sky, transforming the entire Ziyun pavilion into a frozen landscape. Even Mo Rong-Yu felt a stinging pain. What a venomous husband, she thought. I must give him a thorough thrashing this time, to teach him a lesson. But what if I accidentally kill him? Then I'd have no one to play with. Before Mo Rong-Yu could decide, the biting wind had already engulfed the entire eastern palace. She was forced to squint, her brow frosted with ice. It seemed she had no choice but to unleash her full power. She had weathered far greater storms than this and couldn't afford to be defeated by a mere boy. But a thought flashed through her mind, causing her to hesitate for a moment. No, this is no time for sentimentality. Yu Wuxia is the enemy. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Besides, by drawing his sword, he must have prepared himself for death. Having made up her mind, Mo Rong-Yu silently unleashed her domain, but she was a step too late. Yu Wuxia had already lunged at her with the Shui Han sword. The blade traced a perfect line, gleaming with a cold light. In a single exchange, Mo Rong-Yu clutched her bloodied neck, her mouth agape, unable to speak. The frigid wind carried the scent of blood. Immediately, Yu Wuxia turned and roared, plunging his sword through her heart, pinning her to the bronze pillar. With murderous intent, Yu Wuxia could clearly feel her heart pounding against the blade. He twisted the hilt with a gruesome smile, shattering her heart. Mo Rong-Yu's once vibrant eyes dimmed, her hands falling limply. Yu Wuxia yanked out the Shui Han sword, splattering Mo Rong-Yu's blood across his face, stinging his eyes. He licked his lips, savoring the taste of vengeance. Mo Rong-Yu collapsed to the ground, a faint smile lingering on her pallid face. She felt drowsy, her eyes slowly closing. She thought, this should satisfy Yu Wuxia's hatred. She no longer owes him anything. Still not satisfied, Yu Wuxia unleashed several sword strikes, tearing her body to pieces. The snow fell even harder, preventing the birds from approaching. Soon, dozens of Dragon Clan guards, clad in armor and armed to the teeth, arrived, their faces hidden behind dark iron masks. However, they were unable to approach due to the fierce wind. Finally, Yu Wuxia withdrew his power, holding the dripping Shui Han sword, and headed towards the Wei Yang Palace. The Dragon Clan guards surrounded him, but no one dared to make a move. Yu Wuxia was in a foul mood, and he wouldn't hesitate to kill a few more Dragon Clan lackeys. He slowly sheathed his sword, causing the surrounding guards to panic. Even the powerful crown princess was lying on the ground, her fate uncertain. What could they, a group of mere Earthrealm cultivators, do to him? The guards wanted to flee, but their duty held them back. After all, desertion in the Qin Kingdom was punishable by the extermination of one's entire family. Yu Wuxia's path was blocked. He said in a low voice, "Get out of my way." One of the guards looked around before shouting, "What are you afraid of? Let's attack together." Yu Wuxia remained silent, his mind racing. Instantly, a gust of cold wind swept through, turning them into snowflakes, leaving no trace of their existence. "Young master, where are you going?" Qing Shan and Yin Yu huddled in the corner, shouting, "Young master, please take us with you." Qing Shan and Yin Yu believed that if Yu Wuxia left after committing such a deed, they would surely be executed. After all, the laws of the Qin kingdom were not to be trifled with. They often involved the extermination of entire families, slow slicing, dismemberment, and burning at the stake. The only way to survive was to escape with Yu Wuxia. Yu Wuxia assumed that they were loyal to him and withdrew his power. Qing Shan and Yin Yu rushed towards Yu Wuxia. The snow on the ground was already over their ankles, and Yin Yu almost tripped. They glanced at the Shui Han sword in Yu Wuxia's hand and felt a chill run down their spines. Yin Yu shivered, rubbing her hands together, and said, "Young master, let's run, quickly." Qing Shan was just as cold, pacing back and forth, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Yu Wuxia. The young master had vented his anger and had no attachments, making this a godsend opportunity. Yin Yu said anxiously, "The luggage is almost packed. Young master, if we don't leave now, it will be too late." She had anticipated this when she saw Yu Wuxia kill Murong Yu, while Yu Wuxia was mutilating the corpse. She quickly packed the luggage into a treasure pouch, including gold, silver, jewelry, and seasonal clothing. These items would be enough for the young master, her, and Qing Shan to live on, provided they survived. Yu Wuxia said coldly, "You two should flee. I'm going to find Murong Hua myself." He didn't want to burden Qing Shan and Yin Yu. Besides, he suspected that Murong Hua was involved in his sister's disappearance. But Murong Yu died just like that? He found it hard to believe. Murong Yu's strength was far greater than his, so how could she have died so easily by his sword? Yet, he had personally severed Murong Yu's head and pierced her heart with the Shui Han sword. Even if she was unfathomable, she should be dead. Qing Shan and Yin Yu grabbed Yu Wuxia's arms. Yin Yu said with concern, "Young master, His Highness Prince Chu and the others are surely still alive. Maybe they're waiting somewhere to reunite with you. How can you act impulsively?" Qing Shan also advised, "Young master, as the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. Even if it takes 10 years. Why rush at this moment?" Chapter 45, the fortune-telling maiden Yu Wuxia pondered for a moment, regaining her composure. Perhaps her sister and mother were safe and sound. It was merely a temporary disconnection. Why should she risk her life in this manner? She stated, "That makes sense. Let us depart." Just as Yu Wuxia took her first step, Murong Yu's wound began to heal at an astonishing pace. She slowly rose to her feet. Her complexion remarkably well. Had it not been for her tattered, blood-soaked attire, none would have suspected she had just sustained an injury. Leaning against a bronze pillar, she gazed thoughtfully in the direction Yu Wuxia had disappeared. Very well, it might do him good to venture outside and clear his mind. In a few days, she would seek him out again. Yu Wuxia, accompanied by Qing Shan and Yin Yu, soared into the clouds. Although adept at cloud summoning techniques, he had not had many opportunities to practice since breaking through to the celestial level. Furthermore, he was still somewhat inexperienced and, with Qing Shan and Yin Yu as burdens, their flight was rather unstable, giving the impression of rapid movement yet precariousness. Qing Shan and Yin Yu clung tightly to Yu Wuxia's hands, one on each side. Qing Shan bit her lip, her face etched with fear. Yin Yu closed her eyes, terrified to look down. Should they fall from such heights? Would they not be reduced to a mere pulp? They silently vowed to themselves that they would rather walk than ride with the young master again. Yu Wuxia, feeling disheartened, was oblivious to the potential dangers. He inquired, "Where shall we go now?" Qing Shan trembled as she replied, "Naturally, the farther away, the better." Yin Yu countered, "That is not quite right. As the saying goes, the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. We should return to the kingdom of Chu." Finding her reasoning sound, Yu Wuxia adjusted their course, heading straight for Yingdu, the capital of Chu. As the sun began to rise in the east, illuminating the landscape, Yu Wuxia landed in the royal garden of the kingdom of Chu. The moment Qing Shan and Yin Yu touched the ground, they felt waves of anxiety wash over them, their legs turning to jelly as they hurriedly sought a place to sit. The royal palace was deserted, save for a few guards outside. In less than a year, everything had changed so drastically. The spring morning breeze carried a hint of chill. In the royal garden, peach blossoms were half open, and various flowers and trees flourished vibrantly, creating a scene brimming with the essence of spring. Yet, it only served to deepen the melancholy in their hearts. Yu Wuxia, lost in thought, made his way toward his former chambers. The echoes of laughter and joy from his sisters seemed to linger in the air. But now all that remained was the emptiness of the palace. Qing Shan and Yin Yu followed quietly behind him, the silence within the palace almost eerie, with the sound of their footsteps resonating clearly. After a short while, they arrived at Yu Wuxia's former residence, Qian Pavilion. Inside, the scene remained unchanged. He gently pushed the door open, stepped inside, and surveyed the surroundings. The arrangement of tables and chairs was exactly as he remembered. Even the dressing table by the window, with its diamond-shaped mirror, was spotless. How strange, he thought, as he cautiously approached the white porcelain teapot on the table, discovering it still bore a hint of warmth. Qing Shan, somewhat oblivious, yawned and noticed Yu Wuxia's discontented demeanor. "Young master," she suggested, "after a long night of turmoil, we are both hungry and fatigued. Shall we venture out of the palace for a proper meal, perhaps take a warm bath, and return for a restful sleep?" Yin Yu rolled her eyes at Qing Shan, reproaching her. Our young master, with his invaluable life, cannot be so careless as to expose himself in public for a meal. Though her stomach grumbled in agreement, she felt it would be beneath her master's dignity to be seen dining publicly. Yu Wuxia retorted, "What is the harm? Am I not allowed to leave the palace for a stroll? With a flick of his thoughts, he lifted both of them into the air, soaring into the clouds. Morong Yu appeared in Qiyun Pavilion, stifling a yawn, exasperated with Yu Wuxia's lack of foresight. Having just returned from the brink of death, she had anticipated he would return to the royal palace of Chu, and indeed, she was correct. Thus, she had arrived ahead of him, waiting in the Qiyun Pavilion for her young lord. Initially, she had intended to grant Yu Wuxia a few days of respite, allowing him to clear his mind alone. But her affection for him proved too strong. Despite Yu Wuxia's celestial status and her nurturing of him over time, he remained a timid young master. What if he were to be abducted by another woman while outside? What if his two maidservants harbored ill intentions, since Yu Wuxia had taken them with him? It was evident he held a special regard for them. Perhaps she should simply capture his two maidservants first, to see if he would behave. However, at this moment, Morong Yu was too drowsy to keep her eyes open or to move. With a thought, she cast a barrier around Qiyun Pavilion, and then lazily reclined on the only bed within, preparing for a brief rest. Meanwhile, Yu Wuxia led Qin Shan and Yin Yu out of the Chu palace, seeking a secluded spot to land. After all, soaring through the city was far too conspicuous. Yu Wuxia mused that drawing attention would inevitably lead to trouble. After a brief discussion, the trio decided to walk to Zui Xianlu. Despite the food there being inferior to that of the palace, it possessed its own unique charm. The streets of Yingdu bustled as always. Perhaps the ruling families of Qin and Chu were of little consequence to the common folk. Yu Wuxia, with his ethereal presence and clad in white, appeared even more exquisite, evoking the desire to tarnish his purity. Along their path, many young women cast lingering glances at him, swallowing hard in admiration. Yet, none dared approach, for Qin Shan and Yin Yu, with their fierce appearances, were not to be trifled with. At that moment, a fortune-telling maiden, dressed in a nondescript black gown dusted with grime, sat cross-legged at the roadside. Sitting upright, she caught sight of Yu Wuxia from a distance. Her fiery gaze fixated upon him. She was astonished to encounter such an extraordinary figure in the eastern continent. Resolutely, she decided that she would marry Yu Wuxia in this lifetime. As Yu Wuxia passed by, her cheeks flushed, and she shyly called out, "Esteemed young master, may I offer you a free fortune-telling?" Having devoted her life to mastering the sword on the mountain, she had never so much as held a man's hand. Speaking to someone as enchanting as Yu Wuxia left her feeling bashful. However, Yu Wuxia seemed oblivious to her words, not even sparing her a glance as he continued straight into Zui Xianlu. The fortune-telling maiden hesitated, contemplating whether to call out again. Surely, the noise of the marketplace had obstructed her voice, or perhaps the poor reputation of her trade had diminished their credibility. Qin Shan, feeling pity for the maiden, reached into her pocket and tossed a piece of silver into the fortune-telling maiden's arms. "A little something for you," she said. The maiden instinctively caught the silver, but, upon realizing what had just transpired, nearly froze in shock. How could she accept such an insult? Chapter 46. The ominous hexagram. The fortune-telling maiden pondered. Why not seize the opportunity of the reward? She possessed a certain resourcefulness. Yet, what truly pained her was that Yu Wuxia had not even glanced her way. A blow to her pride. She recalled her fellow disciples discussing that to pursue such a beauty, one must exercise patience. At worst, she could engage him in conversation when he emerged later, within the drunken immortal pavilion. The air was filled with delectable dishes as she and Qin Shan feasted heartily after a night of toil, nearly famished. They devoured their meal as if it were their first in ages. Meanwhile, Yu Wuxia savored his food delicately. Once he finished dining, he lifted a teacup to rinse his mouth, then retrieved a handkerchief to clean his lips. With utmost seriousness, he inquired, "Shall we seek the fortune-telling maiden to ascertain when we might locate my sister and the others?" Qin Shan and Yin Yu, having also satisfied their appetites, exchanged puzzled glances. Qin Shan remarked, "Are you referring to the one setting up a stall beneath the drunken immortal pavilion?" Yin Yu chimed in, "I perceive her to be nothing more than a charlatan." At that moment, not far from them, the fortune-telling maiden sneezed, pondering she must have caught a chill that morning. Reflecting on Yu Wuxia's exquisite beauty and the presence of two maidservants of considerable skill, she considered his lavish lifestyle and presumed he hailed from a life of privilege. Should I accompany him? How could I possibly sustain him? She mused, feeling it would be an injustice to him. Furthermore, she doubted her master would approve. With a sudden shake of her head, she chastised herself for being overly cautious, realizing that one cannot hope to win over a beauty while fearing every shadow. As the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, a path will appear. When the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. She rose to gather her modest fortune-telling trinkets and dusted off her garments, waiting idly outside the pavilion. The sun had ascended high, offering no refuge from its rays. She licked her parched lips, feeling the pangs of hunger. Having recently arrived in Dongzhou, she had fallen victim to thieves, leaving her penniless and enduring 3 days of hunger. Thus, she resorted to fortune-telling in the hopes of earning a few coins to purchase some bread. Nearby, the proprietress of a dumpling shop, noticing the maiden's forlorn stance beneath the sun, rose from her rocking chair and handed her 2 steamed buns. The fortune-telling maiden did not accept them. Gazing at the woman with clear yet naive eyes, the proprietress explained, "My dear girl, take them. They are free of charge." No, I have money," the maiden replied, producing a few copper coins. After purchasing the buns, she took a hearty bite, relishing their softness, only to choke slightly in her eagerness. The proprietress kindly offered her a bowl of water and gently patted her back, admonishing, "Take your time, dear." Just then, the fortune-telling maiden spotted Yu Wuxia descending the stairs. She hastily concealed the buns, bowed to the proprietress, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. The road of the world is long. May we meet again." With that, she wiped her mouth and tidied her hair, pursuing Yu Wuxia. Under the glaring sun, an inexplicable annoyance stirred within Yu Wuxia. Suddenly, a greasy hand landed on his right shoulder. A plump girl in lavish attire teased, "Young master, would you accompany me for a drink?" Accompanying her were a group of burly ruffians, all clad in simple garb, their eyes gleaming with menace. Yu Wuxia replied softly, "Remove your hand." The plump girl refused, her hand unrelenting as it playfully caressed his shoulder through his clothing. "Oh, how bold. I like that," she giggled. Yu Wuxia remained silent, conjuring a sort of icy water in his grasp. The two maidservants, Qinshan and Yin Yu, exchanged glances, preparing to intervene. Yet, the hand's owner was suddenly sent flying by a punch from the fortune-telling maiden, crashing onto the stone pavement, unable to rise. The plump girl's companions, realizing the situation, hurriedly dragged her away. Yu Wuxia sheathed his sword, smiling gently, and said, "I am grateful for your timely assistance." His smile was like a spring breeze, causing the fortune-telling maiden's cheeks to flush crimson. "It was merely a small act. It is nothing to mention," she replied shyly. Nearby, two passers-by remarked, "Every time he descends the mountain, he encounters a dashing young master being harassed by bullies. If a maiden is unmarried, a heroine will undoubtedly spring forth to aid him. And if she is married, a wife will emerge from nowhere to shout and wield her blade. Regardless of whether she is a heroine or a wife, she is always remarkable." Yin Yu shot them a glance and scolded, "If you speak again, I shall have both of you beaten." The two passers-by hurriedly departed, eliciting a light chuckle from Yu Wuxia, who remarked, "How amusing. It is time to return." Qinshan and Yin Yu promptly agreed. However, the fortune-telling maiden remained crimson-faced. Gazing dreamily at Yu Wuxia, he scrutinized her for a moment, finding her reasonably attractive, and asked, "Do you have any further matters to discuss?" The fortune-telling maiden scratched her head, offering a bashful smile. "How about I escort you home?" Yu Wuxia replied, "There is no need. Qinshan, Yin Yu, let us depart." As he brushed past the fortune-telling maiden, a gentle breeze tousled his hair, brushing against her nose, leaving a lingering scent. Her heart fluttered, captivated by love. Yu Wuxia led Qinshan and Yin Yu back to the palace, an unexpected sense of guilt washing over him, akin to a thief returning home. Upon their arrival, the formation activated, stirring Murongyu from her slumber. Groggy, she vanished once more, exasperated by the disturbance that disrupted her rest. She pondered how she might deal with that insufferable girl. Yu Wuxia and his two attendants were also fatigued. Qinshan and Yin Yu noticed the bed in Yu Wuxia's chamber appeared disheveled, as if someone had occupied it in their absence. It had been neatly arranged before they left, but now bore signs of disarray, indicating an intruder had lain there. They hurried to inform Yu Wuxia and retrieved clean bedding from their treasure pouch to replace it. Yu Wuxia suspected their fears were unfounded. He had already bathed and changed at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, and now felt too weary to keep his eyes open. "Just make do for one night. You both should rest as well," he instructed, dismissing their concerns. Reluctantly, they returned to their previous quarters to rest. Outside the palace, the fortune-telling maiden gazed at the towering palace walls, lost in thought. She understood that following them was unwise, yet felt she had truly fallen in love at first sight. However, with the fall of the Chu kingdom, why did this young master reside in the Chu palace? How curious. Could it be that he belonged to the Yu clan of Chu? But hadn't they migrated from Yindu to Xianyang? Perhaps she should sneak in for a quick look. Though that felt inappropriate. Trespassing into another's quarters contradicted the teachings of the sages. As dusk fell, the fortune-telling maiden contemplated for a long while before deciding to consult the oracle for guidance. The reading revealed an ominous fate. Her face drained of color as she resolved to sneak a glance. If she confirmed that Yu Wuxia was unharmed, she would exit immediately. Chapter 47. The wind whispers coldly at the water at this moment. The moon hung low over the willow treetops. Yu Wuxia had just awakened. Contemplating how hard Qinshan and Yin Yu had worked for so long, it would be rather unkind to trouble them further. The palace remained enveloped in silence. A solitary black cat darted through the corridor, the cold moonlight spilling onto the ground. The breeze carried a hint of chill. He approached the well, scooping a handful of water to wash his face. The icy water only deepened his calm. He thought it unwise to linger here. Even if the Dragon clan could not find him immediately, residing here instilled a sense of unease. Furthermore, remaining in this place, surrounded by memories, would surely cloud his mind. Yu Wuxia dried his face and gazed at the waning moon, questioning himself. Is Murongyu truly dead? Do you really wish to kill me? The familiar tone startled Yu Wuxia, freezing him in place until he slowly turned to see the visitor. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying away the peach-colored handkerchief from his palm, yet he was too preoccupied to notice. Murongyu approached slowly and playfully patted his face, with a smile brightening her features. She said, "Wuxia, I am magnanimous and shall not lower myself to your level. Come back with me obediently, and I will love and care for you in the future." Yet, Yu Wuxia would not be deceived by her words. A cold glint flashed, and in his hand appeared the water-cold sword. Without uttering a word, he swung the sword with determination. He knew all too well that the insidious Murong Yu was not so easily dispatched. The sword energy surged, fierce and unrelenting. In an instant, the palace, courtyard walls, flowers, trees, stone tables, and chairs were reduced to fragments by his sword's might. However, Murong Yu moved like a specter, untouched by even a single strand of hair. Seizing the opportunity, she evaded his attack and circled behind Yu Wuxia, firmly grasping his sword-wielding hand. With a forceful grip, she caused him to nearly cry out in pain. Despite his vigorous struggles in her embrace, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as the agony intensified. Yet Murong Yu was not satisfied. She twisted his arm sharply, nearly bringing him to his knees, and the water-cold sword slipped from his grasp. With a vicious shove, she forced him to the ground, pressing her foot down on his injured right hand, applying painful pressure. Dancing with blades is ill-suited for you. Chapter 48. A grand escape in the sunlight. Of course, it was time to attend to serious matters. Murong Yu eagerly carried Yu Wuxia into the imperial study, unceremoniously tossing him onto the desk. With a swift motion, she swept all the pens, ink, and papers to the floor. Yu Wuxia, heartbroken, disregarded the pain from the fall and sat up, forcefully pushing Murong Yu away. Not here. Murong Yu was quite pleased with his reaction, cupping his face and scrutinizing him closely. She noticed his eyes glistening with unshed tears, silently conveying his grievances. Murong Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. If not here, how about we take a nap on the dragon bed of your Chu kingdom? Yu Wuxia remained silent, his eyes reddening with unvoiced despair. Murong Yu was perplexed. Where did all these tears come from? It was undeniably amusing. Late into the night, after finishing her official duties, she remarked, "There is still a lack of meaning in this. Let us go rest on your Chu kingdom's dragon bed instead." Yu Wuxia said nothing, appearing like a marionette, allowing Murong Yu to manipulate him. In this once proud palace of Chu, witnessing Yu Wuxia's humiliated demeanor brought Murong Yu immense joy. The following day, warm sunlight poured into the palace. Yu Wuxia's face bore the marks of tears. He had endured a night of torment. Meanwhile, Murong Yu lay beside him, sweetly asleep. He rose quietly, summoned the water-cold sword, and slowly drew it from its sheath. Just as he was about to act, he caught sight of a figure darting across the corner of the room. Suspicion arose within Yu Wuxia, and he stealthily followed. Who could be in the Chu palace? Could it be his sister? The fortune-teller was scurrying about like a headless fly, desperately trying to escape the palace. She had infiltrated the royal palace the previous evening and wandered through the empty halls for a moment. When night fell, she caught sight of Yu Wuxia and Murong Yu engaged in a fierce battle. She observed in secret, intending to assist Yu Wuxia against the venomous woman. However, she was taken aback by Yu Wuxia's remarkable swordsmanship, which rivaled that of her own master. The fierce sword aura was so palpable that even from dozens of meters away, she nearly suffered injury. The intensity of his aura, could he truly be of the heavenly tier? What astonished her even more was the fact that the venomous woman, in their duel, displayed even greater prowess and effortlessly held Yu Wuxia in check. The fortune-teller watched in growing anxiety, yet she remained self-aware. Just from those few exchanges, it was evident that Yu Wuxia was far superior to her. Yet, he still fell short against the venomous woman. To rush in would be tantamount to courting death. After much internal conflict, although she knew her swordsmanship was inferior to Yu Wuxia's, she was still a woman. How could she stand idly by while a handsome young man was being bullied? Yet, she couldn't sacrifice herself for someone she had just met. As the fortune-teller wrestled with her indecision, a sudden chilling wind swept through, carrying ice and snow, the bone-chilling cold rendering her breathless. Meanwhile, Yu Wuxia and the venomous woman faced each other at the storm's epicenter. In an instant, she could no longer endure and hastily took flight on her sword, escaping the palace. Otherwise, she would surely freeze to death. Alone, she collapsed against the wall of the long street, sobbing uncontrollably. She had felt unworthy of Yu Wuxia's unparalleled beauty from the moment she laid eyes on him. Yet, being young and possessing earth-tier cultivation, with her master renowned in the central continent, she had believed she had a chance. However, witnessing Yu Wuxia's combat with the venomous woman revealed the terrifying swordplay and the biting cold wind. It was evident that Yu Wuxia was far stronger than she. A budding affection had ended before it even began. The howling wind mingled with her cries. Eventually, her tears ceased, and the wind died down. Outside, the snow lay several feet deep as she dragged her frozen body back to the Chu palace. Following the footprints on the ground, she arrived outside the imperial study, where a series of scandalous sounds reached her ears. To her shock, Yu Wuxia was addressing the venomous woman as my lady. Struck by lightning, she fell into despair, wandering aimlessly through the palace. Alone, she lay on the icy ground, gazing at the stars. As dawn broke, the fortune-teller reflected that the venomous woman was clearly a domestic abuser. How could someone like her be worthy of such beauty? Thus, she returned stealthily, but in her haste, she was discovered by Yu Wuxia. Back in the present moment, in the imperial garden, the fortune-teller halted, not daring to move. The water-cold sword was pointed at her throat, mere millimeters from her jugular. Yet, a quarter of an incense stick later, its master would fall hopelessly in love with her, a fantasy she harbored. Yu Wuxia coldly asked, "What did you just witness? Had she been hiding in the shadows all along?" With this thought, his murderous intent intensified, the sword exuding a chilling aura. The fortune teller quaked in fear, her legs trembling. At that moment, gentle sunlight illuminated Yu Wuxia's face, causing the fortune teller to gaze in awe. She blurted out, "My lord, let us escape while that venomous woman sleeps." For she sensed that the celestial young man held no affection for the venomous woman. Moreover, the idea of a grand escape in the sunlight was deeply ingrained in her mind. Yu Wuxia, somewhat perplexed and perhaps weary, found her reasoning somewhat compelling. Observing her lack of hostility, he sheathed his sword. But what of Qin Shan and Yin Yu? Before he could ponder further, the fortune teller seized his hand, pulling him into the air and onto her sword. "There is no time to explain. We must return to the central continent," she urged. Yet, barely 3 miles from the palace, Yu Wuxia leaped off the sword, landing in the middle of the long street. Why was he escaping with this peeping Tom? It felt as though they were eloping. The fortune teller hurried after him, grasping his right hand and gently caressing it. After a moment, she asked with concern, "My lord, are you reluctant to leave her?" Yu Wuxia withdrew his hand, scolding, "What are you doing? How shameless." Realizing her faux pas, the fortune teller flushed with embarrassment, hastily explaining, "I saw your right hand was injured last night and wanted to check if it was serious." Yu Wuxia reluctantly accepted her explanation, but suddenly realized something. His cheeks flushed as he drew the water-cold sword, pressing it against the fortune teller's neck, interrogating, "Did you see everything from last night until this morning?" "And no, I only saw what I was supposed to." The fortune teller's face turned pale as she retreated hastily. Yu Wuxia's face reddened further as he demanded, "What is meant to be seen or not? You should just die." Murong Yu bullying him was one thing, but how could the charlatan dare to behave so? He swung the sword with a fierce sweep, yet the fortune teller did not flinch, not even blinking. In truth, she was paralyzed by his overwhelming murderous intent. Seeing her unwavering demeanor, Yu Wuxia halted the blade a hair's breadth from her eyes. "What? You're not afraid of death?" The fortune teller took a step back, sensing her impending doom, and sighed. To die beneath the peony, even as a ghost, is still romantic. Yu Wuxia sheathed his sword, concluding that although this charlatan was rude, she did not deserve death. The fortune teller breathed a sigh of relief, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life. This is not a place for conversation. We must leave." They needed to return to the central continent quickly to seek her master, or they would be unable to confront that female fiend. Yu Wuxia queried, "Where shall we go?" Why was he fleeing with a charlatan he had known for only 2 days? It felt as though they were eloping. Chapter 49. Murong Feng, the calculating maiden, tilted her head, inquiring, could it be that the young master is reluctant to part with her? Could this gentle and dignified, pure and flawless, pitiful young master be fond of being mistreated? It was possible, after all, it was their private affair, and none of her business to interfere. Yu Wuxia proceeded towards the royal palace. He grumbled, "That venomous woman. I was just about to slay her for vengeance, but you interrupted me. And you say I'm reluctant to part with her?" The calculating maiden hastily followed, nodding, and added, "Young master, is it appropriate for you to return in such attire?" When Yu Wuxia was about to assassinate Murong Yu, he was only clad in a honey-colored sleeping robe, soft and thin. His raven hair cascaded down, unadorned, accentuating his innocence. Realizing this, Yu Wuxia glared at her and soared away on the clouds. The calculating maiden hurriedly flew on her sword, exerting all her strength to catch up with him. Blocking his path, Yu Wuxia had no choice but to halt his cloud. He retorted, "You are indeed a persistent charlatan." She responded, having met. "I am yet unaware of the young master's esteemed name." Yu Wuxia. Her face registered astonishment, her eyes twinkling like stars. Could it be that the young master is the former direct descendant of the Chu kingdom, now the Qin kingdom's empress consort? At the tender age of 16, he ascended to the celestial realm, specializing in ice elemental power and swordsmanship, wielding the water-cold sword, ranked 7th in the compendium of swords. The most gifted youth in millennia. She uttered so much in one breath that she was panting, bending over, gasping for air. The calculating maiden successfully amused Yu Wuxia, but he quickly regained his composure. He drew his sword, questioning, "How did you come to know these things?" The calculating maiden replied, "My esteemed master is the head of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Is there anything under the heavens that she does not know?" Yu Wuxia suddenly felt that he might be able to inquire about the whereabouts of his sister and mother from her master. As for the fates of Qin Shan and Yin Yu, well, Murong Yu probably wouldn't kill them, but Yu Wuxia didn't want to risk their lives either. An idea struck him. While that venomous woman Murong Yu was asleep, he could secretly abduct them, but he didn't know where Qin Shan and Yin Yu were at the moment. Yu Wuxia made up his mind, stating, "Maiden, would you be willing to wait until I rescue my 2 maids before we visit your esteemed master together?" The calculating maiden hastily agreed. Nothing could be better. "Where are you going, young master?" The calculating maiden watched him bypass her, flying straight towards the Chu palace. Really, how infuriating. Has he become addicted to being bullied by that venomous woman? Yu Wuxia thought. Instead of searching aimlessly, it would be better to stay by Murong Yu's side. so he could see Qin Shan and Yin Yu sooner or later. But if he left like this, how would he contact this calculating maiden after rescuing Qin Shan and Yin Yu? Yu Wuxia halted outside the palace, and the calculating maiden hurriedly followed on her sword. She was panting, so exhausted that she couldn't stand straight. Why are you flying so fast, young master? Are you rushing back to serve your empress consort? Yu Wuxia rebuked coyly. You, what nonsense are you spouting again? After a pause, he added, after rescuing them, where can I find you? The calculating maiden retrieved a white paper crane from her bosom, handing it to him. Young master. Cast it into the air, and this crane will naturally fly towards me. Yu Wuxia accepted the paper crane, still warm from the calculating maiden's touch. What is the maiden's esteemed name? The calculating maiden grinned. Finally, he was asking for her name. I am called Morong Feng. Yu Wuxia nearly fainted on the spot. How could a roadside charlatan also be named Morong? What a coincidence. It was like stirring up a Morong nest. Yu Wuxia said farewell. Maiden, you may return to Zhongzhou to await me. With that, Yu Wuxia flew into the palace, leaving Morong Feng alone, bewildered in the wind. The gust of wind cleared Morong Feng's mind. She remembered her fellow disciples saying, dragons were inherently uncultured beasts. Yu Wuxia was the empress consort of the dragon clan. And also strikingly beautiful. Beauty invites suffering. Besides his empress consort, who knew how many women he had served in secret. Was it really worth it for her to pursue him at such great risk? No matter how beautiful, talented he was still a used plaything. Thinking this, Morong Feng regretted meddling in his affairs. Moreover, the dragon clan was indeed not to be trifled with. Even her master might not dare to interfere in the affairs of the dragon clan. But Yu Wuxia was so gentle, kind, and pitiful. He was clearly a good young master. He must have his reasons. How could she sit idly by and watch a beautiful person being bullied by a beast? Would she still be a woman? Yu Wuxia returned to the sleeping quarters and saw that Morong Yu was still asleep. Only then did he tiptoe back onto the couch. He barely breathed a sigh of relief after lying down. He had to rescue Qin Shan and Yin Yu first. After all, they were his servants. And he couldn't let his impulsiveness kill them. Towards evening, Yu Wuxia was still in his slumber when Morong Yu woke him up, smiling, sleeping so soundly. Shall we stay here every day from now on? She felt a great sense of accomplishment in teasing Yu Wuxia in the Chu Palace. Yu Wuxia was still drowsy. His lips parted slightly, and he moaned. Morong Yu was very pleased, but it would be troublesome to rearrange servants in this vast Chu Palace. She might as well accompany him in the Chu Kingdom for a few days and then coax him back to the Eastern Palace. As she was thinking this, preparing to tidy up Yu Wuxia, Morong Hua inconsiderately pushed open the door and barged in. She glanced at them and quickly turned away, laughing, sister. You have such refined interests. The demon lord Songshu has agreed with our Empress Morong to meet tonight to discuss important matters. Aren't you going to take a look? Morong Yu snatched the quilt and covered Yu Wuxia tightly. She scolded, couldn't you be more careful next time? Don't always offend your brother-in-law. Sister is right. I'll be more careful. I've delivered the message. I'll be leaving first. Before leaving, Morong Hua chuckled and teased, sister, at least be more moderate. Look at how you've exhausted brother-in-law. Morong Yu was putting on her clothes and paused when she heard this. It's none of your business. Yes, I'll take my leave. Morong Yu waved her hand and closed the door. Yu Wuxia then sat up from the couch, got off, his face flushed, and laboriously picked up his clothes and put them on. Before he could speak, Morong Yu picked him up. The strange sensation of weightlessness frightened him, and his small hands tightly embraced Morong Yu's neck. Morong Yu carried him and quickly kicked open the door. Wuxia, I'll bring you to the Chu Palace again next time. Let's go back today, okay? Although it was a question, Morong Yu had already carried him away on the clouds before Yu Wuxia could answer. Morong Yu flew extremely fast, and Yu Wuxia was inexplicably frightened, his small hands clutching her collar tightly. This made her corners of the mouth rise slightly, extremely satisfied. Chapter 50. The Art of Seduction in the East Palace. At Xian Pavilion, Morong Yu perhaps felt fatigued or was reminded of something. She deliberately hurled Yu Wuxia onto the couch with force and gracefully seated herself at its edge, gazing at him with deep affection. Yu Wuxia, appearing aggrieved, quietly inquired, Your Highness, may I wash up first? Morong Yu, adopting a more serious demeanor, poked his forehead and reproached, What is occupying your mind? Such base thoughts are truly revolting. Yu Wuxia's eyes brimmed with tears from her harsh words, yet he dared not retort. Finally, after her tirade, she leaned close to his ear and threatened, You would not want anything to befall those two lowly maidens, would you? While I am away, should you dare to leave the East Palace even a step, I assure you, I will have them executed. Without waiting for Yu Wuxia's response, she rose and departed. Concerned for the two maidens, Yu Wuxia hurriedly grasped Morong Yu's hand and asked, Your Highness, where have Qin Shan and Yin Yu gone? Where have they gone? You seem quite concerned for them. I shall tell you upon my return, Morong Yu replied, vanishing without a trace. Shortly thereafter, two maidservants, Peacock and Twonk, entered to attend Yu Wuxia. While Twonk was manageable, Yu Wuxia felt uneasy in the presence of Peacock. She queried, Young master, the attire has been prepared. Shall we serve the meal first, or would you prefer a bath? Let us dine first. Once the meal was laid out, Peacock and Twonk continued to watch him from either side, causing Yu Wuxiao discomfort. He commanded, "Leave." They nodded and retreated. As evening approached and it was time for his bath, Yu Wuxiao sat in the warm waters of the pool, hugging his knees. Though the hot spring was inviting, he was in no mood to enjoy it, feeling despondent. Suddenly, the door burst open with a clatter as Peacock intruded unannounced, startling Yu Wuxiao, causing him to flinch. With a beaming smile, she asked, "Young master, would you like me to massage your shoulders?" She rubbed her hands together as she spoke. Yu Wuxiao submerged slightly, softly replying, "No need. Please leave." However, his gentle tone lacked any authority. The mist rising from the water and the flickering candlelight created an ethereal ambience, and from behind the intricately carved screens, it was as if one were gazing through a veil. Peacock's gaze wandered unabashedly. Yu Wuxiao's face was flushed, his almond-shaped eyes sparkling with allure, and his rosy lips slightly parted as if inviting a taste. His long, dark hair clung to his fair skin, rendering him particularly enticing. Fortunately, the pool's emerald waters provided some semblance of comfort for him. Seeing that Peacock lingered, his brows furrowed in irritation, and he scolded, "What are you looking at? Leave." An icy chill enveloped Peacock, and for a fleeting moment, she realized that Yu Wuxiao was not a man she could covet. Lowering her eyes submissively, she replied, "Yes. I shall take my leave." With that, she hurriedly exited and closed the door. Once the door was shut, she swiftly forgot her earlier fear, adopting a venomous demeanor. "Really? If he doesn't want a massage, why get angry? Besides, my technique is renowned." That little scoundrel Yu Wuxiao, now devoid of his trusted aides, Qin Shan and Yin Yu, was merely waiting for the day when Murong Yu would drain him of his abilities. At that point, she mused, he would no longer be able to maintain his facade. Within the pool, Yu Wuxiao contemplated that perhaps Peacock had genuine intentions, though he harbored a nagging suspicion that Qin Shan and Yin Yu might have met with misfortune. He felt responsible for their plight. If they were still alive, he would have to find a way to send them away from the palace. That way, he would be free from Murong Yu's grasp, drawing ever closer to freedom. He also pondered over Murong Feng, uncertain of her master as true strength. Surely, she could not be a mere charlatan? If the Empress Murong could not handle certain matters, how could her master? That night, Yu Wuxiao waited long for Murong Yu's return, only to recall that Murong Hehua had mentioned earlier that the demon lord Song Shu was coming for a meeting, and she might be preoccupied. Meanwhile, in the Weiyang Palace, the demon lord Song Shu sat to the right of Murong. Dressed in a pale purple garment that clung to her slender form, her light chestnut eyes resembled those of the human race, lending her a somewhat delicate appearance. Anyone unfamiliar with her would never associate her with the title of demon lord. With a gentle smile, she raised her cup, signaling a toast to Murong. "Your Majesty has unified the eastern continent and reigns over the four seas. With your strength, what could possibly hinder your ascent to absolute power?" Murong took a sip of his drink and replied, "I have no interest in that. We are friends, let us converse about something else." This response was expected by Song Shu. She deftly shifted the topic and asked, "Has Xiaoyu taken a consort yet?" Murong Yu hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. Song Shu continued, "And he has recently found an unparalleled beauty. I wonder if Xiaoyu would be interested in adding her to the harem." Murong Yu felt it was time to introduce a new favorite to apply some pressure on Yu Wuxiao, lest he grow too complacent. How he had once been so docile upon entering the palace, even afraid to speak loudly. Now, he dared to draw his sword against her. Truly, she had been too lenient. Song Shu and Murong conversed late into the night, resulting in Murong Yu returning to the East Palace in the dead of night. The following day, after awakening and completing her morning routine, she vanished once more. Yu Wuxiao intended to inquire about Qin Shan and Yin Yu, but sensed her displeasure, so he refrained from bringing it up. By afternoon, news had spread throughout the East Palace that the princess was to take a new consort. Naturally, this reached Yu Wuxiao's ears. As the night deepened, and still no sign of Murong Yu appeared, fatigue overcame him, and he had just fallen asleep when she returned, intoxicated. She seated herself at the table, poured a cup of tea, and, in her inebriated state, accidentally knocked it over, spilling tea everywhere, the cup clattering to the ground. Startling Yu Wuxiao awake, dressed in a delicate aquamarine nightgown and still foggy from sleep, he approached her. "My lady, why have you returned so late? I missed you dearly." As he stirred from slumber, his voice grew sweet and melodic. The slight reproach in his tone only heightened Murong Yu's thirst. She reached for the teapot to pour herself some water, but discovered it was empty. "Peacock, prepare the tea." Yu Wuxiao, still half asleep, suddenly sat on Murong Yu's lap, wrapping his arms around her neck. He pouted, "Your Highness, you still haven't answered me. Why did you return so late?" He had resolved that if he could not overpower Murong Yu, adopting a soft approach would be wiser. This was indeed the 31st stratagem in the art of war, the beauty trap. It was not that he harbored feelings for Murong Yu or was aware of her plans to take a new consort. Rather, he aimed to vie for her favor. Murong Yu, perhaps due to her drunkenness, sensed something amiss with Yu Wuxiao's behavior and wondered if he had been possessed by some spirit. Chapter 51. Immobilization technique. Murong Yu's phoenix eyes flashed with golden light as she scrutinized Yu Wuxiao from head to toe, causing him to feel a sense of instinctive trepidation. He wondered if Murong Yu disliked his current demeanor, despite hearing that women were fond of such behavior. Resigned, he thought, For the sake of saving Qin Shan and Yin Yu. I'll risk it all. Esteemed consort, Yu Wuxia simpered, why do you stare at your humble servant so intently? He feigned shyness, wringing his slender fingers together and deliberately swaying before her. Morong Yu mused, this is truly peculiar. It's undoubtedly him, yet am I perhaps dreaming? She pinched her thigh, confirming that it was not a dream. Has Yu Wuxia been possessed by some malevolent entity? It's plausible, yet I detect no indication of such. Morong Yu seized Yu Wuxia's wrist and began to lead him outside, saying, Wuxia, this consort shall escort you to pay respects to his majesty. Would that be agreeable? She intended to enlist Morong's assistance in determining what exactly was afflicting Yu Wuxia. Yu Wuxia stumbled as she pulled him, his brows furrowing slightly. Ah, your highness, he whined. You're hurting your humble servant. Furthermore, why pay respects in the dead of night? At least make your fabrication somewhat believable. Could it be that she has devised some new form of torment, intending to bully me in concert with Morong? Morong Yu gazed intently at Yu Wuxia, pondering for a moment. Why have you suddenly become so docile? She questioned. What nefarious scheme are you plotting? Yu Wuxia replied, none at all. This humble servant merely wishes to assist your highness in disrobing. He spoke the words and acted accordingly. Morong Yu's emotions were in turmoil. This little vixen is certainly up to no good, she thought. After a tempestuous and otherworldly interlude, Yu Wuxia finally placated Morong Yu. She reclined languidly on a chaise lounge, clad in a negligee of soft, snow-white fabric. Her cheeks were flushed with color, and a subtle smile played upon her lips as she fixed her gaze upon Yu Wuxia. Speak, she purred, her voice laced with enticement. Whatever you desire, this consort shall grant it. She intended to discern the true nature of the little vixen's machinations. Yu Wuxia huddled on the crimson carpet, his face radiant with a blush of spring, his raven tresses cascading about him in disarray. His lips were slightly bruised, giving him the appearance of one who had been thoroughly ravaged. A peculiar light flickered in Morong Yu's eyes. Time is of the essence, she continued to coax. Speak quickly. Whatever you wish, this consort shall fulfill it. Her words seemed to stir the depths of one's desires. Yu Wuxia's mind felt blank, rendering coherent thought difficult. With great effort, he sat up and whispered, I beg your highness to spare Qin Shan and Yin Yu. Their actions were solely my fault, and they bear no culpability. Morong Yu's brow furrowed. Their crimes are punishable by death, she retorted. They cannot be easily pardoned. She had anticipated that Yu Wuxia would plead for his own freedom, but instead, he was interceding on behalf of two lowly maids. It was quite disappointing. Yu Wuxia dragged his weakened form to her side and knelt. Qin Shan and Yin Yu share a deep bond of loyalty with this humble servant, he implored. I beseech my consort to show mercy and spare them. Henceforth, I shall submit to my consort's will without complaint. Morong Yu remained unmoved. If she released the two maids, she would lose her means of coercing Yu Wuxia. This humble servant is willing to serve my consort for all eternity, without the slightest reservation, Yu Wuxia continued to say, his words betraying his true feelings. Morong Yu narrowed her eyes, remaining non-committal, which only served to unsettle him further. His voice grew softer and more plaintive until it was tinged with tears. Morong Yu found this dissatisfying. If it is of your own volition, she challenged, then why do you weep? Does serving this consort displease you? When did Qin Shan and Yin Yu become so close to him? Perhaps their relationship extended beyond that of mere master and servant. I shall have those two wenches interrogated first, she resolved, and then I shall deal with Yu Wuxia, the little vixen. Morong Yu, consumed by anger, rose to dress and depart. Seeing her reach for her garments, Yu Wuxia hastily clasped her leg. There is no displeasure, he insisted. This humble servant is willing. Where does my consort intend to go in the dead of night? Morong Yu yanked him away by his hair, spitting out a contemptuous reply, deliberately taunting him. Where am I going? Why, to the house of 1,000 flowers. To spend the night with the most sought-after courtesan, of course. Yu Wuxia was rendered speechless, his scalp throbbing with pain. The beast was, indeed, a beast. Why did he feel a pang of sadness in his heart? Morong Yu surmised that he was jealous but unwilling to admit it, so she continued to provoke him. You are not as amusing as the courtesans in the pleasure houses, she sneered. It is evident that your sister failed to properly educate you. Yu Wuxia was silently devastated. He was no match for her in strength, and even his charms were ineffective. She even deliberately invoked his sister to torment him. Yet, he also felt a sense of relief. Morong Yu's desire to visit a brothel suggested that she had lost interest in him. Soon, he would likely be banished from the Eastern Palace. What a heartless woman. Morong Yu released his hair and resumed dressing. Once she was fully attired, she glanced at Yu Wuxia on the floor. Why do you linger there? She commanded. The floor is cold. Return to bed, lest you catch a chill. I have no desire to nurse you back to health. Yu Wuxia rose in a daze, summoned his water-cold sword, and held it to his throat, preparing to take his own life. Immobilize. Just as he was about to act, his body became completely paralyzed. Morong Yu exhaled in relief, grateful for her quick reflexes and the rapid deployment of her domain. She had recently mastered this new technique. Yu Wuxia gazed at her with eyes filled with humiliation and tears. After being immobilized by Morong Yu, he exerted all his strength. But he could not even utter a word, let alone break free from her grasp. Morong Yu found the technique quite useful, capable of immobilizing even a sky-rank novice. She patted Yu Wuxia's face with a smug expression and wiped away his tears before seizing his sword. Oh, You grasp it so tightly. But to what end? She taunted. Relax, and I shall take you out for a stroll. Murong Yu pried open his fingers and snatched the sword. With a resounding clang, the water-cold sword was driven into the ground, its blade quivering slightly and emitting a resonant hum. Murong Yu lifted the immobilization spell, pulled Yu Wuxia to his feet, and led him outside. I shall take you to the House of 1,000 Flowers as well, she declared, so that you may cease your incessant weeping. Yu Wuxia could not resist her. He was swiftly dragged out of the room. He attempted to summon the water-cold sword from afar, but it seemed to be fused to the ground, impervious to his calls. I shall not go, he choked out, his voice filled with tears. Go by yourself. Murong Yu's face twisted into a cruel grimace. Whether you desire it or not, she hissed, I intend to take you. The night outside was pitch black, and the rain fell in torrents. Yu Wuxia clung desperately to the carved wooden door, clinging to his last vestige of dignity. Allow me to change my attire first, he pleaded. To venture out in this disheveled state is no different from being slowly sliced to death by Murong Yu. I shall assist you, Murong Yu said, dragging him back into the room. When he proved uncooperative, she raised a finger and immobilized him once more, entranced by a spell of immobilization. Yu Wuxia was rendered as a marionette, subject to Murong Yu's whims. His once tender and affectionate eyes now reflected utter despair. Murong, however, exhibited remarkable patience, meticulously attending to his attire and grooming. Observing Yu Wuxia's transformation into an alluring figure under her care, she felt a surge of satisfaction. A pang of guilt suddenly struck her, realizing her role as his spouse. The annexation of the Chu kingdom was one thing, but causing the disappearance of his entire family felt inhumane. Furthermore, pushing him to the brink of self-destruction over 2 mere maids seemed excessive. Perhaps it would be best to release his maids, sparing him the constant suicidal ideation that had become quite tiresome. After completing Yu Wuxia's preparations, she released him from the spell's constraints. Yu Wuxia lunged for the Shuihan sword, only to be seized from behind by Murong Yu, who tightly gripped his neck. In a dizzying struggle, she pinned him to the bed. Leaning close to his ear, she murmured, so eager to die? Have you no concern for your precious maids? If you perish, I shall find your sister and have her torn to pieces. I regret my momentary weakness. Had I known, I would have incapacitated and confined Yu Wufei from the start. Moreover, her ability to contend with Murong Hehua upon her recent breakthrough to the celestial rank poses a potential threat. Yu Wuxia, however, clung to a glimmer of hope. He envisioned rescuing Qin Shan and Yin Yu, escaping the palace, and seeking the fortune teller, imploring her master for aid to escape Murong Yu's clutches and locate his sister. This vision ignited his will to survive. As Yu Wuxia prepared to beg for mercy, a sense of indignity washed over him. He realized that his weakness only fueled Murong Yu's cruelty. Silence descended upon the room, broken only by the sound of wind and rain and the crackling of candlelight. A quarter of an hour passed as the two remained locked in a stalemate. Murong Yu, fearing his suicidal tendencies and feeling somewhat helpless, grew anxious. Her grip on Yu Wuxia tightened involuntarily. Yu Wuxia felt a suffocating wave wash over him. He was certain that Murong Yu had grown impatient and was about to kill him. He lamented his imminent demise, having just achieved the revered celestial rank without ever experiencing the joys of love. Spare me, my spouse, he pleaded. Upon hearing his plea, Murong Yu released him, secretly relieved. Wait here, she instructed. I will send for your maids. As soon as the words left her lips, Murong Yu vanished, leaving the door ajar. Yu Wuxia massaged his sore neck and rose to examine himself in the mirror. That wretched Murong Yu, he muttered, promising to take me to the Wanhua brothel. She's an absolute beast. Before Yu Wuxia could finish admiring himself, the door burst open, and Murong Yu sighed. It's been arranged. Qin Shan and Yin Yu will return tomorrow. Are you pleased? Yu Wuxia rushed into her arms, sweetly exclaiming, Your servant thanks you, my spouse. He knew that any misstep could change Murong Yu's mind. The following morning, Yu Wuxia awoke to find Murong Yu gone, her lingering warmth still present in the crimson silk covers. Clothes, hairpins, and jewelry lay scattered about, silently attesting to the previous night's ordeal. The relentless torment had left him increasingly frail. He wondered if Qin Shan and Yin Yu had returned. Yu Wuxia donned his robe and called out someone. Soon, Qin Shan and Yin Yu entered, carrying clothes. They placed the garments down and knelt with a thud. Master, we knew you wouldn't abandon us. Your kindness is immeasurable. We can only repay you. With Yu Wuxia rose and helped them up. Seeing that they appeared unharmed, he felt relieved. It's all right, he said softly. Tonight, I'll beg Murong Yu to release you and grant you freedom. This would leave him with no ties, allowing him to escape to Central Continent, seek Murong Feng's master, and search for clues. As Yu Wuxia helped Qin Shan and Yin Yu to their feet, they immediately knelt again. Yin Yu clutching his leg. Master, we can't leave, she sobbed. Her words seemed both contrived and genuine. Qin Shan also clung to Yu Wuxia's leg, lamenting, Master, please don't send us away. We vow to serve you for life. Not a day, not an hour less. Yu Wuxia frowned, attempting to reason with them, but they remained inconsolable. Sighing, he relented. Stay, then. Thank you, Master. Yu Wuxia, feeling awkward, chided, Why are you still clinging to my leg? The two quickly stood up, their faces brightening as they helped Yu Wuxia dress and groom himself. Did you suffer these past 2 days? Yu Wuxia asked. Qin Shan shook her head. No, Yu Wuxia lowered his voice. When shall we escape? After a moment of silence, Qingshan guiltily advised, Master, perhaps you should stay with Her Highness. She dotes on you. After all, just be careful in your service. The time in the prison had terrified them. Coupled with Murong Yu's coercion, they dared not side with Yu Wuxia. As the saying goes, a wise man knows when to submit. Yin Yu echoed, Yes, Master. What's so bad about a husband being bossed around by his wife? You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Yu Wuxia, exasperated, retorted, If you think she's so great, I'll leave on my own. Qingshan and Yin Yu begged for forgiveness. After serving Yu Wuxia lunch and seeing him somewhat calmer, they resumed their efforts. Master, where can you run to? Her Highness's patience is limited. It's best to restrain yourself. As they say, a day of marriage is 100 days of grace. You've been married for 100 days, which means 10,000 days of grace. Yu Wuxia, deeply displeased, snapped, Get out. You ungrateful creatures. Seeing his anger return, Qingshan and Yin Yu knelt silently. Yu Wuxia pressed on. What did Murong Yu promise you? Or did she force you to say this? Chapter 53. Melancholy moon beyond the latticed window, spring burgeoned, peach blossoms unfurling in nascent bloom. Within the chamber, Qingshan knelt. Uttering words that belied her heart, this humble servant speaks with utmost sincerity. The virtues of obedience and the husband's dominion over his wife, has your grace forgotten these tenets? In essence, their sharp tongues and artful persuasion had greatly vexed Yu Wuxia. Ere long, Qingshan and Yin Yu had driven her to a state of indignant exasperation. He mused, perhaps a more forceful approach is warranted. I shall not suffer their treachery. Resolving upon this course, Yu Wuxia abruptly arose from the chaise lounge. Yet, as she raised her hand to deliver a stinging rebuke to Qingshan, a sudden wave of dizziness assailed her, her vision darkening. Alas, she lamented, I have risen too swiftly. And my head swims. Unceremoniously, she collapsed back upon the chaise, much to the alarm of Qingshan and Yin Yu. Qingshan hastened to summon the imperial physician. While Yin Yu, in contrition, repeatedly struck her own cheek, choked with remorse, It is all this servant's fault, for provoking your grace's displeasure. Yu Wuxia, somewhat recovered, observed Yin Yu's distress and relented, murmuring weakly, Enough, I comprehend your predicament. It was I who erred in subjecting you to such peril. Shortly thereafter, Qingshan returned with the imperial physician, who, after examining Yu Wuxia, mused to herself. I had heard tell of the favored consort's exclusive position within the crown prince's palace, but to witness it firsthand is truly remarkable. Qingshan, her countenance etched with concern, inquired, How fares our master? She feared that if her actions had caused the young master any harm, it would be an unforgivable transgression. His grace suffers from a congestion of the heart, and a malady of the spirit requires a balm for the soul. However, there is no grave cause for concern, provided that moderation is exercised in the evenings, the physician advised. Yu Wuxia was rendered speechless. Little did the physician know that such moderation was hardly within his power to enforce. The physician continued, His grace possesses a cultivation base of the celestial tier, thus requiring no medicinal concoctions. A few days of quiet repose shall suffice. I shall take my leave. Once the physician had departed, Yu Wuxia reclined upon the chaise lounge, her flawless visage bearing a trace of weariness, presenting the image of a delicate invalid, all the more pitiable. Qingshan and Yin Yu were consumed by remorse, their shame rendering them speechless. They had served their master for many years, during which he had bestowed upon them boundless kindness. Yet today, cowed by Murong Yu's tyrannical power, they had aided her cause. Such conduct was nothing short of bestial. The three poured out their innermost feelings, and Qingshan and Yin Yu resolved, come what may, to assist their master in her escape. In recent days, however, Murong Yu, perhaps distracted by a newfound infatuation or burdened by affairs of state, had ceased to torment Yu Wuxia with such frequency. Yu Wuxia surmised that whatever the reason, it was certainly not out of concern for her delicate health. Furthermore, the matter of her acquiring new consorts had fallen silent. As night descended, the lanterns were lit. Within the Xian pavilion, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a hint of coolness that caused the red candles to flicker. Yu Wuxia, having bathed and prepared for slumber, lay restless upon the couch in her aquamarine nightclothes, unable to find repose. 7 days prior, she had discovered that her white jade bracelet was missing. Though of little practical use, it held sentimental value as a memento. It was a most peculiar occurrence. Despite 7 days of searching, it remained lost. She had even summoned the courage to question Murong Yu about it, but, contrary to her usual demeanor, Murong Yu had not grown angry, but had reassured him, saying that such a treasure would eventually be found. She could not deny that Murong Yu had been remarkably gentle of late. Just yesterday, she had solemnly vowed to spare no effort in locating the Yu clan, assuring him that he need not worry. But where was Murong Yu tonight? She had not touched him for 7 consecutive days. She must have found a new favorite and forgotten her old love. Yu Wuxia felt in her heart that she had lost favor, but that was all the better. For without a wife, she would be free. If only she would banish him from the Eastern Palace soon. But where in this vast world could she go to find her sister? Could it be that Murong Yu and the others were deceiving her with the myriad miles of rivers and mountains map, and that her sister had already met with harm? The thought filled Yu Wuxia's heart with inexplicable sorrow. Furthermore, life in the Eastern Palace was like that of a caged bird, a fish in a net, utterly devoid of interest. But Morong Yu had been so gentle lately. Should she ask her to take her to find Morong Feng's master? To see if he could deduce her sister's whereabouts? No, she had already vowed to be rid of the poisonous Morong Yu, if her sister was still alive. But fell into Morong Yu's hands because of this, what would become of her? But if she was not dead, why had she been out of contact for so long? As the third watch approached, Morong Yu had still not returned. Yu Wuxia, distraught, fell into a fitful slumber. The following morning, the Eastern Palace was shrouded in mist. As if not of this world, Yu Wuxia dressed, washed, and put on makeup. After breakfast, she felt a bit sleepy and prepared to take a walk in the Imperial Garden. Otherwise, she would go back to sleep and be sleepless again at night. The scenery in the Imperial Garden was particularly beautiful, the only drawback being the likelihood of encountering the Empress Morong. It was late spring, and all the flowers were blooming and withering. It was strange that the Imperial Garden was now following the laws of nature again. She absent-mindedly walked around a corner and crashed into Morong Yu's arms. Morong Yu held her in her arms and whispered in her ear, "Little beauty, are you thirsty?" The gentle tone was like a feather tickling her ear, and Morong Yu's frivolous words made her a little uncomfortable. Yu Wuxia subconsciously licked her lips, which were moist. She was clearly not thirsty at all. No. Then why are you dressed so beautifully? Morong Yu smiled faintly, and while speaking, she raised her hand to carefully play with her hair. Yu Wuxia felt ill at ease and whispered, "I always dress like this." Morong Yu looked down at the fragrant and tender beauty in her arms, not wanting to say anything more. She picked her up and walked towards Ziyun Pavilion. Along the way, they met many palace maids. Perhaps because Morong Yu was there, they only dared to peek at Yu Wuxia. This made her even more shy. She buried her head deeper and protested softly, "Your Majesty, put me down. I can walk by myself. It's embarrassing for others to see." "It doesn't matter. I'm happy to." "What's so embarrassing?" Morong Yu looked smug and refused to listen. She seemed to like Yu Wuxia's shy look. Inside Ziyun Pavilion, incense was lit. Perhaps Morong Yu had ordered Twonk and the others to do it. At first, Yu Wuxia thought it smelled very good, but after a while, the fragrance became more and more intense. She felt a little uncomfortable. Finally, Morong Yu saw her lifeless appearance and was very disappointed. She raised her hand and patted Yu Wuxia's face. "Can you be more awake?" Yu Wuxia was startled and asked softly, "What are your orders, Your Majesty?" Her tone was a little weak. Morong Yu sighed and said, "I will be leaving for Zhangzhou tomorrow. Would you like to come with me?" "I would." Yu Wuxia felt that Morong Feng's master was in Zhangzhou, so it would be better to go with her. When the time came, she would find a chance to secretly look for her master. That would be perfect. Chapter 54, Cat Ears. Morong Yu rested her chin on her hand, contemplating for a moment. The journey to Zhangzhou indeed bore its perils. Moreover, men would only hinder her swiftness in drawing her sword. Forget it. It is best to leave you in the Eastern Palace to recuperate. Upon my return, I shall shower you with affection. Yu Wuxia nearly fainted at her words. Stay in the Eastern Palace? The Eastern Palace was 1,000 miles away from Zhangzhou. Was she to take advantage of Morong Yu's absence and stealthily venture to Zhangzhou in search of Master Morong Feng? After ascertaining her sister's whereabouts, would he then return undetected? Surely, he would be discovered. That wretched peacock, after just 2 hours of not seeing him, was already searching everywhere. How infuriating. It must have been an order from Morong Yu. She had warned him numerous times against sneaking out of the palace. Should she find out, he would be doomed. Perhaps it would even implicate Morong Feng and the others. If he were to accompany Morong Yu to Zhangzhou, he might find an opportunity to seek out Morong Feng while she was momentarily distracted and return swiftly. Yu Wuxia resolved firmly, hastily kneeling beside Morong Yu. "Your Highness, I am willing to accompany you into battle and serve you," without a hint of complaint. Morong Yu's heart softened upon hearing this, and she quickly helped him to sit. Noticing his frailty, he was far from the vibrant figure he had been before. That quack of a doctor had mentioned that a heart ailment required a remedy for the heart. What a bother. Where could she possibly search for the Yu clan across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces? How could she rid him of this heartache? Yu Wuxia was thoughtful enough to evoke her sympathy. Morong Yu affectionately ruffled his hair and said, "There is no need for that. You should rest in the Eastern Palace. I wish to have a child with you." After all, Yu Wuxia was currently alone and unencumbered, and given his poor health, she no longer dared to bully him as she once did. She feared that a moment of displeasure might lead him to draw his sword against himself. If he were to bear a child, he would have something to hold him back, and then, where could he run? Yu Wuxia's face turned even paler at the thought. His beautiful eyes brimming with tears, filled with despair. No, who would want to bear a child with a beast like her? The mere thought of a child with Morong Yu's blood made him feel nauseous. Morong Yu mistook his tears for gratitude, and took out a blue handkerchief to gently wipe his face. Yu Wuxia, nearly choked with emotion, said, "Your Highness is so young. With the world at your feet. Why the urgency for a child?" Morong Yu replied candidly, "Children are delightful and amusing. Once I have a child, I can compel you to comply and simultaneously weaken your powers, a twofold advantage." Yu Wuxia's thoughts were in disarray. He, after all, was a celestial being, willing to accompany her into battle, though the true intention was to seek Master Morong Feng. "You? It is best you remain in the Eastern Palace to recover. By the time you are well, I shall likely have returned. Besides, do I need you to fight? Are you plotting treachery in the chaos?" Upon hearing this, Yu Wuxia, frightened, leapt into her embrace, clinging like a child. For the sake of his sister's safety, he was willing to risk it all. I am willing to stay by your side, serving you every day. Your Highness, please do not abandon me. His sudden declaration caught Murong off guard. Perhaps it was best to take him along. Without her, if he were to remain alone in the Eastern Palace, he might succumb to loneliness and stray. Very well. I shall take you with me. That night, Yu Wuxia found it impossible to sleep. If he truly followed Murong to slay in Zhangzhou, would he not be akin to a beast? A calamity of epic proportions was about to unfold in Zhangzhou. The unification of the Dragon Clan over the Eastern Province was already common knowledge. Those in Zhangzhou willing to uphold justice had either rushed to support the Dragon Clan in its conquest, meeting their demise, or were too frightened to show themselves. Moreover, after the Dragon Clan's unification, they had not committed any excessively outrageous acts. Hence, the entire province, anticipating battle, surrendered in fear. The demise of the former rulers remained a mystery, and their followers had been thoroughly eradicated. Perhaps everyone must learn to survive in this new era. The demon lord Song Shu found it rather dull, though his subjects could certainly indulge in more feasting. Murong Yu and Murong Huahua also found the situation tedious. Expecting to engage in some activity, only to discover it was far simpler than anticipated. Yu Wuxia considered himself unfortunate these past few days. Murong Yu had been quite taken with him, and he had yet to find an opportunity to escape. Should he return and she persist in her pursuit of pregnancy? What would he do? It felt as if the sky was about to collapse. On this day, Yu Wuxia and his companions rode through the clouds back to the palace. His mind wandering, they were passing through the Golden City, known in legend as the City of Gold or the Land of No Worries. Situated between the eastern and central provinces, it was resource-poor and thus largely ignored. Murong Huahua, feeling bored, remarked, "Sister, I have a bond with the lord of the city. You may return first. I wish to pay her a visit." As her words fell, she dove into the clouds, heading straight for the Golden City. Murong Yu felt an inexplicable unease, as if something were amiss. Could it be that Murong Huahua was in danger? After all, she was both a capable assistant and a beloved younger sister. Leaving her alone in Zhangzhou, so soon after its capitulation, seemed unwise. Moments later, she led Yu Wuxia and the others into the city. They dismounted within the city, where a gust of wind swept through, raising clouds of yellow dust. Murong Yu kindly tied a white veil around Yu Wuxia's face, saying, "The sun is harsh." It was strange. She felt a subtle desire to prevent other women from gazing upon him. A sense of possessiveness stirred within her, causing her discomfort. Once they returned to the Eastern Palace, she would deal with those two insolent maids, Qing Shan and Yin Yu. "Thank you, my lady." Yu Wuxia humbly expressed his gratitude. Feeling that Murong Yu's sudden kindness was anything but innocent, he surveyed his surroundings, noting that aside from the endless yellow dust and low, mud brick houses, there was little else. Oh, and of course, there were the emaciated, disheveled, wolf-like natives, all salivating as they eyed him. Under the scorching sun, Yu Wuxia felt increasingly agitated. For no apparent reason, he yearned to summon the water-cold sword to cool himself down. If sand could be considered gold, then this indeed was the City of Gold. Soon, they arrived at the palace gates, where even the lord's residence appeared gray and somewhat shabby. Murong Huahua, close to the lord of Shuang City, was waiting outside the grand entrance. Yu Wuxia noticed that the lord had a pair of cat ears, with sun-kissed skin, exquisite features, a slender figure, and waist-length hair. Her deep green eyes held a wild essence. This little beauty was far more alluring than Murong Yu. Murong Huahua introduced, "This is Her Highness, the princess." The cat-eared lady, Shuang, extended her hand towards Murong Yu, signaling for a handshake. "Pleased to meet you." Murong Yu politely shook her hand. Then Murong Huahua turned to Yu Wuxia and introduced, "This is His Highness, the Prince." Chapter 55. Shuang the enchanting Shuang extended her right hand towards Yu Wuxia, offering him a gentle smile as a gesture of respect. "My name is Shuang. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Yu Wuxia, adorned in a white veil, bore an alluring air, reminiscent of a maiden shyly concealing her face. To her, this was irresistibly enticing. After all, it was merely a handshake. The illustrious princess of the Dragon Clan would certainly not harbor jealousy over such a triviality. Yu Wuxia found himself drawn to her, almost instinctively reaching out his hand. Yet before their fingers could meet, the back of his hand received a sharp slap from Murong Yu. "Ouch! What a beast," he thought, feeling both wronged and embarrassed to be chastised in front of others. Murong Yu, maintaining her composure, took Shuang's hand instead, urging, "Let us go inside. It is quite warm outside." This inexplicable possessiveness was a sentiment Murong Yu had never experienced before. Once everyone was seated within the palace, wine was served alongside a troupe of dancers, all athletic women with sun-kissed skin, performing with vigor and elegance within the hall. The music was intense, and their dance grew increasingly powerful. Yu Wuxia, witnessing such a display for the first time, felt a mixture of awe and embarrassment. He wanted to watch but hesitated. His cheeks flushed. However, when compared to Shuang, the dancers seemed rather dull. Stealing glances at Shuang, he swallowed hard, chastising himself for his wandering thoughts. Murong Yu saw through his gaze, noting his infatuation, and determined that if he continued to flirt with every woman he encountered, He would have to face her wrath upon their return. Yu Wuxia mused that this dance could not be solely for his entertainment. The carefree golden land was delightful, yet it left one parched. Though he was conservatively dressed, the fan wielded by a servant offered little relief. At that moment, the hem of his garment was unexpectedly tugged by a small hamster, startling him into a gasp. The little creature pointed a tiny paw towards Shuang, perched regally in her seat. Confused, Yu Wuxia followed the direction of the paw, meeting Murong Yu's gaze, who remained oblivious to the furry interloper. To her, it appeared that Yu Wuxia and Shuang were sharing secret glances, which incensed her further. Suppressing her anger, she stood, feigning the need to leave, and pulled Yu Wuxia along. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, she stated curtly. Yu Wuxia's countenance fell in disappointment. Murong Hua, unaware of the tension, encouraged, Sister, stay a moment longer. Shuang, do you not have something to discuss? Murong Yu retorted, what does it concern me? Shuang waved her hand, signaling the dancers to retreat, then sauntered languidly over to Murong Yu, completely lacking the decorum expected of a woman of her stature. Murong Yu was nearly driven to madness, questioning the choice of friends her sister had. She sensed a hint of animosity from Shuang, reminiscent of her feelings towards Yu Wuxia. After all, Yu Wuxia's previous feigned allegiance had nearly led to their downfall. The audacity of Yu Wuxia to gaze upon Shuang infuriated Murong Yu, who struggled to suppress her desire to strike him. Here, speaking is rather inconvenient. I have arranged lodgings. Why not allow the gentleman to rest? Shuang suggested sweetly. Murong Yu felt compelled to believe that Shuang indeed had something to say. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to take action against both of them. Since the moment she contemplated having a child, Yu Wuxia had come to be viewed as her own possession, not allowing anyone else to lay claim to him. After exchanging pleasantries, Yu Wuxia was escorted by Shuang's servant to his quarters. He pondered the meaning behind Shuang sending a hamster to tug at his skirt. However, now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He felt he must escape or risk losing a golden opportunity. Yet, if he were caught again, it would be disastrous. As he hesitated, a small hamster emerged from beneath the bed, only to be kicked several meters away by Yu Wuxia. The hamster transformed into a girl clad in apricot-colored garments, sprawled on the ground while nursing her bruises. Ouch! My back! My leg! How could you be so ruthless? She exclaimed, clearly in pain. Yu Wuxia, surprised to see the petite creature morph into a young woman, realized she was a shape-shifting spirit. He had not anticipated encountering one today. Although her intrusion was presumptuous, he felt a twinge of guilt for having kicked her. Hastily, he helped her up, inquiring, Are you all right? Just give me a little massage, and I shall be fine. She smiled sweetly, leaning against him. How fragrant. No wonder the princess is smitten. Yet, in the Golden City, such a beautiful young man was a rarity. Men and women must maintain proper distance, Yu Wuxia thought. Feeling a mix of indignation and embarrassment as he pushed her away, she fell back onto the couch, her eyes alight with infatuation, playfully rolling about. My dear, are you so eager? What if your wife finds out? Yu Wuxia remained silent, his murderous intent flaring as he summoned his sword, poised at her throat, causing her to freeze in terror. What do you want? He demanded. She chuckled awkwardly. Can't I simply come to see you? Cautiously, she raised her hand, attempting to remove the sword from her neck. Yu Wuxia felt an inexplicable annoyance. He despised individuals with no sense of shame, akin to Murong Yu. I believe you're courting death, he warned, swiftly sheathing his sword. Yu Wuxia had intended to deliver a deadly blow but reconsidered, recognizing she was not deserving of death, especially in someone else's domain. It was better to resolve the matter quietly, avoiding trouble that might lead to Murong Yu's humiliation. Moreover, delaying his escape could lead to dire consequences. The girl, now back to her senses, instinctively touched her neck, relieved to still be alive. She had known Yu Wuxia would be kind-hearted. Fortunately, she recalled the matter at hand and lowered her voice, asking, Do you wish to leave Murong Yu? Yu Wuxia hesitated, wondering if she was a spy sent by Murong Yu. Yet if she were truly an ally, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. He replied softly, Yes. Without hesitation, she seized his hand and urged him toward the exit. There is no time to explain. While Shuang distracts Murong Yu, you must flee, as far away from the princess as possible. Wait, Yu Wuxia said, pulling his hand away, lowering his gaze. Let me think. Although he had contemplated escape for quite some time, he could never muster the courage to take the first step. If he were captured again, given Murong Yu's temperament, he would surely face dire consequences. After all, she had warned him more than once. Should he attempt to flee again, she would drain his powers, rendering him a mere plaything for her amusement. Murong Yu had promised that if he remained obedient, she would exert every effort to locate the whereabouts of the Yu clan and ensure they would share a lifetime together. What a repugnant thought. Who desired to be bound to her for eternity? Chapter 56. The winding path to serenity. The delicate blossoms of apricot trees witnessed the silent beauty of Yu Wuxia, who seemed deeply affected by recent words that had pierced his heart. With a sigh, she lamented, It appears that the young gentleman has fallen for the esteemed princess. There is no need to flee. Remaining in the Eastern Palace offers both stability and comfort. In this chaotic world, countless beauties aspire to be the princess's consort. Yet many cannot achieve it. Young sir,
Strive to secure an heir soon, for it would provide you with support within the palace. Should the princess tire of you one day, the bond with the child might afford you some favor. She pondered why Yu Wuxia, as described by Murong Hua, appeared so woefully mistreated. Listening to her words nearly brought tears to both her and Shuai. Yet, now that an excellent opportunity lay before him, why did he hesitate to escape? Yu Wuxia trembled with indignation at her remarks. Apricot Blossom sensed that perhaps Murong Hua's drunken ramblings should not be taken to heart. She hurried to reassure him. Oh, what foolishness escapes my lips. The young gentleman is of unparalleled beauty. How could the princess ever grow weary of him? If there's nothing further, I shall take my leave. Before exiting, she added a final reminder to consider securing an heir. It is a prudent long-term strategy. Yu Wuxia's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a thought, the wooden door was instantly encased in ice. He coldly retorted, my decision to flee is of no concern to you. The palpable aura of menace startled Apricot Blossom, causing her legs to tremble. She quickly explained, you may not be aware, but Shuang has a past with King Chu. She cannot bear to see you suffer. Doubt flickered in Yu Wuxia's mind. He had never heard his mother mention Shuang. Moreover, with Murong Hua and Shuang tightly bonded, would Shuang truly assist him in escaping? Was this not a trap set by Murong Yu? Seeing that he was skeptical, Apricot Blossom raised her hands in surrender. Her face pale as her thoughts raced. It must have been Murong Hua who spoke of this, leading Shuang to learn of the young gentleman's predicament. Please, do not misunderstand. Spare my life, if you would be so kind. I wish you and the princess everlasting love and a prosperous daughter. This last sentiment completely shattered Yu Wuxia's composure. Struggling to suppress his rage, he reined in his murderous intent, realizing this was not a deception. However, the thought of remaining and potentially fathering a child with Murong Yu filled him with disgust. He must escape. Yu Wuxia clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, thank you, miss. Please convey my thanks to Shuang for her benevolence. I am at a loss for how to repay her. We may not have time for that. Let us leave quickly. She insisted. I will accompany you, young sir. Yu Wuxia swiftly summoned Qing Shan and Yin Yu, gathering the well-prepared treasure pouch. Amidst the swirling sands, they soared towards the central continent, guided by the paper cranes, embarking on the journey to find Murong Feng. After a long and arduous journey, they arrived at the central continent as twilight descended. The four sought refuge at a humble and nestled in a desolate mountain area. They ordered only 4 bowls of plain noodles, each lost in their own thoughts and lacking appetite. After a few bites, Yu Wuxia fiddled with the paper cranes, which unwaveringly pointed southward, assuring him of their reliability. Yet, unease lingered in his heart. What is your name? He inquired. I am called Apricot Blossom, she replied. Yu Wuxia felt a twinge of regret for his impulsive decision. Though exhilaration accompanied his escape, the fleeting joy was soon replaced by profound sorrow. How long can Shuang hold Murong Yu at bay? What methods will she employ? Surely, you can disclose it now? Apricot Blossom chuckled softly, the art of seduction. Yu Wuxia nearly fainted at the revelation. The art of seduction? How long can that possibly delay her? Besides, Murong Yu hardly seems to care about me. Rest assured. Young sir, Apricot Blossom reassured him. We left just as a storm arose, with sand swirling everywhere. They will surely struggle to trace our whereabouts. Moreover, Shuang is, she hesitated. Stopping short of revealing Shuang's true identity, Yu Wuxia produced a small pouch of gold and handed it to her. But what of it? He asked gently. You should return to deliver your report and remember to express my gratitude to Shuang. Apricot Blossom's face flushed crimson as she replied, there is no need. She has instructed me to follow you from now on. Yu Wuxia fell silent, realizing he could not rid himself of Qing Shan and Yin Yu. And now Apricot Blossom as well. Very well, it matters not. If I am destined to be captured again, I might as well accomplish something worthwhile in the meantime. Thus, the 4 resumed their journey. Yu Wuxia carried the 3 women upon clouds, feeling somewhat exasperated as they huddled together, shivering. Young sir, could you perhaps slow down this cloud? A steadier pace would suffice. Yu Wuxia remained silent, opting to accelerate further. He felt rather pleased with his cloud riding technique, which was both swift and stable. He longed to kick them off the cloud, their incessant chatter irking him. Finally, soaring above a bamboo forest, the paper crane spontaneously ignited and turned to ash, signaling their arrival. However, as they looked below, they found nothing but an expanse of bamboo stretching endlessly. A gust of wind rippled through the forest, creating waves of green. It seemed they had no choice but to descend and explore on foot, as they were fatigued from flying. Upon landing outside the bamboo grove, they discovered a narrow, winding path leading deeper into the forest. A stone tablet, covered in moss, stood nearby, faintly revealing the inscription, The Winding Path to Serenity. Qing Shan swallowed hard and whispered, Young sir, this place feels even more perilous than the Eastern Palace. It is quite eerie. The fear of the unknown is often the most daunting. Furthermore, their master, Yu Wuxia, though gifted, was delicate and easily overwhelmed. Relying on him for protection felt somewhat unreliable. Yu Wuxia cast a glance at her and said, If you're afraid, you may wait here. Yin Yu, looking concerned, earnestly suggested, Young sir, perhaps we should return. The princess must be frantic with worry over your absence. Yu Wuxia retorted, Return? That would be akin to seeking death. Yin Yu, her face flushed, insincerely remarked, "Oh, it won't be too dire. The princess may merely tease you in her chamber, such is human nature. If I were fortunate enough to have such a handsome husband, I would likely be even more mischievous." Yu Wuxia's face reddened as he admonished, "You mustn't speak so. If you dare to jest with me again, beware my blade's ruthlessness." His eyes misted, and his voice quivered with emotion. He drew his sword and ventured alone down the narrow path. The remaining 3 maidens exchanged glances before hastily following him. The bamboo forest seemed interminable, the path narrowing until it became nearly impassable. At last, they emerged into a clearing, revealing a village nestled within the bamboo. The smoke of cooking wafting in the air, a picturesque paradise. The villagers, perhaps unaccustomed to outsiders, regarded Yu Wuxia and his companions with suspicion. Yu Wuxia surmised that they must be under an illusion, hidden from view from the skies above. In the village's center stood a tall, azure pavilion with elegant eaves. Leaning against the railing, Morong Fong spotted Yu Wuxia from a distance. She swiftly flew over, her smile radiant. "Young sir, I knew you would come." Yu Wuxia, uninterested in her inquisitive demeanor, inquired, "Where is your master?" Chapter 57, Bamboo Hermitage. Morong Fong, unperturbed, responded, "He resides at the apex of the Celestial Nexus Pavilion. Pray, ascend." Esteemed guest. As Yu Wuxia approached the Celestial Nexus Pavilion, a sense of foreboding weighed heavily upon him. If only he could glean some information regarding his sister's whereabouts. With a distracted air, he ascended the stairs, his sword in hand. Morong Fong, with considerate discretion, remained behind to settle Qing Shan, Yin Yu, and Xinghua. The interior of the Celestial Nexus Pavilion was spartanly adorned, yet replete with calligraphy, paintings, porcelain, and antiquities, befitting Yu Wuxia's preconceived notions of an odorous fortune-teller. Upon reaching the summit, he beheld Morong Feng's mentor, a figure of ethereal grace clad in verdant robes, seated by the window, a duster in hand. She gestured to the space beside her. And with a smile, she said, drawing nearer, "Wuxia." Yu Wuxia remained silent and stationary, confirming his suspicion that the disciple was a reflection of her master. If Morong Fong was a voyeur, her mentor was likely no better. Zhu Yin observed his meticulously styled hair, his countenance flushed with the bloom of youth. His attire a blend of scarlet and white, exuding an aura of one who had been intimately acquainted with feminine affection. Having long resided in the bamboo grove, immersed in asceticism, she found herself somewhat discomfited by the gaze of such a captivating figure. It was no wonder her devoted disciple had become so enamored during her sojourn, neglecting her meals and thoughts. A veritable enchantress, she mused, resolving to discipline him on behalf of his preceptor. She rebuked him in a frosty tone. "Why do you stare at me so intently? Are you bewitched? I am your Aunt Master, and what thoughts occupy your mind? Is this the manner in which your master has instructed you? Devoid of all decorum. Come hither and be seated." She continued her tirade for some time, eliciting a mixture of shame and indignation in Yu Wuxia, who tightly gripped the water-cold sword. A woman of such acrimony, he thought. Were it not for my need of her, I would slay her without hesitation. Yu Wuxia surmised that, in single combat, Zhu Yin might not surpass him. Surely not every celestial tier being is superior to me, he reasoned. Moreover, was she truly his Aunt Master? He had no knowledge of such a relationship, and his preceptor had vanished, leaving him with no one to inquire. Could she be feigning authority to take advantage of him? Yet, her demeanor of seniority was disconcertingly genuine. The thought of such a beautiful creature succumbing to such depravity and shamelessness prompted Zhu Yin to deliver another scathing rebuke, causing Yu Wuxia to feel inexplicably ashamed. Finally, her harangue subsided. Yu Wuxia obediently took a seat beside Zhu Yin and inquired, "Aunt Master, I beseech you to illuminate my path." "Address me as Zhu Yin," she replied. Yu Wuxia found this peculiar. If she were indeed his Aunt Master, how could he address her by her given name? "Then, Zhu Yin Aunt Master," he began, "my sister." "They are well and thriving," she interjected. Yu Wuxia eagerly inquired, "Where might I find them?" "The myriad miles of rivers and mountains," she replied. Yu Wuxia pressed further. "Where's the myriad miles of rivers and mountains to be found? She and the Dragon Clan have adopted a unified narrative, haven't they?" He thought. Again, this accursed map. Zhu Yin cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, "Do you expect me to locate a treasure that even the Empress Morong cannot find? You are truly infuriating." Yu Wuxia was rendered speechless. So this journey was in vain, he thought, his spirit sinking. In a subdued tone, he pleaded, "Aunt Master, are you not skilled in divination? Am I not permitted to be unable to divine the location of the myriad miles of rivers and mountains?" She countered. Yu Wuxia sat silently, his gaze lowered, tears blurring his vision. "I knew it," he lamented. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He had traveled so far, only to be subjected to a scolding. Were it not for his respect for his mentor, he would have allowed Zhu Yin to taste the edge of the water-cold sword. Observing his despondency, Zhu Yin felt a pang of remorse. My words were indeed too harsh, she thought, and have caused Yu Wuxia such sorrow. Yet, he was the consort of the Dragon Clan's princess, and Morong Fong, her hapless disciple, had never even held a man's hand. During her sojourn, she had actually brought back a married man like Yu Wuxia. Truly, fate was at play. Or perhaps Yu Wuxia had deliberately seduced her. His eyes reddened. Yu Wuxia asked, "Aunt Master, will the Dragon Clan find me here?" His voice was tinged with tears. Yes, Zhuyin replied, it is only a matter of time. Then, where can I flee? I implore you, Ant Master, to save me. I truly do not wish to return. Zhuyin adopted a solemn tone, stating, all things are governed by destiny. Your karmic entanglement with Murongyu is yet unresolved, and the decree of heaven cannot be defied. It is futile to force the issue. The decree of heaven cannot be defied? Yu Wuxia pondered for a moment before rising to take his leave. If that is the case, then I shall depart. Lest I bring misfortune upon you, Ant Master. Wait, Zhuyin called out, where can you go? Leaving here will only hasten your capture. It is better to remain here in peace, and when the Dragon Clan is near, you may flee. Allow your Ant Master to devise a plan. Earlier, on the day of Yu Wuxia's escape, an unprecedented sandstorm had swept through the golden land of no sorrow. Within the manor, Murongyu, Muronghua, and Shuing were engaged in convivial conversation, culminating in a drunken revelry. Murongyu found Shuing to be a commendable young woman, both kind and capable. Emboldened by the wine, the two swore an oath of sisterhood amidst the swirling sands. Afterward, Murongyu returned to her chambers, her mind still reeling from Yu Wuxia's lifeless demeanor earlier in the day. I'll teach that little rascal a lesson later, she thought. Wuxia, cease your antics and attend to my disrobing. Her voice echoed through the manor, mingling with the sound of the wind outside, creating an eerie silence. Murongyu smiled knowingly. Playing hide-and-seek, are we? Just wait until I find you. You'll regret it. She unleashed her domain, but Yu Wuxia's presence had vanished from the entire city lord's manor, along with the contemptible Qing Shan and Yin Yu. This is not good. The little wretch has likely absconded, Murongyu thought, a sense of urgency gripping her heart. She employed a tracking spell, but the overwhelming sandstorm seemed to exude an aura of enchantment, revealing only that Yu Wuxia had fled in the direction of the Eye of the Desert. His presence abruptly ceased upon reaching the Eye of the Desert. Murongyu hastily returned to find Muronghua, as her forte lay in sensing presences. Upon locating Muronghua, she found her in a state of inebriation. With great effort, Murongyu managed to rouse her. Muronghua, her eyes glazed with intoxication, inquired, Sister, can I have more to drink? Bring the wine. Murongyu, exasperated, seized her shoulders and shook her vigorously. Dear sister, she pleaded, her face etched with anxiety, Yu Wuxia has fled. I implore you to assist me. Upon hearing this, Muronghua closed her eyes and promptly lost consciousness once more. Murongyu's hands clenched into fists, but with a sigh of resignation. She placed her back on the couch and returned to her own chambers, her spirits low. The candlelight flickered languidly in the room, carrying a faint trace of Yu Wuxia's scent. Truly, she thought, the child is not yet conceived, and the father has already fled. Well, if he does not love me, why should I force him? As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet. I shall simply find another, one more beautiful, more obedient, and more pliant than he. The world is full of fragrant herbs. Why fixate on a single flower? Dwelling on such a petty individual was beneath her. Murongyu, still under the influence of alcohol, felt dizzy, and the running back and forth had exacerbated her nausea. It's all Yu Wuxia's fault, she exclaimed. If I catch him, I'll vomit all over him. Chapter 58. Fish soup. As night deepened, the wind and sand remained unsettled. Murongyu lay on the couch, fully clothed, struggling to find sleep, increasingly alert. The after effects of the wine from Shuang had proven rather potent. Unable to rest, she consoled herself, thinking, without her, it would simply be a loss for Yu Wuxia. Nothing to mourn. That wretched girl, Yu Wuxia, wept incessantly, seeking death as if it were a pastime. Accompanied by the water-cold sword, she was undoubtedly a nuisance. A frivolous creature, she paraded herself with abandon. What woman could truly desire him? Merely a fleeting dalliance. Yet, she herself was magnanimous, for she understood the truth that it is difficult to nurture both men and scoundrels. Once she returned to the Eastern Palace, she would promptly take in 10, nay, 100, beauties to the court. Murongyu turned over, only to be pricked by something in her garments. Frowning slightly, she retrieved it. It was none other than the white jade bracelet she had appropriated from Yu Wuxia not long ago. No, it was not theft, it was merely taking. Was not Yu Wuxia's possession her own? Gazing into the candlelight, she gently caressed the bracelet, its texture smooth and warm. She initially intended to refine this object, forging it to suppress her cultivation while ensuring that it could only be removed with her incantation. This way, she would not have to fear Yu Wuxia's disobedience. However, it seemed unnecessary now. Outside, the wind and sand howled, provoking a conflict in her mind. Would anything happen to Yu Wuxia? Though he was of the celestial tier, his actual strength was lacking, and as a man, should he encounter defeat, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. But wait, why should she concern herself with that wretched girl's fate? Yet, he was, after all, the dragon's consort. If anything were to occur, it would reflect poorly on their clan. With this thought, Murongyu reassured herself. She was merely considering the dignity of the dragon clan. Certainly not out of any fondness for that vile girl. Muronghua was deeply intoxicated. Even if forcibly awakened, she would be of little help. She strode into Shuang's chamber, where Shuang was also awake, dressed, and waiting, a cup of tea placed on the table as if anticipating her arrival. Murongyu sat directly across from her and inquired, Do you possess the art of locating someone? Shuang shook her head, pushing the cup of tea towards Murong Yu. She feigned ignorance, stating, "Isn't that the specialty of Sister Huanhua? Alas, she is too inebriated with fairy wine. She likely won't awaken any time soon. Even if she does, she will be in a daze." Upon hearing this, Murong Yu knitted her brows tighter, lamenting the hindrance of alcohol. If her memory served correctly, Shuang often indulged Huanhua with wine. It was utterly vexing. By the time Murong Huanhua awakens, would she not be with child by Yu Wuxia? Resolutely, Murong Yu decided to seek assistance from Empress Murong. A faint smile graced Shuang's face as she knowingly inquired, "Sister, have you encountered some trouble?" She risked much to detain the Murong sisters. Would Yu Wuxia be moved enough to offer himself in return? That would not do. She had no desire for a man who had been discarded by another. She found it repugnant. Murong Yu replied, "This matter must not be disclosed. The consort has escaped." Shuang continued to feign ignorance, her expression calm. Perhaps the esteemed consort found this place too humble for his taste and returned to the Eastern Palace alone. Murong Yu sipped her tea, insisting, "That is impossible. His aura indicates he is headed towards the eye of the desert." Shuang slapped the table in feigned shock. Her eyes wide. "Oh no. That region is the domain of the sand demons. The technique of cloud riding cannot be employed there. You know those creatures lack reason. They consume anyone they see." She merely hoped that the sand demons would be resilient enough to buy Yu Wuxia some time. That would be a way to repay her debt. Murong Yu's brows remained furrowed as she spoke. "I leave Huanhua's care to you. I shall take my leave now." If this continued, given Yu Wuxia's limited capabilities, he was surely doomed. "Wait, I will accompany you," Sister Shuang began, but Murong Yu had already vanished. Upon exiting the palace, she transformed into a white dragon, soaring into the sky, a resounding dragon's cry echoing through the heavens. The boundless desert, which had recently been whipped by fierce yellow winds, suddenly fell silent. Shuang hurriedly followed on her cloud, urging, "Sister, do not rush. The sand demons are formidable foes. We must wait for Murong Huanhua to awaken so we can go together. I alone am sufficient. You merely need to guide me," Murong Yu replied, with utmost seriousness. Shuang cautioned, "This desert is their lair. I have suffered their wrath multiple times. Your Highness must not underestimate them." After a brief moment, they encountered the sand demons. Within merely a fraction of time, these mindless creatures, who could only howl, had disintegrated into yellow sand, swept away by the wind. In the bamboo sea, at the Tianji Pavilion, Yu Wuxia's room on the top floor was rather simple. A modest wooden bed sat by the window, and Qing Shan had laid a richly embroidered quilt upon it, creating a stark contrast. A short, uneven wooden table and a high-legged stool were mismatched. Dressed only in a thin honey-colored gown, Yu Wuxia sat upon the creaking bed, his frail form causing it to groan under his weight. The remnants of the sunset cast a warm hue upon his face, bestowing it with a gentle glow. The late spring breeze carried a hint of chill. He thought, as long as he could weather this storm, Murong Yu would naturally cease her pursuit. The sound of steady footsteps disrupted his thoughts. Suddenly, with a crash, Murong Feng burst through the door, holding a porcelain bowl, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Young master, I just made fish soup. Do try it," Yu Wuxia casually ordered. "Set it on the table." After placing the soup down, Murong Feng urged, "Young master, please drink it while it's hot." As Yu Wuxia stood up, perhaps too abruptly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he fainted onto the couch. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him, flooding him with the humiliation, resentment, and anger he had endured in recent days. A surge of murderous intent erupted, giving rise to his inner demons. In that moment, he yearned only to vent his wrath. Murong Feng's pupils trembled, sensing the intense killing intent of a celestial being. Startled, her face turned pale, yet she noticed Yu Wuxia appeared unwell. She hurriedly helped him sit up, asking, "Young master, what ails you?" "I shall fetch the master." "No need," Yu Wuxia grasped her hand. This wretched Zhu, day after day, only preached endlessly, offering nothing of substance. Listening to her incessant lectures would surely lead him to madness. In the days they had spent together, Yu Wuxia discovered that Zhu was difficult to assess. She incessantly posed as a mentor, her teachings grating on his nerves with their hollow etiquette and morality, utterly vexing. It was one thing to speak excessively, but she also meddled too much. Moreover, it was evident that Zhu spoke one way and acted another. Concern etched on her face, Murong Feng softly inquired, "Young master, after having the soup, may I accompany you for a walk to clear your mind? Would that be agreeable?" Chapter 59. The Mandarin ducks. Murong Feng carefully brought over the fresh fish soup, noticing that Yu Wuxia remained unresponsive. Tentatively, she scooped a spoonful, intending to feed him. But just as the spoon approached his lips, Zhu, the master, unexpectedly pushed the door open. With an expression of disdain, she reprimanded, "What are you two up to? A solitary man and woman in the same room? It's one thing for you, Xiao Feng, to be shameless, but Yu Wuxia, as a married man, don't you have any sense of propriety? Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind?" She had long regarded Murong Feng as her own daughter. Although she had once been fond of this unfamiliar disciple, upon seeing him in person, she felt some aversion. His flirtatious demeanor was impossible to conceal, and he was shamelessly pursuing Murong Feng, which was truly disgraceful. Mo Rongfeng set down the bowl, dissatisfied. Master, it's not his fault. Zhu Yin nearly fainted from anger and retorted, you dare to talk back to me? Come out. I need to speak with you privately. Wuxia. We shall discuss your education this evening. Dejected, Mo Rongfeng followed Zhu Yin out of the room. Yu Wuxia's face burned with embarrassment, his heart ached, and he struggled to suppress his overwhelming fury. Though Zhu Yin was his master, she had no right to insult him so casually. She was no better than that beast. Mo Rongyu. This feeling of being under someone else's roof was truly stifling. It would be better to flee alone, leaving Qing Shan and Yin Yu behind. With such thoughts, Yu Wuxia quickly packed his belongings, most of which were already stored in his treasure pouch. As dust descended and flocks of geese flew across the sky, he reflected that while the wild geese had a home to return to, he did not dare tread back to his homeland, the kingdom of Chu, nor even to the eastern continent. The vast world seemed devoid of a place for him to belong. Should he leave without a word, or write a letter, or perhaps bid farewell in person? He was conflicted. As he descended the stairs absent-mindedly, he could still hear Zhu Yin and Mo Rongfeng arguing fiercely on the first floor. Mo Rongfeng. He is now a member of the Dragon Clan. Being with him will surely bring trouble. Zhu Yin had once calculated that Mo Rongfeng needed to undergo a tribulation to ascend to the heavenly realm, yet she never anticipated that it would involve such a character. But a tribulation should not equate to death. She had also foreseen the unresolved entanglement between Yu Wuxia and Mo Rongyu. All of them were perilously hanging by a thread. This was all instigated by that little wretch, Yu Wuxia. However, he was her disciple. She could not simply expel him. Mo Rongfeng seemed enchanted by Yu Wuxia's presence, declaring, even if it leads to death, I am willing. Zhu Yin furrowed her brow and asked, do you truly love him? Or are you merely infatuated with his physique? Is he, a discarded plaything of the Dragon Clan, truly worth your constant longing? Besides, he is of the heavenly realm. Does he even look at you? Even if you were together, happiness is not guaranteed. What will you do if one day the Dragon Clan captures him again? Mo Rongfeng was rendered speechless, her heart shattered. Outside, Yu Wuxia grew increasingly contemptuous of Zhu Yin. Perhaps it was for the best. She might awaken Mo Rongfeng from her delusions. He had never held much affection for Mo Rongfeng, and could even say he found her slightly distasteful, especially since she had left him with the impression of a voyeur. It was truly repugnant. As Zhu Yin continued her tirade, Yu Wuxia could no longer bear to listen and decided to take a walk outside. Night had fallen, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of the bamboo forest, momentarily lifting his spirits and allowing him to forget his sorrows. Qing Shan, Yin Yu, and Xinghua had seemingly disappeared, perhaps off searching for suitable young suitors in the village. Yu Wuxia wandered aimlessly into the depths of the bamboo grove, only to inadvertently stumble upon a pair of wild mandarin ducks. Upon realizing what he had encountered, his pupils dilated and his face flushed with embarrassment. Instantly, he activated his wind-shielding invisibility and slipped back to the Tiangong pavilion. Although it was an unintentional misstep, he felt a profound sense of guilt. He wondered if the couple had seen his face clearly. Thirsty, perhaps due to the soup being overly salted, Yu Wuxia hurriedly drank a cup of tea, but it did little to quell the heat rising within him. Zhu Yin, having finished reprimanding Mo Rongfeng, now harbored even greater resentment towards Yu Wuxia and suddenly appeared outside his room. She forcefully pushed the door open, only to find Yu Wuxia reclining on the couch. Do not look. Zhu Yin's face turned crimson. This time, she had overstepped. She quickly retreated, closing the door behind her. Yet, as a senior, she could not lose her authority, so she yelled through the wooden door, shameless wretch. In my opinion, you are merely playing hard to get with Mo Rongyu. Hurry back to the Eastern Palace, and stop causing trouble for our Xiaofeng. Yu Wuxia's face flushed with shame as he rose to adjust his clothing, reproaching, Master. You preach your lofty principles, yet do not even know to knock before entering. Such disrespect for your elders. The door swung open with a loud crash as Zhu Yin stormed in, angrily declaring, take your belongings and leave this place. Do not return. Fine, I shall go. Yu Wuxia nearly wept, turning to escape through the window. Since she was so sharp-tongued, Qing Shan and Yin Yu must also be having a hard time here. Once he found them, he would leave immediately. As soon as Yu Wuxia touched the ground, Zhu Yin appeared before him, blocking his path. With a displeased expression, she remarked, you still dare to throw a tantrum and run away from home? Do you not care for me as your master? Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Yu Wuxia replied, did you not just tell me to leave? You suddenly barged in. What a rogue. Zhu Yin reached out to pat Yu Wuxia's head, scoffing, foolish child. Do you not know to kneel and plead with me? Just as you did with Mo Rongyu in the Eastern Palace. However, I can be much easier to persuade than Mo Rongyu. Her face slightly reddened, deliberately ignoring the latter part of her statement. Yu Wuxia brushed her hand away, scolding. Show some respect, will you? I am giving you face by calling you master. Do not take advantage of my kindness. He had realized that Zhu Yin was simply being obnoxious, playing the elder card. Since she could not find her own sister, what use was she? Zhu Yin, sensing that he was about to draw his sword, thought to herself, if he drew it, she would not be able to handle him, and it would be quite embarrassing. This little wretch, who dared to disrespect her, deserved to be humiliated by Mo Rongyu. Zhu Yin acted swiftly, silently chanting a spell and using her bamboo rope artifact to bind Yu Wuxia tightly. With a triumphant smile, she patted his cheek and said, little wretch. Do you now realize your mistake? Today, I shall discipline you on behalf of your master. Release me. I respect you as a senior. How can you resort to such underhanded tactics? Shameless. Yu Wuxiao was bound tightly, unable to use any of his powers. Zhu Yin hoisted him over her shoulder and carried him into the Tiangong pavilion, throwing him onto the couch and closing the door behind her. Now, she looked at Yu Wuxiao with a smile, inching closer. Yu Wuxiao struggled desperately, but it was futile. He could only helplessly scoot back. Tears welled in his eyes. His voice trembling, Master, what are you doing? Do not come closer, for I am a married man. It was over. Just as he had escaped from the dragon's den, he had fallen into the tiger's lair. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yin was stunned, her face flushing with embarrassment. She had intended to speak with him calmly, to impart the values of propriety, honor, and the duties of a wife to a husband. What was this reaction? Spouting such nonsensical words? How utterly vile. Chapter 60. I have acrophobia. Help. Do not approach me, you disrespectful one. Tears welled in Yu Wuxiao's eyes as he continued to shout aimlessly. Zhu Yin hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief to cover his mouth, finally letting out a sigh of relief. If word of this got out, it would be utterly mortifying. She wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and gently patted Yu Wuxiao's face, scolding. What nonsensical thoughts are occupying your mind? Control your fox-like demeanor, if you please. Do not presume that everyone else is as vile as you. Calm down and reflect on your mistakes. I shall return to see you in the morning. Oh, and do not waste your efforts. You cannot break free from this talisman of mine. With that, Zhu Yin slammed the door and departed. Once Yu Wuxiao realized she had truly left, he exhaled in relief. However, a hint of disappointment lingered. He had come to understand. This accursed Zhu Yin was undoubtedly a scoundrel. Moreover, the atmosphere had been perfectly set just moments ago. She had not even touched him, yet had the audacity to lecture him before storming out. Was it his charm that had diminished, or was it her failing? Yu Wuxiao shook his head vigorously, berating himself for such whimsical thoughts. His mind must be in disarray. A gentle breeze wafted through, and the door was firmly shut. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a single candle. Yu Wuxiao, inherently fearful of the dark, curled up on the couch, cursing Zhu Yin under his breath. Once he broke free of this confinement, he would turn her into an ice pop. He twisted and struggled, causing the wooden bed to creak ominously. Outside, Zhu Yin could hear every sound clearly. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Perhaps she should assist him, as it would be mutually beneficial. But no, she could not engage in such base actions. She quickly assessed the situation. Firstly, Murong Feng had vowed that he would marry no one but Yu Wuxiao. It was only natural for a woman to marry and a man to wed. Secondly, it would be too unkind to bind Yu Wuxiao for an entire night. That would be lacking in compassion. Perhaps she should help Murong Feng just this once. Her heart was sincere, and she could not deliberately obstruct them. At worst, she could expel them before the Dragon Clan came knocking. Inside the room, Yu Wuxiao felt the bamboo ropes biting painfully into his flesh. With a handkerchief stuffed in his mouth, he struggled to speak, discomfort overwhelming him. Finally, exhausted from his efforts and drenched in sweat, he lay still on the couch like a dead fish. Suddenly, the door swung open with a crash, and a figure appeared, silhouetted against the light. It was none other than Murong Feng. She lit a candle, illuminating the room once more. Yu Wuxiao, with his mouth still muffled, struggled to sit up and exclaimed, "Help! MMPH." Murong Feng, with a heart full of concern, sat beside him but did not rush to untie the ropes. She swallowed hard, the sight of Yu Wuxiao, his eyes shimmering with allure, made her mouth dry. She first removed the handkerchief from his mouth and tucked it into her pocket. Then, she embraced Yu Wuxiao's shoulders and drew him close, her voice a soft whisper. "If you kiss me, I will free you." "What do you say?" Yu Wuxiao's face flushed crimson, and he struggled more fervently. "Rogue, why are you holding me? If the master finds out, she will not let you off easily." Deep down, Murong Feng understood that at this moment, she could do whatever she wished, torment Yu Wuxiao in any manner she desired. Just like that night with Murong Yu. Once the rice was cooked, what could Yu Wuxiao possibly do? Yet, she would not force him. Reciting a spell, she loosened the bindings. Yu Wuxiao rubbed his aching wrists, rose from her embrace, and slapped her, demanding, "What was that embrace for?" The slap landed on her cheek, but struck even deeper into her heart. She took his hand in hers, gently caressing it, and softly asked, "Is your hand hurt? Allow me to massage it for you." Yu Wuxiao, feeling as though he had been electrocuted, withdrew his hand and summoned the water-cold sword, holding it to her throat. The audacity of this pair, to humiliate him so, was truly infuriating. Murong Feng, frightened, raised her hands in surrender and implored, "Yu Wuxiao, let us speak calmly. Considering I have helped you, please spare me this time." As time passed slowly, Murong Feng disregarded the chill emanating from the sword at her neck, fixated on Yu Wuxiao as he swallowed hard. Shul Chapter 61. Regaining dignity as night deepened, bamboo ropes restrained Yu Wuxiao's cultivation, lifting him into the air and shaking him about. The pressure was excruciating, causing cold sweat to stream down his face. To make matters worse, the binding had truly exacerbated his fear of heights. Below, Zhu Yin sat composedly by a stone table, sipping her tea while continuing her lecture. "You young people have no respect for your elders. Just because you've ascended to the heavenly rank, you no longer regard your master ant. Yu Wuxia had no interest in listening to her words. He resolved that once freed, he would unleash the wind whispering and the cold water. Eager to see how Zhuyin would react. After all, he believed that with only the bamboo ropes at her disposal, she couldn't possibly subdue him. Eventually, Zhuyin noticed that Yu Wuxia seemed to have dozed off. Scoundrel, are you even listening? She yanked the ropes, shaking him violently. Murong Feng, standing nearby, whispered, Master. Why bother arguing with a weak young master like him? Show some mercy and let him go. Zhuyin, increasingly displeased, pulled Murong Feng into the house. She frowned slightly and said, I am only considering you, foolish girl. Just think about it. He's such a shameless rogue. If you don't impose some discipline, even if you end up together, you won't find happiness. With tears welling in her eyes, Murong Feng retorted, You mustn't speak of him that way. Zhuyin, now thoroughly annoyed, snapped, I am doing this for your own good. From now on, I shall not meddle in your affairs any longer. It's as if I am a wicked stepmother. The two continued to bicker. Outside, Yu Wuxia had been suspended for half the night, buffeted by the wind. He had come to realize that this pair of voyeuristic master and disciple were utterly insufferable, particularly Zhuyin, who preached grand philosophies yet acted in ways that were utterly repugnant. First, she had intruded into his room without cause, and while he could tolerate that, her subsequent verbal insults were intolerable. What a shameless person. It was she who had been peeking through the window. Yet she turned the tables and forced him to listen to her lectures while bound in midair. If he didn't take care of her soon, he might as well not bear the surname Yu. At last, Zhuyin released him from his binds. Yu Wuxia felt a surge of energy and grasped the water-cold sword once more. Wind whispering in the cold water. Perhaps he had employed this technique too frequently of late, for his proficiency had notably improved. Before Zhuyin could react, she found herself encased in ice up to her waist. Wuxia, what do you mean by this? Are you truly going to betray your master? Unable to break free, Zhuyin thought to herself, if she remained frozen for even a moment, she would not die, but she would certainly be left crippled. Yu Wuxia replied coldly, If you dare offend me again, I will not spare you. As soon as his words fell, he sheathed his sword, lifting the restrictions. Zhuyin collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a word. In an instant, Murong Feng, Qing Shan, and Yin Yu surrounded him, along with a number of Zhu Yin's followers, who began to denounce Yu Wuxia. You lecher, get out of the bamboo sea. Before Qing Shan and Yin Yu could act, Yu Wuxia cast a glance at the crowd, and the bone-chilling aura he exuded silenced them, leaving them too terrified to utter another word. They wished to flee but dared not move, fearing they might be the first to perish. Zhuyin, supported by Murong Feng, commanded, Everyone, stand down. For she understood well that the disparity in combat power between them and Yu Wuxia could not be compensated for by mere numbers, given her current injuries. If this little rogue unleashed his brutality indiscriminately, it would spell disaster. The onlookers quickly dispersed. Yu Wuxia declared, Let us part ways here. May we meet again in the future. He then instructed Qing Shan, Yin Yu, and Xing Hua, Let us depart. The trio nodded in agreement. Qing Shan remarked, Young master, allow me to gather my belongings. Zhuyin coughed a couple of times and urged, Wait, there is no need to rush. It seems as though your master ant cannot tolerate you. Murong Feng stood torn between her beloved Zhuyin and her dreamlike Yu Wuxia. Yu Wuxia thought, given the chaos, he had no face left to stay. He coldly stated, There is no need, we shall leave. At that moment, the night was cool, and the stars twinkled in the sky. A serene silence enveloped the heavens when suddenly, a streak of azure light flashed across the sky, piquing everyone's curiosity. Look, a shooting star. Quick, make a wish. Once everyone had made their wishes, the azure light descended, gradually drawing nearer until it hovered in the air. Under the cool moonlight, everyone could clearly see that it was a dragon, wreathed in azure flames, spiraling gracefully in the sky. Yu Wuxia recognized it instantly. He had not anticipated that Murong Hua would arrive so swiftly. He had assumed the bamboo sea was well concealed. The water-cold sword was drawn with lightning speed. If only Murong Hua had come alone, he might have had a chance to fight. Suspended in midair, affected by the formation, Murong Hua looked downward, only to see an endless expanse of bamboo, failing to catch sight of the village or her companions. She pondered, Yu Wuxia must have fled in this direction. Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate further. However, the eerie bamboo forest gave her pause. Being alone could prove perilous if she fell into a trap. She decided to unleash an eternal flame upon the bamboo sea to gauge its reaction. This boundless bamboo grove would surely ignite with interest. Yet, if Yu Wuxia were indeed hiding within and she inadvertently set him ablaze, she would become a villain throughout history. To err on the side of caution, she resolved to return and rally her companions, reasoning that while her brother-in-law might escape initially, he could not evade capture indefinitely. Before departing, Murong Hua intentionally skimmed the edge of the bamboo sea. The sight of the azure dragon in the heavens left the onlookers breathless and frozen in place. In that moment, Murong Hua inadvertently locked eyes with Yu Wuxia. Before long, she accelerated her departure, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. The bamboo forest followers were paralyzed with fear. After a while, once they confirmed she had truly left, they began to whisper among themselves. It's over. Is this the legendary dragon clan? Just one glance instills dread in our hearts. Do you think our master can contend with this terrifying dragon? Yu Wuxiao bowed to Zhu Yin, saying, I apologize for the disturbance these past few days. I take my leave now. May you all take care. He surmised that this place was no longer safe. It would be unwise to drag them into his predicament. Zhu Yin hastily implored, No, you must stay. This bamboo sea has exceptional protection from the formation, which barely conceals your aura. If you leave now, within 3 days, Morong Hahua will catch up to you, and I will concede defeat. However, if you plead with your master aunt, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Yu Wuxiao furrowed his brow, realizing that if he were captured and returned to the Eastern Palace, it would spell his doom. Merely envisioning Murong Yu filled him with terror and revulsion. He could only imagine the torment she would inflict upon him, likely stripping away his cultivation and casting him into the cold palace, which would be a mild fate. His fearful visage turned pale as he trembled. Then, Master Aunt, what should we do now? Zhu Yin shot him a glance, her frustration evident as she turned to leave. Now you recognize me as your Master Aunt? When you struck me earlier, why was that not apparent? With difficulty, she suppressed a smile. This was her chance to reclaim her dignity. Chapter 62. Can you tell fortunes for others? Morong Feng hurriedly grasped Zhu Yin's arm and implored, Master, please help me. Won't you? Zhu Yin sighed deeply, candidly responding, What can I possibly do? After all, my calculations show that the fateful bond between Yu Wuxia and Murong Yu remains unbroken. This is destiny, and I am powerless to intervene. Upon reflecting on Murong Yu's cunning methods, Yu Wuxia felt a chill run down his spine. Without uttering a word, he strode directly towards Zhu Yin, his expression darkening. Zhu Yin, feeling a twinge of fear, took a half step back. Ahem, what do you intend to do? Do not think I cannot handle you. I merely showed you leniency just now. Yu Wuxia knelt and clasped Zhu Yin's leg, raising his watery almond-shaped eyes to fixate on her, pleading desperately, Aunt, I beseech you, show mercy and save me. The dragon clan is filled with beasts. Perhaps his tears were too compelling. Even Qing Shan, Yin Yu, and Murong Feng joined in the appeal. Zhu Yin remained silent, her lips twitching with a hint of satisfaction. She finally regained her pride. Yu Wuxia whispered earnestly, I truly cannot return. Zhu Yin covered her mouth, unable to suppress a fit of coughs. Goodness. This little disciple is quite ruthless. After a moment, she managed to quell her cough and inquired, Will you heed your aunt's advice in the future? Yes. I will certainly listen. Yu Wuxia responded without hesitation, his hands firmly gripping Zhu Yin's garment. He shook his head fervently, adding, And, please tell me what to do. The sight of him begging so pitifully left Qing Shan, Yin Yu, and Xinghua feeling uneasy. They wondered how, after a night of fishing, they had returned to find things in such disarray. Morong Feng clenched her fists, her eyes reddening. If this continues, how is Master any different from that venomous Murong Yu? She will only bully Wuxia. She recalled the night in Chu Palace when Yu Wuxia had similarly pleaded with Murong Yu. This world, governed by the law of the jungle, had become unbearable. Zhu Yin was pleased with his reaction and chuckled lightly. You will listen to everything, regardless of the matter? Yes, yes. Yu Wuxia nodded vigorously. He dared not voice any unreasonable demands, knowing full well the consequences of doing so. Come inside, Zhu Yin instructed, helping him to his feet and leading him into the pavilion of heavenly secrets, closing the door behind them. Outside, Morong Feng and the others exchanged glances. Though Zhu Yin was his aunt, surely there were limits to their interactions? Once inside the pavilion, Zhu Yin reclined casually in a rocking chair. Sit down. Why are you so tense? Yu Wuxia remained standing, replying, But Morong Hahua has come looking for me. How can I not be anxious? Zhu Yin retorted, I calculated that you can stay here for another 7 days. Morong Hahua may pose a risk, but she will not be able to capture you immediately. Once I have crafted the jade hairpin to conceal your presence, you may leave. Thank you, Aunt. Yu Wuxia expressed gratefully, though he harbored doubts about her capability. Recalling how easily he had managed to freeze her earlier. Coughing violently, Zhu Yin struggled to suppress her fit, her eyes brimming with tears, her body trembling. This ungrateful wretch has truly gone too far. Yu Wuxia felt a wave of shame wash over him, clenching the hem of his crimson skirt as he muttered. It is all my fault. Zhu Yin managed to halt her coughing, waving her hand dismissively. Very well, I shall not stoop to the level of a younger generation. Especially not that of a man. She continued, There is another matter. That foolish child, Xiao Feng, harbors deep feelings for you. Do you have any intentions towards her? Yu Wuxia felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied softly, I am a married man. How could I have feelings for her? Besides, she is a voyeur. I do not fancy her at all. Zhu Yin nodded slightly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Oh, so you are aware that you are a married man. I had thought you were oblivious. Upon hearing her tone, Yu Wuxia felt an urge to retaliate. His aunt, despite her injuries, seemed to have forgotten the pain. He wondered what had provoked her to speak so sharply. Zhu Yin, sensing his displeasure, sat up straight, her brow furrowed as she admonished, See? You don't like hearing me speak the truth. Are you planning to take action against your aunt? Of course not, he replied. Zhu Yin, noticing his pitiful demeanor, became even more irate. How dare you act so brazenly and then play the victim? With a pointed tone, she added, Sometimes, you should reflect on your own issues. Why is Murong Yu so fixated on you? Ultimately, is it not because you have been reckless, parading around in such a beguiling manner? Yu Wuxia had long since lost his patience, thinking to himself, if he were to consider his own issues, what about Mo Rongyu's disregard for humanity? How could he be expected to take responsibility for that? After all these years, he could not even defeat himself. Was that not shameful? Why was she not reflecting on her own shortcomings? Finally, Zhu Yin had her fill of lecturing. Go rest, control yourself. You carry an air of seduction. You should cleanse yourself properly. Understood, Yu Wuxia replied, feeling a flush of heat rise to his face. Why did Zhu Yin have to speak of such matters? It was utterly mortifying. He turned on his heel, storming upstairs with heavy footsteps. This Zhu Yin, clad in her ethereal blue attire, possessed an otherworldly beauty. Yet her tongue was as sharp as a dagger. Outside, Mo Rongfeng and the others had been eavesdropping for quite some time. Qing Shan murmured. Why is this strange and so unpleasant to listen to? Mo Rongfeng explained softly. She is just like that. She means well. Yin Yu interjected. What good is that? With such a wicked master, our young lord wouldn't choose you even in a second marriage. You might as well abandon that hope. Mo Rongfeng fell silent, her expression darkening. Qing Shan chastised. Yin Yu, what nonsense are you spouting now? I believe our young lord and the crown princess are merely having a minor quarrel. There is no need for remarriage. She did not genuinely believe that, but merely wished to provoke Mo Rongfeng to prevent her from fawning over the young lord daily. Mo Rongfeng, seething with anger, exclaimed, You two self-serving traitors. Do you not know how miserable Wuxia has been in the Eastern Palace? That azure dragon just now could not have been summoned by you two, could it? At her words, tensions escalated between the two parties. Seeing the situation worsen, Xinghua suggested quietly, Why don't we check if the young lord has fallen asleep? Both sides shot her an exasperated glance. While Qing Shan took Yin Yu by the hand and led her upstairs. The following day, after breakfast, Yu Wuxia remained troubled, leaning against the window. Lost in thought as he watched the village children playing outside. Zhu Yin offered consolation. Everything has its destined course. Worrying excessively will only harm your health. Yu Wuxia inquired. When may I leave? Zhu Yin replied, slightly annoyed. Did we not discuss this last night? Once I have crafted the jade hairpin, you shall leave, and the farther, the better. Do not ever return. But what about when Mo Ronghua comes looking for us? What will you do, Aunt? Zhu Yin appeared confident, assuring him. You need not concern yourself. I have my own plans. A faint smile graced her lips, barely perceptible. Yu Wuxia felt a flicker of gratitude. He was glad to see that he cared about his aunt's safety. With a playful smile, Yu Wuxia took her hand and, with his sparkling, pleading eyes, asked, Aunt, could you tell fortunes for me? Chapter 63. The young lady Yu Wuxia had come to realize that Zhu Yin was rather inflexible. The way she spoke to her was infuriating. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yin stiffened in place. It seemed that all her teachings over the past few days had gone unheard by Yu Wuxia. Yet, Yu Wuxia continued to gaze at her with flirtatious eyes. Anger surged within Zhu Yin, causing her to shake with rage as she shook off Yu Wuxia's hand, gritting her teeth and declaring, I detest shameless people like you the most. Your fox-like charm is utterly repulsive. Yu Wuxia, however, was not angered. After all, she had heard such remarks before. She consoled herself with the thought that as long as she remained calm, it was Zhu Yin who would be agitated. Furthermore, she believed in the notion of turning enemies into friends. Mo Rongfeng had mentioned that her master was unparalleled in divination. It was said that many in the celestial realm had their own areas of expertise, and it seemed that Zhu Yin's sole proficiency lay in divination. Surely, she could not be unaware of her sister's whereabouts. After all, Zhu Yin was her master, and it would be wise to seek her counsel. A slight smile curved Yu Wuxia's lips as she thought of how Zhu Yin would incessantly nag and chastise her. The prospect of infuriating her brought Yu Wuxia a sense of satisfaction. Resolute, she feigned shyness and implored, Master, please help me divine when I might find my sister or attain freedom from the clutches of the Dragon Clan. Zhu Yin felt uncomfortable at Yu Wuxia's repeated use of I and replied tersely, I cannot divine that. Yu Wuxia quickly grasped her arm and insisted, But Master, you are the head of the Tiangong Pavilion. Is there anything in this world you do not know? Zhu Yin's lips curled into a smirk before she shot Yu Wuxia a glance, her expression quickly turning cold as she replied, Do not come to me with that. Yu Wuxia maintained her hopeful gaze, while Zhu Yin chose to ignore her, staring off into the distance. Yu Wuxia then tugged at her arm, shaking it and pleading, Just take pity on me and give it a try. Finally, Zhu Yin could no longer tolerate it. She pulled her arm away and turned to leave. One may indulge in reckless banter, but one must not toy with fate. Interfering in others' destinies was unwise, especially in matters concerning the celestial realm. Zhu Yin, accustomed to tranquility, had no desire to engage in the chaos of mortal affairs. She wished to avoid entanglement, lest she be drawn into endless turmoil. Seeing Zhu Yin attempt to depart, Yu Wuxia hurriedly stepped in her path. Blushing, she pleaded, Master, please divine when my sister and I can meet again. With a sigh, Zhu Yin feigned profundity and said, Fate and destiny are elusive concepts, tied only to the thoughts of individuals. When the time comes to meet, you shall meet. When the time comes to part, you shall part. Yu Wuxia fell silent, her desire to draw her sword simmering beneath the surface. Yet, she restrained herself and asked, Master, will Mo Rongyu capture me? Zhu Yin replied simply, Yes. What should I do then? Yu Wuxia inquired, her voice tinged with desperation. Zhu Yin teased, What else can you do? Simply accept your fate as her consort. With that, Yu Wuxia turned to leave, seemingly resolved. Instead of taking the stairs, she leaped from the window. If Zhu Yin's words held any truth, would she forever remain ensnared in Morong Yu's grasp? What meaning would life hold then? As she passed by, Yu Wuxia leaped from the Tiangong pavilion, landing gracefully below. She sighed. Indeed, possessing a high realm is advantageous. One can descend without the use of stairs. Zhu Yin hurried after her, blocking her path once more. The affairs of the world are endless, and the heaven's decree is inescapable, she warned. Yu Wuxia's face twisted in anger, her eyes nearly brimming with tears as she retorted, "What does that matter when tigers and wolves lurk at the threshold, discussing fate? If Morong Yu captures me, I will surely meet my demise. What use are lofty principles when faced with her wrath?" Pushing past the speechless Zhu Yin, Yu Wuxia strode towards the bamboo forest. Zhu Yin remained behind, sighing and shaking her head. In the early morning of Zhuhai town, the scent of wood and leaves wafted through the air. The townsfolk rose with the sun and rested at dusk. With nothing better to do, Yu Wuxia observed two elders engrossed in a game of chess at the village entrance. Just as she became absorbed in the game, Morong Feng approached, seemingly at an inopportune moment. "Young master, do you also enjoy watching chess?" she asked. Yu Wuxia furrowed her brow, pondering the troubles of both master and disciple. Morong Feng, undeterred, continued, "Young master, shall we return and practice our skills?" With a smile, Yu Wuxia replied, "That sounds agreeable." The two slowly made their way through the village toward the Tiangong pavilion, drawing the attention of villagers who whispered and exchanged glances. One elder, missing an arm, murmured, "Look, I told you, Xiao Feng has been enchanted by this vixen, but you didn't believe me." Another elder, with a leg amputated, chimed in, Indeed. I heard he is even of the celestial realm. Is that true? Can men even cultivate?" Yu Wuxia felt an inexplicable agitation rise within her as she cast them a glance. The chilling aura she emanated made the elders shudder, silencing their chatter. Morong Feng mumbled to herself, "Young master, why are you of the celestial realm? Isn't it typically only women who can cultivate?" Her confusion was palpable. After all, it was one thing for Yu Wuxia to be of the celestial realm, but her master, Zhu Yin, was not even a match for him. Morong Feng felt a twinge of inferiority as a mere earth realm cultivator. Yu Wuxia acknowledged, indeed. He was at a loss for how to explain it. Men capable of cultivation were already rare, and the societal pressure against them was immense. 3 obediences and 4 virtues, the subjugation of wives to husbands. The objectification and torment of males. Even with a modicum of talent, what could it amount to? Ultimately, they were merely playthings for the wealthy and powerful. The number of men who could reach the celestial realm throughout history was likely limited to himself. He had broken the mold. Suddenly, Morong Feng stepped in front of Yu Wuxia, blocking his path. With a look of realization, she asked, "Young master, you aren't a young lady, are you?" Yu Wuxia's expression turned to one of shock. Once he regained his composure, he grasped her shoulders and pushed her away, hastening toward the Tiangong pavilion. "What young lady?" Morong Feng timidly followed him. As they neared the Tiangong pavilion, she finally summoned the courage to ask, "If you are not a woman, how can you be of the celestial realm? Throughout history, which man has ever reached that level?" Yu Wuxia smiled gently and replied, "How might I prove that I am not a woman?" Morong Feng licked her slightly dry lips, grinning as she scrutinized him from head to toe. Perhaps. Chapter 64. Rosy clouds aglow. Yu Wuxia was acutely aware of the flippant undertones in Morong Feng's words. However, he considered himself to be far removed from the naive young master he once was upon his debut into society. He resolved to observe Morong Feng's machinations. Adopting a countenance of radiant smiles, Yu Wuxia inquired, "What profound insights do you possess, esteemed sister?" Morong Feng, her cheeks flushed with a delicate crimson, declared with feigned solemnity, "The solution is simple. Upon our return to the heavenly pivot pavilion, the young master shall disrobe, allowing me to conduct a thorough examination." As she spoke, she gesticulated with eager anticipation, as if poised to commence the inspection forthwith. She was determined to seduce Yu Wuxia, as her fellow apprentices had advised. Yu Wuxia, his countenance tinged with a delicate blush, cast a reproachful glance at her before proceeding to unfasten his garments. "Behold," he exclaimed with coy petulance. "Behold now. Why tarry until our return to the heavenly pivot pavilion?" Alarmed, Morong Feng hastily seized his hand, preventing him from further disrobing. "Pray, young master, do not be incensed," she implored, her voice laced with trepidation. Despite her words, her gaze lingered upon Yu Wuxia's alabaster neck, eliciting a perceptible gulp. Subsequently, she cast a furtive glance at the passers-by in the vicinity, deeming it unfitting for her future consort to be thus exposed to public scrutiny. "Cease your impertinence," Yu Wuxia retorted, disengaging her grasp and quickening his pace toward the heavenly pivot pavilion. Morong Feng responded with a knowing smile, shadowing his every step. She perceived Yu Wuxia's actions as deliberate coquetry, igniting a tempestuous flutter within her heart. It appeared that all men were, indeed, cut from the same cloth. The conquest of Yu Wuxia, she surmised, was but a matter of time. With this realization, she struggled to suppress the triumphant curve of her lips. Upon their return to the heavenly pivot pavilion, the two settled at the chessboard. Yu Wuxia lifted a teacup, taking a delicate sip to quell the inner turmoil. How could he have behaved with such a lack of decorum? His actions were devoid of all propriety. The realization caused a fresh wave of crimson to suffuse his cheeks. Mo Rongfeng gazed wistfully at the horizon, enraptured by the spectacle of the rising sun, its rosy hues painting the sky. The sight was beautiful, she mused, akin to Yu Wuxia's captivating allure. After a moment, Yu Wuxia composed himself and inquired, "Were you not desirous of engaging in a game of chess?" Mo Rongfeng, startled back to reality, replied with a touch of embarrassment, "Indeed, young master. Pray, proceed." Confident in her superior skills, she anticipated an effortless victory over Yu Wuxia. 2 hours elapsed. Yu Wuxia, faced with an inevitable defeat, remained silent. He suspected that Mo Rongfeng had learned some unorthodox tactics from her deceitful master. Mo Rongfeng, emboldened by her apparent victories, seized Yu Wuxia's hand, gently caressing it. "Pray, young master, do not be aggrieved," she cooed. "There is no one else present." Otherwise, she gestured suggestively toward Yu Wuxia's attire. Yu Wuxia withdrew his hand, his smile radiating a disarming sweetness. "Have you had your fill of touching?" he inquired. A chilling aura enveloped Mo Rongfeng, causing her to tremble. "Young master, do not be incensed," she stammered. "Victory and defeat are transient. It was merely a stroke of luck." Yu Wuxia remained silent, incensed by the audacity of the peeping Tom who dared to lay hands upon him. Furthermore, the sting of defeat only served to exacerbate his simmering frustration. With a swift maneuver, he toppled Mo Rongfeng to the ground, pinning her beneath his foot. Gazing down at her from his elevated position, he inquired, "Are you pleased with your victory?" Mo Rongfeng, winded by the fall, clung to Yu Wuxia's leg, forcing a smile. "So fair, so tender," she gasped. "To die beneath a peony blossom would be a romantic demise, even as a ghost." Yu Wuxia's murderous intent intensified. Yet his countenance remained serene. "Then I shall grant your wish," he declared. At that moment, Zhu Yin inadvertently intruded upon the scene, prompting Yu Wuxia to immediately retract his foot and temper his demeanor. Zhu Yin promptly assisted Mo Rongfeng to her feet, leading her away with a disapproving air. "I have words to impart to you," she stated. Yu Wuxia stealthily followed them, suspecting that Zhu Yin's words would be far from complimentary, and that he would be the subject of her disparaging remarks. Zhu Yin ushered Mo Rongfeng into a secluded chamber, where she began to impart her counsel. "Xiaofeng," she began, "there are so many worthy men in this world. Why must you?" Mo Rongfeng remained silent, convinced that Yu Wuxia harbored feelings for her. After a long pause, Zhu Yin, realizing the futility of her persuasion, inquired, "In this chaotic world, what do you deem most important?" Yu Wuxia, eavesdropping from his concealed position, scoffed inwardly. In such a turbulent era, what could possibly matter besides power and influence? However, since his breakthrough to the celestial realm, all his diligent study and contemplation had proven fruitless. His cultivation seemed to be impeded, relying solely on chance encounters, battles, or moments of epiphany for even the slightest improvement. Within the chamber, Zhu Yin continued her lecture, her brow furrowed in concern. "Xiaofeng, have you considered that if you fail to ascend to the celestial realm, that little scoundrel Yu Wuxia will never hold you in esteem?" Mo Rongfeng's eyes burned with resentment at these words. She had attained the pinnacle of the terrestrial realm in a mere 30 years, a feat that marked her as one in a million. Yet, she had the misfortune of encountering an extraordinary being like Yu Wuxia. The comparison was infuriating. The thought of Yu Wuxia begging for mercy beneath another person's body only served to tighten her grip into clenched fists. Zhu Yin, possessing a modicum of telepathic ability, detected Mo Rongfeng's thoughts. A faint smile graced her lips as she continued her gentle persuasion. "Do you not yearn to ascend to the celestial realm?" "I do," Mo Rongfeng retorted, her voice laced with vehemence. "It is my most fervent desire." Outside the chamber, Yu Wuxia found the exchange amusing. Ascending to the celestial realm was not a matter of mere desire. Throughout history, countless cultivators at the pinnacle of the terrestrial realm had been reduced to ashes by the celestial tribulation. Even more failed to qualify for the trial. Within the chamber, Zhu Yin leaned back in her rocking chair and smiled. "Have you ever pondered why the dragon and demon clans cultivate at a far more rapid pace than humans?" Mo Rongfeng shook her head. "Is it not simply because they possess an inherent advantage?" Zhu Yin waved her hand dismissively. "Nay, nay," Mo Rongfeng frowned. "Is it because the dragon clan has Empress Murong, and the demon clan has Demon Lord Sangshu, such powerful figures?" Yu Wuxia and the others outside concurred with this assessment. Zhu Yin, however, adopted a mysterious air. "You are only half correct." Mo Rongfeng's brow furrowed further. "Master, if you wish to speak, then do so. If not, I shall depart." From her experience, such pronouncements from her master often heralded inconsequential discourse. Despite her words, she remained seated opposite Zhu Yin, prepared to listen attentively. Zhu Yin conjured a cup of tea and took a leisurely sip. The heavenly pivot pavilion was momentarily silent. Not only Mo Rongfeng but also Yu Wuxia and the others were eager to hear Zhu Yin's insights, consuming the flesh and blood of other cultivators. Then proceeding with one's cultivation yields twice the result with half the effort, she declared. Yu Wuxia and the others outside were taken aback. Could such a thing be possible? They had never heard of such a method. Within the chamber, Mo Rongfeng frowned. Though she dreamed of ascending to the celestial realm, she could not bring herself to engage in such an act. Seeing her hesitation, Zhu Yin smiled. Crossing her legs, she continued her gentle persuasion. I'm not suggesting that you consume humans. Consuming demons or other such beings would suffice. Chapter 65, 30 Years in the East. 30 years in the West. Morong Fong cautiously inquired, shall we capture a monster for a taste? Zhu Yin remained silent and gestured towards the door. In an instant, Morong Fong understood. His master was clearly unwilling to partake in such an endeavor. Instead, it would be prudent to seek out Yu Wuxia. Outside the partition, Yu Wuxia was also intrigued. If consuming monsters could enhance one's cultivation, then there was no time to lose. As long as he grew sufficiently strong. Finding his sister and defeating Morong Yu would merely be a matter of time. With this thought, Yu Wuxia lowered his voice and addressed Qing Shan and Yin Yu. Time is of the essence. Let us capture 2 small monsters to stew for soup, shall we? Before either could respond, the door swung open with a crash. Morong Fong rushed over, grasping Yu Wuxia's hand, and pleaded, young master, take me with you. Yu Wuxia, seeing her sparkling eyes, couldn't suppress a smile. Very well. You may come along. Let us depart. Xinghua, already pale, quietly questioned, what is the matter with monsters? Must they die? Yu Wuxia remained silent, as did Morong Fong. Qing Shan smiled and declared, let us take action. Yin Yu immediately understood, forcefully pinning Xinghua to the ground. Xinghua, filled with terror, exclaimed, if our Shuang finds out, she will not let you go. Before she could finish, Qing Shan covered her mouth. Despite her desperate struggles, she could not break free. Tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with despair. Yu Wuxia paid her no mind, seemingly lost in thought about her earlier words. Morong Fong gently urged, young master, do not act this way. After all, you were once master and servant. Yu Wuxia felt that Xinghua showed no fear of him and repeatedly provoked him. It was an opportune moment to teach her a lesson. Qing Shan had already drawn a dagger, placing it against Xinghua's neck. With a serious expression she asked, young master, do you think rat meat might be too unpalatable? Morong Fong scolded, you too, cease this at once. Yet Yu Wuxia, Qing Shan, and Yin Yu ignored her, continuing to discuss how to devour Xinghua, the little mouse. In truth, they had no intention of following through. It was merely a way to frighten her. With a sudden crash, Zhu Yin hurried over, waving her hand to shove Qing Shan and Yin Yu aside. Wuxia, you are truly becoming more outrageous. Yu Wuxia shot Zhu Yin a glance of disdain, retorting, it is merely a harmless jest. Xinghua's beautiful eyes were wide with fear. They clearly knew she was a rat spirit. Why would they make such a joke? Zhu Yin pulled Xinghua behind her, pointing at Yu Wuxia as she scolded. You deserve to be bullied by Morong Yu. Evil must contend with evil. Behind her, Xinghua mustered the courage of a mouse and echoed, exactly, exactly. Soon, both women had provoked Yu Wuxia's ire. He glared fiercely at Xinghua, feeling he had always been gentle and kind, charming and graceful. How could he be labeled as a villain? And as for Zhu Yin, her sharp tongue was insufferable. She was surely asking for a reprimand. Zhu Yin's expression darkened further. She had not anticipated Yu Wuxia's insidiousness. Why had she not noticed it sooner? First, he bullied Little Fong, and now he allowed his servant to torment Xinghua. Truly, one cannot dwell in the same household without bearing a resemblance. It was no wonder he was the Dragon Clan's princess consort, a perfect match for Morong Yu. With a flash of cold light, Yu Wuxia unsheathed the water-cold sword. The tea on the table instantly froze, emanating frigid air. He struggled to suppress his fury, performing a flourish with the sword. With a faint smile, he said, I have recently learned a new technique. Would you care to experience it, Master Zhu? Zhu Yin had intended to accept the challenge, but upon glancing at the water-cold sword in his hand, she felt a twinge of insecurity. If she were to lose to him again, it would be quite embarrassing. Better to let him spar with Little Fong, and perhaps provide some guidance to her as well. Perhaps the bond between master and disciple was profound. Morong Fong, with a humble expression, quickly bowed to Yu Wuxia, saying, young master, why not allow me to go first? She wished to spare Zhu Yin from further humiliation. Moreover, engaging in a duel with Yu Wuxia would be quite beneficial. First, it would strengthen their bond, and second, it would provide her with a chance to learn. After all, Yu Wuxia's swordsmanship was evidently superior to her masteress. His water-cold sword, ranked 7th on the sword ranking list, was indeed enviable. Yu Wuxia dismissed her with a scornful expression, sheathing his sword. You are not yet worthy. After all, a mere flick of his wrist could easily surpass the earthly realm. It would be quite unfortunate if he inadvertently harmed Morong Fong. Qing Shan followed suit, taunting. If you were even slightly clever, you would realize the disparity without lifting a finger. Yin Yu lightly patted Morong Feng's face, teasing, look, she is even angry now. Qing Shan reproached, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. I advise you to abandon this fruitless desire. They both felt that Morong Fong was simply unworthy of their young master. Morong Fong clenched her sword tightly, her eyes misting with emotion. One can indeed be defeated by their own arrogance. I may currently be a waste, unworthy of your esteem. However, I, Morong Fong, have a piece of advice for you. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a girl and her poverty. Her words resounded with conviction, earning her a measure of Yu Wuxia's respect. If you possess the courage, then let us spar. He drew the water-cold sword once more and vanished from Tianji Pavilion. In the courtyard, Yu Wuxia stood coldly in his white attire, the water-cold sword glimmering in the sunlight. Mo Rongfeng emerged slowly from Tianji Pavilion, sword in hand. Zhu Yin, Jing Shan, and Yin Yu would not miss this contest and gathered to watch. The unique murderous intent of the heavenly realm pressed down on all present, suffocating them. Yu Wuxia lazily raised the water-cold sword, directing it at Mo Rongfeng. You may begin. Let me see what skills you possess that embolden such arrogance. His tone was somewhat flippant. Mo Rongfeng's sword dissipated, becoming elusive and formless. My apologies, young master. Allow me to demonstrate the Qian Kuan 10,000 swords. In an instant, thousands of swords descended from the heavens, all aimed at Yu Wuxia. Unfazed, Yu Wuxia knew well the tricks of sword cultivators. There was nothing particularly novel about it. A dense swarm of flying swords, accompanied by the sound of wind and an aura of malice, surged towards Yu Wuxia. The sight was enough to send chills down one's spine. As the flying swords drew nearer to Yu Wuxia, a flicker of worry crossed Mo Rongfeng's mind. She felt that, since Yu Wuxia was of the heavenly realm, he would not relent against her attack. But if she were to truly injure him, what would become of her? Just as the flying swords were about to strike Yu Wuxia, he remained motionless, seemingly indifferent. The small town was already small enough. Such a dense rain of swords had drawn the attention of the entire populace. Everyone's hearts raced with anxiety. In an instant, a gust of cold wind enveloped Yu Wuxia, and the torrent of swords transformed into scattered snowflakes upon contact with the wind. Mo Rongfeng wiped the sweat from her forehead, evidently in terms of oppressive presence. Yu Wuxia surpassed her master by far. Mo Rongfeng's veins stood out as she continued to maneuver thousands of flying swords in an assault against Yu Wuxia. But it was in vain. After a quarter of an incense stick's time, the rain of swords persisted. This technique drained Mo Rongfeng significantly, and she felt her spirit crumbling. She was overwhelmed with fatigue, her eyelids growing heavier. With a casual wave, Yu Wuxia summoned a gust of cold wind that dissipated all the flying swords. This gust of cold wind also sent Mo Rongfeng tumbling to the ground. He mocked, "Is that all? Do you have no fresh tricks left to showcase?" Chapter 66, A Final Struggle? A gentle breeze swayed as flocks of wild geese soared across the azure sky. Before the Tianji Pavilion, Mo Rongfeng brandished her sword. Her voice of fierce proclamation, heaven and earth, 10,000 swords. In the cerulean expanse above, countless long swords manifested, poised and ready for action. The contemptuous demeanor of Yu Wuxia ignited her fury. She vowed that one day she would overpower this insolent wretch and exact her vengeance. Yu Wuxia remained silent, undeterred. "Is this all you have? How many times will you repeat this?" Mo Rongfeng shouted. 10,000 swords returned to their source. In an instant, the multitude of swords coalesced into a colossal azure blade, its edge aimed straight at Yu Wuxia. With a mere thought, the giant blade descended from the heavens, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, crashing down upon Yu Wuxia. Yet, with a subtle shift, she effortlessly evaded the full force of Mo Rongfeng's attack. An invisible pressure bore down upon Mo Rongfeng, leaving her breathless. Her thin garments were drenched in sweat, yet she clutched her sword tightly, her gaze unwavering. She appeared ready for a blood-soaked battle. If her magic failed her, she would resort to pure swordsmanship. Just as she prepared to strike, Yu Wuxia ensnared her lower body with the ethereal ice vines, rendering her immobile. Yu Wuxia sheathed her sword and approached slowly, stating, "This is a technique I learned from Master Zhu Yin. How does it feel?" Soon, an unbearable chill enveloped Mo Rongfeng, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. She surrendered, lowering her gaze, and admitted, "I concede." Seemingly unsatisfied, Yu Wuxia willed the ice vines to dissolve. She beckoned Mo Rongfeng with a gesture, "Come again." After a moment's hesitation, Mo Rongfeng gripped her sword tightly and charged at him in fury. She refused to believe that the disparity between the celestial and earthly realms was insurmountable. As their swords clashed, it took but an instant for Yu Wuxia to effortlessly send her flying backward towards the Tianji Pavilion. Fortunately, Zhu Yin's quick reflexes allowed her to catch Mo Rongfeng, preventing severe injury. Yu Wuxia returned her sword to its sheath, surveying the shattered ground. "Such a pity. Master Zhu Yin, when will we be able to leave this place? Perhaps we could capture a couple of small demons and see if we can enhance our powers." Zhu Yin's brow furrowed as she calculated, her expression darkening. A sense of foreboding washed over her. The concealed breath of the jade hairpin has not been properly refined. How can we leave? It's over, truly. One cannot outsmart destiny. A strange dragon's aura approached. Yu Wuxia, confused, inquired, "What do you mean? Over?" "Ah, Wuxia. So you were hiding here. How easy it was for my sister to find you." The voice was unmistakably that of Mo Rongfeng. She appeared beside Yu Wuxia, arms crossed. Yu Wuxia's pupils widened in shock as he beheld Mo Rongfeng, who styled her hair into an elegant 9-ring bun, adorned with a radiant smile, exuding a beauty akin to a blossoming flower. Clad in a peach-colored gown layered with a flowing skirt, she appeared as a symbol of earthly wealth. "Wuxia, come back with me," she commanded. A palpable aura of murderous intent filled the air, silencing all present. Yu Wuxia raised his water-cold sword, directing it towards Mo Rongfeng, demanding, "Where is Mo Rongyu?" Mo Rongfeng, unfazed, replied, "Sister is, of course, waiting for you in the Eastern Palace." As she spoke, she glided closer to Yu Wuxia. He, overwhelmed with dread, retreated slowly, fear and despair evident in his eyes. Morong Hua appeared pleased, a smile gracing her lips as she pressed forward. Yu Wuxiao found himself with no retreat left, and he instinctively placed his sword against her neck, weakly threatening, "Don't come any closer." With a soft smile, Morong Hua leaned in, whispering, "You wouldn't want anything to happen to your sister, would you?" Her voice was barely audible, yet it reached Yu Wuxiao's ears distinctly. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. Sister? Could she really fall into Morong Yu's hands? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Morong Hua seized the opportunity, snatching the sword from his grasp. With one hand wielding the water-cold sword and the other embracing Yu Wuxiao, she tightened her hold. Zuyin, Morong Feng, and the others surrounded them, weapons drawn. Morong Hua tightened her embrace around Yu Wuxiao. "Today, I am in a good mood and will refrain from fighting. For Wuxiao's sake, I shall spare your lives. If you are wise, leave at once." Should she truly kill them, it would only incite Yu Wuxiao's wrath, which would not bode well. Zuyin observed the hand Morong Hua had placed around Yu Wuxiao's shoulder, her brow furrowed as the dust around her stirred without wind. "Who might you be, esteemed lady?" "Morong Hua. What is your relationship with him?" she inquired. Morong Hua playfully pinched Yu Wuxiao's cheek. "What relationship I have with him is none of your concern." Zuyin retorted, "You have no shame. Release him." Casually, Morong Hua cast aside the water-cold sword, her grip on Yu Wuxiao's shoulder tightening as she pulled him closer. "If you do not leave now, none of you shall survive." Yu Wuxiao felt a mix of embarrassment and discomfort as he was publicly embraced. He pushed against Morong Hua, stammering, "What are you doing?" "I am yours." Morong Hua laughed. "Look at you, blushing. We are family. What is there to be shy about?" Finding that he could not break free, Yu Wuxiao, with a thought, summoned the water-cold sword once more. He struck Morong Hua's abdomen with a forceful blow, causing her to stumble backward. "At the very least, I am the granddaughter of the celestial lady. Do not lay hands on me." Morong Hua conjured a bronze sword, her laughter ringing out. "Your sister is in my grasp. Do you still hope for Morong Yu to come to your rescue?" Although she knew it was improper to act so with Yu Wuxiao, her curiosity was piqued. She had never encountered a man of celestial rank before. It was indeed intriguing. She simply wished to see how a man of such stature might differ in play. Yu Wuxiao demanded, "Where is Morong Yu?" "She is gravely injured and has specifically sent me to fetch you. If you return obediently, I assure you, I will not harm you." "What do you say?" Yu Wuxiao remained silent, pressing her for answers. "Where is my sister?" Morong Hua's eyes gleamed with a mischievous light. "She is of course captured and locked away in a dungeon. Where else could she be?" Zuyin immediately countered, "Wuxia, do not trust the words of the Dragon Clan. I have calculated. Yu Wuxia is unharmed. Together, we can defeat her." Yu Wuxia considered her words, ready to act. Morong Hua laughed heartily, pointing at Zuyin. "If you were truly skilled in calculations, why would you be so frightened upon encountering me? Your hands are trembling. Wuxia, think carefully. Whom will you trust, her or me?" Yu Wuxia gripped the water-cold sword tightly, lost in contemplation. The whereabouts of Yu Wuxia remained uncertain. Furthermore, the last time Yu Wuxia faced Morong Hua, she did not falter. How could she have fallen into her clutches? Yet, with Zuyin beside him, though they were two celestial beings, would they truly have the upper hand against one? Should he take the plunge and fight with all his might? Chapter 67. Returned to the palace, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. At this moment, it seemed as though dozens of sword-wielding figures had surrounded Morong Hua, creating a menacing wall of black. Yet, she bore a faint smile, her bronze sword gleaming with brilliance, seemingly unperturbed by the throng. In the few days of absence, she appeared to have grown significantly stronger, while Yu Wuxia, Zuyin, and Morong Feng appeared to be on high alert. Morong Hua raised her hand, pointing at Zuyin and the others. With a serious tone, she declared, "Wuxia, come back with me obediently, or none of them shall live." In an instant, her domain expanded, and a palpable aura of bloody intent permeated the air, carrying with it a hint of iron and death, creating an eerie atmosphere. All present gripped their sword hilts tightly, trembling as if walking on thin ice. The fear that humanity felt towards the Dragon Clan seemed ingrained in their very bones. Yu Wuxia felt that it was best not to involve the innocent. Engaging in battle with Morong Hua here would likely result in no survivors in this bamboo forest. He slowly sheathed his sword and said, "I will go back with you." Upon hearing this, Zuyin, Morong Feng, and the others drew closer, weapons at the ready. Clearly, they were unwilling to hinder Yu Wuxia, nor could they stand idly by as their handsome companion was taken by such a beast. With a look of disdain, Morong Hua remarked, "Pitiful weaklings, form the sword formation." At Zhu Yin's command, the remaining disciples, each armed with long swords, elegantly encircled Morong Hua at the center. She was uncertain whether her sword formation would be effective, but she felt compelled to muster the courage to try. A flicker of green flames ignited in Morong Hua's eyes as she laughed. In the face of absolute strength, numerical advantage is rendered meaningless. Yu Wuxia remained silent. Did Zhu Yin not understand the insurmountable gap between the celestial and earth ranks? Yet, she commanded her disciples to march to their doom. Morong Hua observed the circle of black-clad sword cultivators surrounding her. They had successfully formed a sword array, conjuring several golden talismans that bound her, seemingly limiting her power. A faint smile graced her lips. Such trivial skills, she thought. "Attack," Zhu Yin ordered. Instantly, thousands of long swords danced around Murong Hua, closing in tightly. The green flames in her hand flickered, and in an instant, the myriad swords turned to ash. The sword formation crumbled without a fight, leaving the onlookers in stunned disbelief. In a flash, she broke through the encirclement and struck down one of the sword cultivators, whose lifeless body fell without a final blink. With a savage grin, Murong Hua withdrew her bronze sword, and the fallen's remains turned to ash, carried away by the wind. Before anyone could mourn the dead, Zhu Yin unleashed her bamboo whips towards Murong Hua with all her might. In an instant, Murong Hua was overwhelmed, the whips constricting around her, forming a green cocoon. Each whip seemed to possess a life of its own, glowing with a verdant light, tightening mercilessly around the center where Murong Hua was ensnared. A heavy silence fell over the scene, and the crowd was astounded. Was this truly the end? Yuuxia felt a growing unease. Murong Hua, employing a familiar tactic, watched as the bamboo whips around her turned to ash in an instant. With a hint of irritation, she remarked, "You sought death. You have no one to blame but yourself." It was clear that Zhu Yin was their leader, thus, taking her down first would be prudent. Like a specter, Murong Hua lunged at Zhu Yin with her bronze sword. Zhu Yin instinctively attempted to evade, but was ensnared by the bloodthirsty aura, and despite her utmost effort, she could not budge an inch, feeling death encroach upon her. The disparity in their powers should not have been so vast. Zhu Yin had been marked by celestial signs at birth, having dedicated a century to cultivation, yet before Murong Hua, she felt so feeble. Why was the dragon clan favored so by fate? Seeing this, Yuuxia made a swift decision. He wielded his water-cold sword, cutting a perfect arc toward Murong Hua. After all, Zhu Yin was his mentor and had willingly stepped forward for him. He could not simply watch her perish. At that moment, although Murong Hua could withstand Yuuxia's attack, she had no desire to sustain injuries. Despite her remarkable recovery abilities, pain was still a burden. Thus, she redirected her sword and engaged Yuuxia in combat. Zhu Yin nearly fainted, as she was not adept in battle. Murong Hua, with a faint smile, wielded her bronze sword. And the murderous intent grew ever more intense, the scent of blood wafting through the air. The clash of the water-cold sword and the bronze sword echoed fiercely. In mere moments, Murong Feng, Qishan, and Yin Yu turned pale, a sense of helplessness rising from within. The contest between celestial ranks was beyond their reach. The chasm between celestial and earth ranks felt insurmountable. Zhu Yin dared not act recklessly. It seemed as though Murong Hua had grown weary of the game, forcefully repelling Yuuxia. She genuinely praised, "Wuxia, your swordsmanship is quite impressive." Yuuxia, nearly having his grip shattered, struggled to maintain his stance with the water-cold sword. His face flushed with exertion, sweat pouring down, and his hair in disarray, his sword arm trembled uncontrollably. Each of Murong Hua's strikes was lethal and relentless, and despite his utmost efforts, he could only barely defend himself. Conversely, Murong Hua moved with ease, gradually closing in while dispatching two sword cultivators with casual strokes. With a threatening tone, she urged, "Come back with me, brother-in-law. If I harm you, it won't just be your sister who will grieve, even I will feel the pain." Zhu Yin and the others glared at her, yet they were powerless to intervene. Yuuxia, gazing at the innocently slain, sheathed his water-cold sword. He felt that if the fighting continued, everyone would perish because of him. Resigned, he stated, "I will return with you. Cease your attacks." Murong Hua cast a glance at Qishan, Yin Yu, and the others, then briskly approached and linked her arm with Yuuxia's. She commanded, "You all may proceed as you wish. My brother-in-law and I shall take our leave first." Yuuxia, feeling embarrassed, shook off her hand and retorted, "I can walk by myself." Zhu Yin and the others dared not act recklessly, forced to watch as the two ascended into the sky. After a while, once the pair had departed, the group finally regained their composure. Zhu Yin and Murong Feng gazed mournfully at the departed junior sisters, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Qishan, Yin Yu, and Xinghua shared in their grief. They quietly began to tidy up the aftermath. Zhu Yin, deeply affected, lamented not only her inability to defeat Murong Hua, but also that her once prided divination skills had failed her. Murong Feng broke down in tears, watching helplessly as Yuuxia was taken away, her heart bleeding. Yet, facing Murong Hua, she could not muster a single word. Truly, she felt utterly powerless. Under the bright sky, Murong Hua followed closely behind Yuuxia, teasing, "Wuxia, you smell delightful." Yuuxia, wary, shot her a glance and asked, "What do you want?" Murong Hua playfully pulled him into her embrace, saying, "I came to see you, and I even dressed up for the occasion. Aren't you going to compliment me?" Once they were far from the bamboo forest, Yuuxia felt no further reservations. He broke free from Murong Hua's embrace, drawing his water-cold sword and pointing it at her. Coldly, he declared, "Even if you kill me, I will not return with you." This was his second attempt to escape, upon returning to the Eastern Palace. Would he not be subjected to torment? Chapter 68. A desperate struggle. Yuuxiao believed that as long as Murong Hua was alone, a fierce battle could potentially lead to victory. Earlier, amidst the bamboo forest, he had held back, fearing an accidental injury to his allies. Murong Hua gazed at his water-cold sword, speechless. "Surely, you wouldn't wish for your sister to come to harm?" She resorted to her old tricks, attempting to manipulate Yuuxia, this delicate beauty, which was almost too simple. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yuuxia's eyes, This venomous woman was surely deceiving him. The wind howled as the icy waters of the river surged. In an instant, Morong Hua smiled, only to be frozen solid and plummeted from the skies. Caught off guard, she crashed into Foaming Mountain. Yu Wuxiao followed her, where the mountain was thick with trees, leaving behind a massive crater, but Morong Hua had vanished without a trace. He knew well that the Dragon Clan was not so easily vanquished. My lady, you possess a heart of steel, a ghostly voice echoed through the dense woods. The sky had darkened, and the shadows of the forest were oppressive. How bothersome. Evidently, apart from Morong Hua, there was also a female ghost lurking about, quite noisy indeed. Yu Wuxiao, already fearful of the dark, found Morong Hua to be more daunting than both the darkness and the ghost. His domain expanded, and in an instant, Foaming Mountain transformed into a realm of ice and snow, enveloped in silence. The female ghost could not even scream for help before she dissipated like snowflakes. From the shadows, Morong Hua soared into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. Suspended in midair, she taunted, "Brother-in-law, not behaving yourself, are we?" Yu Wuxiao ascended as well, his water-cold sword shimmering with a chilling glow under the moonlight. He caressed the sword's body. One sword's frost chills 14 states. As his words fell, he wielded the water-cold sword, enveloped in boundless coldness, tracing a perfect arc toward Morong Hua. She drew her bronze sword to counter his full-force strike, and the two were locked in a stalemate. Above the night sky, the clash of swords resonated, a battle of ice against fire. Each collision sparked dazzling flames, illuminating their faces. Morong Hua's dragon scales emerged, and she struggled to defend herself. She could not genuinely injure Yu Wuxiao, so she held back. In contrast, Yu Wuxiao had clearly entered a state of relentless focus, with only coldness remaining in his gaze. He spared no effort. The water-cold sword in his grasp danced with divine artistry, its sword aura slicing through the air, exuding a pervasive chill. With every encounter, the bone-chilling cold pierced Morong Hua, akin to being pricked by countless needles. "Brother-in-law, I would rather not harm you. Do not push your luck. Today, it is either your demise or mine." Yu Wuxiao's gaze was solely filled with frost as he delivered a swift strike, narrowly missing her slender waist. It felt as though he had struck metal, unleashing brilliant sparks. Morong Hua winced in pain, retracting her bronze sword, murmuring, "You have thoroughly angered me." She let out a dragon's roar that echoed through the heavens. In an instant, she transformed into a blue dragon, spiraling through the air, charging toward Yu Wuxiao with astounding agility. Yu Wuxiao roared, expending all his strength to slash at her, yet her dragon scales proved too resilient. His attack felt like a mere tickle to Morong Hua. Yu Wuxiao sensed that since their last encounter, Morong Hua had considerably grown stronger. Moments passed, and after intensely wielding elemental power and striking madly with his sword, Yu Wuxiao found himself utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Morong Hua remained unfazed. He momentarily lost focus, only to be ensnared by her dragon claws, immobilized. Morong Hua, satisfied, tightened her grip, circling through the air, inquiring, "How does it feel? Comfortable?" Despite his struggles to freeze her, Yu Wuxiao was utterly fatigued. Morong Hua seemed to perceive his feeble attempts. As she tightened her claws, he gasped for breath, nearly losing consciousness. Dizzy and disoriented, he felt as if he might succumb to Morong Hua's grasp. Perhaps being suffocated by her was preferable to returning to the Eastern Palace to face Morong Yu's incessant torment. In a whirl of confusion, Morong Hua shifted back to her human form, cradling the unconscious Yu Wuxiao as she soared into Wuyo Golden Land, entering the residence of her good sister, Shuang. Having been somewhat rude to Yu Wuxiao earlier, she deemed it wise to pacify him first, lest he report to Sister Yu and disrupt their sisterly bond. Moreover, with Sister Yu so gravely injured, she likely could not contend with Yu Wuxiao. Thus, she would take it upon herself to discipline this little scoundrel. Though it was deep in the night, Shuang was a true night owl. She emerged, feigning confusion. "Isn't this brother-in-law?" Since she had already acknowledged Morong Yu as her elder sister, Yu Wuxiao was naturally her brother-in-law. Rest a while before departing. Morong Hua, familiar with the surroundings, found a clean room and laid Yu Wuxiao upon the bed, sitting beside him. Shuang tentatively asked, "How about staying a few more days?" "No need. Once he awakens, I will give him a few simple instructions and then leave. After toiling all day with him, I am somewhat fatigued." She harbored a slight suspicion of Shuang but dismissed it, reasoning that as a member of the demon clan, she had no reason to assist Yu Wuxiao in escaping. Shuang replied, "I will have someone keep watch over him. You should rest. After all, he was the son of an old acquaintance." Shuang had a few more words she wished to convey to Yu Wuxiao. Morong Hua turned onto the bed, lying beside him. "For safety's sake, I will sleep here." Shuang rolled her eyes internally, stating, "I have matters to attend to. I take my leave." This was very much in line with the Dragon Clan's behavior. Morong Hua called out, "Wait, you won't tell Sister Yu about this, will you?" "Of course not." The following day, Yu Wuxiao awoke to find Morong Hua sleeping soundly beside him. He immediately raised his hand to lift the covers, only to feel an icy chill on his limbs. Unbeknownst to him, he had been shackled with bronze chains, seemingly imbued with some form of restriction. He could not summon the water-cold sword, nor perform any magic. In a fit of rage, his murderous intent surged, his eyes turning crimson, yet he was unable to break the chains. Murong Hua had already awakened. She watched with satisfaction as the beautiful young man fumed in indignation. Yu Wuxia, filled with shame and anger, exclaimed, "What do you mean by this?" Murong Hua gracefully descended from the bed, approaching him slowly. "What do I mean? I am merely here to properly discipline you on behalf of Sister Yu. Will you still dare to act recklessly, you little scoundrel?" Though her initial intent was to speak kindly and soothe him, wishing to avoid trouble with Murong Yu, the sight of his petulant expression ignited her desire to tease him further. Yu Wuxia, observing Murong Hua's slow approach, was thoroughly frightened and dragged the heavy bronze chains. Attempting to flee outdoors, he flung open the door, only to collide into a soft embrace. Chapter 69. The bronze chains in a flurry of confusion. Yu Wuxia hastily retreated from the unfamiliar embrace, lifting his gaze. Those feline ears, those emerald vertical pupils, that sun-kissed skin, was it not Shu Ying? Shu Ying languidly remarked. "Long time no see. Did you sleep well last night?" From behind, Murong Hua wrapped her arms around Yu Wuxia. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered. Why the sudden eagerness to seek her affections? What do you mean by that? Shu Ying fell silent, entering the room and discreetly closing the door behind her. At this moment, Yu Wuxia found himself ensnared in Murong Hua's embrace, while under Shu Ying's scrutinizing gaze, rendering him increasingly uncomfortable. His face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled futilely. "You shameless creature. Let go of me. What do you intend to do?" This provocation ignited Murong Hua's blood, and she lifted him effortlessly, tossing him onto the couch. With a playful pretense of undressing, she teased, "What do you think I want to do? Take a guess. And if you get it right, I shall release you." Shu Ying furrowed her brow slightly and interjected, "Hua, this is inappropriate. After all, she understands the principles of propriety." Unlike the Dragon Clan, Murong Hua chuckled. "What is inappropriate about this?" Yu Wuxia, in desperation, shifted backward, feeling utterly helpless. Given the circumstances, it might be best to comply with Murong Hua. Perhaps this would incite a rivalry between her and Murong Yu, allowing him to reap the benefits while they exhausted each other. Yet, it felt rather dishonorable. Nevertheless, when dealing with such beasts, one must cast aside shame. With this thought, his cheeks flushed anew, and he sweetly declared, "Isn't that what you desire?" "I agree." Murong Hua paused in her actions, her expression turning serious. "You truly agree?" Yu Wuxia, filled with trepidation, clutched the hem of his garment tightly and whispered, "Mm." Suddenly, Murong Hua felt a sense of disappointment. The thrill of conquest diminished as Yu Wuxia's willingness stripped away the allure. No, it was not just his willingness. He still retained some semblance of dignity. A fleeting dalliance might be acceptable, but if something more were to transpire, it would be deeply unfair to Sister Yu. Given Sister Yu's severe injuries and her deep concern for Yu Wuxia, if she were to engage in such animalistic acts, she would undoubtedly be tormented by guilt in the future. She wished to remain unburdened by remorse. "Shu Ying, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with him." She resolved to impart a lesson to Yu Wuxia, ensuring that this impudent boy learned the proper conduct expected of a Dragon Clan's wife and mother. Shu Ying, with a righteous tone, remarked, "This is inappropriate. You two, alone in a room, defy the principles of propriety." Though they had already spent a night alone together, she felt compelled to voice her discontent. Yu Wuxia nearly fainted with frustration. After mustering the courage to pursue Murong Hua, Shu Ying suddenly assumed the role of a moral guardian. It must be said, Shu Ying was rather commendable. Upon hearing this, Murong Hua hastily donned her attire. "It's no matter. If you wish to observe, feel free to do so from the sidelines." Yu Wuxia's confusion deepened as he noticed her fully dressed. What new game was she playing? This was utterly unbearable. His thoughts spiraled, causing his face to flush and his breaths to quicken. Seeing his reaction, Murong Hua realized he was indeed yearning for a woman. Her irritation heightened as she yanked Yu Wuxia from the couch, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, is this how base you are?" Yu Wuxia interpreted her words as an intentional humiliation intended to amuse her, failing to recognize her genuine displeasure. He thought, as long as he could engage with Murong Hua, he could manipulate the situation to his advantage. Or perhaps she would assist him in escaping the Eastern Palace. Anything was preferable to returning quietly. He threw himself into Murong Hua's embrace, nuzzling against her, and softly pleaded, "Don't call me brother-in-law, okay? You know I don't want to go back." Veins bulging in her hands, Murong Hua seized his wrist and scolded, unashamed, "I will send you straight back to the Eastern Palace. If he desired intimacy, let it be with Sister Yu." Murong Hua's mind waged a battle between morality and desire. If something truly were to happen, how could she face Sister Yu? Yet, the way he deliberately pursued her made it exceedingly difficult to maintain her composure. "No, I refuse to return." Yu Wuxia trembled in fear, struggling against her hold. His delicate wrist was reddened from her grip, and the bronze chains clinked together with a crisp sound. Yet, Murong Hua's grip was as unyielding as iron. He could not escape. Amused by his frantic demeanor, she smirked slightly. Since he was so terrified of returning, why not have a little fun at his expense? "Then serve me well, and upon our return to the Eastern Palace, I shall intercede on your behalf." Yu Wuxia froze in place, taken aback by her audacity. Did she intend to play both sides? Was it necessary for him to further debase himself to garner her favor? Yet, with Shu Ying watching from the sidelines, He felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Casting a timid glance at Xu Ying, he remained uncertain of her thoughts. Xu Ying, silent, rose to leave, closing the door behind her. She had aided Yu Wuxia enough. Their affairs were no longer her concern. Moreover, she perceived Yu Wuxia as rather frivolous. Not the type of noble gentleman one would expect. Mu Ronghua continued to ponder, feeling that if Yu Wuxia were to take the initiative, it might not be entirely unacceptable. Yu Wuxia seemed to have resolved something within himself, tears welling as he began to undress. Unable to fight, he resigned himself to this course of action. Perhaps his movements were too slow. Before he could fully disrobe, Mu Ronghua's internal conflict resurfaced, and her better judgment prevailed once more. Put your clothes back on and accompany me to the palace. Yu Wuxia, now even more perplexed, adjusted his clothing and cautiously inquired, will you help me plead for mercy? Otherwise, I will truly be doomed upon my return to the Eastern Palace. It was humiliating enough as it was. It was Mu Ronghua who had rejected him. Was she playing hard to get? Mu Ronghua Casual Chapter 70. The Eastern Palace. Yu Wuxia gradually regained his composure. He pondered over the shamelessness he had displayed before the outsider, Xu Ying, as he had brazenly sought the affection of Mu Ronghua, only to be met with indifference. This was, for him, an undeniable humiliation. If Morong Yu were to discover this, his fate would be sealed. Disturbed and restless, he had no desire to soak in the bath and hastily dried himself. The cursed bronze shackles made donning his attire a cumbersome task. Just as he managed to dress himself, Morong Hua entered at the precise moment. Yu Wuxia felt an uncomfortable sensation. Could she have been eavesdropping? Perhaps due to his recent bath, his cheeks bore a rosy hue, lending him a vibrant appearance. His damp hair dripped with water. Morong Hua produced an odd contraption and settled on the couch, saying, brother-in-law, let me dry your hair. Yu Wuxia was perplexed by her intentions but complied and sat beside her. With great patience, Morong Hua began to dry his hair. Once she had made considerable progress, she suddenly leaned in close and whispered in his ear, how does it feel? Comfortable? Comfortable, he replied. Good, then let's return. Before he could process her words, she lifted him effortlessly and soared out. The sudden sensation of weightlessness compelled him to cling tightly to her neck. Once airborne, Morong Hua continued to hold him horizontally, showing no intention of releasing her grasp. Yu Wuxia found himself questioning how a dragon could bear such a burden without fatigue. During their previous encounter in the Imperial Garden, Morong had held him for quite some time as well. May I be set down now? He inquired. Morong Hua remained silent and gently lowered him. When you see Sister Yu, do not speak out of turn, she advised. Understood. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, the Eastern Palace, specifically Ziyun Pavilion, was bathed in a crimson glow. With a casual wave of her hand, Morong Hua dispelled the shackles binding Yu Wuxia. He rubbed his sore wrists, filled with trepidation. It was over. He could only hope that Morong Yu was indeed gravely injured and lacked the strength to confront him. Morong Yu emerged, clad in white, her complexion pale and weary. Thank you, she said weakly. There is no need for thanks between us. I take my leave, Morong Hua replied with a bow before departing. Yu Wuxia contemplated the severity of her injuries. What sort of individual could have inflicted such harm upon her? Morong Yu gestured for Yu Wuxia to approach. He stepped closer, considering that if Morong Yu remained obstinate, he might be compelled to strike her down. Taking advantage of her weakness to claim her life seemed plausible. He could not believe that, in her current state, she could still overpower him. Morong Yu embraced Yu Wuxia tightly, saying, it is enough that you have returned. During his absence, she had resolved to secure his heart firmly. Yu Wuxia trembled under her sudden embrace, sensing her ulterior motives. He was prepared to draw his sword at a moment's notice, doubting his ability to contend with a fully recovered Morong Yu, let alone one who was injured. Morong Yu gently caressed his hair and softly inquired, where have you been these past days? Yu Wuxia remained silent, poised to draw his sword. Morong Yu, seemingly oblivious to the tension between them, released him and took his hand, leading him back to her chambers. Engaging in matters of importance would foster their bond. Perhaps due to their brief separation, Yu Wuxia was overwhelmed by shyness and trepidation in Morong Yu's presence. Ultimately, he dared not draw his sword. It felt akin to returning to their wedding night. He was at a loss, unable to gauge Morong Yu's strength. A rash move would only invite defeat. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Yu Wuxia slumped onto the couch, weakly asking, who injured you? Inwardly lamenting, why didn't they finish you off? Morong Yu, however, radiated vitality, as if she had mastered the art of replenishing her energy. Moreover, Yu Wuxia, being of the celestial rank, was particularly advantageous for her. Though her strength had yet to fully return, her spirit was notably rejuvenated. She affectionately wrapped her arms around Yu Wuxia, explaining, a newly ascended celestial from the central continent. She single-handedly vanquished the demon race, driving them out of the central continent, and I was severely injured in the process. After a brief pause, she added, her victory over me is hardly remarkable. Yu Wuxia felt a deep admiration. To have defeated the demon race was tantamount to triumphing over the demon lord, Song Shu. Is she truly that formidable? What of the demon lord? What of him? He has retreated to recuperate, she replied. Yu Wuxia pondered why the assailant had not eliminated Morong Yu altogether. Morong Yu's expression darkened further. Embracing Yu Wuxia tightly, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Now." The people of the central continent revere her as a deity. They have erected countless temples in her honor. Once I have healed, I will tear her to shreds before their eyes. Though she made her vows, her grip on Yu Wuxia's waist remained unyielding, with tears brimming in his almond-shaped eyes. Yu Wuxia bit his lip, his face flushed as he gazed at her. Indeed, beasts are creatures of instinct, incapable of change. Morongyu remained oblivious. Perceiving Yu Wuxia's demeanor as excessively docile, as if he could be easily won over with mere flattery, his tears were on the verge of spilling. Leaning in to inhale the scent of his hair, she expressed her satisfaction with its delicate fragrance. "Wuxia, are you concerned for me?" she teased. "Truly. Misfortune can lead to fortune. Fortunately, you were not by my side that day. Otherwise, I could not have protected you." "Indeed," Yu Wuxia replied, resigned. "I do care for you. How is it that you were not killed?" He found it all too unreliable. That person just ascended to the celestial rank and is already so powerful? Morongyu dismissed his concern, stating, "That is of little consequence. She is merely a human. As long as I defeat her once, I shall reduce her to ashes." Though she spoke boldly, she continued to grip Yu Wuxia's hand tightly, causing him discomfort. Morongyu, now invigorated, pinned Yu Wuxia down, her enthusiasm rekindling. Exhausted, he pleaded, "No, let us wait until tomorrow. Is that agreeable?" Yet Morongyu was unyielding. The more frequently they engaged, the quicker her recovery would be. The thought that she might not even best Yu Wuxia fueled her anger. She felt compelled to release her frustration. As dawn illuminated the sky, Yu Wuxia succumbed to slumber. Morongyu, content, held him close. When Yu Wuxia awakened, Morongyu remained tightly wrapped around him. He gently pushed her away and sat up, his hair tousled and disheveled. He felt utterly drained, unable to summon any energy. Why was he so fatigued? Perhaps he had simply been away from women for too long. In stark contrast, Morongyu appeared revitalized since their union, showing no signs of the injury she had sustained. Just moments ago, she had engaged in a fierce struggle with Morongyu. Yet now she was expected to accompany Morongyu once more. Yu Wuxia felt utterly exhausted. As he attempted to rise quietly, he inadvertently roused Morongyu. Sunlight streamed through the window into Ziyun Pavilion. Yu Wuxia felt dizzy and collapsed once more. Chapter 71. A dream from an old friend. Morongyu remained persistent. And after a tender moment between the two, they finally rose to change clothes, freshen up, and partake in their meal. Suddenly, Yu Wuxia recalled Morongyu's earlier mention of wanting a child, which deepened her gloom. However, given Morongyu's current injuries, surely she would not desire a child now. Besides, upon returning, Yu Wuxia had anticipated a dire fate, yet nothing significant had transpired. Was it due to Morongyu's injuries? Or could it be that she genuinely sought to repent? Nonetheless, Yu Wuxia felt that a person's nature is difficult to change. After a few days, Morongyu would surely revert to her old self. In a gentle tone, Morongyu said, "Wuxia, once I regain my strength, we shall begin preparations for a child." Yu Wuxia felt as though struck by lightning, nearly dropping her chopsticks. The lavish feast before her suddenly tasted like ashes. What a shared understanding they had. If they had a child together, would that not bind her to Morongyu for life? Moreover, who would want a man burdened with a child? Her sister would certainly look down upon her. Yu Wuxia deftly changed the subject, inquiring, "Your Highness, do you have any leads on the whereabouts of my family?" Morongyu paused, a hint of guilt flickering across her features, and responded, "None, but rest assured, I will find them. It is only a matter of time." Yu Wuxia remained silent, as the seeds of hatred took root in her heart. Morongyu, heavily injured, was relieved of court duties and delighted in the leisure of staying in the Eastern Palace, accompanying Yu Wuxia. She believed she was showering Yu Wuxia with affection, while Yu Wuxia felt it was nothing short of torment. How much longer could one endure such treatment? Eventually, she would be driven to madness or death. As night fell, they found themselves in the water pavilion. The gentle waves rippled, and the warm spring water glided smoothly. Morongyu once again playfully trapped Yu Wuxia in the water, leading her to feel that this was her fate. She ought to resign herself, dutifully remaining by Morongyu's side, planning for a future of marriage and child-rearing. After all, she could neither fight nor escape. Her sister remained elusive, and life felt hopeless. Seeing Yu Wuxia's wooden demeanor, Morongyu was displeased. "Wuxia, I devote my days and nights to you, focusing solely on you. What more could you possibly desire?" Yu Wuxia murmured, "Nothing, I am content." Even if she felt otherwise, she dared not voice her discontent. Morongyu found this rather disappointing. Upon returning to Ziyun Pavilion, as they settled on the bed, Morongyu asked, "Wuxia, could you share your story from the bamboo sea with me?" At that moment, her golden slit-like eyes were particularly striking. Yu Wuxia weakly replied, "There is nothing special to recount." Morongyu decided to send someone to investigate the bamboo sea, seeking to uncover Yu Wuxia's recent actions. She gently grasped Yu Wuxia's neck and inquired, "Did Morongyu make any advances on you?" It seemed to be a casual inquiry, but Yu Wuxia remained silent. How could he speak the truth under such circumstances? Did she not understand Morongyu? After pondering for a moment, Morongyu suggested, "Let us discuss your interactions with Yu Wufan instead." Yu Wuxia hastily declined, stating, "No, there is nothing worth mentioning. After all, Yu Wufan was already one of Morongyu's imagined rivals." Morongyu, Undeterred, insisted, Wuxia, rest assured, I shall not be angered. If you cannot sleep, consider it a story to lull me to rest, shall we? Yu Wuxia understood that speaking would only lead to trouble. He turned away, pulling the covers tightly around himself. Murmuring, there is nothing to tell, I am tired. Mo Rongyu continued her relentless persuasion, and eventually, she pried the words from him, hearing what she desired. She teased, it seems you regard her far more fondly than you do me. No need to continue, let us sleep. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Yu Wuxia's body, and he exclaimed, what are you doing? Don't touch me. Mo Rongyu, still nursing her injuries and feeling irritable, behaved rather ungraciously in bed, causing Yu Wuxia to shed tears in distress. In her weakened state, she struggled to restrain him, and in a moment of distraction, he managed to kick her off the bed. Slowly, Mo Rongyu rose, rubbing her sore waist, and said hoarsely, you dare kick me? It seems I have been too lenient. One cannot apply gentle tactics with Yu Wuxia. Drawing closer, she advanced upon him. Yu Wuxia instinctively moved to the foot of the bed, clutching the crimson silk blanket tightly, tears glistening on his face. He trembled in pain and pleaded, don't touch me. This beast, as always, knew only how to bully others. Mo Rongyu yanked the blanket away. Gazing at the expanse of his pale skin, she coughed lightly, suppressing a laugh, and said, are you seeking another beating? Domestic violence. I shall, to maintain her dignity. She quickly employed a binding spell, immobilizing him. Otherwise, if it came to blows, dealing with him would be a laborious task. Should word spread, she would be ridiculed for being unable to manage even a husband. Despite his best efforts, Yu Wuxia found himself utterly restrained, tears streaming down his face. How could Mo Rongyu, in her frail state, still possess such strength? Mo Rongyu gently wiped his tears away and inquired, have I ever abused you? Yu Wuxia thought to respond that it was a redundant question, but he was unable to speak due to the binding spell. Mo Rongyu produced the Xuanzu ruler and demanded, speak, have I ever harmed you? Was this considered abuse? It was merely a playful game. Yu Wuxia gazed at the Xuanzu ruler, silently weeping. How could he speak when held captive? The following day, in the early hours of dawn, amidst the endless darkness, Yu Wufan, clad in white, wielded the reverse scale sword. Its blade shattered. She said, Wuxia, bear with it for now, I shall return. As her words faded, she turned to depart. Yu Wuxia, disregarding his pain, rushed towards her. Sister, where are you going? Wait for me. But he grasped at empty air as Yu Wufan vanished like a mirage. In the boundless darkness, there was nothing left. Suddenly, the sound of a creaking wooden door echoed through the void. Light footsteps, the shattering of glass, rapid heartbeat, and the cries of mice intertwined in a cacophony of chaos. Alone, Yu Wuxia crumbled under the weight of his fears, instinctively wishing to summon the Shuehan sword to shatter the darkness. Within Ziyun Pavilion, the mist swirled. He abruptly awoke. Drenched in sweat, hearing Mo Rongyu's steady breaths beside him. It had merely been a dream. After a restless night of torment, he bore the marks of her antics. Feeling parched, he rose slowly, found the teacup, and drank deeply. Then he sat at the table, covering his face as silent tears flowed. Could it be that his sister possessed the ability to send dreams? Yet, it felt too brief. Could she not have said more? Surely, her circumstances were dire. Prompting such brevity, Yu Wuxia wiped away his tears and cast a glance at the sleeping Mo Rongyu. This beast, after sharing a bed with her for so long. The thought alone made him feel nauseated. He summoned his Shuehan sword and approached Mo Rongyu with careful steps. Chapter 72. The offering of the sword. Yu Wuxia held the water-cold sword, gazing at Mo Rongyu, who lay in peaceful slumber. A cloud of contemplation enveloped her. When would she see her sister again? After spending so much time beside Mo Rongyu, would her sister resent her for being unclean? Yu Wuxia slowly raised the sword, its blade reflecting a cold glow in the flickering candlelight. She could scarcely believe that Mo Rongyu was truly invulnerable. With her most powerful strike, she aimed to vent her pent-up fury. One sword frost chill across 14 states. Yu Wuxia thrust the sword with all her might. Yet no crimson spray erupted as she had envisioned. The blade halted a mere 0.001 centimeters from Mo Rongyu. She remained poised mid-strike, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Her body became immovable, a sensation far worse than being immobilized by a spell. Had her strongest attack simply been nullified? Within the confines of the Ziyun Pavilion, color vanished, leaving only shades of black and white. Yu Wuxia exerted herself to the utmost, yet she could not stir, even to blink. Was her vision failing her? Or had she fallen victim to some arcane magic? The answer was elusive. The strangeness of the situation swelled despair within her. Mo Rongyu lay undisturbed, her tranquility unbroken. In this colorless realm, time slipped by second. Footsteps approached, growing louder. Yu Wuxia sensed that her cultivation had been suppressed to the very last trace. With a sudden crash, the door swung open. Who could it be? Could it be Murong Heshua? Yu Wuxia longed to turn her head for a glance, but found herself utterly incapable of movement. The Empress Murong entered, clad in a flowing black nightgown, soft and delicate, her inky hair cascading around her. Upon recognizing the visitor, a wave of despair washed over Yu Wuxia. In this colorless world, Empress Murong was indeed a vision of unparalleled beauty, her golden vertical pupils strikingly vivid. She seized Yu Wuxia's sword, pressing it against her neck, demanding, "What are you doing? In an instant, color flooded back into Yuuxia's vision. She caught a glimpse of the water-cold sword in Murong's grasp, and for the first time, she perceived its lethal potential. The chilling intent emanating from it stirred a primal fear within her. Murong released her domain and repeated her inquiry. What are you doing? She had anticipated Murong-Yu's peril and hurried to assist, for a conflict among themselves before the impending battle was unwise. Yuuxia felt as if countless ants were crawling over her, her once smooth hair now frizzed. The air crackled with static electricity. Had she been targeted by a lightning strike? A single bolt from Murong would surely obliterate her. Just moments ago, her sister had urged her in a dream to endure. How could she allow herself to perish in vain? Trembling, she stammered. I was preparing to offer my sword to my wife. After all, since Murong had not entered yet, perhaps she could still deceive her. Beside them, Murong-Yu remained colorless and would not awaken. The Empress casually flung the water-cold sword into the wall, where it buzzed in protest, as if unwilling to yield. With a teasing smile, she remarked, "What do you think you're doing? You needn't try to placate me." Yuuxia appeared like a child caught in wrongdoing, her gaze downcast, hands clasped tightly together, speechless. Murong released all restrictions, taking Yuuxia's hand to lead her outside. The sensation of ants crawling increased tenfold. Upon stepping out of the Ziyun Pavilion, the scene before Yuuxia shifted, and she was suddenly transported to the Empress's Weiyang Palace. The long night lingered, illuminated by the soft glow of courtyard lamps. Murong pulled up a chair and sat casually, asking, "Do you truly wish to kill Murong-Yu?" Yuuxia, eyes lowered, stubbornly replied, "No, I genuinely intended to offer my sword to my wife." This explanation felt exceedingly flimsy. Murong laughed. "If you don't speak the truth, I shall let you experience the taste of lightning." However, if she were to strike him down, it would mar her own appearance. Yuuxia's mind raced. Caught red-handed, he had no words left to say. He replied, "Do as you will." Murong raised her hand, lifting the lightning's lock on him, commanding, "Come here." Yuuxia, clad in thin garments and barefoot, stepped closer. Murong pulled him into her embrace, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Her golden gaze shimmered as her right hand stroked Yuuxia's hair, gliding downwards. Fear gripped Yuuxia, and he pleaded softly, "Your Majesty, please don't." Murong mused that perhaps what was unattainable was most desired. Furthermore, the mundane had grown tiresome. She teased, "Why are you shaking? Be good, or you'll experience my methods firsthand." Yuuxia clutched her hand tightly, protesting. Murong's patience waned, and a murderous intent surged within her. Yet, upon reflection, the dwindling talents of the Dragon Clan posed a dilemma. She did not wish to manage every matter herself. However, to fail to reprimand Yuuxia would be a loss of face. When had she, the Empress, ever been rejected? In a fit of frustration, Murong withdrew her hand, her anger boiling over as she kicked Yuuxia to the ground. Ouch! Yuuxia, bewildered, lay on the floor with tears welling in his eyes. Murong, eyeing him with disdain, ordered, "Little vixen, what are you still doing here? Return to the East Palace." Yuuxia felt as though all women were the same. As if granted a reprieve, he struggled to rise and prepare for his return to the palace. He wondered if Murong-Yu had awakened. If not, he had narrowly escaped disaster. Suddenly, Murong recalled something and commanded, "Wait." Yuuxia froze, knowing this matter was far from resolved. A prickling sensation crawled up his spine as he asked, "Your Majesty, do you have further instructions? Will you still kill little Yu?" Yuuxia quickly knelt, declaring, "No. I would not dare." Murong chuckled, "I trust you wouldn't dare. Rise." "Yes." Murong leaned in closely, gripping his chin to compel him to meet her gaze. "Your Majesty, Murong felt a need to teach him a lesson. Yuuxia forcefully shoved her away, feigning an attempt to collide with the wall. But Murong was adept at immobilization as well. She playfully patted his cheek, laughing, "Look at you, pretending to be innocent. Do you really think I have my eye on you?" Yuuxia silently crumbled. If she had no interest, then what was she doing? Murong tugged at his hair, pressing him onto the couch. The pain of having his hair pulled was excruciating, perhaps a legacy of the Murong clan. Ultimately, he could not escape this fate. But it was all right. Once everything was settled, he would inform Murong-Yu. He wanted to see her reaction. At dawn, Yuuxia returned to the Ziyun Pavilion, his eyes red and vacant. Murong-Yu remained asleep, the room still filled with lingering fragrances. Yuuxia felt utterly miserable after being reprimanded by Murong. The audacious Empress had pinned him down, and nothing untoward had occurred, an outright humiliation. Was he truly so devoid of allure? It drove him to distraction. Yet perhaps it was for the best. Had anything indeed transpired, he would have forever lost the courage to face his sister. Chapter 73. Lingyao Yuuxia returned to the bed quietly, snuggling under the silk covers and drifting into a deep slumber. Soon after, Murong-Yu awoke and, upon opening her eyes, was greeted by the sight of Yuuxia lying beside her. A profound sense of satisfaction filled her heart. She could never gaze upon Yuuxia's exquisite face enough. However, her discomfort was palpable, prompting her to shake Yuuxia awake. "Little vixen, are you still asleep? How can you sleep so soundly when I am already awake?" Yuuxia, still half asleep, murmured, "What is it?" Murong-Yu replied, "From this moment onward, when I am awake, you must also awaken, do you understand?" With a roll of her eyes, Yuuxia weakly responded, "Understood." having failed in her assassination attempt and subsequently being captured and reprimanded. She had finally fallen asleep, only to be disturbed by Morong Yu's shaking. Who could endure such a fate? Morong Yu's temper flared. Are you growing impatient? You insolent man. You truly deserve a beating. I have been far too lenient with you. Had it been in the past, you would not have dared to behave so. Yu Wuxia yawned, keeping her eyes closed as she said, I am not. I am merely exceedingly tired. Morong Yu furrowed her brow, perplexed. They had gone to sleep at the same time the previous night. How could Yu Wuxia be so exhausted? Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Morong Yu, Yu Wuxia hurriedly nestled into her embrace, pleading, I'm tired. Can I sleep a little longer? A faint smile graced Morong Yu's lips, her heart melting at the sight. 1,000 miles away, in the central continent, Ling Yao observed the temple erected in her honor with a bemused expression. The statue of her likeness was laughably unflattering, lacking even a fraction of her brilliance. As she walked through the temple, countless devotees worshipped the clay effigy, failing to recognize the true deity before them. Seated quietly at a stone table in a corner, she gazed at the worshippers in a daze. Since the invasion of the dragon and demon clans, over 1 million humans had perished in mere days. She could not bear to witness the suffering of the weak. Thus, amidst the chaos of war, she had fortuitously ascended to the celestial realm, subsequently defeating the demon lord Song Shu, and finally overcoming the dragon clan's princess Morong Yu. Reflecting on these events, she recognized the sheer luck involved. Yet on that day, she was filled with fervor, convinced she was the chosen one. In front of millions, she proclaimed her vow to eradicate all injustices, to eliminate the demons who slaughtered and tormented the human race. Consequently, the people of the central continent revered her as a goddess, erecting countless temples in her name. The entire continent unanimously recognized her as their sovereign, with some even proclaiming her as the future ruler of the 9 continents. Hatred for the dragon and demon clans simmered within the populace, and calls for the prohibition of their reign echoed throughout the land. However, an undercurrent of unease gnawed at her heart. The Empress Morong, a living legend and the pinnacle of the dragon clan's power, was once a name synonymous with that of the world's sovereign. If she were to come forth, could Ling Yao truly stand against her alone? Ling Yao's name spread like wildfire, with temples erected in her honor even 1,000 miles away in the eastern continent, where people prayed for her to overthrow the tyranny of the dragon clan. In the eastern continent, the dragon clan held dominion over the others. And whether the human race rose in rebellion or served in submission, they faced relentless slaughter and oppression. The demon and monster clans ingratiated themselves with the dragons, all benefiting from the chaos. The people of the eastern continent lived in perpetual torment. Ling Yao gazed at the statue, contemplating the eternal responsibilities that came with immortality. She bore the hopes of all humanity and could not afford to fail. Defeating Morong and liberating the human race, even at the cost of everything, was a sacrifice she was willing to make. In the Eastern Palace, Xian Pavilion, Yu Wuxia was reluctantly roused by Morong Yu, disdain evident on her face. She dared not voice her feelings. A peacock knocked on the door outside, calling, Your Highness, the Empress is coming. In an instant, Yu Wuxia felt as though she had plummeted from paradise to despair. She thought that noise must have been overheard by the peacock and the others. Surely, Morong would not disclose last night's events. If she reveals my assassination attempt, I would be doomed. This thought drained the color from Yu Wuxia's face, and she bit her lip, helplessly looking at Morong Yu. Morong Yu commanded in a low voice, Do not enter. I will be ready shortly. Upon hearing this, the peacock retreated. Moments later, Yu Wuxia quietly urged, Your Highness, we must attend to important matters. Is this not what we are doing? Morong Yu replied. An urgent flurry of footsteps resounded outside Xian Pavilion. Were the servants of the Eastern Palace so disrespectful? Yu Wuxia's face flushed with embarrassment, nearly brought to tears as she exclaimed, This cannot possibly be considered important. Morong Yu chuckled, If I say it is important, then it is. Now smile for me. Afterward, Morong Yu, radiant and spirited, quickly donned her attire and departed. Yu Wuxia remained huddled at the foot of the bed, sorrowfully shedding tears, when the peacock knocked once more. Young master, the Empress requests your presence. As the words fell, she pushed the door open. The peacock, holding clean garments, tentatively inquired from behind a screen. Shall I assist you in changing, young master? Leave them and step outside. Come back shortly to assist with my washing, Yu Wuxia instructed. The peacock, with no other choice, placed the garments down and departed. Yu Wuxia pondered, the peacock just mentioned the Empress's request. Is she seeking me for something? Whatever it may be, it cannot bode well. Distracted, Yu Wuxia dressed, washed, and groomed herself, while Twonk and Conke watched him with bated breath. Although Yu Wuxia was not an object of their desire, he could certainly serve as an ideal romantic fantasy. Once dressed and adorned, Yu Wuxia admired himself in the mirror, feeling quite satisfied before setting off to meet Morong. In the cold and dreary Eastern Palace, the most delightful part of his day was the act of grooming. Even if he were to face death, he would do so with beauty. Upon reaching the conference hall, he found that everyone was already seated, with him being the last to arrive. Yet, due to their statuses and propriety, none dared to openly stare at him, only casting furtive glances. Morong Hua thought to herself that her brother-in-law was rather too alluring, and it was only a matter of time before someone took advantage of the opportunity. She resolved that he must not fall into the hands of outsiders. The Empress Morong sat regally at the head of the table. Smiling warmly at Yu Wuxia as she commanded, "No need for formalities, take a seat." A nearby maid, her eyes cast down, hurried over to indicate that Yu Wuxia should sit beside Morong Yu. Once seated, Yu Wuxia finally let out a breath of relief. He was aware of his own attractiveness, yet being the center of attention among so many felt somewhat uncomfortable. This gathering surely indicated that significant matters were at hand. After Yu Wuxia took his seat, the room erupted into whispers and murmurs. Morong Yu, with nothing else to occupy her, took his hand and gently caressed it. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Yu Wuxia's neck, inhaling deeply, her warm breath brushing against his ear, causing him to feel a ticklish sensation. To complicate matters further, a solemnly dressed woman fixed her gaze upon him, igniting a blush on Yu Wuxia's cheeks. Chapter 74, Morong Chiodi in the solemn and dignified council chamber. The North Sea Dragon King, Morong Chiodi, fixed his gaze on Yu Wuxia and stated with gravity, "Your Majesty, according to our laws, the imperial harem must not interfere in governance." The lack of decorum was increasingly evident. He was well aware of Yu Wuxia's past exploits. If she were the crown princess, she would have long since confined the crown princess consort to a dark chamber, ending the matter once and for all. This shameless woman was perpetually entangled with one man or another, and had even clandestinely escaped the palace, likely engaging in unspeakable deeds. The honor of the Dragon clan had been tarnished by this little harlot. When would he ever be able to appear in the council chamber? Morong Yu furrowed her brow. Among their clan, Morong Chiodi was the most pedantic and irksome. Morong Hua was the first to retort, "Your words are erroneous. He is of the celestial tier and also a member of the human race. His involvement would be most beneficial." She believed that supporting Yu Wuxia as a representative of the human race from the eastern continent would yield advantages. Subsequently, a slight favor towards the human elite could incite internal strife, diverting conflicts and causing them to self-destruct. This would prevent those commoners from incessantly plotting to overthrow the Dragon clan. After all, it is not the thief's cunning that is feared, but rather the thief's intent. Yu Wuxia was bewildered, yet she sensed a semblance of truth in the notion that the harem should not meddle in governance. Primarily, she was unwilling to serve the Dragon clan. Morong Chiodi expressed his discontent. "Our Dragon clan is not so diminished as to allow the esteemed crown princess consort to make her presence known." Deep down, he looked down upon individuals like Yu Wuxia. Men should focus on managing their households and raising their children. The pursuit of scholarship and cultivation was sheer folly. Observing Yu Wuxia, she bore the appearance of one who would bring calamity to the nation. Even during a council meeting, she could not be bothered to dress modestly, instead flaunting her extravagant attire for whom? For the everlasting prosperity of the Dragon clan, an opportunity must be seized to eliminate her, thus averting future troubles. Morong concluded the argument, stating, "Let us first address the matter of Ling Yao. Who among you will capture her, regardless of the cost?" No one dared to respond. Morong added, "Whoever brings her back, I shall grant any request upon my delight." The room fell silent. Yu Wuxia, secluded within the palace, was unaware of Ling Yao's significance. However, since no one dared to respond, she too felt the weight of hesitation. Morong stated solemnly, "If that is the case, I shall take matters into my own hands. Do not rush to volunteer as her experience package." Yu Wuxia remained perplexed, but she understood that anyone whom the Empress Morong specifically mentioned was far from ordinary. Morong Yu's expression darkened. What was the Empress implying? Was she accusing her of being a mere experience package for the enemy? Morong lazily rose, declaring, "There is no time to waste. I shall head to the central continent now. While Ling Yao has yet to fully mature, I shall strike decisively, ending this matter permanently." Over the millennia, she had idly perused countless novels. Concepts such as the power of faith and bonds of friendship were often Chapter 75. A night of inhibition. Morong Hua was the first to shatter the silence. She cast a glance at Morong Chiodi and remarked, "Sister Yu is still gravely injured. What urgency compels us to act now?" Morong Chiodi remained silent. The tension between them palpable. Morong Yu gently flexed her wrist and declared, "It is nearly time. We shall proceed today." She then instructed the peacock to summon Yu Wuxia. At that moment, Yu Wuxia was utterly exhausted, languishing on the couch in a daze, caught in a half-dream. A knock at the door interrupted him, and the peacock called out, "Young master, His Highness requests your presence for a discussion." Yu Wuxia responded feebly, utterly vexed. In this eastern palace, even sleep eluded him. After he begrudgingly prepared himself, he finally made his way to meet them. The three had been waiting for Yu Wuxia for quite some time. Morong Chiodi wore an expression of impatience. Morong Hua took a sip of tea and said, "Do not be anxious when men are called to leave. It is always this way." Morong Yu nodded in agreement. As dusk fell, Yu Wuxia finally arrived, his hair styled in a heart bun adorned with several peach blossoms, his face painted with delicate colors. Dressed in a gown of peach and willow hues, embroidered with floral patterns, he appeared refreshingly elegant, softly radiant. He shot a glance at the Northern Sea Dragon King, Morong Chiodi, his brow furrowing at the sight of her, and then at the insufferable Morong Hua. There was not a single good person in their clan. Morong Chiodi scrutinized him, her cheeks turning slightly red as she quickly averted her gaze. What was this little vixen trying to show off for? Did he intend to seduce Ling Yao? If Morong Yu were willing, that could indeed be a strategy. Morong Chiodi sprang to her feet, declaring, "There is no time to waste. We must depart immediately." Morong Yu and Morong Hua rose in unison. Yu Wuxia nearly fainted at the thought of embarking on yet another night shift. Did they, the Dragon Clan, possess such boundless energy? He inquired, "My lords, where are we headed?" Morong Yu grasped Yu Wuxia's hand, gritting her teeth as she asserted, "We are, of course, heading to Central Continent to find Ling Yao." Though she had yet to fully recover, with Morong Hua and Morong Chiodi's assistance, confronting Ling Yao should pose no issue. Yu Wuxia had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the four took to the clouds. With Morong Hua's presence, they swiftly located Ling Yao's residence, an utterly unremarkable abode for the ruler of Central Continent. That night, Ling Yu tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. A sense of foreboding clouded her heart, and in her deep anxiety, she briefly glimpsed a vision of the future. On that day, atop Phoenix Cry Mountain, amidst a tempest of wind and rain, thunder and lightning, the elite of all 9 continents converged, along with her nearly frenzied human followers. After a fierce battle, she suffered a disheartening defeat at the hands of Morong. Ling Yu sipped her tea, attempting to calm herself, yet tranquility eluded her. Would she truly face defeat? Morong Yu intended to charge in boldly, but Morong Chiodi intervened. "Your Highness, it is late. To rush in unannounced would be unwise. Let us first rest for the night and visit in the morning." Initially, her plan did not foresee such a late arrival. But who could have anticipated the delay caused by Morong Yu and Yu Wuxia's lingering in the Eastern Palace? Morong Yu inhaled sharply in frustration, "Sister, we are here to issue a challenge, not to play the cordial guest. Why the formality?" Yet, feeling fatigued, she conceded to rest for the night to regain some strength. "Very well, we shall visit in the morning." Morong Chiodi promptly flew to the entrance and knocked on the bronze door. 2 young maidens, clad in simple garments, half awake, opened the door. Morong Chiodi commanded, "Inform your master that Her Highness Morong Yu of the Dragon Clan will be visiting tomorrow." Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon Clan, the maidens were visibly startled. They quickly responded affirmatively. Morong Chiodi did not wish to linger, turning to depart. The maidens hurriedly shut the door and scurried away to report. Morong Yu then led the group to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, where they ordered a selection of fine wines and dishes. She proclaimed, "We shall not return until we are intoxicated." After all, suffering defeat to Ling Yao deeply troubled her. How could she lose to a mere human girl who had just ascended to the heavenly realm? It was a disgrace. Moreover, since her injury, she had abstained from alcohol. Tonight, she must indulge. Morong Hua, accustomed to indulgence, joined her in revelry. Observing this, Morong Chiodi frowned, finding the princess's behavior excessively reckless. Were they to drink themselves into oblivion? Was it truly necessary to wallow in anger over a loss to Ling Yao? However, before she could voice her concerns, Morong Yu thrust a cup towards her lips. As the night deepened and the moon rose high, the three became quite inebriated. Yu Wuxia assisted Morong Yu back to her chamber, feeling the weight of her drunkenness. With a grimace, he tossed her onto the bed and stretched, relieved to finally have a good night's sleep. After tidying up, he lay down as well. However, with the alcohol coursing through her, Morong Yu grew increasingly indiscreet. She clung to Yu Wuxia, resting her head against his ear, asking, "Wuxia, will you always love me?" Although she had rinsed her mouth, a faint scent of alcohol lingered. Yu Wuxia replied dismissively, "Yes, I shall always love your highness. Now, do rest. We have important matters to attend to tomorrow." Morong Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as she said, I love you too." With him in her embrace, she wished for nothing more. Perhaps she would spare Ling Yu for now, allowing the Empress Morong to deal with her later. She planted a kiss on Yu Wuxia. Yu Wuxia recoiled in distaste, but she attributed his reaction to shyness. Thus, she indulged in another sip. Eventually, nausea overcame her. She had indeed overimbibed. When Yu Wuxia sensed her impending sickness, he was utterly alarmed. Wasn't he supposed to be the one repulsed? He barely managed to evade her as she vomited onto the floor, filling the room with a foul odor. Helpless, he lifted the dazed Morong Yu and moved her to a different room, laying her down once more. After regurgitating, Morong Yu felt somewhat sober. Yu Wuxia poured her a cup of tea, offering it with a bow. "My lady, rinse your mouth." Suddenly, Morong Yu recalled Yu Wuxia's earlier expression of disgust, and her anger flared. In a fit of rage, she knocked the cup from his hand, shattering it on the floor. Yu Wuxia stood bewildered. Morong Yu rose, grasping his neck, and coldly sneered, "You were quite disdainful of me just now, weren't you?" The memory of his repulsed expression during her moment of vulnerability stung her deeply. What a wretched little man. You deserve a beating. With that thought, she tightened her grip. Yu Wuxia, gasping for breath, desperately pleaded, "Your Highness, I did not." Morong Yu silenced him with another kiss. Yu Wuxia was on the brink of tears, feeling utterly revolted. Instinctively, he wanted to push her away, but he held back. After all, the more he resisted, the more she seemed to revel in it. Each failed attempt at defiance led to her taunting him afterward, claiming he was merely playing hard to get. It was truly insufferable. Chapter 76, A Record in the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Within the chambers, Yu Wuxia nestled in Morong Yu's embrace, silently shedding tears. He felt akin to a tattered rag, utterly soiled. Overwhelmed by disgust, he wished to retch but could not, feeling utterly ashamed to face his sister. As this thought crossed his mind, tears streamed down his cheeks. In stark contrast, Morong Yu held Yu Wuxia close, drifting into a sweet slumber, thinking, with such beauty in my arms, let go of all grievances. The following day, after Morong Qiudi knocked at the door, the four of them tidied themselves before heading to Ling Yao's residence. The bronze gates swung wide open, revealing maidservants inside. Their faces etched with deep resentment as they fixed their gazes upon the quartet, causing a sense of discomfort. Morong Hahua conjured the bronze sword out of thin air. Twirling it with a flourish as she barked, "What are you staring at? Be careful lest I gouge out your eyes." The maidservants, terrified, immediately lowered their gazes, not daring to breathe. The reputation of the Dragon Clan for brutality was well-deserved. Yet, Morong Hahua was not satisfied. A flicker of green light passed through her eyes. She considered incinerating them to observe Ling Yao's reaction. Just as she was about to act, Ling Yao appeared in an instant, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire estate. Internally, she felt a twinge of panic. Taking on four opponents was precarious, and while she excelled at fleeing, escaping was not feasible for the countless souls of Central Continent. Morong Qiudi produced a letter and handed it over with one hand. "This is the challenge from the Empress," she stated. Ling Yao feigned ignorance, neither acknowledging the letter nor hearing its contents. "You have traveled from afar. I have prepared a modest feast to welcome you. Please, enter." She foresaw her inevitable defeat and dared not accept the challenge. Morong Qiudi remained silent, retracting the challenge letter. How dare one disregard her? They would see soon enough. The four followed Ling Yao to the main hall. Several trembling maidservants cautiously presented tea to them, the room falling into an uneasy silence. Ling Yao clapped her hands. And instantly, the room filled with music as a throng of courtesans burst forth, singing and dancing, easing the atmosphere slightly. However, each guest harbored their own thoughts. Yu Wuxia's brow furrowed. How could he persuade Ling Yao to yield to the Dragon Clan? If he did, it would only reflect his cowardice and betrayal of humanity. A truly humiliating prospect. Ling Yao, her expression stoic, inquired, "I am Ling Yao. Aside from the princess, I am not familiar with your esteemed names." The three replied in unison, Morong Hahua, Morong Qiudi, Yu Wuxia. Ling Yao pondered through the night, realizing she could neither hastily accept the challenge nor allow the citizens of Central Continent to suffer daily in misery. The optimal strategy was to feign submission and negotiate from within. Yu Wuxia glanced at Morong Yu, who appeared displeased, making him hesitant to speak. Morong Qiudi remarked earnestly, "There is an ancient saying in Eastern Continent, those who understand the times are the true heroes. Either accept the challenge or join us in the Dragon Clan." Ling Yao was nearly amused by this proclamation. She suppressed a laugh and replied, "Naturally, joining the Dragon Clan is preferable. If it were merely a matter of bowing in submission, it would be of little concern, provided they do not make unreasonable demands." From the moment Ling Yu declined the challenge, Morong Hahua recognized her fear. With a cold demeanor, she stated, "In that case, prove your loyalty by killing 1,000 followers." She was eager to see if Ling Yu was genuinely sincere in her intent to join. The room fell into a deathly silence. Ling Yu waved her hand, dismissing the courtesans. They bowed in understanding and retreated, the music ceasing abruptly, leaving only the sound of hurried footsteps. After all, in a clash of celestial beings, the lives of ordinary folk could be extinguished in an instant. None wished to sacrifice their lives needlessly. In the main seat, Ling Yu fell into deep contemplation. To kill 1,000 followers? If it meant preserving the lives of all in Central Continent, it was a possibility worth considering. Yet, would the Dragon Clan honor their word? What if Morong Hahua took advantage, demanding more? Today it was 1,000, tomorrow 10,000, and the day after, 100,000. Where would it end? Ling Yao replied coldly, "I refuse." Yu Wuxia sighed in relief. It seemed Ling Yao possessed some backbone. Morong Hahua, with a faint smile, continued to entice her. Trading 1,000 lives to save the entire Central Continent is, without a doubt, a shrewd bargain. Ling Yao suddenly realized that if she could present 1,000 death row inmates disguised as her followers, it could resolve the matter without issue. For the sake of the people of Central Continent, their deaths would hold meaning. Morong Qiudi was taken aback, having expected Ling Yao to reject such an outrageous demand. To her surprise, Ling Yao displayed a keen understanding of the situation, indeed a true hero. She urged, "Time is of the essence. Let us act without delay." Ling Yao promptly utilized a long-distance communication spell to relay her plan to her subordinates. However, this would require some preparation. If exposed, it could lead to complications. It seemed she would have to stall for time. Ling Yao raised her cup, smiling lightly. "No rush, no rush. We are like old friends. I propose a toast to you all, and I hope for your continued support." With that, she drained her cup in one go. Yu Wuxia, unaware of Ling Yao's intentions, regarded her as a ruthless individual seeking fame at the expense of lives. He could not help but look down upon her. How could she, a mere Dragon Clan member, hope to rival the Empress Morong? Ling Yao glanced at Yu Wuxia, captivated by his beauty. His long hair cascaded freely, and his moonlit gown accentuated his ethereal grace. His slightly reddened eyes and slender frame made him appear delicate and otherworldly, like a celestial being untouched by earthly concerns. Alas, he was of the Dragon Clan. She pondered his identity. Could he be a part of Morong's alluring strategy? Ling Yao mused. If he were indeed sent by her, it would not be without merit. Perhaps Morongyu sensed Ling Yao's intense gaze as she took Yu Wuxia's hand, gently caressing it, as if to assert her claim. Ling Yu felt a wave of desolation wash over her. So, he belonged to Morongyu. What a pity. Her feelings had barely begun to blossom when they were quashed. After all, in this world, a man's honor was often regarded above all else. Ling Yao took a sip of her wine, reflecting. Now is a time of life and death for the people of Central Continent. I must not allow my heart to be swayed by a man. Yet, she could easily discern Yu Wuxia's feelings toward Morongyu, disdain, fear, and loathing. He was indeed a pitiful soul, unable to bear the sight of the weak being oppressed. Especially a beautiful maiden. Morong Chiodi pressed again. Having had our drink, I senti it time to address the matter at hand. She sensed Ling Yao's deliberate delays and suspected some trickery. Ling Yao, maintaining her composure, replied, of course, we shall proceed, but we must follow protocol. I will first have my subordinates take a record. Once more, Ling Yu sent a message through the long-distance communication spell, urging her subordinates to act. Morong Chiodi, now exasperated, retorted, a record? You want to kill a few followers. What need is there for paperwork? You're unwilling, aren't you? Chapter 77. The Thousand Slayer assuming a facade of composure, Ling Yao declared, indiscriminate killing is hardly appropriate. Ought we not to record their identities? If only to offer some closure to the deceased? Morong Chiodi promptly rose, retorting, enough. Spare me the charade. Your lack of genuine intent is palpable. If you are unwilling to act, we shall not press the matter. Ling Yao hastily stood, proceeding towards the exterior. That is far from my intention, she asserted. Before instructing her subordinates to bring forth the individuals, Yu Wuxia and the others followed suit, observing a throng of nearly 1,000 individuals gathered outside the manor. Their countenances were gaunt and melancholic, their attire simple, as if they had just been released from confinement. Ling Yu swiftly commenced her task, dispatching the entire multitude in mere moments. The maids and servants within the residence could scarcely discern her movements, despite their status as condemned criminals. Ling Yao could not entirely suppress a pang of sympathy. The air grew heavy with the stench of blood, as the thoroughfare became a river of crimson, strewn with corpses. Yu Wuxia, misinterpreting the scene, presumed Ling Yao to be merely another bully, preying on the weak. It seemed his hopes of her dissuading Morongyu and overthrowing the Dragon Clan were in vain. With blood staining her face, Ling Yao slowly sheathed her sword, casting a backward glance with a smile. Are you satisfied now, esteemed dignitaries? She inquired. Morongyu and Morong Hua remained silent, intending to let Morong Chiodi take the initiative. Morong Chiodi scoffed, remarking, such protracted delays suggest a lack of sincerity. She harbored a growing suspicion of deceit. Ling Yu countered, acquiring 1,000 followers takes time, nothing more. Insolence. Morong Chiodi exclaimed. You must personally slay 1,000 followers before the temple. Do I make myself clear? Ling Yao remained motionless, her expression inscrutable. A palpable sense of malice permeated the air as the ancient sword hummed within its scabbard. Time seemed to stand still, as none dared to make a move. Finally, Morong Chiodi shattered the silence, calling out, Wuxia. Yu Wuxia regarded her with a look of bewilderment. Morong Chiodi, realizing her slip, appeared slightly embarrassed. Nay, consort. I implore you to reason with her. She lamented, how vexing. They have infected me. I nearly addressed him as Wuxia. I trust her highness will not take offense. Morong Yu's countenance shifted ominously, as she suspected Yu Wuxia of illicit dalliances. She resolved to confine him upon their return to the Eastern Palace, curtailing his wanderings. Yu Wuxia, after contemplation, suggested, the oppressive atmosphere here is hardly conducive to persuasion. Morong Yu's displeasure was evident. Yu Wuxia swiftly invoked the Empress Morong, stating, my efforts to persuade her to surrender are at the Empress's behest. Morong Yu, visibly displeased, turned and departed, warning, you would do well not to play any tricks. She resented his use of the Empress's authority, vowing to punish him upon their return to the Eastern Palace. Morong Chiodi and Morong Hua followed Morong Yu in silence. Ling Yu released a sigh of relief, retreating to the interior of the manor. She mused, with only the seemingly delicate Yu Wuxia remaining, I need not be so vigilant. She surmised him to be a simpleton, easily manipulated. As soon as Morong Yu and her companions departed the residence, Yu Wuxia felt a profound sense of trepidation towards Ling Yao. He feigned composure as he took a seat opposite her. What should he say? In his eyes, Ling Yao had just slaughtered 1,000 followers without so much as a blink, undoubtedly a ruthless killer. Why, then, was she reluctant to slay another 1,000 before the temple? Surely, it was mere hypocrisy, an unwillingness to forfeit the faith of the people of Central Continent. Yu Wuxia sipped his tea, inquiring, you must be familiar with the Empress Morong's life and deeds. Ling Yu replied, a living legend, committed to memory. Her strength rivals that of the former sovereign of the 9 provinces. Yu Wuxia questioned, why, then, do you not comply? Ling Yu bristled with indignation. Rising and slowly approaching Yu Wuxia, her proximity caused him to pale, as he stammered, what do you intend to do? In the intimate space between them, Ling Yao whispered, comply? You claim to be compliant, but how have the Dragon Clan treated you? You bear the marks of abuse. A single glance revealed the numerous injuries Yu Wuxia had sustained. Yu Wuxia retorted, how I am treated is none of your concern. Ling Yao persisted, indeed. It is not my concern. By all means, continue to serve the Dragon Clan like a cur. It suits you well. Yu Wuxia's face flushed with anger. Cease this idle chatter and address your own predicament, he retorted. My predicament? Surrender, you mean? I shall surrender, Ling Yao responded. Yes. I shall slay 1,000 followers before Murong Hua and the others, as a token of my submission. Simple enough, Ling Yu declared. She once again employed her telepathic abilities. Gathering a group of condemned criminals, dressing them in appropriate attire, and dispatching them to the temple. Ling Yu paused, adding, I am merely curious, with no offense intended. You are, after all, a celestial. Why serve the Dragon Clan as a dog, or rather, as the consort? He did not appear to be malevolent. And she sought to sway him to her cause. Furthermore, while this city was the most prosperous in Central Continent, the supply of condemned criminals was finite. It would be more prudent to engage Yu Wuxia in conversation, thereby delaying the inevitable. Yu Wuxia was enraged. Was it his desire to be a dog, or rather, the consort? Besides, walls have ears. Now that Ling Yao had pledged her allegiance, he too must declare his position. Yu Wuxia immediately summoned the Aqua Frost sword, retorting. What nonsense are you spouting? It is not your place to pass judgment on this consort. Ling Yao shook her head, resuming her seat and sighing, a contemptible man. Deserving of domestic abuse. What is it called? Pity for his plight, and anger at his lack of resolve. Yu Wuxia's almond-shaped eyes glistened with tears. Soon, tears streamed down his face, as he sobbed, You are not me. You cannot comprehend my suffering. It was Murong Yu who had coerced him into this position through threats and enticements. As a weak celestial, what choice did he have? Ling Yao was at a loss. She could not bear to see a man weep. Do not cry, she pleaded, lest it appear as though I have mistreated you. Have you not mistreated me with your hurtful words? Yu Wuxia retorted, producing a handkerchief to stem the flow of tears. After all, Ling Yao was an outsider. And such weeping was unbecoming. Ling Yao grew anxious. What would happen if Murong Yu were to witness this, and believe that she had mistreated Yu Wuxia? Another altercation would surely ensue. As fate would have it, Murong Hua and the others returned. They had surmised that it was inappropriate for Yu Wuxia and Ling Yao to be alone together. Murong Yu embraced Yu Wuxia, demanding, Why do you weep? Has she mistreated you? Fear not, I shall avenge you. Yu Wuxia was rendered speechless. Avenge him? Clearly, he harbored more resentment towards Murong Yu, the true culprit, than towards Ling Yao. Chapter 78. The clash. Murong Yu and Ling Yao faced each other with palpable tension. Ling Yao felt an unspoken despair. Indeed, caring for men often led to misfortune. She deceitfully remarked, Your Highness, it's merely that the esteemed lady was momentarily melancholic. It truly has nothing to do with me. Had she known that Yu Wuxia could be so easily provoked, she would have refrained from speaking. Murong Yu coldly retorted, Do you think I would believe you? To dare bully my wife, it seems you are courting death. After her previous defeat, Murong Yu had been simmering with anger. Now, Ling Yao dared to provoke Yu Wuxia again, which was truly reckless. The atmosphere in the estate became overwhelmingly oppressive. Murong Yu, Murong Hua, and Murong Chodi were poised to strike. In a panic, Ling Yao used a sound transmission technique to call for Yu Wuxia's assistance. Young master, I inadvertently offended her. We are all of the human race. Could you please say a word on my behalf? Only Yu Wuxia could hear her plea. He was momentarily taken aback. This Ling Yao, who had just insulted him by calling him a dog of the Dragon Clan, was now in need of help. Wasn't she the one who chose to join the Dragon Clan? What right did she have to speak of him? How absurd. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could provoke her into confronting Murong Yu, or vice versa. Whichever emerged victorious would suffice. Nestled in Murong Yu's embrace, he quietly declared, Indeed. It is she who called me shameless, a dog for the Dragon Clan. Ling Yao felt as if struck by lightning. Was Yu Wuxia truly this petty? It seemed that men and scoundrels were indeed difficult to cultivate. Before she could finish her internal lament, she felt her body grow heavy, nearly collapsing to the ground. This familiar sensation was Murong Yu's doing. Struggling against the overwhelming weight, she managed to teleport away from the estate, creating distance. Gritting her teeth, Ling Yao unsheathed the Fengling sword. The resplendent golden sword shimmered, as if capable of dispelling the encroaching darkness. Yet it could not entirely counteract Murong Yu's oppressive magic. Through clenched teeth, she exclaimed, Your Highness, would it be acceptable for me to surrender? Murong Yu pursued her with a cold smile. Surrendering or not, our grudge must reach a resolution. Murong Hua joined the chase, her eyes glinting with a fierce green light. The eternal flame ignited spontaneously upon Ling Yao, signaling that battle was inevitable. With her body enveloped in azure flames and wielding the Fengling sword, Ling Yao charged fiercely at Murong Hua. She knew that eliminating her first was essential, lest she be consumed by fire. Even if she did not perish, the pain would be unbearable. Murong Hua summoned a bronze sword from thin air, and the two engaged in combat, their blades clashing with equal fervor. Meanwhile, Murong Yu seized the opportunity. With a single punch, she sent Ling Yu flying like a sandbag several meters away. Ling Yao crashed into the estate, which crumbled under Murong Yu's gravitational manipulation, raising a cloud of dust. Yu Wuxia stood in shock. Is this truly the end? This is far too weak. How did she manage to defeat Murong Yu last time? As the dust settled, Ling Yao emerged from the rubble, her eternal flame extinguished, her clothes merely slightly soiled despite the impact. Yu Wuxia's eyes sparkled with admiration. He genuinely wished to cheer for Ling Yao. Go, Ling Yao. Defeat Morong Yu and that beast Morong Hua. Ling Yao cast a glance at the instigator, Yu Wuxia, feeling increasingly exasperated. Wasn't he the one reluctant to spare himself? Now he gazed at her with such infatuation. Truly, he was a fickle-hearted rogue, devoid of virtue. Morong Hua, ever combative, summoned an unquenchable flame upon her bronze sword and charged at Ling Yao once more. The two clashed fiercely. Each swing from Morong Hua ignited a sea of fire. Her flame seemed alive, constantly seeking to consume Ling Yao. The Morong Hua wielded the fire elements with great force. She gained no advantage. Meanwhile, Yu Wuxia felt a twinge of concern for Ling Yao. Morong Yu, with a smirk, unleashed her magic again. Under the weight of gravity, Ling Yao faltered, and Morong Hua struck her shoulder with a sword, pinning her to the ground. Is this all you are capable of? Morong Hua taunted. Ling Yao, summoning her strength, kicked Morong Hua away and, leaning on the Fengling's sword, struggled to rise. Morong Chiodi swiftly brandished her dragon soul halberd, delivering a sudden thrust that severely injured Ling Yao. She mocked. Those who know their place are wise. Kneeling to beg for mercy might still be timely. Ling Yao stood resolute, tears blurring her vision, blood trickling from her tattered garments. Every part of her body ached, as if trampled underfoot. This was the first time she had been besieged by 3 celestial tier masters simultaneously. It was indeed overwhelming. Yet, for the sake of countless lives in Central Continent, she could not afford to fall. The Fengling sword radiated a brilliant light, blinding Morong Yu and the others. By the time they regained their sight, Ling Yao had healed her wounds. Though her attire was tattered, she emanated a divine aura. She advanced slowly toward Morong Yu, each motion causing the world to dim, as though she were the sole beacon of light in existence. Morong Yu grinned menacingly. Let us settle old scores along with new ones. She gathered her strength into a punch, shattering the surrounding air like glass, leaving cracks in its wake. Ling Yao, enveloped in divine light, raised her sword to block. Refusing to yield, the two remained locked in a stalemate. Morong Yu unleashed her full might, causing buildings throughout the city to collapse, dimming the sun and moon, rendering the world dark. The air thickened with pressure, making it difficult for the citizens to breathe, forcing them to kneel in submission. Only Morong Hua, Morong Chiodi, and Yu Wuxia remained unscathed. Seeing that Morong Yu was unable to gain the upper hand, Morong Hua immediately invoked her magic. A torrential rain of fire descended, engulfing the city in flames, yet not a single ember touched Ling Yao. Realizing this, she fiercely swung her sword to push Morong Yu away and soared toward the city's outskirts. If you have the ability, come out and face me one-on-one. Engaging in battle here will only endanger innocent lives. Unrelenting, Morong Yu transformed into a white dragon and ascended, continuing the fight in the skies. She released the gravitational suppression, seemingly preparing to focus her efforts solely on Ling Yao. The onlookers below could only witness flashes of lightning and hear thunder rumbling in the clouds. A meddlesome maid had already sounded the alarm. Urgent news. Ling Yao the Divine is battling the dragons. Morong Hua and Morong Chiodi immediately pursued her. Ling Yao, growing more formidable, held her ground against the 3 with the Fengling sword, refusing to falter. Yu Wuxia followed closely, drawing the water-cold sword. Yet he had no desire to intervene. Go, Ling Yao. Defeat Morong Yu. He silently cheered. However, the tide of battle turned once more, and Ling Yao found herself at a disadvantage. Under the relentless assault of the 3, her strength waned. Yu Wuxia pondered, if I were to intervene, could I alleviate some of her burden? Without further ado, he resolved to alter the course of the battle. Chapter 79, Widower? Meanwhile, Ling Yao was already struggling to cope. A fleeting golden glimmer shone in her eyes as she observed that Morong Yu, Morong Hua, and Morong Chiodi were without flaw. Wait, how could she forget Yu Wuxia? Although he was of the heaven rank, he was evidently weaker than the other 3. She would test whether they would remain indifferent if she attacked Yu Wuxia. Ling Yu exerted every ounce of her strength to break free. In an instant, the phoenix feather sword in her hand amassed a myriad of rays. Divine art, judgment, terror filled Yu Wuxia's exquisite eyes. Instinctively, he tried to evade, but Ling Yao had already locked onto him. It was over. Why hadn't Ling Yao used this divine art when fighting Morong Yu and the others? Why use it on a fellow human being? It was truly disconcerting. Ling Yao seemed to deliberately prolong the charge-up time by 2 seconds. Morong Yu and the others attempted to interrupt the spellcasting, but they were blocked by the barriers surrounding her. The charge was complete. The phoenix feather sword in Ling Yao's hand emitted a blinding golden light, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Power of judgment. Her sword pierced straight toward Yu Wuxia. Having been locked onto, Yu Wuxia could neither dodge nor resist. He decided to meet it head-on. He exerted all his strength. A sword's frost chills 14 provinces. At the critical moment, Morong Yu swiftly teleported in front of Yu Wuxia, taking the judgment strike for him. Enduring a judgment strike wasn't enough to cause severe injury, but Yu Wuxia didn't hold back. He delivered a full-force sword strike into Morong Yu's back. She was attacked from both sides. Yu Wuxia and Ling Yu simultaneously retracted their swords. Morong Yu seemed to lose all strength and plummeted to the ground, only to be caught mid-air by Morong Hua. Morong Chiodi wielded the dragon soul halberd. once again engaging Ling Yao in a bitter struggle. Yu Wuxiao was momentarily at a loss. As things stood, he should first check whether Murongyu was dead or alive. He quickly descended from the clouds to pursue Murongyu. He believed that Murongyu wouldn't die so easily. Upon landing, Yu Wuxiao saw her leaning against the ruins. Weak and listless, Yu Wuxiao approached slowly, Waterfrost's sword in hand. Muronghua was nowhere to be seen, perhaps having returned to the sky to continue battling Ling Yao. Yu Wuxiao was somewhat bewildered. The current Murongyu looked genuinely fragile. Her clothes were tattered and soaked in blood, especially her chest, where blood flowed profusely. Her face was exceptionally pale. Even her lips had lost their color, giving her a pitiable appearance. If he were to strike now, he could potentially kill her with a single blow. A conflict arose in Yu Wuxiao's heart. Although Murongyu was in poor condition, she still keenly sensed a trace of killing intent. She thought, what an ungrateful wretch. If I hadn't taken that sword for him, would I be this injured? What do you want to do? Nothing. Just want to help my mistress heal. Yu Wuxiao hesitated, Waterfrost's sword in hand. Yu Wuxiao's words were highly suspect. Murongyu struggled to her feet despite her severe injuries. Even after only a day of being husband and wife, there is still some love between us. We sleep together every night, yet you're so heartless? If it weren't for me, would you even be alive right now? Yu Wuxiao remained silent, delivering a sword thrust. After all, this beast was incorrigible, and if he couldn't bring himself to do it, he was truly pathetic. However, his sword strike seemed indecisive, somewhat weak. Murongyu grabbed it with her bare hand. Yu Wuxiao could neither retract the sword nor push it in, only shedding tears. Dozens of golden talismans materialized out of thin air, enveloping Murongyu's body. Her remaining power was instantly suppressed. She looked astonished. Yu Wuxiao retrieved his sword, glancing back to see Ling Yao approaching slowly. Ling Yao understood the principle that a cornered beast would fight to the death, especially a dragon. She didn't want to endure Murongyu's final desperate attack. However, her repeated concessions had only led to the Dragon Clan's relentless aggression. She had no choice but to fight to the death. Murongyu suddenly realized something. She roared, "What have you done to Hahua and Chiodi?" Ling Yao smiled. "I was momentarily careless and let them escape, but you won't be so lucky." Amidst the fierce battle, her strength surged, perhaps due to the power of faith. Ling Yu exuded boundless divine might, slowly raising her sword. A beam of light descended from the sky, locking onto Murongyu. Murongyu thought that her end was near, and she would likely not escape death today. However, she wasn't afraid. Death was a hibernation. One day, she would return. She looked longingly at Yu Wuxiao. Yu Wuxiao met her gaze, feeling somewhat at a loss. His emotions were complex. Murongyu was about to die, and he should be happy, but he felt empty inside. Would Ling Yu kill him after killing Murongyu? Should he flee now? Yu Wuxiao couldn't decide. Finally, Murongyu gave up struggling. Her last words were, "Run." After a blinding golden light, Murongyu vanished like smoke. Apart from the ruins, it was as if they had never been there. Yu Wuxiao was silent, his face expressionless, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. He felt exhausted. Ling Yao glanced at the ruins and the helpless, wailing people, steel in her heart. She raised her sword at Yu Wuxiao and asked, "Will you do it yourself, or should I help you?" Yu Wuxiao's eyes were slightly red, and his slender frame trembled uncontrollably. Ling Yu thought that he looked like a national disaster and couldn't be allowed to live. Yu Wuxiao tried to remain calm, retorting, "What did I do wrong? Why are you relentlessly persecuting a weak man like me?" Ling Yu almost laughed in exasperation. She glanced at the injured civilians and said, "If it weren't for your incessant chatter, would things have turned out this way?" Yu Wuxiao said aggrievedly, "It was you who insulted me first." Admitting the truth, Ling Yu felt at fault. She said, "Fine, go back and be the Dragon Clan's consort. Thank you, goddess, for sparing my life." Yu Wuxiao was somewhat annoyed, uttering those words before turning to leave, as if having made a decision. He thought, women, none of them are good. The injured people had already gathered around, pointing and murmuring, "Are you just letting him go like that? Who will clean up these ruins?" Yu Wuxiao heard the crowd's accusations and immediately soared into the sky. How could he have known that Murongyu would casually unleash an area of effect attack? Before Yu Wuxiao could fly out of the city, Ling Yao caught up, blocking his path. Yu Wuxiao had already calmed down and immediately analyzed the situation. Murongyu was dead, and he didn't want to return to the Dragon Clan. Ling Yao was clearly an enemy of the Dragon Clan. Should he rely on her? But if she couldn't defeat Empress Murong, wouldn't he be finished as well? Currently, Murong was still far away. If he didn't beg Ling Yao for mercy, he would surely die. He asked weakly, "What do you want to do?" Chapter 80. Spoils of War. Ling Yao reigned in her imposing aura and stated, "What do I wish to do? Murong, you perished at my hands, and you are merely a trophy now. Comply and return with me to atone for your sins." The term trophy pierced Yu Wuxiao's heart like a dagger. He thought, this Ling Yao, radiant and divine, is the sovereign of the Central Continent, yet she behaves like a beast in human guise. Does she deserve the faith of the people of the Central Continent? Truly, she is but a gilded facade masking a rotten core. Yu Wuxiao retorted, "Divine Ling Yao, did you not just promise to let me return?" He felt that as the ruler of the Central Continent, she should not be so hypocritical. Ling Yu smiled faintly, drawing closer to Yu Wuxiao, her hand gently caressing his face. "I have changed my mind. Is that not permissible? You yearn to return to your life as a widower, do you not? Being the consort of the Dragon Clan is no easy task." Yu Wuxiao stepped back, unsheathing the water-cold sword, and reproached, "Please, have some respect. Whether I become a widower or not is of no concern to you." Anger flared within Ling Yao as she declared, "Indeed, your marital status is of no concern to me, but I shall take you back to atone for your sins. You wretched creature, because of your words. Murong Yu has turned the entire capital upside down. Do you think you can just walk away? There is no such fortune in this world. She resolved to bring Yu Wuxiao back to atone for his transgressions. Why do you seek to capture me under the guise of noble intentions?" He scoffed. "How hypocritical and nauseating." He added, "Had you not insulted me first, this chaos would never have ensued. You dare to be so unrepentant." In a fit of anger and humiliation, Ling Yao raised her hand, and dozens of tiny golden talismans enveloped Yu Wuxiao entirely. Utilizing her previous methods, Yu Wuxiao felt an immediate loss of strength and collapsed, nearly plummeting from the sky. Swiftly, Ling Yao caught him, hoisting him over her shoulder as she fled to the neighboring city of Haicheng. The capital had been reduced to ruins, and Ling Yao bore Yu Wuxiao away, slapping him lightly in an attempt to rouse him, but he remained unresponsive. Feeling exasperated, she thought, "He has fainted." She sought refuge in the Wanhualu, an establishment once owned by an old friend, and unceremoniously tossed Yu Wuxiao onto a bed. After contemplating her actions, she resolved to teach this insolent youth a lesson. With concentrated thought, she cast a binding spell upon him. Then, she lifted his shirt to examine the intricate red and black pattern adorning his slender lower back. And a satisfied smile crept across her face. When Yu Wuxiao finally opened his eyes, the moonlight filtered through the ornate window, illuminating the room. He felt an inexplicable discomfort, but could not discern its source. Ling Yao emerged from the shadows and inquired abruptly, "Awake?" Startled, Yu Wuxiao trembled. Ling Yao bore no semblance of a ruler, but rather resembled a specter. He pulled the covers aside, sitting up and asking, "Where is this?" "Wanhualu," she replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Wuxiao sensed it was far from a respectable place. Ling Yu swiftly appeared beside him, her hand brushing through his hair as she coldly remarked, "You are deeply culpable. Do you know what you must do?" Fear flickered in Yu Wuxiao's eyes, and he instinctively pushed her away, weakly asking, "What do you want?" Ling Yao leaned in closer, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, and smiled softly. "I have never been one to engage with men, but today, I find myself in a rather pleasant mood." Yu Wuxiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her brazen demeanor. He again attempted to push her away, rising to flee. However, Ling Yu conjured a spell, and golden silk appeared from thin air, binding his hands and feet in an instant. Unprepared, he was about to crash to the ground but inexplicably fell into Ling Yao's embrace. As she gazed at his crimson lips, she pondered, could this young noble of the heavenly realm possess something unique? Yu Wuxiao struggled futilely within her grasp, resembling a creature caught between rejection and acceptance. "Do not touch me. What are you doing?" His eyes brimmed with tears, despair lacing his voice. Initially, he had only wished for Ling Yao to punish Murong Yu, but he never anticipated such an outcome. He felt as if he had just escaped the jaws of a wolf, only to stumble into the clutches of a tiger. Ling Yao observed him, thinking that this impudent youth was indeed teetering between resistance and acquiescence. Otherwise, how could he have moved closer to the bed? So understanding, she mused. Yu Wuxiao pleaded softly, "I have already given myself to Murong Yu. Please, do not touch me. I beg you." Had he known this would be the conclusion, he would never have ventured forth. His voice trembled with unshed tears, evoking a flicker of pity in Ling Yao. However, the mention of Murong Yu darkened her expression further. She hissed, "Who does not know you are already a husband? Yet, I do not mind." Quickening her pace, she was but a step away from her goal. At the critical moment, her hand faltered, and she ultimately spared Yu Wuxiao. She struggled to accept that he was not a virgin. But one Murong Yu was already enough to disgust her. Moreover, within the dragon clan, how many were truly virtuous, from the empress down to the maids? What was urgent now was to devise a strategy against the Empress Murong. Yu Wuxiao, bewildered, buried himself under the covers, silently unraveling. Ling Yao seemed no different from the rest of the dragon clan. She was a dragon slayer turned dragon herself. Ling Yao waved her hand, releasing the bindings on his limbs, and questioned, "Why are you crying? Have I touched you? You shameless creature, I spit. Do you think everyone desires your body?" She exclaimed, utterly repulsed. "Confess. Aside from Murong Yu, who else among the dragon clan has laid hands on you?" Yu Wuxiao retorted, "Everyone has slept with me. Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied? Satisfied with what?" Ling Yao's anger flared as she summoned the phoenix feather sword, its golden radiance blinding. Anyone who dared to meet her gaze would feel an innate sense of shame. She declared, "If that is the case, then keeping you serves no purpose." He was merely a scion of the dragon clan, sullied beyond redemption. He was a threat to the hearts of men. It would be best to eliminate him altogether. Yu Wuxiao, wanting to fight back, found his power sealed, rendering him unable to summon the water-cold sword. He could only raise his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Ling Yao regarded his pitiful expression, ultimately unable to carry out her intention. She sheathed her sword and sighed while sitting at the edge of the bed. To kill him would not solve her dilemma. Yet releasing him seemed equally regrettable. Yu Wuxiao, dazed by fear, felt utterly perplexed. Was Ling Yao attempting to frighten him into submission? She stood to leave, realizing that contemplating how to confront Empress Murong was of utmost importance. As she departed, She left him with a final admonition: clean yourself up and wait. Do not think of escaping. You cannot flee from my grasp. Chapter 81. Thunderclap within the Hall of Myriad Blossoms. Jade Wuxia's brow furrowed slightly. What did clean yourself and wait imply? Oh wait, what? Was she expected to attend to her? Escape was the only option. Upon witnessing Ling Yao's departure, he promptly rose to dress. Subsequently, he eagerly pushed open the chamber door. The door was unlocked, a peculiar detail. As he raised his gaze, he beheld a formidable maidservant, brandishing a broadsword, guarding the entrance. At that moment, their eyes met, and a brief silence filled the air. Jade Wuxia remained silent, poised to shut the door. But the maidservant seized his wrist. Her strength was immense, indicative of a terrestrial cultivation level. Unable to break free, Jade Wuxia blushed crimson and chided. What do you think you're doing? Did even such an unsightly creature dare to touch him? It was truly a toad's ambition to consume swan flesh. She moistened her parched lips and declared, this servant merely wishes to caution you, young master, against any thoughts of escape. Otherwise, her voice was exceedingly hoarse and unpleasant. Jade Wuxia, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, retorted, understood. Release me. She remained steadfast, instead pulling Jade Wuxia into her embrace, burying her face in the nape of his neck. She cackled ominously, young master, you smell divine. Cajole me, and perhaps, in my delight, I might permit your departure. After all, Ling Yao instructed me to attend to you properly. Clearly, this implies mistreating you. Her lustful desires arose, misinterpreting Ling Yao's intentions. Moreover, to die beneath the peony blossoms was a romantic fate, even in death. Jade Wuxia desperately shoved at the unsightly creature, but his delicate frame proved feeble. The maidservant, with one hand, firmly grasped Jade Wuxia's chin, opening her mouth wide, poised to kiss him. She merely wished to taste whether Jade Wuxia's crimson lips held any sweetness. Jade Wuxia, on the verge of tears, felt repulsed. How could this be happening? In an instant, the maidservants had parted from her body. Jade Wuxia, splattered with blood, was filled with terror. Who? Had Ling Yao returned? Was this an elaborate ruse to capture his heart? Jade Wuxia had no time to ponder. The maidservant's body and bloodstains had vanished without a trace, as if nothing had transpired. Should he flee now? But who was the mysterious benefactor? If it were Ling Yao, was she subtly hinting at his solo escape? Yet, his cultivation remained sealed. Soon, two maids carried in a bathing tub, skillfully adding water. Once filled, they withdrew. Jade Wuxia mused that, as things stood, he might as well bathe and sleep. He closed the chamber door and slowly immersed himself in the tub, the warm water calming his nerves. The recent events were becoming increasingly absurd. Although he loathed Murongyu, Ling Yao was clearly no better. Furthermore, Ling Yao found him repulsive, which was utterly detestable. Besides, Ling Yao had murdered Murongyu. He and Ling Yao should be sworn enemies. How could he possibly yield to her? As the water cooled, Jade Wuxia arose to dry himself. With a loud creak, the door swung open, and Murong entered leisurely. Jade Wuxia, blushing crimson, immediately clutched his garments and turned away. He hastily dressed, but Murong pressed him down upon the couch. Murong gently caressed his lower back, inadvertently noticing a blackish-red mark on his waist, and her brow furrowed slightly. What is this? Your Majesty, this servant is unaware, Jade Wuxia confessed, as he couldn't see his own back. With a thought, Murong released Jade Wuxia's cultivation seal. The mark vanished. She released him, turned away, and coldly commanded, dress yourself properly. Jade Wuxia hastened to dress. He could clearly sense the suffocating aura of killing intent emanating from Murong. Once he was clothed, Murong remained silent. Jade Wuxia timidly inquired, Your Majesty, was it you who rescued me just now? Yes. Murong paused, then inquired, Did Ling Yao touch you? Jade Wuxia dissembled, No. Murong rose and languidly declared, Let us depart. You shall accompany me, and I shall avenge you. Knowing the outcome, why bother? It would have been more efficient to simply slay Ling Yao. Murong grasped Jade Wuxia's hand, and in a dizzying whirl, Jade Wuxia found himself atop Phoenix Cry Mountain. Thousands of human cultivators were gathered there, chattering incessantly. Once we breach Xianyang, I shall bed a dragon queen. Dream on. You'll never have the chance. I hear the dragon palace is filled with inexhaustible treasures. Once we slay Murong, we'll capture a few white dragons to play with. Their voices were silenced by an overwhelming sense of dread upon Murong's arrival. The deafening clamor diminished, eventually fading into silence. The crowd parted, and Ling Yu strode forward. She declared solemnly, Murong, you arrived promptly. I had assumed you lacked the courage to face me. Murong released Jade Wuxia's hand, retorting, Lack courage? You murdered Murongyu, and I assume you were prepared to meet your demise. Ling Yao summoned the Phoenix Feather Sword and pointed it at Murong, declaring, Your dragon clan is overbearing, like vampires, seeking to drain every last ounce of value from our human race. I merely act in accordance with the will of heaven. Her words ignited the passions of her 1,000 followers, who eagerly prepared for battle. Ling Yao knew their combat prowess was negligible, almost insignificant in Murong's presence, but she had no other recourse. She had considered using Jade Wuxia's life to threaten Murong, but in the blink of an eye, Jade Wuxia had fallen into Murong's grasp. How frustrating. Murong scoffed, I have no desire to converse with you. You are unworthy of my attention. She summoned the god-slaying spear, its ebony shaft interwoven with crimson, like blood flowing along its surface. Apart from herself and Jade Wuxia, the world was cast in grayscale. The human cultivators were unable to even blink or twitch a finger. Ling Yao's divine radiance surged forth, and she raised her sword, gathering countless rays of light. She would unleash her most potent technique to end this conflict between humans and dragons. Divine art, judgment. A beam of celestial light locked onto Murong, but she remained unfazed. Ling Yao, channeling the faith of thousands, unleashed her full-force attack. Murong casually dispelled the attack, remaining unscathed. She scoffed, "I yearn to clash with the strong. But you are far too weak." Once more, the world reverted to black and white. The thousands of human cultivators strained with all their might, yet remained immobile. Anger, resentment, and despair festered in their hearts. Ling Yao began to doubt herself. Could she truly defeat Empress Murong? Even the former lord of the 9 provinces had failed to vanquish her. She did not wish to face an enemy she could not defeat. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. If she could not use magic, then she could only rely on pure swordsmanship. She refused to believe that the human race was forsaken by fate. In this monochrome world, the phoenix feather sword in Ling Yao's hand blazed with renewed brilliance. She employed the same tactic, arcing the phoenix feather sword in a perfect arc, directly towards Jade Wuxia. Murong, seemingly prepared, flashed a white light in her eyes. Thunderclap. Chapter 82. Invincible before Ling Yao could approach Yu Wuxia, she was already targeted by Murong's lightning strike, causing her long hair to frizz instantly. A sense of despair gnawed at her heart. Murong wielded magic, while she could not. How was she to fight? With no way to evade. She was struck by a bolt of lightning from Murong. Stunned, she stood frozen, her body charred and devoid of vitality. Ling Yao coughed violently, a salty taste filling her mouth. Is this truly the pinnacle of the Dragon Clan? Her heart gradually succumbed to powerlessness and despair. Murong, with a disdainful expression, approached slowly with the god-slaying spear, declaring, "Once you perish, I shall take good care of the people of Central Continent." With great effort, Ling Yao raised the Fengling sword. And a myriad of golden rays traversed mountains and rivers, piercing through Murong's domain, coalescing at that moment. She felt the presence of allies in her fight. The Dragon Clan was not invincible. A golden glimmer ignited in her eyes, and in an instant, she lunged at Murong. She bellowed, "Murong, you shall not have your way in Central Continent." Judgment, divine retribution. As the two clashed, the heavens trembled, the clouds were forcefully pushed away, revealing a dazzling array of stars. Mountains crumbled, rivers flowed backward. The thousands of human cultivators surrounding them were instantly sent flying hundreds of miles away. Yu Wuxia had long been prepared, but was still knocked back several hundred meters. He hurriedly returned, though neither Murong nor Ling Yao were virtuous. Perhaps due to Ling Yao's verbal insult, he found himself secretly hoping for Murong's victory. As the dust settled, Murong, wielding the god-slaying spear, with her hair cascading down and her attire slightly soiled, stood tall. In contrast, Ling Yao remained unscathed, her divine radiance even more resplendent. They stood several dozen meters apart. Murong soared into the sky, twirling the god-slaying spear, transforming it into a circle. She roared, "Before absolute killing intent, all magic is but an illusion." With that, she hurled her spear, enveloped in white lightning, straight toward Ling Yao. Within Murong's domain, Ling Yao could harness magic and gather strength. But what of it? Today, she was destined to die. At that moment, no matter how she teleported, she could not evade the deadly strike. What to do? What to do? Once more, she glanced at Yu Wuxia, and so she attempted the same tactic, teleporting toward him. With him as a hostage, perhaps there remained a chance for negotiation. Yet, Murong was prepared. Lightning struck, shattering. Just as Ling Yao teleported before Yu Wuxia, before she could even touch him, she was struck by another bolt of lightning. As Yu Wuxia regained his composure, he hastily distanced himself. Ling Yao screamed in agony, gritting her teeth as she struggled against the binding lightning. Dreadful, Empress Murong. Truly a living legend, her strength was terrifying. Ling Yao gathered her strength once more, raising the Fengling sword, as myriad lights coalesced around her. Dozens of golden talismans appeared out of thin air, forming a protective barrier. This technique had saved her from countless lethal attacks. She bore the faith of the people of Central Continent. She could not fall. The god-slaying spear was summoned back by Murong. With a flourish, she danced the spear in a deadly display. Death. Murong surged forward, her spear piercing through Ling Yao's chest entirely. Ling Yao's expression was one of disbelief as she weakly closed her eyes. Was Empress Murong truly unbeatable? Soon, she vanished into nothingness. Yu Wuxia fell into contemplation. Was Murong truly invincible? Even with unparalleled talent and the power of faith, was it merely to warm up for Murong? Had Murong Yu truly perished? Would she, like last time, rise again? Countless questions swirled in Yu Wuxia's mind. Murong stowed the god-slaying spear and gently soothed, "Wuxia, be good, return to the palace with me." Yu Wuxia, lost in thought, replied, "Yes." In the current situation, did he dare to utter a dissenting word? In the East Palace, Ziyun Pavilion, after returning Yu Wuxia, Murong did not rush to depart. She pulled over a chair, casually sitting down and crossing her legs. Yu Wuxia stood beside her, appearing somewhat awkward. Murong smiled warmly, saying, "Wuxia, you are the only one left in the East Palace. Would you like to move to my Weiyang Palace?" Yu Wuxia replied weakly that, would not be appropriate. Morong frowned slightly, displeased. I am doing this to better protect and care for you. Be obedient. A wave of sorrow surged within Yu Wuxia, and he knelt, choked with emotion. Your Majesty, I cannot bear to leave the East Palace. Who knows what Morong might do to him in the Weiyang Palace? Furthermore, if word got out, how would he face others? Once he found his sister, how could he bear to confront her? Morong helped him up, comforting, do not cry. I will visit you often when I have time. Yu Wuxia lowered his eyes, saying, I do not wish to trouble your Majesty. Morong slowly rose, wiping the tears from Yu Wuxia's face with her hand. If you have any grievances or troubles, remember to tell me. Yu Wuxia cried even harder, his tears clouding his vision. He suddenly felt that Morong treated him quite well. In this world, there were still those who cared for him. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to inquire about his sister. Yu Wuxia softly pleaded, Your Majesty, could you assist in searching for my sister? Morong replied dismissively, Rest assured, I will inform you as soon as there is any news. Searching? Where to search? He could sense no trace of her. She was likely either dead or hidden in some exceedingly secretive place. Morong paused before continuing, I shall return now. No need to see me off. Yes. Once Morong departed, Yu Wuxia finally exhaled, collapsing onto the concubine couch and sinking into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Morong told him, one day, they would reunite. She also warned him to remain faithful, or upon her return, none would survive. Yu Wuxia wanted to protest. Am I truly such an unfaithful person? As he awoke, his eyes opened to find a peacock guarding him. His face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Why are you guarding me while I rest? Perhaps still groggy from sleep. His voice was hoarse and sweet. The peacock hurriedly knelt, saying, I merely feared you might catch a chill, so I covered you with a blanket, nothing more. Yu Wuxia then noticed a snow-white thin blanket draped over him and waved his hand. All right, you may leave. The peacock bowed, saying, Yes, I take my leave. She struggled to suppress a smile as she hurried away, fearing Yu Wuxia might see. She thought, Yu Wuxia is so tender. It seems one could almost squeeze water from him. As expected of the future empress, now that the crown princess is absent, he will eventually succumb to loneliness. At that time, she would seize the opportunity. Yu Wuxia watched the peacock's retreating figure, feeling somewhat helpless. He pondered, should he send someone to bring Qin Shan and Yin Yu back? After all, they were familiar, both from Chu, and he could converse with them to alleviate his boredom. But the journey to the Bamboo Sea of Central Continent was 1,000 miles away. Would he really have to go himself? Furthermore, wouldn't he bringing them back endanger them? After all, the East Palace was far more perilous than the Bamboo Sea. Feeling vexed, Yu Wuxia reluctantly rose and moved to the window, gazing at the darkening sky, feeling a deep melancholy. Every blade of grass and tree in the courtyard seemed to fade, as if reminiscing about a long-lost acquaintance. Chapter 83. The Night Vigil in the East Palace. Within the warm chamber, the mist hovered over the water pavilion, and the emerald waves rippled gently. Yu Wuxia was immersed alone in the tranquil waters, for Morong Yu had passed away, rendering the East Palace unusually serene. He enjoyed the solitude, spending his days idly, free from responsibilities. Such a life was indeed delightful. 30 days later, the sky was high and the breeze gentle, perfect for an outing. Yu Wuxia sat by the window, observing the birds in flight with a frown. Though he was alone in the East Palace, it was rather dull. He pondered whether he was akin to a caged canary. Without Qin Shan and Yin Yu, it was not a significant loss. The peacock and the sparrow treated him with utmost kindness, yet their excessive enthusiasm made him somewhat uncomfortable. Remaining in this frigid palace for so long was beginning to wear on him. He yearned to step outside. As a member of the celestial tier, he should be traversing the world, wielding his sword far and wide. However, what if Morong were to drag him back? That could lead to dire consequences. Yet, if he were to return swiftly, a brief excursion outside should pose no trouble. Yu Wuxia caressed the Shuihan sword, caught in a dilemma, bored and restless. He finally rose and pushed open his door, only to find Morong approaching him with measured steps, blocking his path. Her long hair cascaded freely, and she wore a black garment, the neckline open to reveal a white inner lining. Wuxia, how have you been lately? She inquired. Yu Wuxia hurriedly sheathed his sword and knelt in reverence. With downcast eyes, he softly requested, Your Majesty, I wish to take a stroll outside. If only Morong would grant him this wish. Morong replied with gravity, The world beyond is fraught with danger and unsuitable for you. Besides, as the royal consort, you cannot leave the palace so easily. Given Yu Wuxia's exquisite appearance and his lack of propriety, should he act in a manner unbecoming of Morong Yu outside, it would reflect poorly not only on her, but also on the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, with Morong Yu deceased, it would be better for her to care for Yu Wuxia herself rather than let others take advantage. A flicker of desolation crossed Yu Wuxia's eyes. Had he known she would refuse, he would not have broached the subject. What folly had compelled him to ask? Was she truly a noble dragon? Should he provoke suspicion? It might be impossible to escape in the future. Seeing Yu Wuxia's downcast expression, Morong reached out to help him rise. Very well, she said. Since I have little to occupy my time, I shall take you out for a stroll. With a smile, she added, It would not hurt to make an exception just this once. Yu Wuxia, with a hint of naivety, asked, Really? His demeanor amused Morong, who felt an urge to tease him. Suppressing her laughter, she feigned seriousness. Of course not. Dejected, Yu Wuxia's spirits fell further. Morong took his hand firmly, leading him outside while teasing, "Come along, my young lord." His face flushed with embarrassment, his heart raced. Why had she suddenly spoken so? Was it truly appropriate for her to hold his hand? Did she harbor feelings for him? It was utterly unacceptable. He had only served Murongyu. How could he entertain the idea of being with another woman so soon? He should be mourning in the East Palace, not indulging in such shamelessness. As these thoughts plagued him, discomfort crept across Yu Wuxia's face. Morong, unfazed, continued to hold his hand as they walked through the palace grounds. He noticed for the first time just how many servants filled the corridors. As they passed numerous palace maids, all bowed their heads in deference. Yet Yu Wuxia felt their eyes upon him, speculating and gossiping behind his back. In an age where rumors could be ruinous, he deemed it wise to exercise caution. Especially as a widower. Summoning his courage, he softly pleaded, "Your Majesty, might you release my hand? So many are watching." Morong feigned displeasure. "What? Am I not allowed to hold your hand?" Yu Wuxia replied timidly, "You may hold it, but it is against propriety. My laws are my own," she declared, gripping his hand once more. Yu Wuxia dared not speak further. He understood well the consequences of opposing her will. After all, no one wished to meet an untimely demise. Morong pressed on, "I tire of this. Young lord, let us save our outing for another day. For now, might you attend to my night vigil?" After much internal conflict, she realized that what was unattainable always seemed the most desirable. It would be better to have Yu Wuxia close than to dwell on the past. With Murongyu gone, she felt no guilt in her desires. Tears glimmered in Yu Wuxia's eyes as he shook his head. "Your Majesty, you cannot do this." Feigning annoyance, Morong gently caressed his cheek. "Ah, still pretending to be a chaste man? Playing hard to get, I see. I understand the game." Yu Wuxia, misty-eyed, did not comprehend how he resembled someone playing hard to get. Was he to resort to drawing his sword in front of Morong to assert his resolve? As he prepared to unsheath his sword, Morong was quicker. She swept him into her arms, hoisting him onto her shoulder. In a whirl, they found themselves back in Weiyang Palace, within her chambers. Yu Wuxia, panic-stricken and tearful, protested, "Your Majesty, you promised to take me outside. How did we end up here?" Morong tossed him onto the bed and began to loosen her garments. With a playful malice, she chided, "What a foolish question. I just told you to attend to my night vigil. Do you not comprehend human speech? Besides, if you become my favored consort, I shall take you out every day." How does that sound? Desperate, Yu Wuxia scooted toward the edge of the bed, clutching his garments tightly, his eyes wide with fear. "No, I do not wish to go out. Your Majesty, you cannot do this. If Murongyu finds out, she will rest uneasily." He hoped to awaken a flicker of conscience within her. Morong paused, her expression faltering. "The deceased are gone, and the living remain. Cherish those present. Do you intend to mourn her for eternity?" Yu Wuxia certainly did not wish for that, but he felt trapped with no alternatives. He lied. "I am willing to remain a widower for the rest of my life for the esteemed princess." Morong smiled softly, pressing him down on the bed. Leaning close to his ear, whispering, "You truly wish to? Why did I never notice how deeply you cared for her? Is there someone else in your heart?" Yu Wuxia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "And no." Yet his grip on his garments tightened even more. Morong threatened, to remain a widower? Easier said than done. A year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000. Can you endure such patience? Yu Wuxia lied, "I can endure." He merely hoped that Empress Morong possessed some semblance of moral integrity. If so, there might still be room for negotiation. Chapter 84. Disheveled Hairpins. Weiyang Palace. Morong arose, her hand seizing Yu Wuxia's chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. Her expression was one of disdain. "Little seductress," she sneered, still feigning innocence. "Your body tells a different tale." Yu Wuxia trembled with indignation, choking back tears. "I did nothing. How can you debase me so? You are utterly depraved. Devoid of all moral compass." Morong retorted with amusement, "It was you who inched your way onto the bed. Am I mistaken?" Yu Wuxia felt as though struck by lightning. If Morong was at the bedside, was he supposed to crawl into her embrace instead of the bed? Yu Wuxia struggled to rise, declaring coldly, "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." Yet, once more, Morong pinned him firmly to the mattress. Yu Wuxia writhed and strained, unable to break free. Shame and anger surged through him. Why did everyone seem to relish treating him this way? He felt a pang of longing for Murongyu. At least, with her, his conscience remained untroubled. His struggles were a mere jest in Morong's eyes. Gradually, Yu Wuxia's strength waned. His eyes glazed over, and tears streamed down his temples, soaking his hair as he wept silently. His delicate frame trembled with increasing intensity. Morong remained silent, her resolve wavering. An idea began to form. Since coercion was causing her moral conflict, she would try a gentler approach. With time and patience, she would make Yu Wuxia fall in love with her, willingly offering himself to her bedchamber. Then, her conscience would be clear. After all, it would be Yu Wuxia's own lack of restraint, absolving her of any guilt. Moreover, Yu Wuxia, having suffered abuse, must yearn for affection. Winning his heart would be a simple matter. Releasing her hold on him, she inquired, "Why do you weep? I will allow you to return. Is that acceptable?" "Thank you, Your Majesty." The serving maids outside would always remember this day. When the ethereally beautiful imperial consort emerged from the Weiyang Palace, her hair disheveled and her eyes swollen with tears, they whispered amongst themselves, ultimately concluding that power grants one the freedom to act with impunity. Yu Wuxiao returned to the East Palace, heading directly to the waterside pavilion. He felt utterly defiled. By the time he emerged from the pool, dusk had fallen. Kong Ke had already placed a light robe outside the screen, awaiting him. Yu Wuxiao absent-mindedly donned the garment and opened the door. The East Palace had once again assumed its ethereal, mist-shrouded appearance, bordering on the eerie. Yu Wuxiao waved his hand, signaling Kong Ke to retire for the night. Reluctantly, Kong Ke withdrew. He strolled alone back to the Ziyun Pavilion. Now that Morong harbored malicious intentions, how could a frail man like himself possibly contend with her? The entirety of Dongzhou and Zhangzhou was in the clutches of the Dragon Clan. Where could he possibly flee? To Yuzhou, perhaps, the domain of the Ghost Clan, shrouded in mystery? The ruler of Yuzhou should be unafraid of Morong. Yu Wuxiao had barely settled into bed when a series of knocks echoed at the door. Puzzled, he wondered who it could be at this late hour. Empress Morong? She would likely barge in without knocking. Enter, Yu Wuxiao instructed. Morong Hua pushed open the door, quietly closing it behind her. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the candlelight to flicker. Yu Wuxiao's face paled. Morong had just shown mercy, granting him respite, and now Morong Hua was here to join the fray? Without a word, she approached and sat beside Yu Wuxiao's bed. Yu Wuxiao braced himself, ready to draw his sword. He questioned icily, "What brings you here?" Morong Hua leaned in, inhaling deeply at Yu Wuxiao's neck. "What could I possibly want?" she countered. In the candlelight, Yu Wuxiao's cheeks flushed crimson. He pushed Morong Hua away, feigning annoyance. "It is highly inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to be in the same room late at night. You must leave at once." Morong Hua remained unmoved. Yu Wuxiao feebly threatened, "If you do not leave, I shall call for help." Morong Hua scoffed, "Call all you want. No one will come to your rescue. Even if you scream your lungs out. Help? Someone is trying to." Morong Hua clamped her hand over his mouth. Composing herself, she released him, stating, "I came to apologize." "What were you thinking?" Yu Wuxiao looked perplexed. "Apologize? For what?" "For failing to save Morong that day. It was my negligence. I fell victim to Ling Yao's trickery. Otherwise, none of this would have happened." Seeing her crestfallen expression and genuine remorse, Yu Wuxiao offered a perfunctory consolation. "Life and death are predetermined. You need not blame yourself excessively. Return early." After all, he was not particularly grieved by Morong Yu's demise. Morong Hua instantly dabbed at her eyes, offering a pathetic smile. "It is good that you do not blame me, my lord." Yu Wuxiao inquired, puzzled. "Why did you not apologize during the day?" Morong Hua replied helplessly, "You were not here during the day. I heard you went to the Weiyang Palace to attend to the Empress, did you not?" Yu Wuxiao responded weakly, "It was not my choice to go." Morong Hua chuckled, wrapping her arm around Yu Wuxiao's shoulder and pulling him into her embrace. "Since you can attend to the Empress, perhaps you could attend to me as well." Yu Wuxiao mumbled, his voice muffled, "You must not do this. Besides, nothing transpired between her and me." Morong Hua laughed. "Everyone saw you. How can I believe you?" Yu Wuxiao shoved Morong Hua away, demanding, "Saw me? Who saw me?" "Saw what? Explain yourself." Morong Hua remained unperturbed, stating frankly, "Of course. They saw you emerge from the Weiyang Palace with disheveled hair. What else could they have seen?" Yu Wuxiao felt as though struck by lightning. Even Morong Hua knew. His reputation was irrevocably tarnished. With no time to dwell on this, his immediate priority was to remove Morong Hua. Yu Wuxiao summoned the water ice sword, placing it against Morong Hua's neck. "Are you not afraid I will complain to the Empress?" Morong Hua glanced at the sword with disdain. "What? Have you truly cast yourself as a favored concubine, using the Empress as your shield? She may protect you for a time, but not forever." Yu Wuxiao, enraged, inhaled deeply and then placed the sword against his own neck. If he could not kill Morong Hua, could he not end his own life? "Leave at once, or I shall die before your eyes." Morong Hua hesitated. If this were to reach Empress Morong, she would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. It was best to leave now. She quickly retreated, soothingly saying, "My lord, what are you doing? I was merely jesting. I would never truly harbor improper thoughts about you." Yu Wuxiao lowered the sword, scolding, "If you offend again, see if I do not complain to the Empress." Seeing that he had put away the sword, Morong Hua could not resist another jab. "Oh, have you not yet become a concubine, and you are already using the Empress as your shield?" Yu Wuxiao flushed crimson, retorting, You mock me again. Just wait. I will go find her now and see if you still dare to speak so." He immediately rose and stormed out of the room. Chapter 85. The maternal figure Morong Hua promptly rose to her feet, seizing Yu Wuxiao tightly before he could step out the door. She laughed. "Don't be so hasty. It was merely a jest. How could you take it seriously? If this reaches the Empress, we shall both lose face." Yu Wuxiao, exasperated, replied, "Release me." In a playful manner, she insisted, "If you refrain from reporting me, I shall let go." You don't want Billion," she continued, her persistence unwavering. Morong Hua continued to cling to him, saying, tonight's events must remain confidential. After all, she had bribed the palace maids in the Eastern Palace. As long as Yu Wuxiao kept silent, the matter could remain hidden. Exhausted from struggling, Yu Wuxia resignedly said, "If you let go, I won't say anything." Yet, Morong Hehua refused to release him. In their intimate proximity, she proposed, "Then kiss me, and I will let you go." Yu Wuxia retorted, "Are you trying to push your luck? Just see if I—" Before he could finish, Morong Hehua held him tightly, and unable to resist her charming demeanor. He leaned in and kissed her. Moments later, satisfied, she released Yu Wuxia, remarking, "Your lips are truly sweet. Though you claim to refuse, your body is quite honest." Yu Wuxia thought, since they all believe he is entangled with the Empress, perhaps he might as well play along. He smirked, "You have thoroughly provoked my ire. Be cautious lest the Empress strips you of your skin." Morong Hehua, employing her usual tactics, clung to him once more, pleading for him to spare her. Eventually, Yu Wuxia capitulated, granting her this reprieve. After Morong Hehua departed, the night had deepened. Yu Wuxia collapsed onto the couch, pulling the silk quilt over himself, preparing to sleep. Without Morong Yu's support, he felt like a mere widow in the palace, subject to ridicule and torment by anyone. Such a prolonged state was unbearable. The following day, the warm autumn sun streamed through the diamond-patterned window, casting a serene glow in the room. Yu Wuxia furrowed his brow, slowly opening his eyes. Startled by how high the sun had risen, time had flown by. With a weak effort, he propped himself up, letting the crimson quilt slip away, revealing his pale, thin nightgown. He hoarsely called, "Twonk, I am here." A gentle patter of footsteps approached, as Twonk entered with washing supplies, her face adorned with a faint smile. After completing his morning routine, Yu Wuxia dismissed her and dressed alone, pushing open the door to step into the courtyard. The sky was high and clear. The palace walls of vibrant red, all exuding a tranquil beauty. Golden osmanthus flowers drifted in the breeze, some landing in Yu Wuxia's hair. Both Conque and Twonk followed closely behind. Conque tentatively inquired, "Young master, would you like to take a stroll in the imperial garden?" "No need. This place is perfectly fine." Though Yu Wuxia wished to visit the garden, he feared encountering Morong. As fate would have it, Morong appeared behind him, saying, "Wuxia, have you missed me?" Conque and Twonk, alarmed, were about to bow, but Morong waved her hand, signaling them to withdraw. They hurriedly excused themselves. Startled by her presence, Yu Wuxia trembled and hurriedly bowed, "Your Majesty." Morong helped him up, inquiring, "Wuxia, where would you like to go?" Yu Wuxia replied, "I wish to go nowhere." He longed to wander outside, but accompanying Morong was out of the question. He did not wish to be the subject of further gossip. With a slight smile, Morong took his hand and led him back inside. "Since you do not wish to go anywhere, let us rest indoors, and perhaps attend to some important matters." Yu Wuxia's face turned pale with fear as he stumbled slightly, quietly protesting, "Your Majesty, in broad daylight. Is that appropriate?" As Morong was about to pull him into the room, Yu Wuxia stubbornly grasped the doorframe. "No, release me." Morong intensified her pull, finding amusement in teasing him. "You are simply a source of entertainment." Tears of grievance brimmed in Yu Wuxia's eyes as he clung to the doorframe, choking back sobs. "Morong Yu is gone. And you all bully me, a mere widower. Is that amusing?" He suddenly found himself missing Morong Yu, despite her being a fierce creature. Serving only her had been far better than attending to both of them. Besides, serving Morong Yu had at least preserved his reputation. Seeing him weep so distressingly, Morong felt she had not been too excessive. Why was he so easily tormented? She released her grip, saying, "When I spoke of important matters, I meant teaching you swordsmanship. Your refusal implies you look down on me. Is that it?" Yu Wuxia wept, his sobs echoing in the air. With a sigh, Morong declared, "If you refuse to learn, I shall take my leave." She was determined to see if he could withstand this temptation. Noticing his silence, she turned to leave. "Really, if you choose not to learn, so be it. What kind of man avoids combat? What does it matter if you reach the heavens? You would still merely be a plaything." As Morong walked away without a glance, Yu Wuxia began to calm down, suddenly feeling regret. He thought, to grow stronger, he must shed his shame. After all, the Empress Morong was a living legend. The last time he had witnessed her slay Ling Yao, Morong was undoubtedly a master like none he had ever seen. If she could impart even a fraction of her wisdom, he would undoubtedly improve significantly and no longer be at the mercy of cruel women. Yu Wuxia hurriedly ran after Morong, timidly saying, "I implore your Majesty to teach me." Feigning confusion, Morong replied, "Teach you what?" Yu Wuxia immediately knelt, his voice quivering with vulnerability. "I beseech your Majesty to guide me in swordsmanship." Morong felt a sense of satisfaction, coldly smirking, "Too late." With that, she turned to leave. In a panic, Yu Wuxia grasped the hem of her skirt, pleading, "Your Majesty, please show me some guidance." Having just cried, his eyes were slightly red, the remnants of tears enhancing his pitiful demeanor, evoking sympathy. Morong was pleased. A faint smile graced her lips as she bent down to help him up, taking his hand and leading him into Ziyun Pavilion. Casually seating herself on the favored couch, she crossed her legs, stating, "I find you utterly contemptible. I offer to teach you, yet you refuse. Now that my patience has waned, you come crawling back to plead for instruction." Yu Wuxia stood beside her, his gaze lowered. For a moment, he felt Morong's words held some truth. Yet having knelt, he could only endure. Seeing him so easily swayed, Morong decided to test him further. Her voice sharp, "Kneel properly." In an instant, a menacing aura enveloped the space. Yu Wuxia trembled in fear, obediently lowering his eyes and kneeling at her feet. He sensed that Murong's intent was not to teach him swordsmanship, but to playfully torment him. Before he could ponder further, Murong kicked him, causing him to stumble. She laughed. Why are you dazed? Call me mother so I can hear it. Chapter 86. A day as teacher. After kneeling, Yu Wuxia's eyes glistened with tears as he softly addressed, Teacher mother. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that he had fallen into a trap. Indeed, my dear disciple, Murong replied with a slight smile. Gently ruffling Yu Wuxia's hair and plucking a few osmanthus blossoms from it, her face radiated warmth as she proclaimed, a day as a teacher, a lifetime as a mother. From now on, every word and action of yours must adhere to my guidance. Do you understand? A sense of foreboding washed over Yu Wuxia. Such unreasonable demands could only mean that Murong harbored ill intentions. A flash of white lightning flickered in her palm as she expressed her dissatisfaction. Why are you silent? Have you lost your tongue? Palpitating with fear, Yu Wuxia replied, I shall diligently remember your teachings, teacher mother. That is well, she said, reclining on the imperial concubine couch. My obedient disciple, I am weary. Until I awaken, you are not to rise from the ground. Yes, he answered reluctantly. Wasn't she supposed to teach him swordsmanship? Why did she cease to mention it after the formalities? Time ticked by, and it appeared that Murong had genuinely fallen asleep. Kneeling beside her, Yu Wuxia found himself with nothing to do but scrutinize her. Clad in simple yet striking attire of black and red, she exuded an aura of unparalleled grace and charisma. However, her heart seemed excessively cruel, making him kneel for no reason. Just as Yu Wuxia's legs began to ache, Murong finally stirred. With drowsy eyes, she commanded, Wuxia, I wish to rinse my mouth. Yes, he promptly rose to serve her a cup of clear tea. After rinsing, she instructed, You shall assist me in washing my face. Yes, he said, feeling helpless but obliged to comply. After she had washed her face, Murong took Yu Wuxia's hand and led him outside, casually remarking, Such a good boy. Teacher mother will take you for a stroll outside the palace. Unease filled Yu Wuxia's heart. Was she not meant to impart genuine skills? Murong remained silent as they wandered through the skies. As the sun dipped beyond the horizon, casting a tinge of orange across the sky, she had led him to the summit of Fengming Mountain, the very place where Ling Yao had met his demise. The fragmented peak was riddled with ravines, memories flooding back. Murong summoned her god-slaying spear, pointing it at Yu Wuxia, and declared, Come, let me see your abilities. Looking at the spear, Yu Wuxia weakly pleaded, I implore you. Teacher mother, to show mercy. Was it truly necessary? Did she intend to kill him? Murong smiled faintly, saying, You may strike, and I shall show restraint. Trembling with fear, Yu Wuxia summoned his water-cold sword. The two stood opposite each other. Murong wielded her spear, effortlessly conjuring countless delicate bolts of lightning in the air. You may go first, she said. Yu Wuxia trembled with anxiety, feeling a profound fear in the mere presence of Murong. For the first time, he felt his water-cold sword, ranked 7th in the sword manual, to be utterly inadequate. Should he unleash his strongest move? Before he could gather his thoughts, Murong, seeing his feeble state, could not help but tease him. With a sweeping motion, she launched an attack, the spear surging with the force of wind and thunder towards him. Yu Wuxia's eyes widened in terror. He hastily raised his sword in defense, yet was still sent flying several meters away, stumbling to the ground. Before he could regain his footing, Murong had already raised his chin with the spear. So weak, far too weak, she scoffed. Yu Wuxia, feeling helpless, retreated slightly, murmuring, Your Majesty speaks the truth. Murong playfully tapped his face with the spear and said, Call me teacher mother. Teacher mother, he complied obediently. Very good, now again, with sincerity. The two resumed their sparring. Yu Wuxia, no longer holding back, unleashed a flurry of sword energy, yet Murong effortlessly countered every strike. In desperation, he unleashed his ultimate move, One Sword Frost Cold, 14 states. Murong smiled slightly, choosing to meet the attack head-on. In an instant, a biting cold wind howled, transforming the entire Fengming Mountain into a realm of ice and snow. As the water-cold sword clashed with the god-slaying spear, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating their faces. Murong's expression remained tranquil, as though Yu Wuxia's full-force strike was inconsequential to her. With a slight exertion, she repelled him. Do you not possess a stronger technique? Yu Wuxia, feeling defeated, admitted, I truly do not. Within a quarter of an hour, Murong grew bored and exerted a mere fraction of her strength, tipping the scales once again. With each thrust of her spear, Yu Wuxia could barely defend himself. It seemed she was deliberately toying with him, her control over her strength impeccable. Soon, Yu Wuxia's face flushed with embarrassment, light breaths escaping his lips, and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His arms ached, his hands stinging from the impact. At last, feeling she had played enough, Murong knocked his water-cold sword from his grasp and sheathed her spear. In an instant, she closed the distance, pulling out a snow-colored handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Seemingly in high spirits, she embraced Yu Wuxia and asked, My dear disciple, are you tired? I shall take you back to the palace. Leaning against her, Yu Wuxia appeared even more fragile, weakly responding, I am quite exhausted, teacher mother. Is this appropriate? Murong lifted him into the air and set off for the palace, saying, What is inappropriate about it? Arriving at the eastern palace by the waterside, Yu Wuxiao was adamant about not going to the Weiyang Palace, fearing Murong would bully him there. Thus, after escorting him back to the Eastern Palace, Murong refused to leave. Yu Wuxiao felt like crying but could shed no tears. Murong commanded, "Wuxiao, assist me in bathing." "Yes," he replied, lowering his gaze and obediently helping her with her garments. He longed to voice his concerns about propriety, but he knew it would be futile. Murong had always been this way. Satisfied, Murong stepped into the waters of the bath, her skin glowing like snow against the emerald springs. Yu Wuxiao, face flushed with embarrassment, hurried out of the pavilion to await the serving maid outside, receiving a tray containing fresh garments, silks, and fragrant ointments. Standing outside the bath, he inhaled deeply, feeling increasingly anxious. He struggled to suppress his rising panic. Pushing open the intricately carved wooden door, he closed it behind him. The room was already shrouded in mist. Yu Wuxiao circled around the screen, holding the tray, and knelt beside Murong in anticipation. With his head bowed, he dared not gaze upon her. The sound of splashing water echoed as Murong rose and commanded, "You, come down." Yu Wuxiao's face turned crimson, almost bleeding, as he softly protested, "No, this truly cannot be." He had anticipated such an impertinent request from Murong. With a cold smirk, she replied, "Are you so quick to disregard your teacher mother's words?" Yu Wuxiao lowered his gaze, tears brimming in his eyes, and weakly uttered, "You do not honor your teacher. How can you claim to be a mentor?" Murong found his plight amusing, rising from the bath with a laugh. "A day as a teacher, a lifetime as a mother. You would do well to obey. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking mercy." Chapter 87. The gentle ripples. Yu Wuxiao set down the tray and lifted his gaze. He initially intended to voice his belief that Murong was utterly unworthy of being his master's wife. Yet, upon locking eyes with Murong's vertical pupils, a deep-seated fear gripped him. A fleeting flash of white light danced in Murong's eyes as she coldly urged, "Come down, do not compel me to take action." An invisible aura of murderous intent enveloped the air, saturating the entire waterside pavilion. Despair filled Yu Wuxiao's eyes, his complexion flushed, and his body trembled. He thought, his wife is dead, and he is left with no choice. But how will he face his sister afterwards? He felt utterly ashamed to meet her. Seeing the tears brimming in his eyes, Murong's delicate face appeared even more bashful and timid. The string of reason within him fell silent, severed entirely. Regardless of worldly prejudices, she, Murong, had never cared. With a fierce tug, she pulled Yu Wuxiao into the waters of the pavilion, embracing him tightly. Caught off guard, he choked on the water and began to cough slightly. In the intimate space where their breaths mingled, his dark hair, drenched, clung to his snow-white skin, rendering him even more fragile. He frowned slightly and weakly pleaded, "Not here." After all, in this waterside pavilion, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards the crown princess. Deep down, he felt remorseful. If she had not shielded him from a fatal blow, would he be in this predicament? Murong leaned closer to his ear and asked, "Then where shall we go? To the Weiyang Palace?" Yu Wuxiao's heart ached, and tears welled up as he replied, "Nowhere is acceptable." He could not fathom where his sister was suffering. How could he demean himself like this? Once was already enough. Now, to find himself in such a situation again, his sister would surely despise him. Murong decisively took action, opting for a more straightforward approach. She would first conquer his body before winning his heart. The hot spring waters flowed smoothly, and gentle ripples danced across the surface. Late at night, in the Xian Pavilion, Murong and Yu Wuxiao lay side by side. Though fear filled Yu Wuxiao's heart, after such a prolonged ordeal, he was undeniably exhausted and drowsy. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Murong suddenly poked his nose and asked, "Wuxiao, do you desire a title?" Yu Wuxiao, still half asleep, weakly responded, "I will follow my master's orders." After all, he could not compete with Murong. The following day, Yu Wuxiao awoke to find that Murong had already departed. As he slowly propped himself up, the silken covers slipped away, revealing numerous kiss marks adorning his delicate neck. Once he regained his composure, an endless wave of regret flooded his heart. Why had he been so cowardly? How could he still have the face to reside in the Eastern Palace? Yu Wuxiao lifted the blood-red bed curtains, and on a nearby table lay a set of garments in shades of peach and willow green. After dressing, he heard a knock at the door, and the peacock inquired, "Young master, are you awake?" "Yes." The peacock entered, holding a set of toiletries. With a beaming smile, she remarked, "Young master is truly fortunate. Having lost the crown princess, you have now captured the emperor's favor, truly envied by others." Yu Wuxiao's face immediately darkened as he retorted, "Speak no more, or beware the consequences." The peacock quickly responded, "Young master is right. I shall not speak out of turn again." After she assisted Yu Wuxiao with his grooming, the twonk also entered to lend a hand. Yu Wuxiao sat before the mirror, with the peacock and twonk meticulously attending to his appearance. After all, now that Yu Wuxiao had gained the empress's favor, he must be well presented. Twonk inquired, "Young master, what rank do you think the emperor will bestow upon you?" Yu Wuxiao's cheeks flushed slightly. Given the commotion, it was evident that their relationship had become widely known. He playfully chided, "How would I know?" The peacock pondered for a moment and replied, "In my humble opinion, it is better not to be given one." Twonk asked, "What do you mean?" Is our young master not deserving of a title? Given the circumstances, Yu Wuxia was at a loss for words. The peacock wore a smile, cautiously suggesting, "There is something I must say, though it may not be appropriate." It was well known that anyone who heard such words could not help but inquire further. Yu Wuxia, too, could not resist. "Speak." The peacock, still smiling, said, "Young master, do not take offense. From my analysis, even if the emperor grants you a title, it cannot elevate you to the status of empress. Instead, if she does not grant it, you will still be the crown princess's husband, which is a legitimate first rank. The master of the entire Eastern Palace. Isn't that preferable to being in the emperor's harem?" Twonk feigned displeasure and retorted, "Why can't he be an empress? Our young master is of celestial rank. How many male celestial figures exist in this world?" The peacock thought to herself, "Our young master is but a second marriage. And he has even caused the crown princess's death, a notorious reputation indeed. How could he possibly become empress?" Nevertheless, with Yu Wuxiao present, she dared not voice her thoughts. She sweetly remarked, "You are right. Our young master is unparalleled in elegance and must certainly be favored above all." Listening to their banter only added to Yu Wuxia's growing agitation. "Enough, cease your chatter." The two immediately fell silent. By midday, Morong arrived alone at the Ziyun Pavilion. She found Yu Wuxia sitting by the window, one hand propping up his chin, the other holding a book, lost in thought. Morong quietly approached from behind. Together, they shared the novel. Perhaps too engrossed in the story, Yu Wuxia failed to notice the presence of another living soul behind him. The room fell into silence, save for the sound of pages turning. Morong's lips curled into a subtle smile as she unexpectedly snatched the book from Yu Wuxia's hands. Startled, he trembled. And upon realizing what had happened, his face turned crimson as he hurriedly stood to bow. "Your Majesty." Morong helped him up, saying, "You called me incorrectly again. I shall punish you tonight." Yu Wuxia weakly called out, "Master." Feeling somewhat helpless, he pondered if not addressing Morong as Your Majesty would lead to a great offense. Morong replied, "That is much better." As soon as her words fell, she opened the book Yu Wuxia had just been reading and began to recite aloud. Instantly, Yu Wuxia felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He weakly pleaded, "Master, please do not read aloud." Morong ignored his plea, continuing to read with utmost seriousness. Yu Wuxia grew increasingly anxious, nearly on the brink of tears, reaching out to snatch the book back. However, Morong deftly evaded his grasp. Finally, after she had read enough, Morong closed the book and teasingly remarked, "Wuxia, it seems you enjoy this." Yu Wuxia lowered his gaze, his face a portrait of shame, hands tightly clenched. He muttered softly, "No, it's all lies in the novel. I barely glanced at it." Morong playfully tapped his head with the book and chuckled, "Oh, daring to lie? You are quite naughty, claiming you barely looked when I saw you engrossed in it for nearly half an hour." Yu Wuxia fell silent, staring at the floor tiles, wishing only to find a crack to hide within. Morong reclaimed the book, speaking in a mock-serious tone, "Wuxia, I believe that those who practice cultivation should refrain from such readings. I shall confiscate this book for now. If you wish to read it, come find me later." Yu Wuxia's mind was in disarray as he hurriedly promised, "What master says is true. I will never read it again." Morong smiled gently, reading such trivial books warrants punishment. Chapter 88. Beseeching the teacher's consort for punishment. Yu Wuxia surmised that if Morong wished to penalize him, she would invariably discover a pretext. Morong, beaming with a smile, produced a book and brandished it. She said, "Wuxia, what shall become of you if you continue to peruse such literature?" A mist gathered in Yu Wuxia's eyes, and he pursed his lips, murmuring, "I shall not look at them again." Why did she persist endlessly? With her sudden appearances, he truly had no privacy whatsoever. Morong, unable to bear his pitiable demeanor, swiftly approached, scooped up Yu Wuxia, and tossed him onto the divan. Indeed, she mused, why wait until nightfall? Henceforth, simply inform your teacher's consort of your desires. Is there anything your teacher's consort does not know? Yu Wuxia, his eyes vacant, curled up on the edge of the divan, his snow-white skin adorned with numerous red marks. "Wuxia," Morong's voice echoed, "your teacher's consort is acting in your best interest. You are still young. How can you indulge in such things?" Her words carried both a didactic tone and a hint of jest. "I am young, so you abuse me in this manner?" Yu Wuxia retorted, feeling increasingly wronged. He had stumbled upon the book quite by chance. He had merely been idly leafing through it when Morong had suddenly appeared. Morong drew closer, whispering into his ear with a threat, "You dare to talk back? You are quite audacious." Yu Wuxia buried his head in the soft pillow, sobbing softly. "I dare not." Morong's dominance left him with no room for defiance. Morong, a smile playing on her lips, tugged at his hair, pulling him up. "Why do you weep? Do you not relish this?" Yu Wuxia protested in a low voice, "I do not." In truth, he harbored a secret fondness, yet he refused to acknowledge it. Moreover, the relentless torment left him utterly drained. At this rate, he would meet his demise at Morong's hands sooner or later. Morong feigned a sigh, slapping Yu Wuxia forcefully. She jested, "But you clearly enjoy reading such novels." It was evident that Yu Wuxia was simply shy, unwilling to confess the desires lurking deep within his heart. As his teacher's consort, she felt compelled to guide Yu Wuxia toward confronting his own desires. Yu Wuxia felt he could no longer succumb to such self-indulgence. He retorted, no. I have said it countless times. I was merely flipping through it. Morong's smile remained faint as she raised her hand, tightly grasping Yu Wuxia's neck. She threatened. Is this how you address your teacher's consort? Yu Wuxia's face flushed crimson due to oxygen deprivation, his mind a blank, and his vision grew increasingly blurred and dark. His slender hands instinctively pushed and struck Morong, yet his efforts seemed feeble. Observing this, Morong sneered, little hussy, still feigning reluctance. Putting on such a deathly act to seduce your teacher's consort, are you? Upon hearing this, only despair remained in Yu Wuxia's eyes. The Empress Morong was truly terrifying, leaving him breathless. Memories of the past flashed before his eyes. All of this was caused by that poisonous woman, Morong Yu. Ever since he entered the Eastern Palace, he had been stripped of all dignity. In this world, anyone could offend him, tease him, and humiliate him. Now, having consummated their marriage with Morong, he truly had no face to show anyone. Morong, exercising restraint, released her grip before Yu Wuxia lost consciousness. Yu Wuxia covered his mouth, coughing softly, tears welling up in his eyes once more. The sensation of narrowly escaping death was far from pleasant. Morong gently wiped away the tears on Yu Wuxia's face. Expressing her displeasure, did you say thank you? All you do is cry. If you cry again, I will beat you later. Startled, Yu Wuxia dared not cry any further, barely managing to stifle his tears. He said with a sob, thank you, teacher's consort. Morong remained unsatisfied, patting Yu Wuxia's face, saying, say, I beg teacher's consort to punish me. Yu Wuxia pursed his lips, remaining silent. He had already been tormented by Morong, yet she still refused to let him go. Morong pinched Yu Wuxia's waist fiercely, causing him to tremble and groan. She smiled faintly, threatening, will you say it, or not? Perhaps driven to foolishness by the teasing. Yu Wuxia weakly asked, say what? Morong's face immediately fell, and she kicked him off the bed. She said, if you cannot figure it out, then do not think about getting back on the divan. Caught off guard, Yu Wuxia landed with a painful thud. In his heart, he defiantly decided that if he could not get on the divan, then so be it. Seeing his continued silence, Morong produced a chain of red gold, tossing it casually. The delicate chain landed at Yu Wuxia's feet. She instructed, put it on yourself. This was a gift from the demon lord Song Shu, with the implication that those who understood would understand. No matter how chaste and virtuous a man might be, wearing it would alter his nature. Originally, she had not intended to use it on Yu Wuxia, but he had indeed become somewhat disobedient. Furthermore, she wished to see how Yu Wuxia, that little hussy, would continue to feign innocence after wearing it. As dusk descended, the lingering rays of the setting sun streamed through the latticed window, casting a warm glow upon Yu Wuxia. The golden chain glittered in the twilight. Yu Wuxia vaguely sensed that this was no ordinary ornament. Morong rose and sat on the edge of the divan. Smiling faintly as she enticed, Wuxia, do you not wish to become stronger? Simply put it on. After all, Morong was well aware that corruption makes one 10 times stronger, while purity weakens one by 3. Once Yu Wuxia wore the chain and his nature was altered, he would become somewhat stronger. Yu Wuxia certainly did not believe Morong's lies. In a moment of inspiration, he immediately embraced Morong's leg, pleading pitifully, teacher's consort, please spare your disciple this time. Morong smiled from ear to ear, rising to seize Yu Wuxia's hair, forcing him to release her leg. Morong casually kicked him to the ground, laughing, now you know to be obedient? Too late. Yu Wuxia struggled to rise and kneel properly, begging, teacher's consort, spare. Morong produced the god-slaying whip, wielding it casually, creating a series of cracking sounds as it shattered a small table into dust. She threatened, obediently put it on, or be punished. The choice is yours. The god-slaying whip in her hand was as black as ink, entwined with white electricity, its sharpness fully revealed. Yu Wuxia whispered, I beg teacher's consort to punish me. At worst, he would be beaten to death by Morong, bringing an end to everything. Morong remained silent, wielding the whip relentlessly. Yu Wuxia remained silent, screaming in agony. Soon, Yu Wuxia fainted from the pain. Morong put away the weapon and carried him to the divan, picking up the red gold chain and gently fastening it around his ankle. After some deliberation, she wondered what would happen if the chain poisoned Yu Wuxia's mind. He was not particularly intelligent to begin with. Never mind, Morong thought, retracting the chain. Who else would cherish him if she, his teacher's consort, did not? Morong waved her hand casually, and a burst of white light flashed past. Yu Wuxia, in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly felt a warm sensation throughout his body, and his wounds healed at a visible rate. He abruptly opened his eyes, meeting Morong's gaze. Morong smiled faintly, saying, awake? Change your clothes and accompany me for a stroll. Tonight, with nothing to do, we might as well clean up a few underground rebel groups to stretch our muscles. Chapter 89, Xia Linlang in the Dead of Night, by the shores of Lake Biluo in Zhangzhou. What was once a tranquil and elegant village had been reduced to scorched earth. Dressed in simple white garments, Xia Linlang sat alone beside a fire, roasting a chicken. The bird sizzled with oil, indicating it was nearly done. She wrapped it in a plain handkerchief, removed it from the flames, blew off the ashes, and took a delicate bite. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender, eliciting drool. Yet, Xia Linlang felt it could never compare to her mother's cooking. Tears dampened the chicken as she vowed. One day, She would overthrow the dragon clan's tyranny and ascend as the ruler of Jiuzhou. A faint sound of footsteps approached. The aura, could it be a celestial stage? She hastily wiped her tears and turned, cautioning, who goes there? Emerging from the shadows was Yu Wuxia, wielding the water-cold sword. Who introduced himself? Yu Wuxia. Xia Linlang set down the chicken, rose to bow, and said, I have long admired your esteemed name, sir. Yu Wuxia looked puzzled. You know me? Of course, the foremost expert of the Chu Kingdom, master of the water-cold sword. Yu Wuxia, she replied. Yu Wuxia marveled. Your insight is remarkable. But how did you come to know this? As he spoke, he drew his sword, his tone laced with a hint of hostility. Xia Linlang trembled slightly. That sword of yours is unique. How could I not recognize it? Moreover, my mother adored swords. She diligently studied the world's sword manuals and, by fortune, once sparred with you. Thus I have some understanding. Yu Wuxia furrowed his brow, recalling a past encounter in Chu where he had defeated a wandering swordsman, though the name escaped him. So, you are the daughter of an old acquaintance. May I inquire your name? Xia Linlang, she replied, keeping a wary eye on the water-cold sword, which emanated a chilling aura. Simultaneously, Yu Wuxia scrutinized her. In her plain white attire, she exuded a youthful charm. And being at the celestial stage added to her spirited demeanor. In these turbulent times, many at the celestial stage emerged. It was no wonder Murong had tasked him with eliminating this revolutionary threat for his training. However, being of equal standing, he felt uncertain. What if he were to be struck down instead? Murong had even forsaken his safety, making a swift exit. Truly, a heartless monarch. Hidden in the shadows, Murong felt discomfort. As an empress, she had sacrificed much to secretly observe her disciple-esque growth. Yet here was Yu Wuxia, entwined with a mere girl, utterly vexing. Both Yu Wuxia and Xia Linlang, lacking in strength, remained oblivious to her presence. Xia Linlang cautiously inquired, Sir, I have heard you wed the dragon princess. How is it? Do you find it agreeable? At her words, a fleeting coldness flickered in Yu Wuxia's eyes. Murong Yu was dead. Xia Linlang felt a pang of embarrassment. He was a charming widower, and her face turned slightly red. She gestured towards the green carpet beneath them. Sir, shall we sit and converse? The Yu Wuxia was sent by Murong to kill Xia Linlang. He couldn't bring himself to do so. After all, they were both of the human race. With no past grievances, Xia Linlang could sense his growing murderous intent. As the saying goes, a married gentleman is like spilled water. She mused inwardly that Yu Wuxia must now be one of the dragon clan. Furthermore, he was armed with the water-cold sword, clearly intent on her demise. With mutual wariness, the atmosphere grew tense. Ultimately, Yu Wuxia sheathed his sword and seated himself beside Xia Linlang, extending his hands towards the fire. It is quite cold by the lake at this hour. Xia Linlang hurriedly offered branches for the fire, seemingly fearful of him succumbing to the chill. She thought. Despite his delicate appearance, he hardly resembled a remorseless killer. Meanwhile, Murong reluctantly restrained herself. She was curious to see Yu Wuxia's intentions. Hence she refrained from immediately striking down Xia Linlang. Suddenly, Xia Linlang's stomach audibly grumbled. She picked up the chicken and tentatively offered, Sir, would you care for half? Yu Wuxia glanced at the chicken, its appearance unremarkable, and disdainfully replied, No need, you may keep it. Xia Linlang, undeterred, devoured the chicken, accompanied by special spices and a flask of aged wine. Moments later, Yu Wuxia, puzzled, wondered if it truly was that delectable. Before long, only the bones remained. Wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, Xia Linlang inquired, Where do you hail from, and what brings you here? While Xia Linlang was well aware of his background, Yu Wuxia knew nothing of hers. Murong, hidden in the shadows, was rendered speechless. She thought Yu Wuxia was quite the flirt, undeserving of such treatment. Xia Linlang added more wood to the fire, which blazed brightly, reflecting in her eyes. She gestured to the ruins around them. I am Xia Linlang of Xia family village by Lake Biluo. Yu Wuxia, confused, asked, What happened here? Recalling the devastation, anger surged within her. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, This is all the doing of your dragon clan. How dare you ask? Yu Wuxia, feeling disgruntled, retorted, Do you presume me to be of the dragon clan? Had I not heard from Murong that you are a leader of the resistance and felt a modicum of goodwill towards you, I would have acted long ago. Xia Linlang scoffed, Is it not true? You enjoy the favor of the dragon clan daily, basking in the affections of the crown prince. Are you not one of them? It is disheartening to see a noble of Chu reduced to this. These words had long been on her mind. With wine emboldening her, she spoke without restraint. Yu Wuxia, displeased, replied, Do you think I wish for this? Xia Linlang frowned, Then explain yourself. I was sent to wed, he stated. Did you not know? Xia Linlang shook her head. She only knew he married the dragon princess and was favored in the East Palace. She pressed on, Now that the Chu kingdom has fallen. Do you intend to remain with the dragon clan? A shadow flickered across Yu Wuxia's gaze as he murmured, If not with the dragon clan. Where else can I go? The world is vast, yet escaping the dragon clan's grasp is nearly impossible. Xia Linlang was perplexed with the vastness of Jiuzhou. Where could one not go? Yu Wuxia sighed. Let us speak of the four seas. They are clearly under the dragon clan's dominion. How can one venture beyond? Furthermore, can you guess why I am here? A flicker of fear crossed Xie Linling's eyes. You have come to kill me, haven't you? Yu Wuxia remained silent, lying on the carpet, gazing at the starry sky. Have you heard of someone named Ling Yao? Ling Yao, the former ruler of Zhongzhou, was indeed known to her. Yu Wuxia tilted his head, tousled hair framing his face, and asked, in comparison to Ling Yao, who is stronger and who is weaker? Chapter 90, Ill-Fated Lovers? Upon the shores of Azure Lake, a gentle breeze stirred. Seraphina's countenance was tinged with melancholy as she lamented, I am but an insignificant pawn, newly ascended to the celestial tier. How could I ever compare to Lyra? Jasper sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Then why do you dare to plot treason in secret? Seraphina rose slowly, her fists clenched with resolve. A blood feud demands retribution. Jasper followed suit, his inquiry earnest. The Empress dispatched me to eliminate you. What course of action do you propose I take? Seraphina offered a wry smile. My lord, let us engage in combat. Should you emerge victorious, my life is yours to dispose of as you see fit. Jasper blinked his limpid, almond-shaped eyes, questioning, and if I am defeated? Seraphina declared with gravity, if you are defeated, you shall obediently follow me from now on. She mused inwardly, Jasper is, after all, a celestial tier cultivator. With him joining my cause, the overthrow of the Dragon Clan is imminent. Jasper offered a delicate smile, summoning the Aqua Scythe, and inquired playfully, if I were to follow you, would you cherish me for eternity? He misinterpreted Seraphina's intentions, presuming she, too, desired him. Though Seraphina found his words peculiar, she reasoned that men were simply like this, even those of the celestial tier. Moreover, it was only right that she treat Jasper well if he were to become her subordinate. Her cheeks flushed crimson in the firelight as she affirmed, what manner of person do you take me for, Seraphina? If you follow me, I shall, of course, cherish you for eternity. From the shadows, Muriel's expression soured, having overheard their entire exchange. Indeed, Jasper is a fickle and contemptible creature. She resolved to act the moment Seraphina emerged victorious, reducing her to ashes. Jasper, oblivious to the shift in Seraphina's demeanor, retreated several dozen meters, creating distance between them, and casually unleashed a wave of sword energy. Seraphina's face registered astonishment as she swayed, narrowly evading the attack, though a lock of her hair was severed. Jasper, witnessing her agility, acknowledged her prowess. The Aqua Scythe gleamed coldly under the moonlight. In an instant, an aura of murderous intent descended as he lunged toward Seraphina. His sword tracing a flawless arc, Seraphina, wary, summoned the Azure Gale fan, parrying Jasper's strike, only to be thrown back several dozen meters. Before she could regain her footing, Jasper relentlessly pursued her with the Aqua Scythe. After only a few brief exchanges, Jasper had gained the upper hand. The Aqua Scythe relentlessly pressed her, suffocating her. Seraphina, nimble as a swallow, retreated once more. She was not a sword cultivator. Close quarters combat was not her forte. It seemed she could no longer afford to hold back. She had to resort to spells. Unfurling the fan, she unleashed a gust of wind toward Jasper. Jasper parried with his sword, but the gale blinded him, forcing him backward, nearly causing him to stumble. Honestly, he chided playfully, you show no consideration for delicate beauty. Seraphina waved the fan again, bellowing, tempestuous devastation. Instantly, the wind howled as countless violent wind blades swept toward Jasper. Jasper raised his hand, conjuring an iceberg to block the assault. Jasper smiled knowingly. Spells? Seraphina is nothing special. Seraphina's arm grew weary from fanning, yet she could not even make a dent in the iceberg. It then occurred to her to simply circumvent it. As she emerged from behind the iceberg, she was immediately struck by Jasper's palm. Caught off guard, Seraphina collapsed, the Azure Gale fan falling to the side. She attempted to rise, but was ensnared by icy vines, suspended in midair. The biting cold caused her to shiver uncontrollably, her face and lips turning white with frost. Is this the end? Muriel thought with indifference, surprised at Seraphina's weakness, rendering her intervention unnecessary. But what is that contemptible Jasper waiting for? Why hasn't he ended Seraphina's life with a single strike? Could it be that he has developed feelings? If that is indeed the case, I shall make this pair of ill-fated lovers suffer. Jasper sheathed the Aqua Scythe, his voice frigid. Will you consider joining the Dragon Clan? I truly cannot bring myself to kill Seraphina. I have a nagging feeling that this is the only feasible solution at the moment. After all, every move Seraphina makes is being watched by the Dragon Clan. Where can she possibly escape? Seraphina felt her end was near. She sneered, Jasper, you are obsequious to the Dragon Clan, yet you strike your own kind with ruthless force. Shame on you. Jasper had not intended to kill her, but her crude language provoked him. Very well, I shall kill her. With her limited abilities, she dares to dream of revenge? A fool's errand. Jasper raised his sword, aiming for Seraphina's chest. Seraphina, refusing to surrender, exerted all her strength, her fingers hooking the Azure Gale fan, drawing it toward her. As long as she could retrieve the fan, there was still hope. Jasper saw through her ruse, seizing the fan. Do you think I don't want to resist? He exclaimed. Do you even comprehend the Empress's power? Seraphina was rendered speechless. Since the formation of the rebel army, they had slain corrupt officials of the Dragon Clan. But she had never encountered a true Dragon Clan expert. Empress Muriel? A living legend, too distant for her to reach. After a long pause, she managed to utter, "Is Empress Muriel truly insurmountable?" Jasper retorted, "Were you not present when she vanquished Lyra?" Seraphina answered truthfully, "No, I was not." Jasper sighed in resignation. "I shall give you one last chance. Surrender or face death. The choice is yours." Seraphina declared, "To fall into the hands of such a beauty, I have no regrets." If Jasper did not end her life with a single strike, she would freeze to death. Her internal organs ached. Did Jasper intend to slowly torture her to death? Truly. She was beautiful but cruel. Jasper noticed the frost covering her face, her pallid complexion, and her bloodless lips. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to do it. He, too, yearned to overthrow the dragon clan's dominion. With a thought, the icy vines released Seraphina, vanishing as if they had never existed. Seraphina collapsed to the ground, perplexed, and weakly inquired, "What? Does my lord hesitate to kill me?" Jasper remained silent, extending the azure gale fan toward her. Seraphina grew even more bewildered, accepting the fan with a puzzled expression. She rose and bowed, expressing, "Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life." Jasper assisted her in standing, offering a gentle smile. "The 9 provinces are vast. The farther you go, the better. Never return, and cease your reckless provocations against the Dragon Clan." He would return to face Muriel's punishment himself, even if it meant death. It was better than killing Seraphina and enduring the torment of his conscience. With this thought, Jasper's almond eyes welled with tears. Chapter 91. A wretched soul Morong, concealed in the shadows, was growing increasingly displeased. It seemed that adorning Yu Wuxia with shackles might be a prudent course of action. If Yu Wuxia's mind were inadvertently corrupted, it would not be entirely unwelcome, as it would serve her purposes. In any case, Yu Wuxia would only have himself to blame. He had been given ample opportunity. For the moment, she would observe the extent of their dalliance. Their newfound camaraderie was intriguing, and she would allow them to converse at length. Once their bond had deepened, she would eliminate Xia Linlang. Would her beloved Yu Wuxia descend into inconsolable grief? Or would he seek self-destruction? The prospect was undeniably captivating. Under the cloak of darkness, Morong remained patient. The fire had long since died down. By the faint moonlight, Xia Linlang discerned a furrow in Yu Wuxia's brow. After a moment of contemplation, she was about to speak when she was seized by a violent fit of coughing, which left her doubled over. Yu Wuxia, without a word, turned and departed. He had not used excessive force, yet Xia Linlang appeared remarkably fragile. His immediate concern was to devise a strategy for imploring Morong's forgiveness upon his return. Xia Linlang, having barely suppressed her cough, hastened to intercept Yu Wuxia, saying, "If you fail to assassinate me, how will you account for yourself upon your return?" Such solicitous words were apt to elicit tears. Yu Wuxia's eyes welled up uncontrollably. He choked out, "How will I account for myself? I shall simply endure a beating." Xia Linlang was overcome with shame. She murmured, "I am deeply sorry that you should suffer on my account." Yu Wuxia raised a hand to wipe away his tears, saying in a voice thick with emotion, "Enough. Depart swiftly, lest I reconsider." His words were sincere. Xia Linlang promptly declared, "My lord, bear with it for now. In my humble opinion, though the Dragon Clan is formidable, it is not invincible. Within the 9 provinces, there remain numerous experts. I shall traverse the land, seeking out these champions, and together we shall devise a grand strategy. One day, we shall overthrow the tyranny of the Dragon Clan and restore peace to the central province." Yu Wuxia, only partially convinced, replied, "Your aspirations are lofty, and I am in awe." Upon the scorched earth, the wind whispered. Xia Linlang rekindled the fire, and the two sat side by side, confiding in each other. Their conversation flowed freely. Morong, employing a concealment spell, sat beside Yu Wuxia, openly eavesdropping. She believed that the elimination of Xia Linlang would be all the more poignant once they had forged a deep connection. Moreover, by listening to their intimate exchanges, she could gain further insight into Yu Wuxia. Neither Xia Linlang nor Yu Wuxia detected the slightest anomaly. As dawn approached, Xia Linlang picked up a small stick and stirred the embers of the fire. Her face was etched with concern as she asked, "My lord, will you truly not flee with me? Surely, within the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, there is a place to hide." Yu Wuxia was tempted, but he hesitated to take such a risk. After all, he had attempted to escape twice before, only to be recaptured each time. Morong's treatment of him might not always be so lenient. Assuming an air of nonchalance, Yu Wuxia declined Xia Linlang's invitation. A flicker of despondency crossed his eyes as he said, "There is no need. I shall remain with the Dragon Clan, where I enjoy luxury and ease. Why should I subject myself to apprehension and uncertainty by following you?" He spoke thus to dissuade Xia Linlang from further entreaties. Morong, overhearing this, smirked. The little harlot was quite astute. If Yu Wuxia dared to flee, she would drain his cultivation and cast him into the cold palace, where she would torment him ceaselessly to ensure he never dared to defy her again. The rising sun cast its rays upon the scorched earth, bathing the two in a warm glow. They bid each other a reluctant farewell. Xia Linlang's cheeks flushed slightly. She said softly, "My lord, if one day I succeed in overthrowing the Dragon Clan, would you be willing to be with me?" After their night together, she felt deep sympathy for Yu Wuxia's plight. They had, in a sense, become acquainted through adversity. Xia Linlang, a maiden in the throes of first love, had spent the entire night in conversation with a man of Yu Wuxia's striking beauty, making it difficult not to develop feelings. Yu Wuxia, perhaps swayed by the atmosphere, nearly acquiesced. His face flushed, and he appeared somewhat embarrassed as he wrung his hands. I am no longer a virgin, he said. I have served 2 women. Do you not find me repulsive? Xia Linlong's expression was gentle. She quickly replied, I understand that it was not your fault. Blame the accursed dragon clan. Yu Wuxia lowered his gaze, saying, let us speak of it when that day arrives. Xia Linlong's words warmed his heart. Furthermore, he feared that a direct refusal might undermine Xia Linlong's confidence. Murong could no longer contain herself. She dispelled her invisibility, and a wave of murderous intent washed over the scene. She seized Yu Wuxiao by the hair, pulling him into her embrace. So, she sneered, in a single night. You have already seduced another woman, have you? No, mistress, spare me. Yu Wuxiao was aghast, his face ashen with terror, ignoring the pain of his hair being pulled. He could only weep and beg for mercy. All was lost. He had no idea how long Murong had been eavesdropping. He was surely doomed. Xia Linlang immediately drew her Xianfeng folding fan and cried, release him. She did not recognize Empress Murong. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Murong shoved Yu Wuxiao to the ground and advanced slowly towards Xia Linlang. Are you afraid of me? She asked with a chilling smile. Xia Linlang, holding the Xianfeng folding fan, retreated cautiously. The mere presence of Murong caused her legs to tremble uncontrollably. Who are you? She demanded. I am his consort, Murong. Empress Murong? What an unexpected encounter. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Xia Linlang opened her fan and swiftly flew backward, creating distance. Facing Empress Murong, she dared not be careless. She would unleash her most potent technique immediately. Tempest. Murong's lips curled into a faint smile. She summoned the Godslayer whip and closed the distance with astonishing speed. With a casual strike, a flash of white light streaked past. Xia Linlang was unable to evade the blow and was sent crashing to the ground, a long, bloody gash marring her body. She coughed up blood and struggled to rise. Her entire body felt as though it had been struck by lightning, leaving her devoid of strength. The excruciating pain and blood loss threatened to render her unconscious. Murong stepped on her hand and ground it into the earth, the sound of cracking bones filling the air. What was that about being the master of something? She sneered. The intense pain caused Xia Linlang to thrash wildly, her body drenched in cold sweat. Was this the extent of the gulf between Murong and herself? Her most powerful technique had been nullified before it could even be unleashed. It was a crushing disappointment. Murong willed it, and the serpentine Godslayer whip in her hand straightened into a rigid blade. She kicked Xia Linlang aside and slowly raised her hand, aiming the Godslayer whip at her throat. Yu Wuxia suddenly appeared, his frail form shielding Xia Linlang. He pleaded weakly, Mistress, your might is renowned throughout the 9 provinces. Why stoop to contend with an impudent youth? Show mercy and spare her life, I beg you. Withdrawing the God-slaying whip, Murong casually shoved Yu Wuxia aside, sneering, I'll deal with her first, then you. A scheme formed in her mind, to use Xia Linlong's life to coerce Yu Wuxia, to see what lengths he would go to for her. Murong summoned a dark brocade pouch and, with a thought, confined Xia Linlang within. Yu Wuxia looked on in astonishment. Xia Linlang felt a dizzying sensation, and upon opening her eyes, found herself in complete darkness. She groped about, unable to find an exit. Murong stowed the pouch, grasped Yu Wuxia's hand, and soared into the sky. I'll give you one more chance, she declared. Kill those 3,000 rebels, and I'll spare Xia Linlang. Yu Wuxia inquired weakly, what rebels? Murong smiled. Your little lover's subordinates, of course. Did you think she was alone? Yu Wuxia looked embarrassed, protesting softly, she's not my lover. Murong sneered, we're almost there. If you hesitate, her life is forfeit. Central Continent, Gathering Righteousness Manor. From afar, a blood-red banner could be seen fluttering in the wind, embroidered with the words, Overthrow the Dragon Clan. Xia Linlong's thousands of rebels had gathered here. The 2 guards at the gate, though handsome, were dressed in simple, worn armor. One held a blade, the other a spear. At that moment, they sat idly outside the gate, chatting. Murong led Yu Wuxia closer. Releasing his hand, she summoned the pouch, saying, Wuxia, you'll soon have a chance to unleash carnage. Aren't you delighted? Yu Wuxia was tormented. How could he harm his own people? Greetings, esteemed guests. What brings you here? Sensing a sinister aura, the guards tried to remain courteous. Murong raised the god-slaying whip, and with a flick, blood splattered. The 2 guards were decapitated, falling lifelessly to the ground, their eyes wide with disbelief. They didn't even have time to scream. Murong feigned displeasure. Wuxia, what are you waiting for? Yu Wuxia, pale with fear, was speechless, unsure how to respond. Murong released Xia Linlang from the pouch. She appeared on the ground, her plain white robes stained with blood. Having lost too much blood, her face was ashen. She instinctively tried to rise, but lacked the strength. She couldn't even speak loudly. Murong pointed the god-slaying whip at Xia Linlang, demanding, Wuxia, what are you waiting for? Draw your sword. Yu Wuxia's eyes turned red as he summoned the water-chilling sword and slowly drew it. But he hesitated. How could he take so many lives? At that moment, a rebel inside the manor caught a whiff of blood. Upon seeing the scene, she froze, letting out a piercing scream. Annoyed. Murong willed the god-slaying whip to act like a living serpent, instantly strangling the woman. Her scream alerted the others inside the manor, causing a deafening commotion. In an instant, a throng of rebels surged out. 3 bodies lay on the ground. Yu Wuxia and Murong held weapons. Their leader, Xia Linlang, was covered in blood. The scene spoke for itself. The rebels, armed and armored, prepared to attack. Xia Linlang, exerting all her strength, cried out, "Run." She didn't want so many to die because of her youthful ignorance. Xia Linlang was their only celestial-level warrior, and her words carried weight. The rebels paused, cautiously approaching. Attempting to rescue Xia Linlang, Murong flicked the god-slaying whip, which wrapped around Xia Linlang's leg, dragging her to Murong's side. Murong stepped on Xia Linlang's hand, asking Wuxia, "Are you afraid of blood?" Yu Wuxia seized the opportunity, replying, "Yes, teacher, I am." The world lost its color. In an instant, the entire Gathering Righteousness Manor became monochrome. Birds froze in midair, and the deafening noise ceased. The rebels stood as if they were statues. All was silent, except for Murong, Yu Wuxia, and Xia Linlang. Murong said, "I've frozen them for you. Now, can you act?" Yu Wuxia was silent, at a loss for excuses. Xia Linlang, pinned under Murong's foot, cried out in despair, "Yu Wuxia. Murong, just kill me. What are you waiting for?" If death was inevitable, she would rather die than watch her subordinates be slaughtered. Yu Wuxia approached Murong and Xia Linlang. His face unreadable. Xia Linlang roared, "Kill me. What are you waiting for? Aren't you willing to be a dog for the Dragon Clan? Fine. What are you hesitating for?" She knew such words would enrage Yu Wuxia. If he grew angry and ended her life quickly, that would be best. She couldn't bear to watch her people die helplessly. Freeze. Murong cast a spell, immobilizing Xia Linlang. She sneered, "I want you to watch." "Wuxia, are you waiting for me to act?" Yu Wuxia felt the water-chilling sword grow heavy. He slowly raised it. Icy water. The humiliation he had endured made his eyes bloodshot. Rather than endure the torment, he would risk everything. Dragon scales were impenetrable, but perhaps her eyes were a weakness. Yu Wuxia suddenly thrust the sword at Murong. The chilling blade stopped an infinitesimal distance from Murong's eyes. Yu Wuxia strained, but could not move it further. Murong stepped forward, instantly sending Yu Wuxia flying. He crashed into a wall. The old, dilapidated wall remained intact. Yu Wuxia struggled to his feet, leaning on his sword. His hair was disheveled, blood trickled from his mouth, and he tasted blood in his throat. Murong teleported in, wielding the god-slaying whip. Yu Wuxia tried to defend, but it was futile. The strikes from the whip were excruciating, tearing his clothes and revealing his snow-white skin, now marked with red welts. Murong was toying with him, not using her full strength. Otherwise, a single strike would have crippled or killed him. Still, Yu Wuxia was drenched in sweat, unable to defend himself. A moment of carelessness left his right wrist exposed, and the water-chilling sword flew from his grasp, embedding itself in the ground before Xia Linlang. Chapter 93, Adoration. Xia Linlang lay on the ground, immobilized by Murong's binding spell. Unable to move an inch, the water-cold sword stood before her, its blade reflecting her image like a mirror. She appeared utterly disheveled. Indeed, in the face of Murong, she felt insignificantly small. Was it truly impossible to conquer the Dragon Clan? The sound of slicing air echoed in her ears, while Yu Wuxia gritted his teeth, determined not to emit a meaningless scream. Yet the god-slaying whip seemed to amplify the sensation of pain exponentially. Murong let out a series of light, tinkling laughs, reminiscent of silver bells. "Wuxia, are you not going to kneel and beg for mercy? Plead with your mistress. Perhaps her heart will soften, and she will spare you." As soon as the words left her lips, she struck fiercely again with the whip. Yu Wuxia fainted from the agony several times, only to be splashed awake by Murong with cold water. Blood flowed in a colorless realm. Xia Linlang was deeply remorseful. She had overestimated her capabilities, challenging the authority of the Dragon Clan, and had inadvertently dragged her sisters into this plight. Moreover, she had caused Yu Wuxia to suffer unjustly, leaving her utterly ashamed to face the world. Perhaps Murong feared she might kill Yu Wuxia, which was why she turned her attention to Xia Linlang. She lifted the binding spell on Xia Linlang, playfully inquiring, "Do you wish to join the Dragon Clan?" She relished in the thrill of tormenting others. Xia Linlang cast a glance at the unconscious Yu Wuxia. Seemingly resolved, she struggled to crawl to Murong's feet, clutching the hem of her skirt. With a choked voice, she pleaded, "I do wish it. I implore your majesty to spare their lives. I will serve as a slave or maid without complaint." Murong kicked her aside, sneering, "Do you think you are worthy to negotiate with me? First, go and eliminate those ants. Otherwise, I shall send you and Yu Wuxia to become military prostitutes." She kindly lifted the suppression of colorlessness from everyone present. The world regained its hues. The remaining rebels, already weakened by the earlier assault of colorlessness, were now nearly exhausted, their minds blank. Struck by despair, Xia Linlang gritted her teeth and stood up, declaring, "Yes, I shall take action." She comforted herself with the thought that today, regardless of the circumstances, they could not escape death, dying at whose hands mattered little. She could not bear to see Yu Wuxia endure such torment. Summoning her Xianfeng folding fan, she closed her eyes and turned, unleashing a blood-colored storm. In an instant, a crimson hurricane swept through the entire estate. Houses, living beings. And towering ancient trees were uprooted and tossed into the air. Their wails were drowned out by the howling wind. Murong propped up Yu Wuxia, exulting. How is it? If you cannot act, there are others who will. Yu Wuxia trembled in pain, yearning to summon the water-cold sword to end his own life. But the agony prevented him from raising his hand. It seemed he had endured a beating for naught, leading to this outcome. As his vision blurred, he succumbed to unconsciousness in Murong's embrace. Once the wind subsided, the gathering had been reduced to ruins, with not a single survivor left. Xia Linlang opened her eyes and looked at Murong, her throat tightening as she asked, Your Majesty, is it enough? Murong casually healed Yu Wuxia's superficial wounds, hoisting him over her shoulder and stating, Come back to the palace with me. After a pause, she added, Do not think of escaping. You cannot. With that, she ascended into the clouds, carrying Yu Wuxia away. Xia Linlang, disheartened, followed like a soulless being. Outside the East Palace, Murong commanded, You wait here. Someone will come to arrange matters. Yes. Once Murong finished speaking, she entered the palace with Yu Wuxia in her arms. She paid no heed to Xia Linlang's capabilities, merely bringing her along to observe whether any feelings had developed between Yu Wuxia and her. If so, she would delight in bullying Yu Wuxia in front of her and gauge her reaction. If not, it mattered little. After all, she was a celestial tier and could still prove useful. Severely injured, Xia Linlang stood outside the palace doors, waiting until dusk when two palace maids finally emerged. A peacock-like figure approached with a serpentine grace, yawning as she said, You are Linlang? Yes. The peacock looked at her with disdain, inspecting her from head to toe before ordering, Come inside. You will serve the young master from now on. Yes. For today, you are excused. The smell of blood is overwhelming. Recover before anything else. In the Ziyun pavilion, Yu Wuxia suddenly awoke, slowly sitting up in bed. His clothes had been changed. He now wore a soft, delicate mint green nightgown. His hair was slightly damp, suggesting someone had bathed him during his unconsciousness. He could only hope it had been Murong who attended to him. If it were the peacock and her companion, it would be far too embarrassing. Yet, Murong likely lacked the patience for such care. She had long departed, leaving behind a lingering fragrance of flowers. Yu Wuxia gradually rose, walking barefoot to the window, gazing at the setting sun with a heavy heart. To take his own life? He felt an inexplicable reluctance to abandon this world, where he had a sister. Murong appeared out of thin air, softly asking, Wuxia, did your mistress strike you today? Do you harbor any grievances? After all, she believed her actions had been somewhat excessive in the heat of the moment. Besides, there was nothing significant between him and Xia Linlang. She was not an unreasonable person. It was better to comfort Yu Wuxia. If he were to commit suicide out of despair, it would certainly lead to complications. Yu Wuxia's beautiful eyes were filled with fear. He had a multitude of complaints, yet could only whisper, No, not at all. After all, he felt he was not the sort to forget pain once the wounds had healed. Murong reached out to caress Yu Wuxia's face, remarking on its softness. Your mistress acts for your benefit. Without killing, how can you grow strong? Yu Wuxia smiled gently, nuzzling her hand. What my mistress says is true. Yet I truly do not wish to harm the innocent. As soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them. Murong raised her hand. Yu Wuxia closed his eyes and turned his head, appearing as if he feared a slap. Murong coldly stated, They conspired to rebel, a capital offense. Yet you speak of wanton slaughter. Wuxia, what are your intentions? Do you wish to rebel as well? She understood well that Yu Wuxia was reluctant to follow her. However, she was determined not to grant him freedom, curious to see what new tricks this little rascal could devise. A glimmer of white light flickered in Murong's eyes, the air thick with an aura of impending violence. Yu Wuxia trembled in fear, hastily kneeling and bowing his head, proclaiming, I dare not. My words and actions have been misplaced. I beseech my mistress to punish me. Murong was quite pleased with his reaction. She bent down to assist Yu Wuxia to his feet, saying, Good, I shall let you off this time. Yu Wuxia was somewhat taken aback by this unexpected kindness. However, he quickly realized that Murong had merely chosen to spare him punishment once, hardly a sign of affection. Soon, he bitterly smiled at himself, wondering if his standards were so low. Merely avoiding a beating made him feel cherished. It was truly a reflection of how often he had been struck. Murong embraced Yu Wuxia and spun around, both collapsing onto the couch. The flickering red candle cast a warm glow, filling the quiet night with a fragrant aroma. Chapter 94. Cultivation. The next day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Yu Wuxia awoke to find Murong had already vanished without a trace. The bedding still retained a hint of her warmth. Perhaps it was the recent turmoil or the injuries sustained yesterday that left him feeling utterly drained, each step accompanied by labored breaths. As he dressed, a thought crossed his mind. If this continued, he would surely be toyed with until his demise. He had to escape. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Young master, are you awake? Yes, come in, Yu Wuxia replied, his ears catching a familiar tone. It was neither the peacock nor the sparrow, but rather akin to Xia Linlang, which struck him as odd. Before he could ponder further, Xia Linlang entered, adorned in the attire of a palace maid. Seeing her, Yu Wuxia expressed his confusion. Did Murong spare you? Yes, Xia Linlang replied. A sense of sorrow washed over Yu Wuxia as he sighed. I never expected you could be so ruthless. The memory of her slaughtering the 3,000 rebels lingered vividly in his mind. Xia Linlang countered. What would you have me do, young master? If I do not take action, I would only be sacrificing my own life. Momentarily speechless, he retorted, I cannot even begin to discuss. Though he understood her plight, a profound sadness enveloped his heart. In the end, whether they lived or died was their fate to bear. Shortly after, the peacock and sparrow entered. The peacock rolled her eyes and commanded, Linlang, you may leave now. Your services are no longer required. Then, donning a cheerful demeanor, she added, young master, allow me to assist you in your grooming. Xia Linlang, resigned, responded affirmatively before departing. Yu Wuxia's displeasure was evident as he glanced at the peacock. The vivid eyeshadow and serpentine figure exuded an unsettling charm. Upon completing her official duties, Morong finally arrived at Ziyun Pavilion. Instead of seeking Yu Wuxia immediately, she approached Xia Linlang, who sat lost in thought on the steps. Morong stealthily approached her, inquiring, what troubles you? Do you feel wrong serving as a maid in the palace? Xia Linlang hurriedly bowed, not at all. It is a privilege to serve the young master and his majesty. Last night, she had tossed and turned, contemplating how to endure the situation. She yearned for revenge, but was unwilling to throw away her life in vain. Without certainty of victory, she would not act recklessly. In a surprisingly good mood, Morong remarked, you staying in the palace is a waste of talent. How about I assign you back to Zhangzhou? After all, the constant uprisings there, though from pitiful weaklings, were indeed bothersome. Slaughtering all the people of Zhangzhou would be tedious. Better to send Xia Linlang and Murong Hehua to manage the affairs there. Xia Linlang perceived Murong's suggestion as a test of her loyalty. I dare not. My abilities are insufficient, and I am a sinner. I will remain here to serve the young master. Murong questioned, you wouldn't be reluctant to leave Wuxia, would you? I dare not, Xia Linlang replied. Murong, uninterested in further discussion, recognized that Xia Linlang's role in Zhangzhou would be limited to that of a mere enforcer. Supervised by Murong Hehua, thus unable to stir significant trouble, she urged, time is of the essence, prepare yourself and set off immediately to Duqing. Murong dismissed Xia Linlang and entered the room to find Yu Wuxia. At that moment, he sat before the mirror, absent-mindedly tracing his brows. He had overheard their conversation. Hoping Xia Linlang would not mistake the thief for a mother. As he contemplated, Murong approached him. Yu Wuxia rose to greet her, teacher. He suddenly realized that he was in no position to criticize Xia Linlang. He was, after all, the true usurper of maternal affection. In high spirits, Murong affectionately ruffled Yu Wuxia's hair, lifting him up as she exclaimed, Wuxia, you are so obedient. It is time for your training. Without warning, she hoisted him and tossed him onto the couch. Training? How can this be? Yu Wuxia exclaimed, on the verge of tears, fully aware of his frail condition. If this persisted, he would soon find himself on the floor. Murong remained unfazed, seemingly adept in the art of yin-yang cultivation. As dawn approached, Yu Wuxia's complexion turned pale. His body curling under the covers, trembling uncontrollably. Whether from fear, pain, or a combination of both, he could not tell. Murong, undeterred, threw back the covers, seized his hair, and pulled him into her embrace. Wuxia, how can you neglect your training? I do this for your own good. Tears welled in Yu Wuxia's eyes as he weakly pleaded. Teacher, I am exhausted and truly cannot continue. How shameless. All for your benefit. What good have I done for you? Murong chuckled, exhausted. Are you bored with your teacher? Yu Wuxia lowered his voice. I dare not. Then why do you appear so weary? Be more spirited. Finally, Yu Wuxia's vision darkened, and he fainted. Murong gazed at him tenderly, gently caressing his face, marveling at its softness. As daylight broke, she embraced Yu Wuxia and drifted into a sweet slumber. When Yu Wuxia awoke, Murong had once again disappeared. He felt a slight headache and rubbed his temples. Day by day, the cycle continued. The relentless torment left him increasingly feeble. Perhaps his health was failing, which only softened his temper. Yet, he spent his days weeping. Finding the situation tiresome, Murong gradually reduced her visits to the East Palace. Faced with Yu Wuxia's indifference, she felt a tinge of helplessness. As the sovereign of the Eastern continent, was it appropriate for her to humble herself to appease him? Such a thought seemed beneath her dignity. Murong concluded that she must have been too lenient. With this thought, she made her way to Ziyun Pavilion. Yu Wuxia rose from the couch, bowing submissively. Your Majesty. Murong did not rush to assist him. Today, Yu Wuxia was clad in a deep crimson robe, accentuating his graceful figure. A pair of golden peony hairpins adorned his dark tresses, enhancing his regal appearance. Murong playfully patted his face and teased, Oh, dressed so elegantly. Little vixen, do you truly deserve it? Yu Wuxia knelt at her feet, his eyes filled with darkness. He humbly replied, I acknowledge my mistake and shall not wear such attire again. Having grown accustomed to Murong's remarks, he still felt a subtle sense of grievance within. Murong, still not allowing him to rise, coldly remarked, You know well how you ought to dress in the future. Yes. Seeing him so gentle and dignified only fueled her desire to belittle him. He was nothing more than a fickle, unfaithful little vixen, yet he could feign innocence so well. She lifted her leg and kicked him in the abdomen. Have you figured out what you did wrong? Yu Wuxia immediately clutched his stomach and collapsed, curling up in pain. Eyes tightly shut, he knew Murong was about to unleash her wrath. Murong summoned the god-slaying whip, a smile gracing her lips. With a flick of her wrist, a crimson ribbon ensnared Yu Wuxia, lifting him into the air. Chapter 95. Yuzhou. Before long, Jade Flaw was suspended from the rafters, his delicate shoulders partially exposed. His slender frame was marred with injuries. His raven hair was disheveled, with strands clinging to his skin, a stark contrast of black and white. Ornaments lay scattered on the floor, glimmering in the candlelight. His face was flushed, his eyes filled with longing. He bit his lip, his body trembling, letting out a stifled moan only when the discomfort became unbearable. Murong reclined on a chaise lounge, admiring her handiwork. So tender, she mused, one could almost taste the sweetness. Jade Flaw's mind was in turmoil, unable to comprehend his transgression. An agonizing sensation coursed through him, as if ants were crawling beneath his skin. He writhed and struggled, seeking respite. Murong, pleased with the spectacle, lifted her teacup and approached him. With a mere thought, the silk ribbons binding him vanished, and he collapsed at her feet. His eyes were vacant, his resolve shattered. Desire had triumphed over reason. He feebly clutched at her robes, his voice a seductive whisper, "Mistress, I am in torment." Murong played coy, tossing the tea onto him with disdain. Looking down her nose at him, she inquired, "Shameless wretch, what troubles you?" Jade Flaw, startled by the tea, shivered. A sudden thirst overcame him, and he licked his moistened lips. "Thirsty," he stammered, his face crimson with shame. Was Murong deliberately feigning ignorance, forcing him to voice his desires? Her patience waning, she said coldly, still silent, "I shall return to my chambers, and you can languish in solitude forever." Panic seized Jade Flaw, and he embraced her legs, nuzzling her with his cheek. "I beg for your affection," he pleaded, his voice dripping with sweetness. Murong, wearing a concerned expression, asked, "Jade Flaw, do I treat you well?" Against his will, Jade Flaw replied, "You treat me best of all. Then why do you treat me with such coldness? Are you deceiving me?" Jade Flaw was perplexed. "Where have I been cold?" Murong remained silent, tormenting him. "I say you have." The following day, Murong departed, leaving Jade Flaw battered and bruised. In a moment of clarity, he vowed to never sink so low again. To continue pandering to Murong's whims, enduring her abuse, was unbearable. He would resist. He was the master of his own destiny. With newfound resolve, Jade Flaw rose abruptly, only to be overcome by dizziness and collapse. Who was waiting outside, heard the noise and knocked on the door. "My lord, are you awake?" Jade Flaw remained unresponsive, unconscious. Entered the room, revealing a scene of disarray. Seeing this, she felt that she had finally found her chance after waiting for so long. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, cautiously approached Jade Flaw, gently patting his face and calling out, "My lord, wake up." Jade Flaw remained unresponsive, his eyes closed. Grew bolder, unable to resist the urge to caress him. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony blossoms is a romantic end. Just as she was about to touch him, she heard footsteps outside, and she quickly got up to prepare tea. Fear overcame her desire. After all, if the truth were to come out, she would be tortured to death. However, still harbored malicious intent, resenting Jade Flaw for always acting high and mighty in front of her. Clearly, he was a promiscuous person. Yet, he always pretended to be noble and reserved in front of them, the servants. Thinking this, she spat into the teacup before pouring the cold tea and splashing it on Jade Flaw's face. Jade Flaw was startled awake, rubbing his eyes. "What happened to me?" he asked, knelt respectfully, hiding her guilt. "My lord, you fainted. I heard the noise and came in to check on you," she replied. Jade Flaw quickly covered himself with the blanket, his cheeks flushed, and scolded. "Who told you to come in? Get out." "Yes," replied, retreating hastily, feeling guilty. Jade Flaw, who had been humiliated by Murong day after day, couldn't suppress his anger. He got up and dressed. He had had enough of this kind of life. Like mother, like daughter, Murong was simply a beast among beasts. She would coax him when she was in a good mood, but beat him when she wasn't. Over time, she had become even worse than Murongyu. Moreover, how could he, with the hatred of a fallen nation, fawn over Murong? Was he really that debased? He suddenly remembered his master's teachings and knew that he must not give in to self-degradation. Jade Flaw took out his treasure pouch and packed his belongings one by one. Everything from seasonal clothing to cosmetics and jewelry was included. He couldn't worry about anything else. He would escape wherever he could, even if it meant being caught and killed. In any case, he had had enough of a life of submission. He summoned and had them help him with his makeup and hair, and then had breakfast before dismissing them. Jade Flaw took one last look at, recalling the past vividly, and felt a pang of attachment. After much deliberation, he finally closed the door, used a wind-controlling invisibility spell, and fled the palace, and only came to look for Jade Flaw at lunchtime. Knocking on the door for a long time without any response, pushed the door open and found it strange. Later, they realized that many clothes and jewelry were missing from. Clearly, they had escaped. The two of them didn't dare to delay and hurried to report to Moro. After leaving the palace, Jade Flaw flew towards Yuzhou. If Dongzhou was the land of dragons, then Yuzhou was the realm of ghosts. On the dark cyan boundary marker were 3 bloody characters: Yuzhou boundary. Below them was a line of smaller characters. Mortals keep out. Celestials enter not. Violators will face the consequences. Centered on the boundary marker. The surrounding area for thousands of miles was shrouded in gloom, with everything lifeless and still. Jade Flaw looked at the boundary marker and was tempted to retreat. He had heard his master say that Yuzhou was not a place one could enter or leave as they pleased. Even Celestials could not act recklessly there. But if he went to Yuzhou, Moro would have no way to catch him, right? Yet, the fear of the unknown made him uneasy. Jade Flaw covered his face and wept, lamenting that there was no place for him in all of Yuzhou. Remembering Murong's god-slaying whip, he resolutely stepped into Yuzhou. The border of Yuzhou seemed to possess a certain forbidden power, invisibly suppressing outsiders. Jade Flaw's flight consumed a great deal of energy, so he had to walk. After all, in this wilderness, if he exhausted too much energy, he would be sending himself to his death from Dongzhou if he encountered any demons or monsters. The deeper he went, the stranger it became. The sky was a shade of emerald green, with no sign of the sun or moon, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. Chapter 96. The desolate land in the desolate realm of Yuzhou. Yu Wuxia had lost all sense of time and distance. This forsaken land was nothing but ruins and countless wandering spirits, devoid of any other presence. It was an exceedingly dull place. Moreover, as Yu Wuxia traversed this desolation, innumerable female specters watched him from the shadows, yet they were too intimidated by his prowess to approach him. Being under the gaze of so many ghostly women made Yu Wuxia feel somewhat uncomfortable. He furrowed his brow, pondering if there were truly nothing else in Yuzhou besides these forlorn spirits. At last, he spotted a city in the distance. He hastened his pace, eager to find an inn and rest after such a long and exhausting journey. In the new city, Yu Wuxia strolled through its streets. Aside from the verdant sky, the scenery here was reminiscent of Dongzhou. The thoroughfares were bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. It seemed the city was the largest within a 1,000-mile radius. The inhabitants appeared much like humans at first glance, but they all had horns atop their heads, be they black, green, or red. Yu Wuxia surmised they must belong to the Ghost Clan. However, his own hornless appearance made him a striking figure among the crowd. As he passed a vendor, he casually glanced at the array of jewelry, noting the distinct differences from those in Dongzhou. The young vendor immediately donned a bright smile, lifting a jade hairpin, and said, "Young master, take a look at this newly arrived accessory." She gazed intently at Yu Wuxia, swallowing hard as she assessed him. This young gentleman appeared to be of the human race, quite alluring. To traverse the desolate land unscathed suggested profound cultivation and remarkable skills. He was likely not as fragile as he seemed. Simultaneously, a richly dressed young lady had fixed her eyes on Yu Wuxia, following him with an inscrutable intent. He sensed her presence and discerned that she was merely a human of the earth rank, curious to see what trick she might employ. Yu Wuxia feigned ignorance of her pursuit. He took the jade hairpin from the vendor's hand, examining it closely before casually inquiring, "How much?" The vendor replied earnestly, 300 taels of gold. She had merely intended to tease him. It was far from being that expensive. Yu Wuxia frowned slightly, placing the pin back down, and replied coolly, "Too expensive." He then turned to leave, aware of the general pricing of goods despite his infrequent outings from the palace. The vendor hurried after him, attempting to retain his attention, grasping at his sleeve. With a forced smile, she said, "I was just joking with you, young master. If you like it, take it for free." Yu Wuxia disliked such entanglements with strangers and shot her a glance. The vendor was struck with an icy dread, her pupils dilating as she stood frozen in place. With a gentle smile, Yu Wuxia reminded her, "Aren't you going to let go?" A water-cold sword materialized in his hand. The vendor, regaining her senses, hastily released her grip and bowed, apologizing, "I was blind to your stature, young master. I truly did not mean to offend." Yu Wuxia dismissed her with indifference, sheathing the water-cold sword as he walked toward a nearby inn. The vendor, relieved to have escaped his wrath, returned to her stall, wiping the sweat from her brow, preparing to close up. Just then, the opulently dressed young lady appeared at her stall. She picked up the jade hairpin and inquired, "How much?" The vendor forced a smile. "Oh, this isn't." The lady, uninterested in further conversation, tucked the hairpin away, tossing a bag of silver coins before turning to leave. She feared that lingering too long would cause Yu Wuxia to vanish without a trace. Upon opening the bag of coins, the vendor's expression turned to shock. She internally cursed, "Wait, miss, while your departure was quite impressive, this silver is insufficient." Nevertheless, she thought better of challenging someone of such status. Yu Wuxia did not hurry as he entered the drunken immortal pavilion, and the lady followed him inside. He settled at a table, ordering a feast, patiently waiting for the meal to arrive. He noticed that the inhabitants of Yuzhou stared at him, not because he was hornless, but due to his unusual appearance. The young lady took a seat at the adjacent table. The proprietress approached with a flattering smile. "Ah, Su Ruafu, dear lady. What would you like to dine on today?" Su Ruafu ordered her meal and then turned her gaze to Yu Wuxia, instructing the waiter. "The dishes for that young master shall be covered by me." Yu Wuxia, puzzled, replied coldly, "No need." He was aware that such unsolicited kindness often concealed ulterior motives. The waiter, seemingly familiar with Su Ruafu, hurriedly approached Yu Wuxia, saying, you see, sir, our Su Ruafu is quite influential in the new city. Truly. You two are a match made in heaven. How fortunate you would be to accompany her. Exasperated, Yu Wuxiao interjected, can we have the food now? The waiter, flustered, turned to leave. Oh, I almost forgot. Coming right up. Yu Wuxiao scrutinized Su Ruafu. She possessed a degree of beauty and was of the earth rank. Yet she was merely a spoiled young lady, far from extraordinary. The thought of Murong stirred an uneasy feeling within him. He wished to avoid a fate for Su Ruafu akin to that of Xialing Lang. After finishing his meal, Yu Wuxiao thanked Su Ruafu and stood to find the waiter to book a private room. Su Ruafu hastily followed him, saying, young master, would you do me the honor of resting at my humble abode for a few days? Yu Wuxiao turned to ascend the stairs, coolly replying, no, thank you. He did not wish to appear aloof or unwilling to make friends. He simply feared that Murong would come after him, endangering her. Su Ruafu, undeterred, inquired seriously, may I ask which clan you hail from and your origins? Human, Dongzhou, he replied. Su Ruafu kept pace with him, smiling, to traverse the desolate land unscathed. You must be extraordinary. I believe you are of the heavenly rank. Having spent many years in Yuzhou, she had never heard of any earth rank capable of such a feat to enact her plans. She needed the assistance of someone like Yu Wuxiao of the heavenly rank. Yu Wuxiao produced a silver ingot, tossing it to Su Ruafu. She instinctively caught it. Yu Wuxiao coldly stated, this settles our debts. Do not follow me again. He found her somewhat bothersome. Su Ruafu hurriedly pocketed the silver, retrieving the jade hairpin from her bosom, and approached Yu Wuxiao with it in hand. Young master, please accept this small token of respect. Yu Wuxiao fell silent for a moment before summoning his water-cold sword and placing it against her neck. Why do you persist in following me? Speak your purpose truthfully. Su Ruafu swallowed hard, replying, this is not the place for such discussions. Chapter 97. The former ruler of the southern continent. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yu Wuxiao withdrew his sword. He turned and entered the elegant guest room, where he sat down beside the bed. Exhausted and drowsy, he found himself disinclined to engage in idle chatter with Su Ruafu. Su Ruafu followed him inside, glancing around to ensure they were alone before promptly closing the door. Yu Wuxiao reclined on the bed and said, you had better share something intriguing, or I shall not be so kind. With a bold demeanor, Su Ruafu sat beside him and smiled. Young master, you are truly handsome. Though she had serious matters to discuss, she could not restrain herself. Yu Wuxiao responded playfully, get out. Startled, Su Ruafu moved to sit at a distance, saying, do not be hasty, it is important to discuss the matter at hand. Yu Wuxiao replied, this is your last chance. Su Ruafu, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly inquired, are you of the celestial tier? While she suspected he was, confirmation was prudent. If he were not of the celestial tier, she could consider marrying him as his primary wife. Yu Wuxiao turned over on the bed, disinterested in her. He merely uttered, have you heard the tale of the blood prison Azura? Yu Wuxiao sighed, naturally, I am aware of the infamous ruler of the southern continent. Hope sparked in Su Ruafu's eyes as she steadied her emotions. In short, the former ruler of the southern continent is sealed away. She promises that whoever frees her will forge a blood pact and pledge allegiance. Yu Wuxiao pondered briefly before questioning, how does one release her? What purpose would it serve? And can she truly be trusted? Her combat prowess far exceeded that of any ordinary celestial tier. Should she be freed, even the Empress Murong would be of no concern to her. At that point, power, cultivation, and status would be within her grasp. Yu Wuxiao mused, if she is truly so formidable, how could she be confined? Su Ruafu explained, my ancestors served her, but our lineage has diminished, leaving us with no other option. Her fervor for the Azura king made Yu Wuxiao feel an uneasy apprehension. However, releasing the Azura from the blood prison seemed no simple task. Finally, Su Ruafu reached the crux of her message. We must travel to the southern continent, defeat the 7 Pillar Guardians, and destroy the sacred pillar that binds her. Yu Wuxiao frowned, unwilling to agree. You are from the southern continent. Why have you come to this obscure land? With a heavy heart, Su Ruafu replied, naturally. We were unable to remain in the southern continent due to pursuers, so our family fled to the obscure continent. Yu Wuxiao found her explanation reasonable. Yet, he pondered the danger of being captured by Murong if he left the obscure continent. Furthermore, he had no desire to commit acts of cruelty. Defeating the 7 sacred pillar guardians would be a daunting task alone. At that moment, in the desolate border of the obscure continent, Murong's expression darkened. Upon receiving news, she rushed to the scene, sensing the chaotic energy that left even her powerless. Unable to locate Yu Wuxiao, her frustration grew. She summoned the god-slaying spear and unleashed havoc in the barren land. In an instant, anguished wails filled the air. Murong hurled the spear, which pierced a female ghost and soared towards the mountain, causing it to collapse. The noise was unbearable. Suddenly, a blinding white light engulfed the desolate area, dispersing the spirits without a sound. The cerulean sky cracked, as if on the verge of shattering. Such commotion caught the attention of the ruler of the obscure continent, Leng Xiangyi, who was already acquainted with Murong. Given the tumultuous disturbance on her territory, she decided to investigate and perhaps catch up with an old friend. As Murong emerged from the desolation, she felt clarity return. She conjured a candle that ignited without flame and, focusing her thoughts, employed a tracking spell. Regardless of how she moved the candle, the flame consistently pointed towards Yu Wuxia's direction. Feeling a sense of relief, Morong hastened to pursue him. At the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Yu Wuxia finally found solace after sending the loquacious Su Ruofu away. If the former ruler of the southern continent was indeed that powerful, releasing her and forging a blood pact could yield a formidable ally. Yet, it was well known that the strong often lacked integrity. Moreover, attempting to free her on his own was an insurmountable challenge. If only his sister were by his side. If he could also recruit Zhu Yin and Skelin Lang, there might be a glimmer of hope. After all, they were both celestial tier cultivators. With their assistance, his chances would surely improve. But in the present moment, where was his sister? Having fled to such a wretched place, it seemed unlikely that Murong would pursue him here. Lost in these thoughts, Yu Wuxia felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, rendering him unable to sleep. He absent-mindedly rose from the bed, dressed, and made his way to a window-side room on the top floor, pouring himself a jug of plum wine and gazing at the bright moon outside. Truly, it was a case of a full moon with a heart that remained unfulfilled. "Young master, the wine has arrived," the attendant announced as he entered, placing the wine down. Noticing Yu Wuxia's grim expression, he refrained from further conversation and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. As the saying goes, drink today to forget tomorrow's sorrows. Yu Wuxia wished to escape his troubling thoughts. Seated at a small table, he poured himself a glass of the fragrant plum wine, the aroma filling the air. He lifted the cup and took a delicate sip, causing his brow to furrow slightly. The wine had a mildly astringent taste. As the poem goes, raise your cup to dispel sorrow, yet sorrow only deepens. Yu Wuxia became aware of his inebriation and succumbed to slumber at the table. A lavishly dressed woman stood outside the partition, clutching a wine glass. After much contemplation, she finally mustered the courage to knock on Yu Wuxia's door. After all, this young man was truly a paragon of beauty. To miss the opportunity would indeed be a loss. She called through the door with a smile, "Young master, would you honor me with your company for a couple of drinks?" With Yu Wuxia inebriated and unable to refuse, the woman deduced that he was simply shy, and she boldly pushed the door open. Upon entering, she found Yu Wuxia slumped over the table, the candlelight casting a glow on his flawless features. Clad in a deep crimson robe that accentuated his delicate frame, he appeared irresistibly alluring. The woman thought to herself, "Fortune smiles upon me." With tender care, she lifted Yu Wuxia and hurried downstairs to her room, knowing that a night spent with such a celestial being would surely yield results. She rushed to close the door behind her. After placing him on the bed, she eagerly began to undress him, just as she was about to remove his garments. A sudden knock echoed from the door. Chapter 98. The Fall. A series of loud knocks at the door startled Lu, causing her to freeze momentarily. Impatiently, she shouted towards the entrance, "Who is it?" Morong appeared by her side, disregarding her, his gaze fixated on the figure of Yu Wuxia on the bed. His expression a complex blend of emotions. The room was suffused with a palpable aura of murderous intent. Lu had never encountered such a situation before, and fear gripped her heart. It was evident that this was a person of great consequence, someone she could not afford to offend. In a panic, she rushed towards the door, only to collide with Lung Xiangyi. Was this truly the Lord of Yuzhou? Surely this was not a mere cosplay. To encounter such a figure in this new city was astonishing. Morong had thoroughly examined Yu Wuxia, deeming him relatively unscathed. It seemed she had not arrived too late, and she stepped closer to Lu. A sudden flash of emerald light appeared in Lang Xiangyi's eyes, rendering Lu momentarily dazed, stripping her of her ability to think. Lung Xiangyi commanded, "Explain everything about you and Yu Wuxia in detail." Lu, her expression grave, recounted the events with utmost clarity. Morong sighed in relief, glad that nothing disastrous had occurred. With a casual wave of her hand, Lung Xiangyi sent Lu flying through the wooden door, where she collapsed in the corridor, blood spilling from her mouth. Moments later, darkness enveloped her as her life slipped away. As Lung Xiangyi turned to leave, she glanced back with a smile, saying, "Your ladyship is quite willful. You ought to discipline her more. It would be unfortunate if something were to go awry." Morong's expression darkened as she retorted, "I need not your advice." With a swift motion, she summoned Yu Wuxia, who abruptly awoke, his drunkenness dissipating. He hastily covered himself with a blanket, sitting up in alarm. Morong's mood soured. She felt that Yu Wuxia's disgrace had now reached Yuzhou, which was utterly intolerable. After centuries of establishing her reputation across the 9 continents, it was all tarnished by this wretched boy. Once she returned to the Eastern Palace, she would ensure he received his due punishment. Yu Wuxia's heart raced, nearly stopping in fear. He blinked, pinching his thigh gently. This was not a dream. How had Morong arrived so swiftly? The plan to release the Lord of Nanzhou had barely begun, and already it was thwarted? Morong remained silent, summoning the god-slaying whip. One strike to his legs would prevent him from fleeing. Another to his mouth would silence his cries. In the end, Yu Wuxia was left battered and unconscious. When he awoke again, the setting had dramatically shifted to the Eastern Palace, within the Ziyun Pavilion. The night was tranquil, a gentle breeze stirring the air, and candle flames flickered. Struggling to sit up from the bed, Every movement sent jolts of pain through his numerous wounds, causing him to gasp. He slowly descended from the bed, lost in thought as he donned his clothing, standing by the window, absorbed in his reverie. He mused that after such a beating, surely Murong would have calmed down. Even if he fled to Yusho, it would be futile. Where else could he possibly escape to in the vast expanse of the 9 continents? To destroy his own cultivation and risk losing his very soul? Murong appeared unexpectedly. After having struck Yu Wuxia, her mood had significantly improved. With a gentle demeanor, she took his hand, causing him to tremble in fear, lowering his gaze. Too afraid to meet her eyes, Murong held his hand tightly, saying, "Let us first attend to your bath." Yes, Yu Wuxia obediently followed her to the bathhouse. By the water's edge, Murong turned her back to him, extending her arms. Understanding her intention, Yu Wuxia lowered his gaze, dutifully assisting her in undressing. As she submerged herself in the water, a smile graced her lips, and she beckoned him to join her. Yu Wuxia, pale and trembling, fumbled with his garments. Stepping into the pool, his delicate, pale skin was marred by crimson marks, and as the warm water touched his wounds, the pain intensified. Murong embraced him, her hands gently exploring his injuries, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. Yet, he dared not plead for mercy, fearing that doing so would incite her wrath further, ultimately leading to his own suffering. With lowered eyes, he nestled into Murong's embrace, tears streaming down his cheeks, falling into the water. Murong grasped his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. Their eyes locked, and Yu Wuxia's tears reflected his pain, his body trembling incessantly. With a faint smile, Murong caressed his hair, inquiring, "Wuxia, how do I treat you?" Yu Wuxia fell into silence, contemplating whether to resist or to submit. He was exhausted from this endless cycle. His spirit was weary of this existence. With reddened eyes, he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Murong, you wicked woman." Before he could finish, Murong's hand struck him sharply, leaving a stark imprint upon his pale face. She chuckled coldly, raising her hand once more. "Have you forgotten how to address me? Your memory seems quite short." Yu Wuxia covered the side of his face that had been struck, sobbing, "You might as well kill me, you venomous woman." He could never betray his true mother, no matter the circumstances. The waters shimmered, intertwining sorrow and joy. Ultimately, Murong adorned him with a golden anklet. Yu Wuxia's eyes glazed over, and he immediately became docile. He ceased to struggle, instinctively burying himself in her embrace, whispering, "Aunt, please spare your disciple. I promise to behave and serve you faithfully." His tone was sweet and beguiling. Murong sighed, realizing that the wretched boy was indeed wretched. She had not wished to resort to such measures, but it was Yu Wuxia who had compelled her. Undeniably, this artifact proved effective quite swiftly. Or perhaps he was simply of this nature all along? Murong leaned towards the latter notion. She rose from the bath, taking Yu Wuxia with her. He hurriedly picked up a towel to dry her off, his posture exceedingly humble, fearful of displeasing her. In a sudden revelation, Yu Wuxia thought to himself, Murong was breathtakingly beautiful, a figure of unparalleled grace. The lord of the Eastern continent, the Dragon Empress. A person revered alongside the rulers of the 9 continents. The dream of countless youths across the world. Murong, undeterred by his status as a second husband, favored him daily. He had previously been blind to his fortune. He vowed to serve her diligently henceforth. In a fleeting moment, they returned to the Ziyun Pavilion. From that point onward, Yu Wuxia endeavored to ingratiate himself with Murong. She, in turn, indulged her primal instincts, playfully tormenting him. In no time, he was left in a state unrecognizable. At last, Murong, satisfied, healed his wounds with a flick of her wrist, embracing him, and teasingly asked, "Wuxia, why are you so compliant now? You were never like this before." Yu Wuxia paused, blushing, reflecting inwardly. How had he become so shameless, devoid of any dignity? Under the influence of the golden chain, he felt certain he had fallen for Murong. He softly replied, "Aunt, it is only right that your disciple listens to you." Murong's spirit soared, and she commanded, "From now on, no matter what, that anklet must remain on. Do you understand?" "Yes, I will heed your teachings, Aunt." With a look of fondness, Murong affectionately tousled his hair, instructing, "Good disciple, sleep now." Yu Wuxia, in a soft, playful tone, murmured, "Aunt, may I have a kiss before I sleep?"